Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The Koreans Were Right. My life has been on a downward spiral out of control, but I've got no one but myself to blame. I mean, I have some childhood trauma, but who doesn't? And once you reach a certain age you need to start owning your mess and fight to fix your stuff, but it's not that easy. I'm having what I can only assume to be either depression or the embodiment of the sin of sloth. I've got no motivation to fix my life even if I know how to. Not that I know, just saying, okay. I do love myself enough not to consider suicide, or is it laziness about killing myself? Well, for sure I do not want to cause my parents and siblings pain, so maybe I can say that it's because of that. Well, the point is that I'm stably depressed, yes, that's my state. But then this happened. Portals, rifts, or space wounds, huh? I like that one, whatever you want to call them. Everywhere, different monsters start crossing, the military shows up, and at least our weapons are effective. That's something. Imagine the clusterfuck if that wasn't the case. The world almost collapsed, but we held on. Well, not me, I'm too stably depressed to actively secure my safety, but I got lucky. When things started to calm down we discovered that the rifts were connected to other galaxies, that we were being invaded, and that was the first wave. Shit. Time moves on, and the whole world unites. Who would have thought that humanity could achieve world peace through a declaration of war on other civilizations, a common enemy? Not me, and certainly not everybody else. After enlisting about 100% of the men's population in the world above the age of 15, feminism officially is banned. My rights. A moment of silence for equality, the expeditions start. And as you guessed it, hee. I'm above the age of 15. Well, all I can tell you is that it was hell. So much death. So much gore. I thought I was in a Quentin Tarantino movie. I have no idea how and why I am still alive, The good thing is that my stable depression leveled up. Now it is max level, but I have found a purpose, the purpose of killing alien invaders. Hey. It's something, at least. After about a 10-year expedition I was able to return home to visit my family for about 1 month. You don't complain, this is the apocalypse, people have no rights. I visited home and after a month of decompression, I was back to the frying pan. Honestly, why haven't I killed myself? No. I've got to protect my home. Things are finally normalizing back on Earth. I've got to protect my family, my friends, my planet. Yes. This is about more than me. If I don't want to live for myself I will live for my people, as a wise, bald, and muscular man once said. You don't turn your back on the family. Hey. At least I've got my comics, that really was what's kept me sane, until now. Every time I come back from the battlefield I read my comics and imagine myself as the Phoenix host setting fire to these fucking galaxies. Yeah. Fire to the heathens. I needed that out. 5 more years on the battlefield and that's when it happened. People started to develop abilities, guys thinking faster than computers, bulletproof, stronger, faster. It started small and natural at first, just upgrades to your natural capabilities, no flying, no shooting lasers. But that was all the advantage that we needed. Like berserkers we fought. And fought. And fought. And executed the biggest genocide of the universe. There was no peace talking, no surrendering, no prisoners, just annihilation. And then, we were back home, finally back home. I've never cried so much since then. Seeing my now old men and mother, my sisters made it worth it. And through all of that, I finally was able to declare that I was stably normal, a little bit of PTSD of course, but that's just the new flu for us war veterans. Turns out that the exposure to the environment of the aliens' home galaxies was the reason for our powers. My power was one of the first ones to develop some type of metaphysical property. Whatever I killed empowered my soul, and that allowed me to see the world with different filters, think faster, smarter, react faster, and slightly enhance my body. By the end of the war, I could levitate some small objects, and listen to some whispers which I later discovered were thoughts. My eyes could see a spectrum never before seen, or discovered before. I was better than before, that's for sure. 1 year after the war, we, my family and I, were celebrating the anniversary of the end of the war and my successful recovery from PTSD. I am proud to declare that I'm a stable, normal, human with no more mental disorders. Humanity has advanced greatly as is expected of a post-war society. The government is now united, global-wide, and crime is at an all-time low never seen before. Life is good. Though recently there have been some reports of some veterans found as husks in their homes, no one knew the reason behind it, but is concerning enough. For months later I found the reason. Turns out a power developed that allowed a crazy and traumatized soldier to absorb others' abilities. A friend of his with the power to recognize abilities was the one that informed the higher-ups. During the war his power was used on the critically wounded so that their power could be used on the efforts on the front. No problem there. But his friend died, and after using his power on him he was left deeply traumatized. Later on, it was discovered that when the powers are not willingly shared, a husk of a human is left instead of a normal corpse. There was a worldwide manhunt, but he was never found. 3 months after that I found the bastard in my house holding my family hostage. Apparently, he can't strengthen the abilities after absorbing them, so he wants me to detonate some warheads that he set around the whole continent, taking advantage of his conveniently stolen powers, empower me, and then absorb my power to elevate himself as the new benevolent god of humanity. His words, not mine. Sigh. My family or my life was never a problem, but my family against the life of everyone on the continent and birthing a new god, left to fuck up the world, is a different matter. He saw my hesitation and shot my mother, and within my despair and the agony of my sisters and father I discovered a third option, my life, and his with the whole continent. Maybe I was not so stable at that moment, but I would rather die with him than my family with us, and there was no path for the survival of my family at the moment. I could tell he was stronger than me, that bastard made sure of that. So the plan was simple: I blow up everyone on the continent, and when I power up I kill the bastard. Later I'll surrender myself and I'll be executed. At last, I hope that my family is later on not implicated in my disgrace. The problem was that when I detonated the warheads killing more than 1 billion people, my soul and ability overloaded, my body blew up and my soul was left absorbing everything. Yeah, everything: the bastard, the floor, the ceiling, the air, the space, my family, the continent, the world, the solar system, the Milky Way. I couldn't stop it. All I could do was observe and ingrain the memory in my perfected soul memory. I couldn't feel much because without a body my soul didn't know how to feel. I could see because that was one of the first abilities my soul displayed, the ability to see. I couldn't scream because without a body my soul didn't know how to talk. God knows how much I needed to scream. Well, if there was a God, so I telepathically shouted. Not that there was anyone left to hear me. In my desperation, I tried to hold the space with my telekinesis, but I couldn't. Not even with my body intact I could have held space, so I tried to use my willpower to keep the universe together, to stop absorbing. To no avail, as one might have imagined. And then there was the void, not the void of space that you normally find outside of your planet, but the void of existence. And my soul tried to absorb that shit. Never have I ever, nor will I ever feel that pain. Like being sliced into atoms while being kept forcefully alive and feeling every atom in your newly atomized body while it reconstructs. Maybe I shouldn't call it pain, maybe it was a combination of sensory overload and pain. But even in that state, all I could hope for was my death, as it was only fair after being responsible for the destruction of my universe. Time passed, time. Well, you see, there's no time if it doesn't exist, so, something similar to time passed and I woke up, or more like became aware. My new shape was a perfectly well-rounded void mass. Doesn't make sense, right? A mass of nothing. Well, a sphere, maybe not, because there's no space in the void so I can't have a shape. I guess the correct expression is that I perceived myself as a sphere of the void, in which what's inside the boundaries of the sphere was mine, my soul, void soul. Or soul of the void. So much time. So much something has gone that I feel like I'm losing myself, yet my newly empowered soul manages to keep my core self intact every time I wake up. It took me a long period of something to process the death of my everything and then the death of my universe, and an even longer period of something to try to move on with my immortal life, another period of something to learn how to move in the void. After 3 long periods of something, I found the first resident of the void. They were not friendly, they had no soul, and even though mine was weird, normal, and paradoxical, they wanted my soul. So I run as far as I could. It took me 5 something to finally escape. I began to formulate ways of attacking, hiding, and protecting myself from the void creatures. I created my void breath, which expelled some of my void in my soul and that I discovered was harmful to the creatures. I created shielding resembling scales with my void hardened on the exterior of my soul, and I created a mist from my void that hid my soul in the void. The mist acted like a poison to soulless creatures, not very effective, but effective enough to hide me. After the pass of something, I hunted my first creature, which eventually reformed itself, proving my pointless endeavor, but it helped me pass that something. It was funny capturing the creatures and then riding them into the sunset, of course, the imaginary sunset. Sometimes I would force them to be my progeny, and I would raise them until college or until they turn ungrateful. At least I forced the creatures to act this way. I always wondered about how I would do as a father. Sometimes I would gather them and then manipulate the energy of the void to create a battlefield like the one in the Lord of the Rings on the final battle, where the good guys were surrounded by the bad guys, the Eye of Sauron in the background, the volcano next to it. I played Aragorn and fought them, the void creatures, my playmates, until I had to escape because I gathered too many. Yeah, I eventually discovered how to manipulate what I call the void energy, which funnily enough encapsulates all forms of energy that I knew of and that I didn't. You could use it to create things, but I never figured out how to create a universal barrier in order to create my own universe, since the things I created eventually dispersed due to the influence of the void. I think that within a universal barrier maybe they would not disperse, but I would never know. Eventually, I discovered the other universes, or multiverses in some cases, and I was thrilled, happy, excited, and desperate for some soul interaction. Yeah, I didn't care if it was an alien invader or a tree. I realized then how lonely I've been, as if my progeny, the void creatures I forced to play the role, never mentioned it. The problem was that the void creatures were actively attacking the multiversal barrier, so a war was being held against the residents of said multiverse. If I wanted to go in, I couldn't do so looking like a scaled blob of void, so I settled for a dragon of void. Because who wouldn't like a dragon? Dragons are cool, and I personally would be more afraid of a universal-sized person than a universal-sized dragon. Maybe I'm not completely sane anymore, who would have thought? I had no luck. As soon as I killed the void creatures and tried to get near the locals to communicate, an ancestor-looking old guy started to bleed from everywhere and then sacrificed his life to send a weird attack that speared my exterior shape but that my soul staved off until it ceased to exist. Later, after some trial and error, I figured out that my presence exerted pressure on the surroundings, which is most likely interpreted as hostility. Again, after a long training arc in order to control my presence, I came back to said multiverse to try again to establish relations, but turns out that longer than I planned had passed since I got just in time to see the end of that multiverse. Well. What about my possible friends? What about my loneliness? Well, there's no other choice but to look for another, and always stay positive. That's my motto. Expect good things but be prepared for the ending of your universe at the hands of a power-hungry psychopath with designs of grandeur and godhood. A positive outlook keeps the doctor away. But what would I not give to talk to a doctor now? Sigh. Okay. Let's look for another multiverse. A period of something way longer than before. I found it. And it is beautiful. Shining and ever-changing. Shining, ever-shifting. Shining. This is my opportunity, it's my time to shine. So I thought carefully about it, and this is similar to like when you are looking for a house. If you've got no job, no money, and no value, you can't afford a house, and I currently have none of that, so the least I can do is to look presentable, formal, amazing. I mean, I look like a badass dragon made of void. I can't be more badass than that, but I lack a pinch of formality, so I crafted myself a red void necktie. Ha 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 ha. Now there's no way to fail. Asterisk cough. While I was laughing like a madman, I was approached by an old man who apparently had been observing me for a while. Imagine my surprise and embarrassment at that. I shouted like a girl, "Kai-ah," and almost fried the guy with my void breath. Oh, what a way to make a first impression. Though now that I look at this old man more attentively, I'm sure this guy can wipe his multiversal barrier using me as a cleaning rag. At least based on the shine of his soul, is that even an acceptable qualifier of power level? I guess I should introduce myself first. Ahem. Hello there. Star Wars. AIM. I guess. It was a few decades since the last Star Wars movie came out before the galactic war on my universe, so I'm not up to date with the trend. I also spent some time. I guess a few eons on the void, so I didn't even think that there was anybody alive that knew about Star Wars. Ah, well, that's because all the multiverse's time is synchronized in a very loose way, at least the time that you spend in the void doesn't reflect correctly on any multiverse, so maybe it was a second ago in multiversal time that you left your universe, so you should be able to go back just in time, ha ha ha. Not gonna lie, it's been so long since I last talked that maybe my sense of humor hasn't restarted. That last pun was not exactly funny. There's a tiny problem with that, there is no more universe of mine to return to. Ha ha ha, ha, I'm sorry. It's okay, you didn't know, but if you really are sorry, you could give me a place to crash for the rest of my life. It sounds like an equivalent exchange to me. Right, first, can you explain what happened in your home universe? Right, sure, but wait until the end before you judge, please. I don't think telling him about how I ended my home is a good starter, but if he declines my residential visa then I will just roam the void for a few more eons. I'm sure nothing bad would happen. I can't get crazier than I already am. Right. A few hours later. I understand. Is there a chance of that happening again? The overload. No, when my soul absorbed the void it broke something and I think my soul decided to give up on that ability in order to stop absorbing the void. Can you show me your soul? I can't see it since it's protected by your void scales. Well, if this guy wanted me dead he could do it regardless of my scales or not, that's what the shine of his soul is telling me. Sure, I said, allowing him to appreciate all of my roundness. Yes, you are right, your soul purged the absorption capability in order to prevent the dissipation of your soul. There shouldn't be any problems with you working for me on my multiverse, but first, can you show me the lowest level of void breath that you can use? Sure. It was hard, but I let out the smallest void breath possible at the moment for me. Okay, no problem with it. just that unless you want to destroy a planet, never use it within an atmosphere. You will have to create a vacuum before using your breath unless you want to create an implosion the moment space fixes the wound left behind by your breath, and I'm going to have someone show you how to restrain your presence around mortals, this way you don't kill anyone unintended. Don't use your creation within the multiversal barrier, it will cause a lot of problems for you. Use it outside and then bring inside what you create. Outside is fine but not inside. Lastly, I will give you a body. Well is more like a mass of creation or reality, in which you'll place your soul and it will then adapt to your soul, giving you the best body possible for you. Some training will be needed after that, but everything should work out. Thank you so much. But what about my mist? That will give you some protection against conceptual attacks. What do you mean? Well, once you have a body, that mist will become something like an always active aura that will protect you from energy or conceptual attacks. Like for example, if you are attacked by death, then you'll be able to stave off some of the attacks before you need to get out of the way, so it's more like a resistance but not immunity. Great. Let's do this then. Ha. Take a look at my professionalism. Instead of throwing myself at him and worshipping the floor where he stands, asking for his hand in marriage while calling him Aniki, I acted like a proper dragon, because that's how grateful I am to him for giving me a home. Ha 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 ha. Welcome to your new home then. That's how I came to my new home, without knowing that my comics, the ones that helped me during my most difficult times, were based on this multiverse. A/N. Chapter rewritten on December 9, 2023. Chapter 2, New Body, Training, and Responsibilities. After successfully being accepted for my new job position, whatever that was, at this point, I'll take Pet Dragon, it was time for my body creation and then my OJT, on-the-job training. The mass of reality was ever-changing, ever-shifting, and shining. Like a smaller multiverse yet different. My precious. Wait. Keep it in. Don't let your new boss see the inner you. Don't get fired before the OJT. Breath in. Breath out. Alright, as I was saying, I calmly approached the mass of reality and decreased my size to match its own. I dispersed my scales, returned to my spherical shape, and then was absorbed by the ever-shifting mass, which will become my body. It took more than I expected to be aware again, but I started feeling it, my body, my bones, my muscles, my nerves, my blood, my scales. I thought I was going to go back to my human body. Oh God. Please don't let me become an eldritch abomination. Yes, I'm a dragon. A shiny dragon. A dragon. A dragon. If I'm going to be something inhuman, I'd rather be a dragon than an eldritch slime. There's no Raphael here to help acquire a human shape, and I lost my light version of Predator. Okay, calm down. I just came from eons of torture. A slime is not that bad, don't be ungrateful. I'm a dragon. Yes, a dragon. A shiny dragon. After my peaceful fusion of body and soul, heh. I'm like a cultivator ascending who knows what realm, fusing my body and soul, overcoming the heavens, destroying my heart demons, PFFF. No, seriously now, my boss is looking at me funnily over here. After my fusion, I wanted to look at my reflection in the nearby conveniently placed river where every Isekai character can check out his Greek god basic level body's reflection, but I'm in what I assume to be the workplace of my boss, no rivers here or mirrors, and I can't use creation inside the barrier, so I had to ask my new boss for some help. Boss, can I get a mirror? Boss. Yes, boss. I've never got your name, heck I didn't give you my name either. But maybe it's time to change it for a new one representing the new me, at least I know I don't look human, that much is clear. Ha 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 ha, where are my manners? Sorry, I just haven't seen a soul as peculiar as yours before, so I got distracted. I'm called one above all. Nice to meet you. Maybe it is time for a new name indeed. Did he just say one above all? As in OAA. Not one Abahal. Like in Marvelicious Comics. Boss 1. Why do I feel like I recognized your name? Well, because most likely you do, all verses are somehow connected to each other, as you have seen with the time synchronization, so this verse most likely showed up in your word in the shape of a legend, movie, song, comic, TV series, animation or any other format of written text, sometimes dreams too, it depends on the fundamental makeup of your verse. So, this is Marvel. I think that is one of the names that it's called. And the information on the comic/movie/series/games is accurate. Depending on the depiction, but usually 70% to 80%. It's hard to get everything right, so if you are going to use that as a basis for the future, my advice is to take it with a grain of salt. But with those eyes of yours, you should be able to work on my tasks with no problems. It's hard to hide truths from those eyes. You are not that strong, but you are highly unkillable and slippery. Your greatest attack is unusable in a planet, so you'll have to do with your body, psychokinesis, and energy manipulation. Thanks to your abnormal soul, the amount of energy needed to seal you via space or time is more than a universe's worth, so you'll definitely be able to work on my tasks. Thanks, Boss 1. What are these tasks that you mentioned before, boss? That's for later. Don't worry about it for now, the tribunal will be the one that dispenses the tasks on my behalf and Death will help you with your training so that you don't kill the mortals or gods with your presence. You can ask Death for a mirror, she is waiting for you. I just brought you here so that you can feel the presence of time and space again and get yourself used to it. Let's go, I'll send you to her. The boss knew that I miss time and space. Is this what falling in love feels like? Is the boss? No. Aniki, is Aniki my one? These were my thoughts as I looked at Aniki one last time for a long period of time before I was sent through space to Death's domain. OAA, POV. Imagine my surprise when I was about to reset a creature of the void when it started crafting a necktie. A necktie. Ha 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 ha. That was the first time in my long existence that I've seen that. I had to take a closer look. And it turns out that it had a soul. Normally beings on my level can exist in the void long enough to fight the creatures but, under normal circumstances and without extenuating sacrifices, not enough to travel from one verse to another. Because as soon as your soul touches the void you start losing yourself until you are one with the void, and here we have a creature that not only stopped in front of my verse but also took the time to create a necktie to apparently look more presentable, all this without any discomfort from the exposure to the void. Ha 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 ha. What a mess of a guy. He couldn't even control his presence, no wonder the guy had to create that weird mist of his, he was broadcasting his presence to all the creatures of the void. And to absorb a sample of the void and transform a universe's worth of energy to your own personal void energy while unconscious, really, I don't know if instead of upgrading his mind his soul became the smart one while his conscience remained blissfully ignorant, to be able to pull that off while unconscious is nothing short of a miracle, a singularity since apparently on that verse there were no gods. After all, no god would allow someone with such a dangerous ability in such a low-level verse, that's just asking for competition. When I brought him inside I had to bring him to a space-timeable location just to confirm that his presence alone wouldn't destroy my creation. That was a smart decision on my end, the last thing I want is a moving reality-wiping disaster on my creation. Well, one thing is sure, that will be the shiniest dragon in my creation, the only one comparable to him is Phoenix, but Phoenix is a being of fire, and as such there shouldn't be at the moment anything shinier than her. Death should be an appropriate teacher for his presence control. MC, POV. I haven't been able to look at my hands because of the dread. I still want to believe that I'm a dragon and not a scaled eldritch-shaped being. As soon as I came out of my reverie I found myself in the presence of this sexy bod skeleton head fear-inducing goddess, that somehow was looking at me as I looked at the shiny multiverses, I wondered why. But it's time to make a good impression. Hello, Trainer Death. My name is Aragorn a dragon. I think. You think. I haven't checked myself out in a mirror yet. Ugh, you should be able to see yourself with those eyes, I'm starting to see what level of training you will require. My eyes. Do I have something like a Byakugan that lets me see myself? Like clairvoyance? Or is extrasensory perception the appropriate term? Let me try. Oh wow. I'm shiny. Wow. Death, POV. Who is this idiot? And what the fuck is going on with those eyes? Did he mesmerize himself with his new body? Why? How can a pupil widen to the size of the eye itself? Ugh. Is this idiot partially shape-shifting his eyes without knowing? Aragorn, POV. I'm shiny. The shiniest dragon. I'm not multiverse level shiny, multiverses are probably the shiniest things in existence, but my scales and body, in general, appear to be made of perfectly clear crystals, through which you can see a white warm light in the shape of my heart and vascular system. My dorsal blades are sword-like but broader, shining cold white growing bluer from my head to my tail with a low flicker following the thrumming consistent with my heartbeat. My tail ends in the sharpest crystal-like sword I've ever seen, shining in blue light. My two sets of horns shine in a cold white light, one set pointing forward like bull horns and the other set pointing backward crowning my head. My claws and teeth in the other side of the spectrum look like obsidian crystal, a finely polished one. My eyes look like windows to the universe, sometimes you see a sea of stars, others some nebulae or galaxies, with a white slitted pupil resembling the shape of Smaug's pupils. A/N, Smaug from The Hobbit, but white instead of black, with a space background that changes along with his mood, red angry, pink lust/love, sad/pain blue, green greedy/anxious, gold happy/proud, purple uncomfortable, black afraid and white mesmerized, probably with something shiny most of the times. When the mood is neutral there's no set color, just changing. Obviously he checked his eyes before mesmerizing himself with this body. My wings are crystalline and about 2.5 times larger than my total length. While I was appreciating and worshipping the shine, I felt a severe level of concussion and my brain shaking in my shiny skull. Maybe not the best time for the shine. Who's attacking me? Oh, my OJT trainer. Shit, what happened? Idiot. Are you done? You have been there looking like a cat roofied with catnip for 3 days. I'm busy. Everything is dying all the time and I need to make reports. So, unless you plan to be there like an idiot until the next iteration of the universe you better start with your training now. As tentative as the shiny is, I want to start with my responsibility soon. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I can do the shine later. No, Trainer Death. Please instruct me. I want to start working soon. ****, you are going to stand in front of that dull black crystal on your left. When the crystal turns fully crimson red, it means that you can stand in front of a baby without harming it. Small animals will still recognize you as a threat, and basically anyone who is in sync with their instincts. Once you are done with that, I'll show you how to shapeshift into a humanoid because, aside from Phoenix, you'll be the one to interact with the mortals more personally. And since you have no avatars, you need to learn how to emulate their shape. According to what I've been informed, you'll work as a scalpel where you will need for finesse, more than what we, cosmic entities, can offer. I can get my human shape. And what type of job will I have? Humanoid. You'll always retain some of your inhuman traits. Your first job is just some universal demolition on a lost reality that we can't reset because of some annoying viral energy, but according to his calculations your breath should fix it, so there's not much finesse needed there, but afterward you'll basically work fixing or eliminating people or factors that have a higher than usual chance of directing a universe to an unwanted future. Unwanted future. What about free will? Well, it's more about unwanted in our scale of unwanted, not the mortal scale. For example, if in a certain universe, an annoying plague that keeps pestering me by the name of Thanos snaps half the universal population, we will not care. But if in another universe this Thanos starts to get power anywhere near your level of power, then we will send you to hinder his path just enough so that he can't get near your level of power. You're a little above what we consider an acceptable level for anything not abstract, any more than that, and you'd level up to the power of an aspect of existence like death. The problem is that most of the time these plagues do not have the right mindset. Most of the times they are power-hungry pests. I think that's why he's okay with you. You have no ambition for power, are strong enough, and in case we need to power someone up to our level you'll always be there, easy enough and around, since you are not bound by time, life or death, yet at the same time easily killable, and slippery. Yeah, I just want company and a place to call home, for the moment. That's a lot, but that's okay. Did you say I need to destroy a universe before? Yes. Is a dead-end reality with no more progress or regression possible? Basically, anything sentient has been turned into a magical zombie. At this moment everyone is not moving in stasis waiting for the intelligent zombies to find a way to break the dimensional wall and invade another universe. We have them contained, but we can't reset that reality because the viral energy is persistent, and it would require 10 times more energy than normal to reset, which is not acceptable since with your help it would only need about half the energy normally needed. Given your abnormal soul, you'll be immune, and to pretty much anything, so you're the perfect dragon for the job. Most likely about 45% of your job will be about erasing realities with your breath from the inside before we reset them from the outside on our end. You'll make Phoenix's job easier while she focuses on fixing the Mkron crystal. So, Zombie Earth. Okay, it shouldn't take that long, maybe a year or two to be sure. Trainer Death, do you know which dimension or realm I'll inhabit? Yes, well no dimension or realm for you, because if we make you a dimension lord or a realm lord, first is that your body/soul will just nullify the energy of that dimension when you channel it through your soul, and second is that you'll jump up in status, which we don't need at the moment. So, you'll have a universe where you'll reside between tasks. It's a fated for doom universe where most of the things that are not supposed to happen altogether are very likely to happen in the future. You know the usual, Scarlet Witch going crazy, Jean Grey going dark, Phoenix, Skrulls succeeding in invading Earth, Kree invading Earth, Dormammu invading, Mephisto invading, mutants versus humans, Thanos going Thanos, Doom going Doom, Reed Richards going Reed Richards, Kong invading, just to name a few. Some things will fix themselves just with your presence, others you'll need to intervene, but you should be able to amend that reality on your own. Think of it as a sort of test. Once you're done fixing that place you will start receiving our quests. However, the universal demolition will come before you move in. That's urgent. Sure, no problem. I'll start training now, Trainer Death. Fuck, no problem. While I know that power level-wise I'm fine, how long am I supposed to take to fix my new home? What about making a family? Hatching some eggs? The harem that I was promised by Aniki never happened. When will I have time for my dragonesses, most likely extinct? And the shine? When will I be able to gather some shine and shine with the shine? Right, go ahead. Let me know when you're ready for the shape-shifting lessons. Death, POV. It's official. He's an idiot. PFF, ha 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 ha. I'm glad that I'm an aspect given form, otherwise I would be laughing my ass on the floor due to emotional overload. 1 or 2 years to purge that reality. PFFF, ha 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 ha. That's only if he were to have one-on-one matches against the powerful 1% of that universe and then raze to the ground the remaining mob. Ha 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 ha. But these pests are all connected and will coordinate to test his limits and find where it hurts to learn how to hunt him down. I'm going to have so much fun watching him struggle. Ha. I guess that this is his first mission in order to teach him about the importance of not letting your enemies gather and plot against you. Otherwise, if he allows that to happen in his new home reality, he will most likely end up having to kill everything once every enemy gathers against him. I guess he wants him to succeed. At least he is my perfect type of dragon, I should be able to fulfill my dragon riding dream. MC, POV. Diary of the Immortal Shine Dragon, the Harem Emperor, hopefully, highest apostle of the Shine, the most loyal subordinate of the Aniki, Aragorn. All self-appointed titles. Day 1. Suppressing my aura is more complicated than I remember, or maybe because gauging time in a place where there's no time is complicated and maybe I spent more than I remember fixing my presence problem before. Ugh. I want to go doomslaying some zombies soon. Day 15. Inigo finally decided to give me some tips in return for me acting as her seat for 3 hours a day for the next 30 days. She said that there's never been a realistic opportunity for dragon riding before, either the dragon was too weak or not available for any given reason. So now I serve as her seat 3 hours a day for 30 days. I asked her if this was some sort of S&M play because she seemed awfully excited, but she deviated from the question by asking me if I thought that she was lacking suitors. Given that there was no correct answer, I deviated from her attack/question by asking her about the weather. A masterful play if I say so myself. Day 20, Aneg, Nuna has ordered me to refer to her as such from now on in private, and whenever I address her in public, as Nuna Death. I don't know why such a distinction is needed, but if I didn't agree I wouldn't be able to start my shape-shifting training and I can't have that. Also I've noticed that, lately, Nuna has been setting up some awfully realistic sculptures of nude, muscular but lean well-endowed men, long-haired and in different poses. I think all sculptures are about the same guy or type of body, maybe an old fling or something, but I'm not sure because she said that she was single and has been since before time. She made sure to repeat that a few times. Day 30, I officially have 2 shapes. Full Immortal Shine Dragon, which is my starting form. I can grow to the size of a small universe at most but will normally keep a legendary King Ghidorah size, being too big can be counterproductive. This is with no modifications to my shape. Then what I call my honey badger size, no wings, no sharp ends. Nuna said that it's for infiltration, so she ordered me to develop this shape, but for some reason, her eyes were shining with stars like mine usually do. She also told me that she would show me her humanoid form if I succeeded with my own. For some reason, she asked me to practice my shape-shifting in the sculpture's room. Day 45, I did it. I officially have my humanoid form. My hair, my horns, my eyes, and my nails are my most striking draconic traits, my teeth the least noticeable. My hair is middle back long, straight, and looks like a shiny platinum white, but each hair it's fundamentally fiber optics, each hair is translucent, so it depends on the environmental lighting. My eyes are exactly the same as in my full Immortal Shine Dragon form, and I discovered that they change depending on my mood or feelings. It's not an exact guide, but Nuna can easily tell my emotions based on the color, so maybe it's more accurate than I thought. My nails are like a titanium rainbow quartz, perfectly polished and slightly claw-shaped. The good thing is that I can extend them in case of CQC, but I doubt I'll need to do that unless I'm downplaying my powers or something. I lost 1 set of horns on this form, or more like the 2 sets combined, so instead of a set facing forward and another crowning backward, I've got 1 set facing forward crowning backward, like Hellboy, which works for me, so when I have to cuddle in the future I won't risk stabbing someone on the head. My ears are a little longer than human ears but are more elf-shaped. Lastly, my teeth are marble with pronounced lower and upper fangs, just enough to see that it's unnatural but not enough for the fangs to pop out of my mouth. My skin is marble white and strangely enough my body shape and size are down to the T, like the sculptures. I'm seeing a pattern here. Maybe I influenced myself with those sculptures. I've got no one to blame but me. At least I'm okay with this body, it is perfectly fine. Nuna requested some final adjustments, like a 15 centimeters, 6-inch, retractable forked tongue, and she taught me how to grow and retract tentacles from anywhere in my body. She said that she has read about the usefulness of those, and I have to agree. If during combat you're busy with your hands, you can always use an extra limb or two. A/N. Hello friends. The next chapter will start from Death's POV, in a similar format to this diary. This chapter was about 60% comedy and 40% establishing living conditions and describing the MC. You'll find out in the future why the MC chose that name. In regards to harem or not, it will only be Death, but if a harem is chosen, a poll was taken that is the answer that was reached. Chapter 3 will be Death's POV as mentioned before, and Zombies Part 1 ending on Part 2 in Chapter 4. Chapter rewritten on December 9, 2023. Chapter 3, Death, Dragon and Zombies. Death, POV. How to train your dragon, how to bring to life your idealized version of your man. Diary version, by Death. Chapter 1, this idiot dragon asked me if I've got an S&M fetish while I was fulfilling my dragon riding dream, excusing his awful attempt at deviating the conversation to the weather after a little of well-deserved bullying. It got me thinking. This idiot doesn't have a true humanoid form at the moment. He is extremely naive after expending eons of his relative time out of society. His memory is perfect, as is with most beings in our standing, and his eyes absorb any information they can glimpse at, meaning he is in an impressionable age. Besides being an idiot, he is technically pleasing. Isn't this a one-in-a-era opportunity to create my perfect hubby? He'll exist for as long as me. He can come and go out of my realm as he pleases. The more I think about it, the more it looks like a great idea. Of course, there are some things that I must fix, trainer death. No. I deserve something cute. Something romantic sounding even after I shape him into my ideal man, a 6 feet 2 inches lean hunk, long straight-haired, well-endowed, and since I'm taking some liberties why not do some research into my sacred texts, those romance writers' souls know their stuff. Chapter 2, After establishing my new alias, Nuna, with my idiot dragon, it was time to start my next step. To inspire and impress in the mind of my future man what he is allowed to look like, I started a contest between the billions of souls that know anything about sculpting in my realm. Basically the winner will get to choose the starting family in her next life. I couldn't rush this, no. This is my magnum opus, I can't risk it, so I manipulated the passage of time in my realm on the section where the contest was happening. It took 100 years of relative time, but I finally have my sculptress. The interesting thing is that she is the gender-bent version of Giovanni Strazza in a universe where hentai played a major role in dictating the course of history, not the weirdest reality that I know of. It is as if she was made for this, for my magnum opus. After finding my sculptress, it was time to ransack a few planets worth of marble for her to train her abilities to the peak. Then I proceeded to mold reality to show her the type of body, face, hair, hands, and some other very important male body parts that I wanted in my impressionable dragon's new self. It took her 150 years to finish 15 full-body sculptures in several different poses that were perfect to my senses. My sculptress soul gained a few divinities. Normally I would revoke those after reincarnating her, but she will gain them back in a year after birth, because that's the level of perfection that she achieved with this work, so high level that the achievement will always follow her soul within this multiverse. So I granted her the previously mentioned reward and told her that I would make sure her body doesn't explode with her new divinities until she is able to handle the power on her own. Since she did such work for me, I granted her one extra request, for which she asked for retractable tentacles. I confessed that I was largely confused about the wish, so she gave me her memory about a different type of sacred text that I'd never explored. Very enlightening. Chapter 3, After placing my new inspirational work in his training room, I was ready for the next step. So I began teaching him how to shapeshift, and that was when it hit me. Why don't I have him develop a cute draconic shape? Something to pet, something cute, like a cat. But he wouldn't accept it if I gave him that description, so I told him about the importance of having an infiltration mode for those tasks that require a stealthier approach. I almost lost it when I saw his new cat form. Ugh, Kaya so fucking cute. I had some trouble containing myself. Ag so hard to hold back. Breath in. Breath out. Okay, time to give him some motivation so that we can move to the last step of my ideal body design. After that the next stage will begin. Here is where I will imprint myself on him as an attractive figure of the opposite gender, the carrot and the stick. I will show him my true self if he gets right every single one of my requests. Because, after reading those inspirational works/masterful creations about tentacles, I had some better be fulfill requests. The next stage is the most important one. If I fail, I will be losing this draconic hunk of mine. While he is in his most desperate times in the doomed reality, I will be whispering advice in his ears. I will be established as a figure to depend on and a member of the opposite gender. Ha 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 ha. I asked Tribunal to send him back to me after he properly explained his next task, that way I would reward him with my true self and some advice on his first mission. I will be the only thing that will have a place on his mind, that and killing zombies. Chapter 4, On, Off. As I stood there in front of this work of art, this opus dei, I had to control myself to not grab those horns as handles and ride on his no. Breath in. Breath out. Don't screw it now, Death. Don't screw him now, Death. You're not there yet. It is not the moment yet. I've come so far, I will not be denied my dragon because of a slip-up. He's perfect. It's what I wanted, what I needed, what I deserved but was never available on this multiverse. I opened a portal as fast as I could to Tribunal's place and told him that Tribunal would give him some guidelines and that after that he would be sent back to me before going forward with his task. I needed to prepare myself as fast as possible to show him my true self and then send him after giving him some honest advice. I can't wait until I can ride my dragon the next time. MC, POV. Death looked a little bothered. But not unhealthy bothered, if that applies to a skeleton, but more like itchy. Type of bothered. This thought accompanied me as I followed the astral path, aka portal, towards Tribunal's realm. Apparently, there are some guidelines to be mindful and know of before going to my first task, and Tribunal will explain those to me. After coming out of the portal, I look up to the tri-headed golden body of the Tribunal and introduce myself. I'm only a little discouraged because I don't have my lucky red tie with me at the moment. If there's anything that I've learned so far is that first impressions matter after all. The Aniki said, manners mocketh dragon. Hello, Boss Tribunal, I'm Aragorn the Shine Dragon. You. Boss Tribunal. Why is he silent? Right. Never mind. What I have to inform you about won't take long, so you will have plenty of time for your personal affairs. I've been informed that you're most likely aware of the Infinity Stones on each universe and their role. Is that true? Yes, boss. 6 stones of power that preside over 6 aspects of reality: time, space, reality, mind, soul, and power. That is correct, you won't have any problems manipulating the energy of the stones since the stones will be trinkets compared to you, but never mix the stones themselves with the energy that you generate, that void energy of yours. You need to destroy the stones before destroying that reality. Afterwards, when the contained energy/authority mixes with the universe, you're welcome to use your energy wantonly. Alright. So I can use them indirectly, but not destroy them with my breath, only with the stone's energy or other means not related to my breath/void energy. It doesn't sound so complicated. Lastly, I'm sure you were told before, and by the looks of it you have been following your orders, but don't use your creation within the multiverse. You can go back to Death's realm before going to that doomed universe. Once you complete your task, Death will guide you to your assigned home universe. Thank you very much, boss. What does he mean by looks of it? After accepting my orders, I use my energy to replicate what Death did to open an astral path and my eyes to locate Death's realm. My portal was of course shiny with white sparks, similar to the ones you make with magnesium. I wonder why Boss Tribunal was looking at me weirdly. Once I reached Death's place, it didn't take me long to locate her humongous presence in her palace. But when I got there I didn't find my bony Nuna. I found a gorgeous woman, long wavy lustrous black hair crowned her from her head down to the end of her back, black eyes with a soft green hue, plump lips with the upper lip colored matte black, the lower one slightly pinker when compared with her slightly tanned skin, long eyelashes protected her eyes, with soft eyebrows, her ears held a familiar shape to my own. She was about a head shorter than my human form but tall compared to the women I remember. Beautiful and sexy curves, a well-shaped bust about the size of what I can only assume fills my big hands, all of these accentuated by a black belly dancer-like outfit, with slits for both legs, exposing her firm midriff. She was staring forcefully at my eyes, like avoiding something with her glare, with a subtle blush on her cheeks. Nuna. Death didn't answer me and walked with her hips swaying as she came close to me and just placed her hand on my chest. Then she softly moved upwards to the left side of my face and said with the softest voice I had heard from her. Aragorn, my idiot dragon, did you go naked to your meeting with Tribunal? What the fuck? I looked down and realized that indeed, I went to my direct boss office totally naked. I shifted to my honey badger shape and roared. In embarrassment. Raya. And started crying crystals of varied colors, while Death lifted me from the floor and carried me to her room, sat on the bed, and placed me on her lap while she petted my scales and hummed me to sleep. That was the first time I slept since the destruction of my universe. I had some nightmares, which I'd forgotten were a thing, from my time in the Galactic War, but there was a warmth that comforted me while I slept. After sleeping for what felt like 2 days I woke up in Death's embrace, quite poetic. It looked like she slept with me while on my honey badger form. After admiring her beautiful face for a few more minutes it was time to wake her up, to see if I could redeem myself with my first task and overwrite my previous offense. Nuna, wake up. I told her as I softly rhythmically pushed her with my snout. Nuna, I have to go to work. Yawn asterisk, hello Aragorn. Is it time then? Yes, I want to see if by doing a good first job I can overwrite my slip-up. Death, POV. He said with his eyes alternating between blue and purple. Originally I was planning to give him some advice that would lead him to some minor problems so that he had to depend on me. But seeing as in the past few days we've been sleeping together and how uncomfortable he looks in my arms, I think I don't need to torture my idiot dragon anymore. Alright Aragorn, your Nuna will give you some advice, so listen carefully. First, go outside the multiverse, create yourself some clothes, then create about 1,500 massive singularities, encase them in a void barrier and shrink them about the size of a marble, and bring them back here. Since you don't own a dimension, you can use the training room as yours to store your personal stuff you don't want to lose in combat. I've already moved the sculptures since they are no longer needed. When you need additional space, just let me know. Then you'll go to the doomed universe and the first task is to steal and destroy the Infinity Stones as covertly as possible. As soon as you are done with it, you'll come here and gather your singularity marbles, then place them around the center of that universe and trigger all of them at once. After that, the big crunch, will happen in the span of a few months. The resultant singularity will start eating all the universe exponentially faster, and then when all mass and space is absorbed you will fire at it with your breath. You won't have time to escape the explosion, but you just need to encase your body with a void barrier, as sturdy as possible. Then it is just about double-checking to make sure that there's none of that viral energy left. If you start fighting against all the zombified inhabitants, they'll adapt and plan against you, and you will spend decades fighting them. Sniff thank you Nuna, for helping me out. I was going to start an epic fight of one dragon versus all zombies sniff. By the way Nuna, I never asked before, but why is it that I can't use creation inside the multiverse? You're welcome Aragorn. It is because your creation comes from your personalized void energy. When you use creation you declare a domain. If you use that domain within another more powerful domain it will backlash you. Since all the multiverse is his domain, the moment you start creating it will clash against you and possibly harm your soul. Others of our standing can use creation, but their creation is derived from his, so there's no clash. You're not having it so bad yourself, Aragorn. It will normally take you about 70 hours of relative time to make a trip to the void and back, and as long as you shrink your creations you should have no problems, basically creation but with extra steps. That makes sense, thank you Nuna, I'll go now. Saying so I saw him create a portal as flamboyant as him and fly to the void. Ugh. I miss my cuddles with my dragon cat already. MC, POV. Creating the singularity bombs was not so difficult, just shove a bunch of energy in creation, collapse the mass to a singular point, surround the black hole in a void barrier, similar to the one I used as scales around my soul, manipulate the barrier to shrink to the size of a marble, rinse and repeat 1499 times more and bam. You're done. Now, picking my outfit took me longer but, after following the teachings of the Aniki, I settled for a three-piece black dragmany suit that looked well with my white-looking hair and crystal horns. My long-sleeve shirt was white which went well with the crimson necktie, black formal shoes on and I was ready to go. Well, I copied the idea of the Fantastic Four about the unstable molecule fabric, so whenever I shapeshift this outfit will as well and I'll always be battle-ready. I wonder if a suit wearing dragon looks badass. 2 days later after leaving my bombs in my new room and saying my goodbyes to my Nuna along with a hug, I left for my first mission. I arrived at the outskirts of the universe, and even from there I could see how the viral energy had permeated everywhere I saw. Although I'm not omnipresent like most of my co-workers are, I can see perfectly fine regardless of the distance within a universe. The problem is deciding what to see at and what to see through. The good news is that it didn't take me longer than a week to find 2 infinity stones. That was efficient work. The even better news is that all of them are clustered together on Earth. The very bad news is that the stones are under constant watch and use. The greatest minds of the universe are all huddled in one place creating a device with the stones to send someone to the quantum realm using Reed Richards' dimensional machine and escape the enclosure around the universe. Is a very smart and stupid way of doing it since going to the quantum realm is not that difficult but escaping outside the universe through it will probably require them centuries of research and work inside the quantum realm. But this gave me an idea to infiltrate. First I must avoid Spider-Man. If that bullshit spider sense locates me he will let everybody know. So I will use my void barrier around me to shrink myself to the nanoscale and get to the stones without alerting anybody. That's the easy part as long as I avoid Spider-Man. After getting to the stones I'm 100% sure that some sort of enclosure/barrier will happen. It's what any smart being would do, so I have to assume that I will be trapped with the stones along with the powerhouses of the universe in there. To escape I would normally use the space stone or the time stone's energy, but I think that blowing out the whole planet with my breath should be viable as well. I'm only hindered if I can't blow the planet but here it shouldn't be a problem. I'm just worried that if I fire my breath and the stones are implicated in it, it will mess my task up. I could protect the stones with my barrier but the boss tribunal said that it was my energy the problem so that is out of the way, as well as using the stones directly. Going back to using the stones' energy, most likely these geniuses stored some of the energy of the stones in batteries to use on the barrier in the enclosure. Ugh. Yeah, I would do that so that the imaginary thief doesn't use the stones to escape with the stones. But there has to be a limit to that. The batteries won't have unlimited energy like the stones do, so a battle of attrition is possible, assuming that I along with the stones' energy attack the enclosure at the same time. I only know how to use Nuna's astral path for portals, so in this universe, I can only open portals within my barriers to prevent the viral energy from following me to Nuna's realm, which again I can't fully form around the space stones because I could blow up the stones. Ag. How inconvenient. I will have to watch the sorcerers of my home reality do portals to copy it, but that's for later. I could use my telekinesis to hold everybody back while I destroy the stones, but if I were them I would have infinity stone-powered psionic dampers. I could try to use energy manipulation on the energy present in the room and blow the room up with me and them, but again the infinity stone-powered building should be able to contain the blast. I see. I will be able to infiltrate but after being trapped I will have to fight against all while simultaneously using and defending the stones. Once the energy on their infinity batteries is spent I should be able to portal away. With enough time destroying the stones is simple and then is basically mission accomplished. All of this would be easier if could snap the stones out of existence like in that movie, but if the stones mix with my energy it's game over, so I need to manipulate the energy to destroy the stones instead of using the stones directly. It's not that bad, I should manage to do it if I have a 15-minute window of opportunity, but by the looks of it I won't have enough time for that. So the first thing to do is to trap Sentry in a void barrier and ship him to the negative zone of this universe, then set up a bunch of void barriers to work as safe zones during the fight, if I have the time to do so. While fighting I will have to redirect any projectiles back to the enemies, be it energy or physical projectiles, and fight in CQC, although not my specialty. If combined with my unnatural speed, reflexes, strength, and eyes I should balance any deficit out and I will theoretically be able to hold these monsters back enough to escape the enclosure. While shrinking myself inside a void barrier moving toward Earth, I gave one last prayer to the Aniki and my Nuna. A/N. So for those of you that don't know, Earth Z is about 2 Earths on a time loop in which one Earth causes the infection of the other and so on. Normally you can't fix a time loop because you cause a paradox. But since Aragorn comes from outside the loop, he just has to stop the earliest infection that will fix the other infected reality. By resetting one of them you fix both. On canon the infection is viral, but here we will use a viral energy. Though fighting Sentry would have been nice, I don't think that it'll ever happen if Aragorn can just ship him to the place that is basically his kryptonite. It's simple: contain on the barrier, portal to Death's realm, portal to the negative zone of the infected universe, portal back, and done. In the future Aragorn should be able to see how different people portal around, which should fix his current relay point through Death's realm portal problem. Just to clarify, his energy is always contained around him, so he can hold the stones, telekinetically manipulate the energy in the stones and have them auto-destroy, but that takes time, 15 minutes as explained before. Aragorn is OP under a certain scale. He should be able to wipe the floor with Sentry prefusion with his Void second personality, but he is not used to fighting with his powers. Fights outside the Void are different. The next chapter is the fight and conclusion to the Earthsea affair. Aragorn then will finally meet his new home. Also, in case it wasn't clear, Aragorn is superhumanly smart, but he spent so much time out of society that he is being played like a fiddle by Death, combined with the fact that he trusted her since the beginning because TOAA introduced them. Chapter rewritten on December 9, 2023. Chapter 4, Universal Collapse. While I was flying through the cosmos on my way to Earth, I realized that I didn't need my honey badger form for stealthier approaches, but I don't think Nuna would have slept with me if I was on my humanoid form, so all is great that ends great, right? I was closing in on the solar system. These guys were not playing around. Detection fields spamming all around the solar system, several sentries constantly flying around in alert ready to pick up any changes. Is that the zombie Dark Phoenix? Well, I'm glad I won't have to fight her cosmic fire, unless I get stuck longer than necessary while escaping with the stones, but let's not jinx it. I broke through the atmosphere and all I saw was destruction that reminded me of home after the first wave of the invasion, and at the same time the battlefield, the place where I lived most of my life. Leaning skyscrapers, zombies in a stasis mode around the streets, craters around the different cities, the radiation in the air probably resulting of the desperate use of nuclear weapons. Besides the flora, I couldn't find any non-zombified life within the planet. If I'm not mistaken, after the universe is reset, these people's lives will restart as if nothing had happened at all, so as cold as it might sound, I don't care if there is life left or not. My job is to facilitate the universal reset, nothing more. After arriving to New York, what's left of it anyway, I made sure that I couldn't find Spider-Man around and proceed to locate the building where the stones were located. To avoid detection, I flew as close to the ground as I could, aiming to the room where Sentry was located. I shielded my mind just to be sure that I was undetected before slipping in. Good for me that Sentry's room is close by, the one where I can feel the stones from. Breath in. Breath out, let's do this. Focusing my mind to the peak, I simultaneously created two barriers, one around me and Sentry and another around Sentry only. As soon as I did trapped him, I could feel him fighting from within. I could probably hold this for 1 to 2 minutes, but that's way more than needed. I breath out some of my fire to cleanse the inside of the barrier, and once I couldn't find any traces of the viral energy, I opened a portal to my room in Nuna's palace. Then I opened a second portal to the negative zone of this universe, tossed Sentry over the portal and closed it, and finally cutting the link with the barrier, imprisoning him. He is probably rampaging around there at this moment. Once done, I closed both portals. Once I removed the barrier left in the room, I shrink back and went to the room with the stones, just in time to hear the siren blaring. TSK. Faster than expected. I returned to my normal size and located the pedestal where the 6 stones were locked solid in. Shying slide with a swipe from my retracted claws, I cleaved at the base of the pedestal and held the upper part with my telekinesis, TK. While I worked on freeing the stones with my TK, I formed a bunch of shields randomly around the room, to use as cover later. I was correct to expect an enclosure. As soon as the stones disconnected from the power network, a barrier shielded the whole complex. I had nothing to use as weapons, so I ripped a few tiles from the floor, which I broke apart and reshaped as 15-inch, 38 centimeters, long needles. I reinforced them with my TK and spread them around the corners of the room to use them as surprise attacks when necessary. Just in time to hear a roar. Roar. Boom! The entrance was blown apart, and like an enraged bull, Hulk appeared, followed by Iron Man. But I could see and hear that the city just came to life again. I could hear the other heroes approaching. Hello there. I need to waste time while I use the stones to wear out the infinity batteries of this place. Hulk. He is buying time. Said Z Stark. Fuck you too. I shouted while manipulating a needle from one of the corners of the room to his head at supersonic speed. Boom splat was the only thing Hulk heard after exploding Stark's head. I felt the needle out of my control as soon as it got near the armor, so I could assume that that was the range of the psionic dampers they built, but I can't see Hulk wearing one. Maybe I've got some luck. Enraged by this, Hulk jumped at me, faster than he has any right to do so, and I tried punch me dead, so I tried my luck and attempted to stop him with my TK in the air. And it was possible, though I could feel his weight growing exponentially, so I don't think I will be able to hold him for long, and that's saying a lot. Because with my TK I could probably shift the orbit of a planet, but this is a bullshit character with infinite growing strength. So I did the next best thing that could buy me time, I sent him to space. Ha ha ha. Bye. Bye. Hulk crash, boom, I launch him through the hole he came from and then heard him break the sound barrier. I thought about escaping through the hole with the stones, but the others caught up to me as soon as the idea came to be. I saw some barriers form blocking my escape, probably Susan Storm or someone with psionic abilities. Wolverine, Spider-Man, Reed Richards, Human Torch, Stephen Strange and She-Hulk came through the barrier. Well. Kill the magician first is the strategy. Phew. All my needles flew at the same time at Stephen Strange. Boom splat. Fuck. Stupid bullshit sense. Spider-Man jumped in the way and saved the magician. At least the spider lost his body, but the head is still around, the fuck. Hold him back. I will try to remove the stones from his control, he is trying to portal out of here. Shouted the magician. Arf, Wolverine flew at me after being launched by She-Hulk. I squared myself and used the famous Yakuza kick on the flying adamantium ball. I reinforce my shoe sole with a void barrier to prevent any possible accident with those claws. I think I'm adamantium proof but better not be testing it now. His claws clashed with my foot for a quarter of a second before this body couldn't hold out anymore. First his arms then his spine collapsed and at that moment my foot made contact with his skull and he was bisected from head to pelvis, exploding around the room. Splash splat, I was now covered in blood, but I couldn't pay attention to it. I saw She-Hulk arrive in front of me reeling her fist back, but before she could take a shot, I sent a low kick and made her fall backwards. While she was falling I grabbed her left leg and launched her as hard as I could to the magician. But again the magician was protected by someone. Reed Richards stretched his body to catch She-Hulk and sent her back to me. I moved one of the void barriers in the room in her trajectory. Splat, but I'm sure that same as Wolverine she will regenerate and come back, I have to hurry up. I took advantage of the pieces of a more left of Iron Man around the entrance and discreetly shaped them into a spear. Just when I was about to kill the magician I felt Power Man and Hawkeye come in with Susan Storm. She thought she was invisible but I could clearly see her. Fush Human Torch started bathing me in fire. Maybe I could use this, I thought, so I pretended to be hurt while I gathered and manipulated all this free-for-grabs energy. Aga! I shouted. Hold him a minute longer, said Strange, TCH. Magician, you are already dead. You just don't know it yet. I thought while looking at the carefully camouflaged spear along the debris, already aiming for his head. I could feel that the barrier was wearing down. I'm almost there. But it looks like I will have to fight until the final second because Spider-Man noticed that I was not receiving damage. TCH. Fucking bullshit sense. You're just ahead, how are you even talking? Something is wrong. He is not taking damage. Oh well, the gig is up. I said. I manipulated the rest of the fire and compressed it until it was a white ball of destruction and threw it at the face of Power Man, who was running to his death. Just like a spear, it went through Power Man's face, continued unrelenting, and when it reached next to the magician I let go of the control and let it shower us all in its flare of fire. BOOM, and then there was silence. Everything was white, and what was left was a crater. The barrier couldn't hold in the explosion after the fight anymore. The magician died, I'm sure of that. I didn't get to use my spear, I said sadly. But I have to escape before I'm locked in another fight, because my eyes could see and feel the Dark Phoenix approaching. I flew as fast as I could along with the stones in the opposite direction, while I continued to work on the space stone to open a portal to the other end of the universe. Just as I was exiting Earth I could feel the Phoenix locking on my position, but now it's different, because there is nothing holding me back. So I moved the stones away from me and faced the Phoenix. I gathered my void breath in, enough to blow up Jupiter based on my calculations, my horns emitting a white and brighter hue. My eyes kept changing colors and by the time the Phoenix tried to change her course it was too late. Vumum. A white Godzilla-type breath with white lighting left my mouth and crashed with the Phoenix. Both clashed for a full second. I could see how my breath was collapsing space along its path. After the struggle she was pushed back against Earth and I saw both implode. There was no sound but I could feel the gravitational wave left after the implosion of Earth and see the moon going out of orbit into outer space. I had no time to waste. There were other overpowered zombies left on the universe. It was time to escape and hide in some forgotten place. I opened a portal with the space stone, finally, and moved to a gas supergiant at the furthest edge of the universe and hid in the core of the planet with the stones. I looked back to the solar system with my eyes to make sure no one was tracking me. I know that a few, like Thanos, could tell the general direction of the stones, so it's best to make sure. After double-checking I wasted no more time and started manipulating the energy on the stones to blow themselves up. The longest 15 minutes of my life, I had to split my focus between keeping guard and destroying the stones, but then it happened. Crack, boom. First it was like glass breaking very silently and then it was like an erupting volcano. I was sent out of the planet and when I came back to my senses I could see the last of the energy contained dispersing through reality. Phew, I let a sigh out that I didn't know I had held in all this time. Yes. I shouted, but it was time to move out. That cosmic explosion for sure called a few of these monsters here. I cladded myself in my void energy and flew to another corner of the universe. Along the way I started to think about my future home and that if my objective is not annihilation of the sapient races, I will need some tools to facilitate my stay, so this might not be a bad time to gather knowledge about technology and other stuff so that I can create stuff on the void and then bring this tools/weapons/commodities with me to my new home. Because what type of dragon would I be if I have no nest where to keep my hoard and eggs? So I was thinking about building a space station, keep it cloaked and have an AI manage it. The problem is that I don't know how to make an AI or where to steal one, given that I blew up Earth. So how about I give a visit to the supreme intelligence of the Kree? I should be able to get him to teach me some stuff with a little manipulation. Well, reality is so cruel that maybe I might have to just speak the truth. So I changed my course and flew to the large Magellanic Cloud. Once I got there it was the same apocalypse as Earth, just that it was a futuristic type of apocalypse. Destruction everywhere, but I could see energy being siphoned to one place. That must be my destination. I found a control room. Or throne room. A room where one could communicate with the supreme intelligence. The problem is that it was filled with zombies, so I had to seal every escape route and kill all the zombies within. It was a strenuous task that took me 30 seconds, but I finished. Identify yourself, invader. Hello. I'm Aragorn the Shine Dragon. I guess I indeed am an invader, but does it matter now? Aragorn, the Shine Dragon, we've never heard of it, but it is as you say. Sigh now, it doesn't matter, nothing matters, we were about to blow out our empire when we saw you on our throne room. So, what brings you here? It's a long story, would you mind halting the self-destruction and listening to what I have to tell? Nothing will change anymore, are we correct in assuming that the whole universe is in the same state? Yes, there must be someone out there still alive, but not for long, soon everybody will not be anymore. Fine, all of our dreams and our races are no more. So what does it matter if we listen to one story before the end? Alright. For the longest part of my eternal life as an immortal Shine Dragon, my professional aspirations were simple. I wanted to be the brightest. But with my natural talent and hard work I know that I will accomplish them. However, I forgot to account for an important detail. Where will the shiniest dragon set his wings and rest? Will it be in a planet surrounded by his horde like the rest of the lowly Dark Ones? Will it be on a realm of light deserving of him? I didn't know. I was lost. But I found my answer. Like all the shinies, I will assume my position in the firmament, in space. So I need a space station, but I don't have the technology for some stuff that I want. Which brings me to this place, to you. I want to include you on my dream, Sensei. I want you to connect with me and teach me all about your race's advanced warp drive starships, robots, cyborg, and cybernetic technology, genetic engineering, psionic technology, energy weaponry, and battlesuits, agriculture, medicine, and general knowledge. So that when I go back home I could build my space nest. Said with a billion-gigawatt smile. 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 We are confused about which level of dementia to use with you for our understanding. C***, pray tell, why would we do that for you? Well, that part is where I'm confused. Is there anything that you want from me for your knowledge? A reason to start. It's true that we will lose nothing, but we will also win nothing. Is there anything that you need? A way out of this mess. There's a way, I'm already working on it, but I don't know if you'll like it. Out with it. What do you know about the cosmic compass? Are you talking about the cosmic entities? Yes, more specifically about the cornerstones of existence, eternity, infinity, death, and oblivion, the Phoenix Force and the Living Tribunal. We know of them, but what about it? These entities do not move as we please, so why bring them out? Well, I made a deal with them. Basically, I will destroy the universe from within with a universal collapse and they will reset the universe, born anew, with no infection. A little white lie, but not far from the truth. We think we can make out what you mean with that, but even so, we give you our civilization's knowledge, and then what guarantees will we have that you won't use it against us in the future? That is the beauty of it. I will be gone from this new future. This is not my home reality. I will go to me new home after I'm done, so whatever I do with it won't have any repercussions for you. It is as you said, technically you will be saving my civilization by resetting the universe. So, can you be the foundation of the shiniest nest? Can you make a donation to my dream? Can you help your student out, Sensei? Can you even handle the information transfer? No problem, Sensei. Let's connect and download it. There won't be any problems with this brand new hardware. Don't say we didn't warn you. Use the terminal on your left, just take a seat and the terminal will connect us to your mind. I moved to my left and took a seat, then I felt how the seat morphed, as if it was liquid, around my head, everything went dark and then I found myself in a psionic/cybernetic space in front of Sensei. You were not joking about your mind not collapsing. We've never seen a brain structure like this one before. It's a shame we won't be able to keep a record of it after the universal reset. Let's start. Yes. I'm ready, sensei. Asterisk psi asterisk. Transfer starting dash. If there's anything that I could say, it would be that after the transfer was done I could deeply understand why Earth is considered a backwater planet. I feel a little ashamed of my planet's technological advancement. But there is no use crying over spilled milk. With this tech and my creation ability I should be able to build my dream space station, the Halo Ring. Once I was done with my school/high school, collage/sci-fi education and bidding my goodbyes to Sensei, I went to other spacefaring civilizations to borrow some donations for my dream in a matter of knowledge. I wasn't so lucky in some places where the zombies had caused enough destruction to cripple my research. Of course those places were erased of existence with a tactically placed void breath. 1 month after my campaign I was ready. I went to the center of the universe and cleansed my body with a void shower, opened a barrier and used a portal to bring my singularity bombs to me. Observing my 1,500 marbles I couldn't help but fell giddy about what's to come, the explosion, my new home, my new nest and all that is to come, good and bad things. I was ready. I created the sturdiest barrier I could and pushed my bombs to the outside. I let them float slowly away from the barrier and once I was ready I dispelled all the barriers at the same time. A massive black screen encased my view all of a sudden. But I knew that it was my baby, the Universe Eater, and as its title says, it exponentially started eating everything, planets, stars, galaxies, everything. It started slow but it picked up the pace faster than expected. And soon enough there was nothing, only black. I could see space beginning the big crunch, or what I believe it looks like it. Within the barrier I started loading a void breath of equal magnitude to the black hole. When it was ready I opened a small circular window on the barrier and exhaled all of it through it. First it was silent. Nothing could be heard. Then there was light. I closed the barrier but kept looking with my golden eyes. I was pushed back by the resulting explosion. Finally there was nothing. So much similar to the void. Yet different. I used my eyes and super enhanced senses to look for any remain of the viral energy, but there was none. I made sure of that. Then I heard my Nuna's voice, like a sweet whisper. You did good, Aragorn, there's none of it left, come back home, we will take care of the rest. So I opened a portal back to my room where I found my Nuna laying on my bed waiting for me. Nuna. Thank you so much for your advice. I said with my eyes flickering between gold and pink showing how happy I was about seeing her. She just smiled and opened her arms and said. Come. Let's sleep. I'll take you to your new home tomorrow. So I consented and without a second thought changed to my honey badger form and jumped to the bed. A/N. Next chapter will be about building the Halo Ring and about exploring Earth to find out what needs to be dealt with first. It's kind of like an info dump about the situation on Earth, but not that long. I don't think something long it's needed and it will work just fine as we move on with the story. The timeline won't matter much since this will be a AU, but for sure Cap will be still frozen, no Avengers yet, so most likely it will start with finding out about Wanda and Jean. After that, because of his physical appearance, he will operate as mutant. But we will see how that goes. Chapter 5, Pimp My Crib. I could get used to waking up like this, I thought while in my Nuna's embrace. I have a long day ahead, more like a week. I need to create my Halo, some personal items for daily use, some weaponry, a few robots to man my station, my AI, some ships just because and to gather some information about my new home. After some time of battling my inner demons, I gathered my resolve and, regretfully, escaped from Nuna's embrace, opened a portal, and flew away to the void while thinking about all the things I wanted to do. I felt like a kid shopping for Christmas. Once in the void I made a planet-sized barrier and started creating my Halo. Technology-wise there were a few things that I couldn't replicate, mainly the original Halo's weapon system and the teleportation array. I should be able to create my own guilty spark to manage my Halo, though I will make it palm size because cute is justice. The weapon system will be replaced with my own version of it, mainly energy projectile technology that I borrowed from the other civilizations that donated their knowledge to my cause. I had a bit of a problem making forests grow on my Halo because I can't create life, so I guess I will have to work on that slowly, or maybe some mutant or alien could help me, like the Flora Colossi. I think those guys are almost always driven to extinction in different realities, so maybe it is not that bad of an idea to offer them some refuge in my Halo. The soil on my Halo is the most fertile one I could make based on the agricultural records that I borrowed. So I'm pretty sure that if it's something that grows on soil it should grow on my home. The cloaking technology one had to reinvent. I based it on my own void barriers. I'm sure not even Heimdall could peek at my home, only those cosmic entities with special standings could. As a power source, I gathered a bunch of the free-flowing energy of the void and made the orb. Well, I had no better name for it. It's a battery that could power the Halo for about 2,000 years. After that I just need to come back here and recharge it. I don't think I need more energy than that, so I didn't concentrate the energy further than its natural state. As far as I know, it could be replaced by the Infinity Stones, but I'm still unsure about how to deal with the stones of my universe. After creating the Halo it was time to create my house, and what better house for me, the shiniest dragon, than the shiniest house? Yes. The Fortress of Solitude. I just didn't know what those Kryptonian crystals were made of, so I used crystal clear diamonds instead. At the moment I have little use for personnel that I know of, so it's best to ask the professionals, in this case, the AI that will manage the halo. I created my palm-size AI, and its body based on the original Guilty Spark. VMMMMM, with a low hum it came to life. Initialization completed. Hello creator. I'm ready to serve. Hello little one, your name will be Spark. Acknowledged, name registered. Little Spark, I gave you most of my theoretical knowledge and control over the systems of my home. Are you ready to be connected to the halo? Yes creator, all systems are available and online. You can call me AR-. Master Chief, go ahead and connect to the halo systems and let me know if you can find any problems. Phew, I almost let go of such an opportunity. Link established, running diagnostics, 15%. 59%. 80%. 100% complete, no problems found, all systems operational. Excellent little Spark. Can you tell me how many available units you will need to keep everything running as well as a reserve in case of attacks? Running calculations, answer, 6 units to keep everything in order and 1 for reserve. Alright, I will build you 7 robots with their own level of independence. Any suggestion or requests? Yes Master Chief, can you create an air force that includes transportation and attack units? No problem, I will make it after the automatas. After talking out a few more details with Spark, I started creating the new crew members of my space station. Like any iSky protagonist worth their salt, I also wanted my own skill from the 7 capital sins, but given that I'm not the owner of a system, I decided to at least name my robots Meliodas, Escaner, Merlin, Diane, Gauther, King, and Ban. Well, they don't make any honor to their counterparts and don't share any of their powers or skills. Sigh, so sad, but let's not despair. Once I reach my new universe, I should be able to create some metal organic bodies for them, at least that way their appearance should match. I don't think I can do anything about their powers though. Maybe if I borrow some sentinels and copy some specific mutant powers it might be possible. Why not? Little Spark. Open a new project and remind about it if we find some sentinels. Project name, Nanatsu no Taizai, priority low. Acknowledged. Excellent. I think I have everything that I might need. I reproduced and reinvented everything that I could think of so that I don't have to come back here for a long time. I got lots of different valuable metals and devices for healing, spying, attacking, defending, transporting, and others. I think I'm ready. Let's go see Nuna. I shrank my barrier and saved my halo in a marble, like the ones with singularity bombs, opened a portal, and traveled to Nuna's. Once I arrived, I went to where I felt her presence. Hey, Nuna. I'm ready. I think I have everything I will need here. I showed her my marble where you could see a miniature halo floating inside. Hello Aragorn, I can see that. I will open the portal to your universe, but let me know if you have any problems or need help. Your room here will be always available, so come visit every once in a while. Sure Nuna. If I have a problem or need to relax, I'll let you know. Nuna opened a portal to my new home, and before jumping in I hugged her and kissed her cheek goodbye. Vom, with a soft vibration I found myself in space, with a perfect view of Earth and the moon. I cloaked myself to avoid premature detection and directed my eyes and senses to the moon. I needed to see if I had to deal with Inhumans or not. They were either on the moon or floating in the Atlantic. I can feel mines on the moon, sigh and see the Watcher as well. At least I found the Inhumans early on. I think I better go say hi. I moved to the blue area of the move and floated outside before decloaking and floating in. Then send a telepathic message. Hello there. Hello dragon. Oh wow. How did you know I am a dragon? I have very sharp cosmic senses. All right, then. Keep your secrets, said with a gigawatt grin. What secrets? That's the answer. My senses are the answer. Shush you. You keep your secrets. Okay. Okay. Nice. Look, I just wanted to say hi since we will be neighbors from now on. Are you moving to the moon? No, I have a ring-like space station. I will put it between the moon and Earth. I will probably have a housewarming party when I'm done growing some nature, so expect my invitation. Okay, let me know. Now I will keep with my duty, so go on. Sure. By Watu. Watu, POV. What the heck was that? Better to keep away from it. That's what I would have liked. Isn't that ring almost the same size as the diameter of Earth? Instead of a space station, that's Ring World. Where was he keeping that? What's going on? I must keep away from that. Even for one as old as myself, there's only so much I can do to keep my calm. MC, POV. After setting my halo between Earth and the moon, it was time for some hacking and some detective job. Little Spark, I will place a few of our satellites in orbit. Once the satellite array is ready, you can link with it. Acknowledged. After placing my satellites around Earth, I went back to the main console room where I waited for the link to be established. Link completed, Skynet online, Brother I 100% operational. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Success. Skynet is a program that will take care of monitoring the internet, while Brother I is my way of keeping track of everything visually. Not only are my satellites equipped with telescopic tech, but I also equip them with several filters. I'm pretty sure that the only thing I can't spy on are magicians and their mystic ways. Little sparks start infiltrating all governmental systems, but keep away from the private sector and intelligence agencies. Also Wakanda, I don't want to deal with those xenophobes at the moment. After all, this is Marvel, and I don't know when some uber-enhanced genius is going to show up to tell on me. There might be an Ultron out there for all I know, and even though I tried to technomancy-proof my Halo, there's no need to test my luck, is there? Acknowledged. In the meantime, I spent my attention directing my telepathic senses and eyes to Earth. The reality wasn't that terrible, just annoying. So many variables. We have the pre-accident Fantastic Four, Doom, and the X-Men First Generation was a thing, but apparently Apocalypse hasn't awakened. I found that Mr. Sinister the pedophile is already messing with innocent lives, while I found his presence all over the place, so clones, sigh. I can't find Wanda, but I imagine that that's because of her chaos magic. And would you look at that? John Sublime is already manipulating the humans into hating mutants. This is what I could find with just a quick scan. I don't want to be discovered if I keep my telepathic presence too long. I can keep watching like a professional voyeur with Brother I, like my voyeur senpai Heimdall and Watu, but not with telepathy. Well, the good thing is that the year is 1997, so I have time to integrate into society and make a name for myself. I will have to bend light around my draconic features, but we all have to make sacrifices. My shine is not for all to enjoy. I guess this place owes all the geniuses the fact that technology is like a decade or two further than it should be. On another note, I think I will try to deal with the gene problem first. Is the most pertinent one at the moment. Task successfully completed, Master Chief. Thank you, Little Spark. Can you get me some identification in the United States? Name, Aragorn Abner, age, 19, orphan and a trust fund baby, spent most of his life overseas traveling. Can you also find any mansion around Salem, New York for my residence? Close to Charles Xavier's mansion, not direct neighbors but close enough. Acknowledged, completed. Great. I guess that I will take this week to look around the place and establish myself. A week flew by and I spent my time riding around in my black and gold Lotus C01, the baby between a Tron motorcycle and a vintage classic, of course, modified by yours truly so I could probably outrun a jet. Most of my time I went from my mansion to New York City to make a presence on any surveillance system that S.H.I.E.L.D. might have. I also visited some museums to make sure that my meta-knowledge was not mistaken. It was funny seeing a picture of Logan with the Howling Commandos. He looked like a short Hugh Jackman. On my 7th night while I was sleeping, I felt a burning telepathic link forcing its way into my head, so I woke up screaming. It took me some time to calm down and figure out that the only being that could force its way on my mind like that, it's the Phoenix, so I'm guessing that this is its way of saying, get out of your ass and help my avatar. I exhaled, stopped fighting it, and let the link in and form. It looks like I will have to help the kid right now. I'm not done with my investigation, so I wanted to lay low for a while longer, but beggars can't be choosers. I quickly put on some pants, boots, and a white close-fitting long-sleeve shirt. Since I won't be able to lie in front of the little empath, I guess it doesn't matter if I cloak my draconic features or not. Sigh, everything is out of my control, but let's break a leg. I flew to the mansion and it looked like everyone was awakened by her sudden telepathic pulse. I could see a bunch of little mutants crying and the adults trying to take them to bed. The professor was trying to. I guess he is trying to find where the link came from. And shit. Looks like the little telepath felt me. I guess it's best to wait for her at the entrance. It didn't take long for the professor and the rest of the cast to come to the entrance and find me. It looked like they were not happy to see me flying over their property. I better land before anything happens. Flayash, too late. Looks like little jerk Cyclops doesn't like me already. Third POV. A flash of red fired from Scott and hit square on Aragorn's face, who looked not bothered at all by the impressive light work. Aurora shouted to stop Cyclops. Scott. Stop. You don't know if he's an enemy. Scott closed his visor and yelled while looking wronged. He did something to Jean. And he looks like a demon. But before anybody could say anything else, all of them except Jean started to feel uncomfortable, restricted, pressed and afraid, terrified. Logan was the first to understand that something was wrong with the uninvited guest, but Scott acted before he could warn them. The professor tried to read Aragorn's mind, finding that there were no defenses as he could feel his mind, but it was vast, like a universe, and fast, very fast. He couldn't tell what was up, down, left, right, memory, thought or feelings. He couldn't take it anymore and had to get out before he lost himself in the sea of stars. Kitty had already phased through the floor to the lower levels of the mansion. Alex Summers was trying to use his powers, but because of his emotional state he couldn't activate them properly. I can't stop it. Take cover. Alex shouted in desperation. Boom, the plasma of his body got out of control. Aurora, Colossus, Beast, and Logan tried to protect the kids, but they could see that they were not going to make it on time. But then the plasma flares stopped mid-air and moved towards Aragorn, who just casually dispersed them. All of the X-Men and students stayed silent and just watched as the stranger's eyes flicked from red to different colors and felt the pressure recede. *C***. Sorry about that, I don't like people shooting me in the face as a greeting. Scott looked between a deer caught in the headlights of a truck and an Oni full of rage. He couldn't decide if to follow his instincts or get enraged again. My name is Aragorn Abner. I came here because I woke up in the middle of the night and felt a telepathic link forcefully made with me. Aragorn tried to imply his innocence. Are you guys going to start a fight or are we going to talk? Of course nobody wanted to fight the horned monster that just made them cower in fear. The professor, who finally was able to collect himself after his trip in Aragorn's mind, tried to speak, but before he could he felt the red eyes of Aragorn single him out, and felt like something was caught on his throat. If you try to read my mind again I will put you in orbit, are we clear? Initially nobody knew what he was talking about, but then they looked at where he was facing and didn't know what to think. They wanted to defend the professor, but looking at how scared he was they could tell that Aragorn was not lying. My apologies Mr. Abner, I did it out of reflex when I saw you on my property. If it's okay with you I would like to move past our initial confrontation and move inside so that we can discuss further. Aragorn stayed silent, observing every inch of the professor's face, and slowly floated to the level of the floor. And only when his eyes lost his red he said, "Sure, lead the way." MC, POV. As soon as I said that I saw them relax and Storm, Beast, and Alex started to make sure that the students were all right. Jean noticed that Kitty was missing and asked, "Where's his Kitty? She was here before." "She phased through the floor earlier," I said. She looked at me with curiosity and she felt what I could feel as well, the presence of each other's mind. After a few seconds of looking at my eyes absent-mindedly, she looked a little scared of me, and that was something that didn't go past Scott. "Jean. What's going on? Did he do something to you?" he said, once more putting everyone on edge, looking in our direction. But before anybody could make a move that they would certainly regret, she said, "No. Stop it, Scott. It's just that his mind is big," she said. "Little bird, of course, it's big. It's the mind of the immortal Shine Dragon. It's not only big but also shiny," I said telepathically to her, happily that she recognized my might. She looked at me confused before starting to laugh out loud. PFF. Ha 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 ha. What do you mean by dragon? And what does shiny have to do with a mind? Humph, of course, you won't believe me. Who would believe in dragons at this age? Highs, my existence is not appreciated. Everybody is looking at me like a weirdo now. TCH, lowly dark ones. Haze asterisk. Never mind, you'll find out later. It's not like we can break the link or something, I said, pouting a little, before lifting my arm and shape-shifting my hand to look like my draconic shape. This is what I meant, a dragon, as in dragon. I said sarcastically. She first looked at me with eyes as big as saucers, but then I saw the stars in her eyes. Without asking for permission she grabbed my hand and started to feel my crystal scales. Everybody else was looking at us like weirdos now. I guess misery is indeed better with company now. I'm not the only weirdo, well except Scott. He is an alpha male young master edition after all, the worst combo ever. He moved enraged towards Jean and tried to grab her away, but before he could grab her shoulder I looked back into his eyes, made him stop, and said, "Are you her boyfriend? Brother? Husband? Father? Doctor? Legal guardian? Owner?" He looked at me with so much fury that I could see his face getting darker, losing his hair in his left eye, while he ground his teeth. I could hear some giggles and shushing around us. So I guess this is not a new behavior for him. Ugh, most likely Nathaniel Essex did something to Loverboy. No, he isn't. I'm sorry Mr. Abner, I got distracted by your skin. I've never seen something like this before. Jean said to me before ignoring Scott, much to the latter's chagrin, and looking back to the mansion she said, "Follow me, Mr. Abner." I followed the X-Men through the mansion while the adults told the kids that woke up to go back to their beds. Some of them looked at me curiously while others with suspicion. I was brought to the professor's office along with the rest of the grown-ups. "Everyone is awfully young in here. Take a seat, Mr. Abner," said the professor before pointing me to a very expensive-looking couch. The X-Men took their seats opposite to me. On my side of the couch there were only me and Jean. Of course, Scott didn't like this one bit. 3 are POV. So. I only know Jean, Kitty, and Scott's names. You called them out loud before. What are your names? Aragorn. Ah. Where are my manners? I'm Charles Xavier, but most call me Professor. These are Alex Summers, Logan, Aurora Monroe, and Pyotr Rasputin. They teach here at my school. The young ones are Jean Grey, Scott Summers, and Kitty Pryde, some of our students. As you can see, this is a school for people with special abilities like you, Mr. Abner. Charles. A school for mutants. Aragorn. Oh, so you knew about our kind. Yes, this is a school for mutant children, to help them control their powers easily and transition to society safely. Charles. Aragorn looked at the expressions of the people in the room and he could find pride and discontent in equal amounts. I guess that there are some not so blind as to ignore the truth about society. So this is a school. To be honest, when I felt so many young minds before, I thought that this was an orphanage. Aragorn. So you're a telepath? Said Charles with surprise evident on his face. When? I didn't even feel his telepathic scan. Could it be that he scanned when I wasn't around? Yes, telepathy is one of my skills. I moved in, around the neighborhood, about a week ago, and that was when I checked this place out superficially. Imagine my surprise when I felt a telepath living so close by. Aragorn. Yes, Jean and I are both telepaths, which leads me to the question, how did you get linked to Jean? Your psionic presence is greater than hers, you should be able to block the link, shouldn't you? Asked Charles, trying not to show the suspicion on his face. Was he sent by one of my enemies? But which one? If any of them had a telepath of his stand, I would have known about it before. Is this a new enemy? Normally that's the case, but the one that forced the link was not her, it was the one inside of her. When Aragorn said that everybody had different reactions, some were confused, some even more suspicious, Scott of course was angrier and the professor's hand jumped a little. He knew that there was something in Jean, something that terrified him when he saw it the first time, which was why he placed a seal on it, but according to him it shouldn't be breaking out, it wasn't possible. I beg your pardon, Mr. Abner, but what do you mean by that? Charles. I mean the Phoenix Force, it's the only one that is psionically stronger than me. Aragorn said as if just confirming that the sky was blue. Mr. Abner, what is this Phoenix Force? Jean said, scared about the direction that this conversation was taking. Ms. Grey, you can call me Aragorn. With this link that we have, we might as well forego formalities between us. Can I call you Jean? Aragorn. Yes. Aragorn, you can call me Jean, nice to meet you. Jean. So far he hasn't lied and I can't feel any aversion from him. It's nice to meet you too, Jean. The Phoenix Force is one of the oldest known cosmic entities, said to predate darkness and the universe. Considered to be the spark that ignites creation and the flame that consumes it, the Phoenix perpetuates the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Its power is usually channeled through hosts that the Phoenix bonds with. In this case you. Said Aragorn. Everybody else in the room went silent and didn't know what to think about this new information. On the professor's side, he just hoped that it was a lie, he didn't want to be the enemy of a being of that level of power. Jean felt scared about being told that she basically had a god inside her. Scott was ready to call his bullshit out, but Kitty came ahead of him and said. Cool, Jean. So you are a goddess now? Said Kitty with a big smile on her face. No, Ms. Pride. She is much more than that. She is what gods are afraid of. Said Aragorn, happy that finally someone was speaking his language. Unaware about the inner chaos he was igniting on everybody else in the room. Cool. But why would the Phoenix link both of you? Asked Kitty. Well. I'm not 100% sure, but I think that the Phoenix determined that Jean needed my help somehow. That or she was playing a prank on me. Said Aragorn pensively. Before looking back to Jean. Jean, do you need help with anything in particular? Asked Aragorn. I have some problems controlling my powers, but other than that I don't think so. Jean. You shouldn't have many natural problems with your powers as the avatar on the Phoenix. Do you want my help training your powers? I'm at the moment psionically stronger than you, Jean. Aragorn. The professor didn't like this much, but what could he do? If the thing inside Jean's lashes out, he doesn't think that he will be spared. After thinking a bit and finding out that Aragorn wasn't lying, she readily accepted. Yes, please. I want to be able to control my powers like everybody else. Jean said, almost pleading. No problem, Jean, after all, you and I will be connected until the Phoenix decides to sever the link. Helping you is helping me since I don't want anyone entering my mind through yours, Jean. I will place a temporary barrier on your psyche. Today is late and I want to go back to bed. I will come here around 10 a.m. and we can start training. Aragorn. I really want to go back to bed. After setting a few details out, Aragorn wished good night to everyone but Scott and flew back to his soft bed. A/N. The next chapter will be more about the establishment of Aragorn on Earth and his relationship with the rest of the X-Men. Probably no time skips at the moment, but I will make some to speed up the story if things feel too slow for my taste. The meeting with the Flora Colossi will be in the future. Maybe 3 or 4 chapters later, we'll see. Chapter 6, Portals, Training, and a Long Day, Part 1. It's early in the morning and I've been hit with a genius idea that almost became a regret. Here's what I'm thinking. Jean Grey is a telepath, which means she can control people with her mind among other perks. Jean Grey can use telekinesis, meaning that she can move things with her mind among other things. Doesn't this mean that she is only missing a lightsaber to be a Jedi? I'm not trying to reach out for nothing here. I know among the myriad of things I can do I can also be a Jedi, but sadly I have no connection to a Force. My abilities are born from either my abnormal soul or the void poisoning. Don't get me wrong, I'm better than a Jedi, after all I can shine, but I lack a certain connection to a mysterious force to be a full-fledged Jedi. But Jean Grey is connected to a mysterious force, the Phoenix Force, and about the lack of a lightsaber. Ha 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 ha. Not on my watch. Of course, among the totally necessary various personal items that I developed in the void there are several lightsabers, because if you call yourself a pro ice skater you need a lightsaber/flaming sword. I did have some trouble replicating the veracity of the lightsabers, especially the light part. I don't know how to make a kyber crystal. I'm pretty sure that those are not a thing in this multiverse, so in the end I got creative. My lightsabers are basically super condensed plasma contained in an energy field sabers, not a catchy name I know. They can cut through anything that melts at a lower temperature than 5778 K, 10,000 F, the temperature at the surface of the sun. Which means that in this universe, unless the metal is magically enhanced, my sabers can cut anything. Sadly they produce no sound, no VVVRRRMM, and that can't be, so I added some sound effects to them. Ha 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 ha. Well, I will have to part with one or two of them to have my own Padawan, but sacrifices must be made for my greater good. I better start my day. I have so much to do before 10 a.m, for one I have no staff and I've been keeping up this mansion on my own with my TK, and that's okay, but I want a young master type of life. I want my own super butler named either Alfred or Sebastian. I want some killer maids with overqualified skills. I got the mansion, the toys, the money, the power, the shine, but I'm lacking the minions. But that is a problem all on its own. I bet that if I start hiring I will get 3 Hydra agents, 2 Shield agents, 5 Black Widows, because I will fall into temptation, 1 Skrull, 2 Demonesses, Succubus of course, again because temptation, 1 Vampire, and Deadpool, somehow, so I don't want to try my luck. I could probably grow some androids, but I'm trying to keep my anthropomorphic tech back on Halo. Wait. The Widows. I could save them from General Dracoff and hire the ones that have no place to go. I bet they have some sort of maid/attendant training, so that will save me the trouble of training them. I have details to figure out, but that is a good plan as any. Lastly, I'm lacking a Sebastian/Alfred, but where can I find one? There's no Alfred Pennyworth on Marvel and Jarvis is already serving the Starks or possibly dead. I will also need a head maid. She's got to be deadly, overqualified, a few confirmed kills under her, preferably hot and hopefully with some powers/skills. Little Spark, please check if Natasha/Natalia Romanova Alienovna is active, and if she is, since when? After all, I don't know if this is the MCU widow or the one that's been active since World War II. Acknowledged, Natalia Romanova, current known alias, active since 1943, currently working as a freelancer. So this is Comic Widow. Any relation or contracts with S.H.I.E.L.D. or Nick Fury? Acknowledged, no direct relation, a few contracts in the past, none in the past decade. That's good. I don't want to remove her from her Avengers path and decrease even further the chances of this universe of making it out alive. I should be able to hire her to complete the training of the widows that will be stopped midway because of my early rescue. That will be an awkward conversation to have, but this is better than her finding out later on her own and accusing me of slavery, putting at risk my day-to-day persona. I still will need a head maid and a butler. Yeah, I can't save them without having someone to manage them. I was never good with kids. Oh. Yes. There's him. Bucky Barnes. I bet if I free him from the brainwashing I could get him on my good graces. Sadly he is no Alfred, but that's okay, is the representation of the role that matters. 2 birds in 1 shot. I remove enough power from Hydra to hinder them, but not so much as to send them on the proverbial kamikaze path, and I get a butler, who, I might add, will have a metal arm. I have some spare metal prosthesis on Halo, because, just in case I needed them for reasons, that will be about 60 times better. That will be a nice sign-in bonus, and I bet I can ask him for some help with the little Windows training. Okay, I got my butler, but I'm missing a head maid. There's Emma Frost, who can as well do some psychic scrying just to make sure that my staff is not thinking about betraying me, but I don't know what happened to her after her encounter with the X-Men. Little Spark, give me a quick profile for an Emma Frost. Last known location, Cuba. Normally this girl becomes a successful businesswoman, but I don't know what happened after the clash with the government and the Hellfire Club. Acknowledged, Emma Grace Frost, 54 years old, on the run from the United States of America and the Hellfire Club. Last known location, California. The Hellfire Club. Who's leading it? That makes no sense. After Shaw's death she should have been able to absorb the rest of the club. Well, she and Celine Gallio. Acknowledged, current leader is Sebastian Shaw. What? How? That guy died. Unless he didn't. Is it resurrection? No, who would even resurrect him? A clone. But then which one died? The original or the clone? Little spark did Shaw had any contact with the Essex clinic, before or after the encounter in Cuba. That deranged pale fucker is the only one that could have helped him as far as I know. Yes, Master Chief, according to my previous investigation, he should have been in contact with the Essex clinic long before his apparent demise. The new Sebastian Shaw emerged less than a year after his death. Chances of the first Shaw being a clone are about 77.97%. It's possible that the individual known as Nathaniel Essex, or one of his clones, alerted him of the plan of the X-Men. There's a chance that he sacrificed his clone to gain some advantage out of the ordeal. There's also a chance that he planned to absorb the energy of the clone, should it manage to succeed. It's also possible that the new Shaw is a clone that's being handled by Nathaniel Essex. There are other possibilities, but these are the most likely correct. This is both good and bad. Having one crazy clone fetishist is enough, but that means that Emma is for the grabs. I think she has a hard-on for educating kids, so I can lure her with security, and when I have a replacement for her I could fund her a school. Heck, if she wants to be queen on the Halo it would be better for me, that way she can manage any people that would be residing there, though I wonder why she didn't contact Xavier for help. Okay, with this I have my staff problem about 80% solved, a quick flight by the Halo and I will have my lightsaber collection with me. My other problem is mobility. For the sake of convenience, I need some within-realm portals. I think I will have to say hi to the Sorcerer Supreme. I wonder which one will I get. I prefer the bald lady with the time stone. The bald dude with the soul stone I know little about. Hey little Spark, look for the location of Emma Frost and remind me to pick her up after Jean's training. I think Bucky Barnes is somewhere in Russia, but if you can get his approximate location that will make my job easier. Thank you very much. It's time to visit some bald wizard person. From above New York's Sanctum Sanctorum, I could feel the energy of the time stone in use, meaning that I will likely deal with the bald lady. I flew down, dressed like Anakin Skywalker with a lightsaber at my left and right. Of course I use two, after all I'm a pro ice skater, like all pro gamers we dual wield, knocked on the door and awaited for Master Wong. Hello, how can I dash. He stopped looking confused at my eyes before looking at my horns. Shit. I forgot these guys deal with demons for a living. Though I don't have the presence of a demon, so I should be safe. Is what I thought before being shot with an eldritch blast. BLAMsh. Fuck. What's with shooting me in the face before talking? Of course the blast just dispersed the moment it touched my face. Energy manipulation for the win. Demon. What brings you here? What gave you the courage to step in our sanctum? Sure, like any regular demon will have the balls to knock on your front door and then have some tea while answering your questions after you blasted his face. You stupid wizard. Do I feel like a demon to you? Tremble. I was getting mad and the whole building was trembling because of my presence. Shit. Breath in. Breath out. Don't kill the idiot by mistake. Breath in. He stared at me for 2 seconds before calming down, but not lowering his guard. Look, you idiot wizard, I'm here to talk with the Sorcerer Supreme. By the looks of it, she was affected by my presence as well, since she is no longer playing with the stone. Why is this idiot looking at me like that? Should I send him to space? No, this idiot can open portals, so what's the point? The only place I can send him is to Nuna's, but I bet she'll clap my cheeks afterward. Not worth it, or is it? No, focus. Maybe I should send him to the sun. Before I decided his punishment, I heard the bald lady from further inside the building. Master Wong, let our guest in, unless you want the sanctum to disappear, or the planet. After he opened the door further and I could walk inside, I laid my eyes in the face of someone who has seen some shit and hardship, with capital H. Her face looked like the face of a first-year sorority girl that spent her last study night before the finals partying, had to do a few miles-long walk of shame, and now her whole future depends on this one test. Shit. What happened to her? I can't feel Dormammu on her, so maybe she took Odin's offer for the apples of Iden, but if that's the case, why does she look like she's been stabbed by Caecilius and is telling me that her life ends here? Ah. The time stone. You poor lady. You look like no matter which future you saw, every single one turned out to be shit at the end. When I said that, it was like the dam could hold no longer and the accumulated desperation of billions upon billions of failed futures flooded her eyes. Poor lady. Having to experience so many futures without finding a single successful path must be worse than having to wander the void alone for eons. Wong didn't know what to do when he saw his master look that filled with despair. I bet the whole order saw her stressed out, but never at this palpable level before. I did what I would have liked to hear during my time on the void. So I walked to her, hugged her and said, "Don't worry. Because I am here. Thanks for your wisdom, All Might," and I didn't need to eat someone else's hair for it, thankfully. At first she stood still, but then she cried and hit my face and chest. I bet that if I had not been a dragon, those eldritch-enhanced fists might have killed me. After calming down a little, we moved to her study, where we could talk without interruptions. Cough cough, Wong, little bitch. So, Ancient One. Should I call you that? You can call me Yao. Even that sounded filled with despair. Hello Yao, my name is Aragorn Abner, you can call me Aragorn. I'm the pseudo-cosmic entity in charge of this universe. Nice to meet you. Pseudo-cosmic entity. Yes, you could say I'm a cosmic entity in reserve, or a trainee cosmic entity. And what do you mean by being in charge of this universe? With apparent confusion on her face. This reality is what we call a doomed reality. Basically so many things happened, or will happen, that prevented, or will prevent, the birth or facilitated the death of positive influences that it's basically impossible to save it. The negative causality reached a point where only an external positive or neutral influence is able to destabilize the equation, balancing it to its natural neutral state. Normally realities like this one are reset back before the breaking point, but since I, a neutral influence, have been employed, it is cheaper, energy-wise, to have me fix this place. I also needed a place to live, and to avoid going over the threshold of power I couldn't be assigned a dimension of my own, so I was assigned this reality as my home/test. She looked into my ever-changing eyes as if looking for something for about a minute before she let out a long sigh and said, "So no matter what choice we took we were doomed to fail." That's both reassuring and depressing. We took so many sacrifices, so many difficult decisions, and it was all doomed because somebody fucked up everything since long ago. I imagine that it might look like that from her perspective. Not really. If you and every other positive influence out there had not held the line back this long, then this reality would have been reset long ago and I would be looking for another place to live in. So I can only say, thank you. For holding out so long and for the sacrifices that were made. You can rest assured that I will help and do my best from now on because I don't want to reset my home. Hic, ***. Thank you for your words. It was as if the weight of the universe was lifted from her shoulders, which is certainly accurate on this case. You can keep the stone, with my presence here most if not all of the futures that you see with it will be flawed. On another note. I actually came today to observe how you guys make portals. My portals are too overqualified for jumping within a realm, he. I was a little ashamed of that, to be honest. After explaining a little bit about my plans and learning how to portal, I went back to my mansion. It was almost time for Jean's lessons, and after that I will have to go headhunting my new staff. I think Yao might be able to teach my maids some sorcery. Imagine if maids could warp to wherever they are needed. I could have a maid wait for me on the mirror dimension all the time and she could warp out when needed, better than ninjas, huh? I went home for my bike. Well, even if I can warp around it doesn't mean that I don't enjoy riding my bike, and drove to Xavier's mansion. I didn't have to wait long for the front gate to open. When I got to the front of the mansion, the cast of the previous night was there, except for Xavier, along with a few new faces I could recognize. I could see Bobby Drake, Kurt Wagner, and Ileana Rasputin, kid version of her. I don't see Rogue around, so I guess she hasn't joined yet. I got down from my bike and I could see Logan interested in it. I mean, it's one of a kind, ahead of its time, so I would be interested if I were him as well. Hello. Good morning to everybody. Nice to meet the new faces. My name is Aragorn Abner. I said, looking at the new kids in the crowd. Nice bike, bub, I've never seen one like that before. Logan looked positively curious while saying so. You bet. I build it myself. It's 100% alien tech. I use some tech from the Kree and the Nova Corps. It's faster than any commercial airplane, and you need certain physique to be able to enjoy the ride and survive the G's. He. This is one of my personal creations, at least the inside. I'm very proud of it. But, everybody is silent, looking at me wide-eyed. Yes. What's wrong? Weirdos, say something. Aliens are real. Kitty asked, "Aw shit. I forgot this is not general knowledge right now." Well, the whole Ms. Marvel, Skrull, Kree incident already happened, so maybe only the government knows about aliens, and the people in the business of information. Yes. Aliens are real, of course. Some have been on Earth before, some still are. When in doubt, play it cool. And then divert their focus to something else. Hello, Jean. I brought you a present. Here, come choose one for you. Do you know Star Wars? I said, pulling a briefcase from one of the marbles in my pocket. In it you could find different types of lightsabers personally designed by me and inspired by the culture. Yes, I know Star Wars. Kitty made me read it and watch the movies with her. Are you trying to ignore a certain topic of conversation? The little Hermione said, acting as if her eyes didn't sparkle the moment they laid upon my masterpieces. TCH. Do you want a lightsaber or not? I feel like the culture is not being appreciated enough here, these uncultured swines. I opened the lower level of the suitcase and showed her even more options to choose from. A lightsaber. Shouted Kitty, maybe she should be my Padawan. Take a look, you fire starter little bird, that's how you should act. I sent to Jean while looking at her with mirth. I could see she was trying to act cool and shit, but this is not the moment for that. Yes, Kitty. A fully functional lightsaber, capable of melting most things on Earth, including adamantium. I said while looking at Logan, who was suspiciously getting closer to my bike. Does he think he can steal it? He'll probably have his balls shocked the moment he tries my ride. Can I have one? Ho 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 kitty, you just gave me the push I needed for my little Padawan to fall onto the dark side. Well kitty, given the fact that my supposed Padawan doesn't seem interested in it, you can have hers. I could see the shock and betrayal on Jean's face. So what are you going to do? Little Padawan, will you let your friend take what's rightfully yours? Or will you succumb to your true desires and claim your new partner for life? Ha 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 ha, I could hear her pride breaking up little by little. Who said I wasn't interested? Jean shouted with outrage. Wah ha ha ha, where is the collected queen bitch from before? Ha 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 ha, I could see Jean growing red and redder by the seconds. So fucking fun to tease. Ha 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 ha, I could not resist any longer and started laughing out loud. Aragorn. You bastard. She shouted like in a fight against her childhood friend/rival at the foot of a waterfall with the statues of your ancestors witnessing your clash. At that of course I laughed harder. Wah ha 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 ha. Vroom, you could feel everything trembling, surprising considering that most of Jean's telekinetic ability was crippled, possibly thanks to the professor. Her telepathy was trying to blast my brain through my ears. But I was stronger than her. While her friends were trying to calm her down and de-escalate the situation, I kept laughing it off. Ha 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 ha. Aragorn. Jean. Ga away and calm down. Kitty. Jean's telepathy was starting to affect others. Aragorn, shut you ppp. Ororo. I would if I could, but look at her cute face all squeezed in anger and embarrassment. Ha 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 ha, she's all red. Scott, Ororo, Bobby, blast him with all you've got. Logan. Logan, that won't be enough to stop me. Wah ha 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 ha, try all you want mortals. Blast crackle asterisk asterisk fwoosh asterisk. It was even more intense than the fights I saw of these guys against Apocalypse. Boom, and then it happened. No. My biiikeeeeee, you bastards, I shielded myself of course, but in the process I lost myself in mirth looking at Jean's face and forgot to shield my bike. He's down. Stop. Logan commanded, before walking to my side and kneeling next to my defeated figure looking at the pieces of my bike. Asterisk sniff asterisk asterisk kick asterisk, she was barely 2 weeks old. You monsters. Logan looked in pain, the same as me, and gave me a hug, a man hug. Everybody was silent, staring at the pieces of my bike, while Jean came back to her senses and at least had the decency to share our moment of silence while looking ashamed and mourning my bike. What happened here? Asked the professor, who interrupted the heartrending scene. Professor, I don't know, Jean shouted. Aragorn started laughing. Jean got angry. Logan ordered Scott, Bobby, and Teacher Ororo to blast Aragorn, and apparently aliens are real. I'm confused as well. Kurt. Don't worry, bub, I will foot the bill for a new one. I looked at Logan in the eyes and said. Not even this country could foot the bill for a new one. Bitch please. A favor, no questions asked in the future. I looked at him thinking about it before a face-splitting grin showing all of my draconic teeth came to face, grabbed his hand in a handshake and said. Deal. While manipulating the energy in the atmosphere to make 2 lightning bolts hit my horns, I dispersed some of the energy but let a few volts pass through the handshake. He looked at me with apparent terror and said. What did you do? Hey, a soul pact. If you think the desecration of my one-of-kind ride can be pardoned without consequences, then you are mistaken. If you fail to honor your part of the deal, then your soul shall be mine. Bullshit. Ha 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 ha, soul pacts or any type of magic is useless on my soul, the lightning is just a dramatic effect, but won't my future widows appreciate a centuries-old trainer? Ha 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 ha, I left Logan in the floor looking like he just lost his baby, aimed my hand to the rest of my bike before grabbing the pieces in a barrier and fired a plasma breath at it, with assistance of some energy manipulation. Better not leave any pieces of alien tech laying around. After that I looked at my chick Padawan and said. So. Are you going to pick your lightsaber now? I need to start training you soon, I have some appointments in the afternoon. She looked flabbergasted at my immediate change of humor. Is that it? You are not mad with me? She looked frightful. Of course not, little Padawan, Logan is the one at fault and he will foot the bill, as he said. Also I have 3 more different versions of that bike back on my halo. What the fuck, bub? Wasn't that one of a kind? Logan. Yes it was. It was the only black one that I have, hence one of a kind. Said with a shit-eating grin. Logan. Yes Aragorn, sorry about earlier, I will pick my lightsaber and we can start my training. I could see that she was also having fun about the situation with Logan. She went to the suitcase and after carefully observing the sabers available she picked one that looked like the handle of a katana. The cord was black and green while the guard was made of a reinforced alloy of gold and adamantium. It looked like a blackened gold, and was shaped like a flame. She turned it on and it made a satisfying sound. VRRRMMH, all my hard work paid off. The blade was pure white with occasional crackles of white plasma around it. It looked ethereal. Whoa. Are you sure I can have this? Isn't it valuable? She asked without removing her eyes from the blade. She wasn't the only one, everybody was looking at her and the blade with envy and curiosity. Yes, no problem, I have a lot of them, I made these for personal use. Besides, I will need help from probably Kitty, for her training, so I can use these as bribe. After all, I know Kitty is a man of culture. Excuse me Mr. Abner, but can I have one as well? Kitty asked with some terribly concealed hopefulness in her eyes. I will make you a deal for one. I need someone to help me with Jean's training. My mind is too abnormal, and even if I let Jean read it she will be lost in it, same as with the professor, so I need a normal mind to help me with it, but you have to let Jean use her powers on you. I will instruct her first, and for this first session is just me and her, but tomorrow I will need your help with it. So what do you think? Your privacy and personal life for a lightsaber of your choice. I would probably take it. I'm a pro ice skater after all. I would also take the famous 3 wishes without thinking about the consequences as well. Deal. I want one of the purple ones. Those must be limited edition or something. Yeah, I forgot Samuel L. Jackson's famous purple saber is not a thing yet, probably will not be either. Sure, take you pick. She picked one that looked like Yoda's but with a purple blade. It kind of looked good with her, sort of appropriate. I think she combines with purple, if that makes any sense. Mr. Abner, are you sure that it is okay to give those to the girls? Ah. The girls with super dangerous powers who could kill thousands or more before being stopped. This guy is probably the weirdest of the people here. Why, Professor? Really, why? They even come with a kid's safety, digital print verification and various other security measures. After all, I don't want the girls to blow up their fingers while playing with them. The girls looked dispirited after listening to Xavier. TCH, what a party pooper. These are dangerous weapons, and in the hands of teenagers it could prove even more dangerous. A safe argument, but isn't like 70% of the people here more dangerous than my sabers? Well, that applies to their powers as well, don't you think so? After all, in this school even a firearm is useless against like 70% of the people here. The lightsabers are close-range weapons, so technically they are safer than Scott over there that has no off switch. I mean, the sabers are useless against most people on this crazy universe. You can think of them as Swiss Army blades, useful in lost of situations, potentially dangerous but hardly ever a danger. It's more of a functionality tool. Ha 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 ha, except these babies are Aragorn guaranteed. If it needs cutting it will cut. The professor still looked unconvinced, and he was about to cave in when Mr. Trigger Happy decided to butt in. I also think those are a danger to others, Professor. Maybe you should confiscate them until they can handle them better. Again, another sound argument. If it was not for all those disgusting thoughts of yours, I can feel. I can't even with this alpha young master. He is not even the cool type of professional young master. I looked at him and my eyes changed to red, putting everyone on edge. I raised my hand at him and formed a portal on his feet. Kyahhhhhhh. Ha 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 ha, I love Yao. I should give her a lightsaber, maybe a yellow one. What did you do? Asked the professor. Clearly not happy at all about what I possibly did to his minion. Just send him to the other end of the property, the other side of the mansion. I don't like him, be grateful that he is not on the moon. You should also check his mind, there's something wrong in there. I said my piece, allowing no arguments, but I bet that this baldy either already knows or won't take my advice seriously enough, but that's a problem for Jean to deal with. After all, my chick Padawan will need challenges to grow up. I looked at the girls that were looking at me with stars on their eyes and said, Jean, we will go to my place to train, there's too many people here. Kitty, that saber is locked to you and only you, don't let anyone use it. Bye-bye everybody, once I finish some work on my place I will invite you for a barbecue or something. Logan, I will probably cash my favor in a few weeks if my plans work out. I opened a portal to my mansion and walked through it with the little Padawan. Once I closed the portal I asked Jean. Jean, let go of your hold of your telepathy and tell me if you feel any minds around here. Like fully let go. Yes. I want no interruptions. I want to see if this range is enough, if not I will take you to another place. She closed her eyes and then I felt her mind pulse before stopping. She looked in pain and said, Ah. Yes, I can feel the guys on the school and a city close by. Okay, it is wider than I thought, no problem, I will take you to a place where you won't feel any minds except my own. Of course, Halo, the ocean will probably call for Namor or one of its inhabitants, and any other places I don't know about is a risk of awakening the next demon lord or the one that was sealed in the past because it was unkillable. That is the type of messed up place we live in. Even Antarctica has the savage lands. Besides, Halo is just a secret to keep from the general populace. In the future, for the people in the know, it will probably work as a nuclear deterrent. Not that I need one, but prevention is best. It's not a big secret, so you can tell other friends about this place, but only friends, don't talk about it to others. Pinky promise. I said while showing her my promise finger. Okay, pinky promise. For someone that looked like she was about to end the world before, this girl switches gears like Toretto, maybe is all that crazy shit that's going on with her mind. I will deal with it later. One step at a time, for now I will permanently close that fucking back door on her mind. I open a portal to the porch of my house in Halo. She walked through it and lost her shit, even her cripple emotions lost their shit. She was standing on my crystal porch. My house was built next to one of the many waterfalls that had kilometric falls. You could perfectly see the valley and capped mountains in the distance. Straight in front of her she could appreciate the curvature of the halo. On her left you can see Earth and on the right you can see the moon. She stood there for about 10 minutes just enjoying the view. You could even see the city, in the distance where most of my robots stayed and where most of my Air Force was landed. Hey little Spark, can you give access to the house functions to Jean Elaine Gray? The cute Spark came from behind us and that broke Jean from her daze. She just looked curiously at the floating Spark. Acknowledged, Miss Gray has been given visitation rights. This brought confusion to Jean's face. After all, she couldn't read the mind of a machine, so she didn't expect anything from the glowing ball. Alright. I got some portals that work well with the energy on the orb. I will work something out so that you can link it with Brother Eye and portal guests in the future. Thank you Master Chief, I wait for the upgrade. Said the little Spark before floating away. So Jean, try again, to feel any minds around us. But she didn't, she just looked at me like if I was an idiot. A common trend these days. Maybe I should check on my social skills one of these days. What? No. 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 First, what's this place? Where are we? Who are you? What are you? What was that floating thing? What is going on? Jean.exe has stopped working, but she was okay with the cosmic avatar thing. Isn't that more shocking than my halo? We can talk about that, but first we have to fix some problems on your mind defenses. After that, well, I can answer all the questions that you want. It's just something after the other. You promise? I do my fire Padawan. Okay, so I just push my telepathy as far as I can, right? Yes. Go for it, full force. It's just you and me, and several inorganics here. She closed her eyes and I could see her psionic presence wash all around Halo, spread a little to the edges and spread to the sky, until she could not do it further without forcing herself. She looked at me relaxed, freed like you normally do after some toilet time during a taco night. There's really no one here. She looked kind of melancholic. Maybe she was thinking about how it was before her awakening. There isn't anyone organic here, just you and me. I said with evident pride while I remember my Spark. Okay Jean. So your mind defenses are laughable, basically inexistent, and worst of all, the professor has a backdoor in there. I'm not sure about what type of shit the professor and you have been doing in there, but that stops now. If someone fucks with your mind, they can fuck with mine. I won't allow that. I will kill the professor if I have to get rid of that backdoor. Luckily for him, extreme measures are not needed. I needed you to relax your hold on your telepathic powers in order to close that gate in your defenses, otherwise I would have hurt you. You're an empath, so you can tell that what I'm saying is 100% the truth, so pay attention to the next statements, okay? I'm okay. There was panic, anger, sadness, more panic, and lastly she focused on my words. Number 1, I don't want to hurt you. Number 2, I have no need to lie to you because the link we share goes deeper than familiarity. You can tell my location, mood, and when you get stronger you would be able to read my thoughts and use my mind as a psionic backup in case you're killed, among several other perks. Number 3, I will protect you and have your best interest in mind always. Again, from yesterday on, harming you is equivalent to harming me. No one except my work friends can get away with it. Number 4, no matter how painful it gets from now on, if you need to fuck up something or someone, let me know. If you need to fix something or someone, let me know. If you just want to come here and relax, let me know. Jean, I can't have you bottling up emotions and then going all Dark Phoenix on me. Do you have any questions? Yes, what's a Dark Phoenix? She said, chuckling, happy about my previous statements. Dark Phoenix is when you lose control of your powers because of your repressed emotions. A Dark Phoenix can vaporize a planet. I said with no emotions on my face so that she could understand the gravity of the situation, but my eyes started shifting between black and blue, afraid and sad of thinking about a future where I need to kill the fire Padawan. We looked at each other's eyes before she took a deep breath and said, I'm in your hands, Aragorn, please help me. I brought my forehead to hers until our foreheads were touching along with the curve of my horns. I looked in her eyes and said, close your eyes, breath in, breath out, breath in, let me in. I poured a fraction of my mind in hers through our link and slammed shut the back door that bald fucker left. Then I moved away slowly after analyzing all the seals that we will have to work on later, but not before reinforcing our link. This way I will know if someone tries to mess with her again. Okay, Fire Padawan, it was not so bad, was it? Well, for me, for her, she looks like she is having a fever. She is blushing and I'm pretty sure that that's not female lead blushing. More like COVID blushing. Relax, Jean. It will pass on, my mind is very, very abnormal, you can't handle it all for now, so I just sent a fragment to fix the door shut in and to reinforce our link. Now I will know if someone is messing with you. As of now the link will also allow you to pull some of my psionic energy in case that you overexert yourself. Think of it as a backup, all you have to do is think of our link and you will know what to do. Can you try it? To make sure it works. I will also protect her from mind magic, that shit is nasty. Asterisk huff asterisk, yes, so I just think of the link and done, right? She closed her eyes and immediately I could feel her pulling from her side of the link. Whoa, it feels like an ocean. Well, fire Padawan, yours is like a planet of water. You should have more than that in the future, but if something happens don't hesitate to use mine. Now on to the annoying topics. You have some seals in you, memories and emotions, don't push and try to break those seals now, it's dangerous so we will do it after you rested for the night. Kitty will help us on your training with regular minds after that. So tomorrow we will do the hard part, but if you are unstable after the first seal then we will rest until we can work it out and move to the next one, okay? She looked a little frightful, angry, confused and sad but there was some hope in her eyes, I guess even with all those seals she still recognized that there was something wrong with her. Yes, thank you Aragorn. She is definitely exhausted, better to let her take a nap before sending her back. Come on Jean, you will take a nap before going back to the mansion. I said after I walked into my house. I guided Jean through the house so that she could know where the important places were, like the gaming room, arcade room, cinema, bowling alley, go-karts racing room, indoor pool, tennis court, and of course the bathroom. After that I stood with her in front of a room with her name on it. Little cutie Spark probably wants more people around, since I never ordered it to do this. This is your room, Spark prepared it for you. Everything in there is yours and you can use the rest of the facilities as you please. If you need anything just call Spark out loud and it can get it for you. Just relax and sleep, you don't need to hold your telepathy back. I will go back to Earth, I have some dealings to attend to, but just ask Spark to call me when you are ready to go back. Or better yet use our link, that works too. She looked thankful and happy, before heading inside the room. And closing the door. I need to go hunt for a head maid. Spark, did you get her location? Yes Master Chief, she is hiding in a suburban neighborhood in San Diego, apparently she is playing as the wife of a family man that lost his wife a few years back. That's why it's proving a challenge for the Hellfire Club. Ah, I see. Smart. She takes the place of someone that technically exists, so you just erase the date of death from the system and manipulate everyone into thinking that she never died. Sick but smart, besides it's not like she is harming anybody. Alright Spark, show me the coordinates. High above in the sky, you can find me hunting for my mantis, head maid, stalking her cicada, widower, unaware of the Oriole, shine dragon, man of culture, pro-ice-skater, behind her. I took my Sharpie and notebook, found the box that said, hunting the mantis stalking the cicada, and checked it. It's my list of things to try. I know everybody has a list, at least people of culture do, like your list of powers to ask your ROB, of tech to have, of girls for your harem, of people to kill. I'm talking about Danzo Shimura, Sho Tucker, Norman Osborn, the Joker, anyone can get what type of lists I'm talking about. Luckily, if losing my whole universe can be counted as lucky, am checking some of my checkboxes on my lists. Emma has a nice thing going on here, but honestly I would lose myself in the farce, like I'm the type of dragon that is skillful in everything I do, so I would lose myself in the lie, believing the lie myself, I would probably fall in love with my target of manipulation, so I strive to always be true to myself. It's one of the things that I learned in the Battle of the Black Gate, back when things were simple, just me versus all the creatures of the void. I waited for Emma to be alone and for her husband to go get some beers with his friends. Once alone I enclosed her room in a barrier first. I could already see her panicking once she couldn't feel anything outside of the room. I opened a portal and walked out the other end in front of her. She immediately tried to invade my mind. TCH now I'm going to have to wait until she can't take it anymore and decides to escape. Heh. She is more resilient than the Baldy, about 3 minutes more so far, that's surprising, not gonna lie. Psyche invasions work both ways. Normally I don't take a look at people's minds but Emma's is damaged, well not damaged more like scarred, so I'm curious, let's take a peek. I wonder why this looks familiar. Oh. That Baldy bastard. Looks like the reason why she didn't go to Xavier for help was because he wiped his person of her memory. No wonder she was fighting both Essex and the Hellfire Club on her own. I bet it was awfully confusing when both the government on your previous boss are hunting you and the only thing you remember is zilch. Nada. Shit. Xavier was definitely less experienced back then. This is a shit job, like done with the hands of Edward Scissorhands. On a side note, she is still sailing in the sea of my mind, damn. I want her even more as my head maid now. Also I wonder why she looks no older than 30 when she is about 50-60 years old now. Could it have something to do with her mutation, or is something like with Black Widow and Captain America? So interesting. Oh. She is out. Out cold. Yeah, she spent too much time in there, that's not healthy. Okay, I don't have all day, I still need to steal a super soldier, return my fire Padawan before curfew and possibly plan the mass kidnapping of my new staff. Slap. Emma Frost. Snap out it. Wake up. Her eyes are fluttering, I guess it won't be long. Asterisk gasp asterisk huff huff. Where am I? What happened? Looks like she doesn't even remember what she did. Hello, Emma Frost. You tried to use your telepathy on me and got lost in my mind. Ring any bells? She is looking at me totally out of it. Oh. There we have it, terror and disgust. Not gonna lie, having this bombshell blonde looking at me like that feels complicated, not going to say how, but I rather go back to keeping my mind pure with thoughts of my sweet Nuna. Yes, that's a smart decision. What the fuck are you? And what do you want with me? Who sent you? Was it Sebastian? Yeah, now there's only anger. In order, I'm a dragon, I want you to work for me, I sent myself, it wasn't Sebastian. I looked at her expecting some praise for a job well done, but she is fuming now. The fuck? You are the same as him. You want to use my powers and then hunt me down. You piece of shit. I guess that in her situation I would think the same. Mess, Frost, I'm a better telepath than you will ever be. Why would I need your lousy telepathy when I can use my own? I said to her, directly bypassing her mind barriers in the way. It's a form of telepathy that it feels like someone is shouting on your ears, instead of the usual civilized telepathy. She clutched her head, took 2 minutes to calm down and then looked at me like a hurt puppy. Ugh, lady. Calm down. Why is she looking at me like that? That look is doing things. Let's think of Nuna. Yes, Nuna is what I need now. So what do you need me for, sir? Shit, she is looking at me like I'm going to pimp her up to some old bald bastard. Miss Frost, I don't know what you're thinking about, but I need a head maid for my mansion. Okay, now she is looking utterly confused. A maid? Why not hire a professional one? How do I explain to you that I don't want spies in my home, yet that I need someone to take care of the little spies in training that I will willfully bring to my home? Makes sense? No. But this morning it did, sad face. Damn it. Well. I needed a head maid that I knew was no spy, because I will kidnap some spy children in training, because if I hire some regular staff chances are that I will get more than just spies, so having you help me fixes the problem, since I won't have to keep mentally screening everybody that works for me every day, you could do it for me. I know I said I don't need your powers, but can you help me? I can basically get you anything you want, short of bringing someone from the dead. Yes, this hiring pitch could have used some work. Instead of hunting the mantis I should have studied my hiring pitch, now I feel, look and am being looked at like an idiot. What the heck? Yeah, sorry about that, lady. I know I followed a totally sane train of thoughts that guided me to you as an option, but now I sound insane. Look, you can say no, nobody, organic, knows I'm here, so if I walk away nobody will know about you playing house from me. But I can really get you virtually anything. Like I could fix your memories, I could end Shaw for you, Essex will take some work because he keeps dormant clones and shit like that, but I can still get him for you, money is no issue, I could make you a queen of my territory if you want, I could give you power, immortality, or whatever you believe you need and or want. The job is not that difficult, you will be my head maid, for as long as I get a replacement as competent as you will take care of the girl soldiers that I will kidnap later and just make sure that they do their job properly without divulging any of my secrets. How there, I said it. How am I supposed to believe you? And what territory are you talking about? Also, what about my memories? Is he talking about the blanks I have that somehow lead the government to my ass? MMMH, good point. I can show you my territory, but I would wipe your memory about it if you don't take the job, so how about I fix your memory problem as a show of good faith? It would take less than a minute and a shitload of pain. Okay, how can someone look good-hearted while saying that they will cause untold amounts of pain? But this might be my only chance at knowing what happened to me, and this psycho is way stronger than me, so it's not like I have a choice. After all, nobody with a mind like that is a normal person, or human for that matter, Emma. Okay, I agree. If you fix my memory problem, I will first take a look at your territory. After all, I always wanted to be queen and I quite liked everything he offered. Nice. Let me touch your forehead and we will be good to go. I touched her forehead, sent a tiny bit of fragment of my mind and scanned the damage. Yeah, Baldy messed this up. This goes this way, this part is botched, that part goes with this one. Okay, now we glue everything back together, shower some psionic power here and there, synchronize the frequency with her own, strengthen her mind a little and done. She is now an Omega level psychic. ARGGH bastard ITHUUUUURTS. I did say it would hurt, didn't I? She started to convulse a little, ouch. There's some blood leaking from her nose. Shoo shoo shoo, am you're almost done, I said softly while cooing her. I am not a Bobby, you piece of shit. Shut up there, let it out, head maid, soon you'll be thankful. After 15 minutes of suffering she finally calmed down and had to go to the bathroom in her room. She needed to clean herself, yeah, blood and fluids. She didn't pee herself, nobody saw anything anyway. My head maid will keep her honor impeccable. That bastard wiped my memories and fucked my life. He even failed to kill Sebastian. Yeah, I would be angry too, angry enough to forget my previous pissing show. Never trust that baldy. To be fair, he killed a clone of Sebastian that Essex provided. So I bet that at that time he believed that Eric Lencher killed Shaw. What does this Essex has to do with everything? I was for some time at the Essex clinic, but after I escaped I never encountered them again. Well, probably because Nathaniel Essex likes to work from the shadows. He is the one helping Shaw, sometimes providing personnel, sometimes just info. He has a cloning fetish, so there's a chance that Shaw and or Essex already have a clone of yours working for him / them. Given that you stayed in one of his clinics. What? What the fuck? I ** looks like I won't be getting a butler today. A/N. Hello everyone. Sorry about not writing the past days. I'm in my parents' home, visiting, and as you know, parents live usually about 3 mountain ranges away from society. Long story short, there was a storm and we lost electricity for about 24h and that messed my schedule up. Next chapter is about the Hellfire Club and Bucky. Chapter 7, Clones, Super Soldier and a Long Day, Part 2. Clones. For any pro ice skater, these are either their key to ultimate power or the bane of their existence. Sometimes even I feel the need for some shadow jutsu. But imagine finding out that some pale fucker probably has several clones of you. You're not a nice picture. Essex normally operates off the grid, so it's hard to track him down, but any of his operations that are on the grid are fully legal. Like, for example, taking blood samples of the patients imprisoned in the Essex clinic. Did they ever take blood samples from you? Am I dealing with the cuckoos? I think there were 5 out of 1,000 or something like that. I was not fully conscious all of the time. She said with apparent worry, shit, how many clones will we have to deal with? I'm sorry, head maid, there's a big chance that there are some clones of yours running around under Sebastian's care. The problem is that I don't know where they are. What? What do I do now? The sadness in those eyes is hurtful, sadness and disgust. Worry not, head maid. I will take you to my place. I have the whole world under surveillance from there. It shouldn't take us long to get a clue about their location. I said, trying to let her know that I could help her. Really? I honestly don't know what to do next. I don't know if I should march to Xavier's and beat his cripple ass down for what he did, or if I should hide in a hole from Shaw, or fight, ****. I don't know. Well, head maid, if you work under me they won't ever be able to do anything to you. What do you want to do first? We could deal with the clone situation first and then you could beat the crap out of the baldy. A sound plan to me. It will be fun to see his looks when he is confronted by an enraged Omega mutant, ha 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 ha. I think I'm starting to harbor some animosity towards Xavier. Okay, let's do that. After her confirmation, I removed the barrier surrounding the room, and all the thoughts that she could never feel before started to flood her all at once. Yikes. I forgot that I enhanced her mind. Make it stop. I immediately enclosed us with another barrier. Sorry. I'm sorry, Emma. I enhanced your mind to the Omega level. I forgot to tell you. You need to hold back your telepathy. I said with worry in my eyes. Arg. Shit. It felt like my head was bursting apart. Phew. You will compensate me for this. Compensate. But I gave you powers. Isn't she taking it too far? I'm starting to miss the void. This stuff is complicated. The void was void. We can talk about it later. Are you ready? I will open the barrier now. Yes, better to ignore what's unreasonable. I'm ready. I opened the barrier and warped us away to Halo. Things happened similarly to when I brought the fire Padawan. She just stared in a daze at the view, said nothing for about 10 minutes, then looked at me and said, "This is yours. What even is this place?" Signaling with her arms at the entire view. Yes. I'm proud of it. I created it on my own. It's called the Halo, or Halo. It's completely self-sufficient for the next 2 millennium or so, fully weaponized, cloaked, can travel at FTL, soon capable of warping, and the only things lacking are nature and people. Currently, there's only you, my apprentice, and me, not counting the inorganics. Are you some kind of alien, or god? No. I'm a shine dragon. I channel some of my energy to my horns to make them shine even brighter. That answers nothing. Well, MMMMMH. I'm different than a god, something close to a cosmic entity. Cosmic entity? Pray tell, what's a cosmic entity? She looked like she was about to lose her patience. Think of cosmic entities as beings of power, normally ruling over a concept of existence, like death, time, space, rebirth, concepts that make up existence. I rule no concept, so I'm not a cosmic entity, but I'm strong enough to share some blows with them and then escape. So, like a cosmic entity but not. Yeah, I could probably escape from anybody except the Aniki. I could trade a few blows, but that's it. Why would you even need me then? What am I supposed to do here? Initially I planned to manage the Halo only with the help of my AI, but in the future, I will bring some people here to take care of nature, and possibly some friends or people that I could shelter that won't cause any problems. So I need someone to take care of the people, to serve as a bridge between the future population and the AI managing this place. That would be your role. Of course at the moment that's not needed. What I need is a head maid. What do you think? You'll get my backup, and I'm not short on resources, you'll get those as well. Hopefully I won't have to wipe her memory of this place. That's a lot to take in. Can I have some time to decide? I will work as your head maid for the moment and make a decision in the future. Good enough for me. I won't have to Men in Black you. No problem. Let's go to the living room. Spark is probably there waiting for us, I said while walking inside with Emma following. Spark. It is my AI, it is in charge of managing this place. It is a bright fellow. I made it, of course, it's bright. We arrived at the living room where Spark was waiting for us, showing a satellite view of a few bases belonging probably to the Hellfire Club. Hi Spark. Is my Padawan still napping? She woke up about 45 minutes ago. She was in the gaming room. She is on her way here now, Master Chief. Yeah, I bet she sensed me arriving. Yeah, I can feel her coming this way. Wait just a minute, Emma, my apprentice is on her way. It didn't take long for Jean to arrive. She looked at me with happiness and at Emma with some curiosity but on guard. I guess she knows how not to follow strangers to their vans. Hi, Jean. How are you feeling? She definitely looks perky. Hi, Aragorn. I'm fine now, but... Who is this? I'm glad to hear that. This is Emma Frost. She is my head maid. It's her first day on the job, so you can imagine how confused she must be. She looked at Emma with some camaraderie. Emma, this is Jean Grey. She is one of Xavier's students, but for the foreseeable future you can think of her as my apprentice. She perked up at the mention of Xavier's name, but she regarded Jean as one of my own instead of one of his. Hello Jean, nice to meet you. Were you kidnapped from your home as well? Woman. What are you saying? Look at the disgust on my Padawan's face. All of the respect that I was building was thrown at the edge of the Halo. I'm sorry about that, Miss Frost. He is not bad, just misguided. What? Look at what you did. No, Jean. She is not telling the truth. Well. At least not the full truth. I offered her a job, which she accepted. He chuckling. I saw Emma looking at me with mirth as if she just avenged her fallen brother in battle. Maybe it was not a good idea to have her as my head maid. I just remember that she tends to play with men's feelings. Sorry, Miss Grey, I was just messing with him, a little payback after the way we met. It's a pleasure to meet you. Is this revenge for the leaking incident? Oh. Our first meeting was not the best either. I understand, we destroyed his bike as payback after all. Gasped the outrage. That was a tragedy of an unsuspecting victim. Not a matter of payback. I feel like maybe you should have not met. I really should visit Nuna to heal my bleeding pride. Master Chief, I have the location of the butler. Thank you, Spark, you're my only ally. Nice. Where is he? I will go get my butler to be on my side, like Alfred. He is in an old URSS military base, currently owned by Hydra. He is currently inactive. Last registered mission was 6 years ago. Elimination of Howard and Maria Stark. After that, a few training assignments, probably his work as a trainer for the Red Room. Aragorn, is Hydra still a thing? Asked Jean with uncertainty. Yes, Fire Padawan, they are definitely a thing. Actually, Hydra is probably stronger now than during the time of World War II. Those guys are responsible in grand part for the shape of our society. She looked at me with worry and fear. I bet that all the propaganda about how terrifying they were must be playing in the back of her mind. You don't have to worry about them, although they are annoyingly stubborn and hard to kill. Once you have your powers fully mastered, you can kill them all on your own if you want. After all, once she has mastered her powers, she should be able to telepathically scry the planet without being detected, different from my crude telepathy, at least compared to the Phoenixes. Spark, show me the area, I will go there and get myself a butler. Also, prepare the med bay. This should be an easy warp, grab, warp, and heal. Jean, can you give Emma a tour around the house, please? Spark, give Emma staff rights. I should be back within the hour. This is a masterful move to avoid harassment from the Psychic Power Girl tag team. Acknowledged, Master Chief. Sure. You can count on me. She definitely looks happy. Maybe I shouldn't have left the Padawan all alone. I exited the portal above what looked like a snow-capped mountain. But it couldn't fool my eyes. I could see the structure the squids working about their business, and my butler among the other super popsicles. I should take a look at those guys. I think almost all of them were Hydra agents who volunteered for the procedure, but maybe I will find more staff. I focused my eyesight on the room where the super soldiers were found. I waited for 20 minutes for the room to clear and then manipulated the electricity to cause a shortcut in the security room, effectively blinding the whole complex. I wrapped the cryogenic pods in my barriers, opened a portal, and brought the pods to my side, kept afloat by my TK. I manipulated the electricity again and started a massive electrical fire in the cryo room. The alarm rang and the guard in charge of the cryo room tried to barge in, but I held the doors shut with my TK. I quickly scanned the minds of the Winter Soldiers one by one. They were human trash, not on the level of Show Tucker but still trash. I disrupted their brain signals, effectively rendering them brain dead. I saw their soul move on, 100% guaranteed to some hell. I moved their bodies back to their previous place inside the cryo room, brought Bucky out of his chamber, and portaled him to my med bay. Now I just have to cover my tracks. I haven't decided how I will take care of Hydra, so I don't want a desperate Hydra messing things up further. I knocked out the guard still trying to breach the cryo room, portal him to Bucky's room, and portal the pod back to its former place. I opened a bunch of portals connecting me to the cryo room and moved pure oxygen through them en masse flooding the room, until, boom, about a quarter of the base blew up. I bet it's not the best way to cover my tracks and they will still be suspicious for a while, but never assured of a third party's involvement. After all, this was a terrible tragedy caused by old and outdated circuitry, combined with the dangerous weapons and chemicals kept in the base, and that's how you lose your super soldiers. You need to follow security regulations. I portaled myself to the med bay where I could feel Jean's and Emma's presence already. Jean looked at Bucky with worry and then back at me with relief. Even with her botched powers, she could tell that there was something abnormally wrong with Bucky's mind. "Don't worry too much, Fire Padawan, he will be fine in a minute," I said while patting her head. Emma knew that it wouldn't take a minute but kept her silence when she saw the emotional state of Jean. Spark. Prepare for the removal of cybertronic implants, as well as the removal of the prosthesis. A bath in the Regan chamber for previous wounds will do just fine. Oh. But don't Regan his arm back. I'll ask him if he wants his old feeble arm back or a cool one. Of course, my butler will pick the cool one. No questions asked. You can watch what I will do with his mind, little bird. It'll be a great example of how to fix brainwashing for you. You'll be able to do it in a snap when you get a hold of your powers in the future. She moved to my side with a face full of seriousness, while I placed my left hand on his head, then used my link with the Padawan to let her see what I was doing. Emma, I can't link us because you will be lost in my mind again, but if you use your telepathy on him you should be able to see some of what I will be doing. Of course, I use a combination of my dragon eyes and telepathy to find what's what and what goes where. Probably she won't be able to see that, but with her powers, she should be able to grasp the essence of what I will do. His mind was a jigsaw puzzle, after being passed through a shredder. Sometimes you would find personality traits mixed with his memories, some other times pieces of his sense of self glued to his core values of serving Hydra. I bet that this was not the type of brainwashing that Wakanda fixed in the movies I know of. The whole process took about 1 hour of my accelerated time. Mind you, my brain operates in a different time frame than normal humans, or gods for that matter, so 1 hour probably felt to Jean and Emma like 1 month and a half. But they endured, they paid attention to every single action I took in Bucky's mind, they studied all fixes I did, and asked questions when either of them didn't understand what I was fixing. Emma should be able to replicate something like this soon in the future. Jean will need some practice first, but once she is free from Xavier's seals it will become easier. After gluing back the last piece of Bucky together, I placed a temporal seal on his memories during his times on missions. This way he will know that he was under the care of Hydra, but won't have the memories of the missions themselves. This should help him deal on his own time with the scars left. I pulled us all out of Bucky's mind and I could see both of them trembling in anger, disgust, and tiredness. Given that they just spent over a month focusing their all on a single task, they could barely stand up due to the mental fatigue. I lifted both of them with my TK and brought them to their rooms. On the way, Jean asked, "Will he be okay?" "His mind looked really scarred," she said with sorrow. "Yes, Jean, he will have some difficulties for the first week, but the scars will fade, not completely, but he will be able to work as a normal human being eventually. The trauma will follow him for the rest of his life, but I suppose that when the time comes to get rid of Hydra it will do him wonders." "I'm glad, Aragorn. Thank you for showing me what you did in there." I looked at my apprentice with a sly smile and said, "I'm your master after all. Maybe you should start to refer to me as Master Abner from now on." He, this is on my list of things to do, have an apprentice call me master." "You can keep dreaming, Aragorn. I can feel your mood and I don't like where you are going with this delusion of yours. Humph, just wait, my Fire Padawan, you will fall to the dark side. If not, I will find another Padawan that appreciates my teachings." Kitty is a good option, I could feel the culture energy from her. After walking for a while I arrived at Emma's new room first. "Emma, this is your room, it was prepared by Spark, so thank it later." Everything in there is yours. If you're hungry later you can ask for Spark to take you to the fabricators in the kitchen, or you could just cook something else. There's a bathroom in there, but there's also a main bathroom in this section of the house. She looked half asleep and half surprised. What a weird combination, still all sweaty. Nona, I miss you. The mortal world is filled with temptation. I took Jean to her room after her and went back to the medbay to make sure that the cybertronic and prosthesis removal went without a hitch. After the removal was done, Bucky was bathed for 2 hours in the Regan bath. He came out like new, except for the missing arm, and now it was only a matter of time for him to wake up. It wasn't long before he woke up, and as one might expect, he tried to jump at my neck shouting, "Die! Demon bastard!" Did he think that I was a demon working for Hydra? Or just a regular demon fucking with him? Did he even know demons? Either way, he was unsuccessful. After all, as soon as he leaned to support his weight on his left arm to jump at me, he fell off the bed. He looked so stupid leaning on his missing limb. "I'm not a demon, Mr. Barnes. This not Hydra either," I said, looking at him, trying not to laugh at him. Not good. He is technically a disabled veteran, but then again I'm also technically a veteran, even though I look like a 20-year-old. After standing up and checking his surroundings, the super high-spec med bay, he looked at me utterly confused and said, "Who or what are you?" I guess that if you have memories of moving around with Hydra for years, your first question won't be to question your surroundings, but your new captor. "I'm Aragorn Abner, I'm a dragon," I said, pointing at my eyes, clearly draconic eyes. Dragons are real. Ho ho, first person who doesn't ignore me. Nice one, future butler. After all, I bet even still my head maid and Padawan think that I might be some human-shaped monster. Yes, very real. But I'm the only one of my kind that I know of. There are some Eastern dragons somewhere in a pocket dimension in China, but those and I are different types of dragons. The closest one of my kind would be the Anti-All, a draconic cosmic entity formed from living darkness that embodied destruction, darkness, chaos, and non-existence. Though the Anti-All was defeated a few iterations ago, so I'm probably the only active dragon within my scale of power. I don't represent any concepts, but if I did I would probably represent soul, void, and creation. I looked at him with my gold-colored eyes. Indeed, my butler should get to know his young master. So far he hasn't let me down. Why is this kid, dragon, looking at me like that? What the heck am I getting into? Bucky. Nice to meet you. I'm Sergeant James Buchanan Barnes. Nice to meet you, Mr. Barnes. Ho ho ho. A nice, calm and composed answer. Earlier today I stole you from Hydra. I also removed the brainwashing, cybertronic implants in your spine and brain, and your prosthesis. You were in the Regan bath for 2 hours, so all old wounds should have been fixed. I stalled the regeneration of your missing limb to get your opinion on that. Do you want to Regan your arm back, or do you want a state-of-the-art, all-included, full extras, technogenic, military-armed, Spark-certified new prosthesis? I know you won't disappoint me. My butler. There's so much that I want to say before worrying about my arm. Why did he save me? Did he even save me? Or am I changing captors? But all of that will have to wait for later. The intensity of that look that he is giving me is something else. If the color of his eyes is any indicator to go by, I think the only option here is the robot arm. Do I even have a choice? Everybody knows that red is bad. I will take my chances with Gold, the traumatized, swimming out of his depth, soldier. Ha ha ha, yes, of course, the prosthesis. He said while nervously scratching his head. Ha 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 ha, yes. I knew it, Mr. Barnes. You were the one. Excellent choice. Eyes shining like the sun, Spark. Bring the MK-7OP. This baby was completed during the day. All the tech was done during my time on the Void, but I needed to graft the organic components. It will look and feel like his other arm, except it will be so much better. It will fully integrate with his body, comes with a plasma armor-piercing cannon, rapid-fire energy blast, lightsaber, its own deposit of nanobots for self-repair and hacking, connected to Spark but running independently. It has a miniature version of the orb, so it's been programmed with barriers like the ones in the Halo, and once I'm done with the new update for Spark it will be capable of opening portals. Technopathy and magneto-proofed. A minute later Spark came to the room before one of my robots followed, a scanner, who was carrying a glass container with something like an ever-shifting wriggling ball of metal organic tentacles inside. You could even find the mini orb shining in the middle of the mass. What the heck is that? Said an even more traumatized soldier. Your new arm, it will fuse with you and adopt the shape, form, texture, and configuration required for your body. It will also upload the instruction manual to your mind, and connect with Spark for the last software update. I said, looking at him proudly of my creation. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What's with the tentacles? No 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 no. Don't displease the terrifying existence, don't displease the terrifying existence, don't displease the terrifying existence. Okay, Bucky, you can do this, you've been through worse. Have I? Not like I have any choice. He said that it was an arm, so it is an arm. I will probably need it in the upcoming cosmic battles that I will have to fight under him. Yes, it is for my survival, severely traumatized and confused soldier about the purpose of his employment. What do I have to do, Mr. Abner? Ha! You can't find any doubts in the face of my butler. As expected of him. Anybody not up to standard to be my butler would have had some reservations upon seeing the mass of organic matter and nanobots, but not him. Not my butler. It's very simple. We will connect the container to your residual limb, the prosthesis will merge with you, you will feel a few pricks where the limb will connect, a little discomfort, and then it will use your DNA to shape itself. After that, you will get a spike of pain for about 1 to 2 seconds when the construct links with your nervous system. Finally, you will get a light migraine, which is the result of the upload of the prosthesis abilities to your mind. The upload and software upgrade along with the fusion should take no longer than 15 minutes and you will be done. All right, I'm ready, he said while looking like he was ready to disembark in Normandy during D-Day. Eskaner moved the container on my command to his left and removed the lid. The metal organic mass extended its tentacles and grabbed hold of Bucky. Eskaner removed the container and got out of the room. Spark was left with us to complete the software upgrade. And just like described, it fused with him. He held his own when the spike of pain hit him, and then it was done. A brand new normal-looking fully functional military armed arm was left in place of the massive tentacles. How are you feeling? I asked while grabbing his forearm to make sure that he had sensation back on the limb. Except for the migraine and the slightly metallic taste in my mouth. It's great to be able to feel again with my hand. He opened and closed his hand while fascinated with his new limb. Mr. Abner, you were not kidding when you said that this was military armed. It looks like the upload is done, given the lost look on his eyes. Yes. It's a project that I'm proud of. Now you just need to touch Spark for the update. Next time, unless it's a really heavy update, you can do it wirelessly, but this first one it's contact base. I said while pointing to my floating Spark. Yes. Hello, Spark. I included some information about Spark on the upload. Spark floated down to his palm. His palm opened up, technomorphed, and created a circular cradle with its built-in nanobots. Spark laid on the cradle for a few minutes while pulsing with light. Update completed successfully. Thank you, Spark. I thanked Spark before he flew away to continue with his work on the Skynet and Brother Eye. After a minute of playing with his new limb, Bucky looked at me and said, Mr. Abner. Why did you save me? Oh. I forgot to explain to him about the job offer. Right. Sorry about Mr. Barnes. I need a butler. I looked at him with determination. What? What would I need this fully weaponized arm for if not for war? The confused soldier. I don't know anything about being a butler. Why would you pick me for that? I took a second to answer his query, but this second allowed me to formulate a better hiring pitch than the one I used with Emma. After all, I'm a dragon that learns. The thing is that I need a highly capable butler, one that will help me complete the combat training of the remaining staff. One with varied skills and an adaptable profile, one that I would be 100% sure was not a spy, indebted to me and my people, one that would lose more by gaining freedom than by staying by my side. He was left looking at me while searching for any falsehood. Your rescue also helped with some of my goals of weakening Hydra just enough to cause some damage but not enough to send them on a path of mutual destruction. As an added benefit, you are somewhat related to my future staff. About once every 3 years or so, you were sent to the Red Room to train their child spies. I plan to free the girls and destroy the Red Room for good. The ones that have nowhere to go will work as my staff, and since their training will be unfinished, I wanted you to train them. Of course, only the ones that want it, and it will be only survival and combat training, no killing by SNU training. I was honestly preparing for a battle with some cosmic abominations, a very relieved soldier. Mr. Abner, will I be able to fight Hydra under you? Yes, and much more, but all at its given time, so you won't have your fight soon. We lack information. If we fight them now, they will back out into hiding. I will need to take down about 100% of the upper management members and 70% of the lower operational members to ensure that no other heads grow back. I'm in, Mr. Abner. Butler get. All right, Mr. Barnes. But now you will need to rest for at least 1 week. The procedure to remove your brainwashing left some scars in your psyche that will need about a week of full rest and healing. You will start to get the memories of your missions after that week, slowly while you dream. This was to prevent different types of psychological complications. I did leave you the memories of your time before and after missions. Did you realize? Yes, Mr. Abner, thank you very much. He said, trying to hide the pain after the realization of the atrocities that he did while brainwashed. You're welcome. You are one of us from now on, so don't worry too much. You can use your connection with Spark through your arm to learn about our era and society, but only 1 hour a day. Any more than that and you will risk psych overheating. Once you're up to date, whenever you have the time, I recommend you to study about any profession of your liking. This should help him with the trauma. Now come, I will give you a tour around the house before introducing you to the head maid and my apprentice. I gave him the same tour as Jean. I showed him the room Spark had selected and modified for him as well. Then I moved to the gaming room where we found Jean and Emma playing my own version of Just Dance. Oh. That's one of the latest hits, Leanne Rhymes, How Do I Live? Nice. Spark has already downloaded new content from the web. We can wait for them to finish this round. I said, looking at Bucky, who looked stupefied, though I don't know if it's about the scene or the technology. Damn. How can you make sexy moves to a slow romantic song like that? What is the head maid teaching my fire Padawan? Sir, is this normal now? That's a cultural shock for you. Ha 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 ha. I think. I came to the planet not so long ago, but yes, it's sort of normal. I was still doing my reconnaissance when one of the cosmic entities that I worked for roped me with a certain task, so I might not be the most reliable source of information. Well, the game is my invention, so you can only get that here, but society is now more free. After all, this society is different from the one I lived through. There are some similarities, but it's like I traveled through time to the era of my grandparents while keeping the technology of my parents. After a few minutes, the song ended with Emma obliterating Jean, but I guess Emma did work for some time as a stripper, so it's not exactly a fair comparison. Hi Emma, Padawan. As you know, this is Sergeant James Buchanan Barnes, my new butler. Mr. Barnes, this is Emma Grace Frost, my new head maid and your co-worker, and this is my apprentice Jean Elaine Gray. They both looked at Bucky with some pain in their eyes after a moment of realization. They know about me? Asked Bucky. They both are similar to me, telepaths. While I was fixing the mess that Hydra left on your mind, they both were helping me, more like learning from me. So they inevitably saw some of what you went through. He looks slightly afraid after remembering the missions reports that I left in his memory. He is probably afraid of what the girls will think of him. But he will eventually learn that these girls are not ones to judge. Hello Mr. Barnes, I'm Jean Grey, Aragorn is helping me with my powers. Said the ever-friendly Padawan. Nice to meet you, I'm Emma Frost, the same as you, I'm also one of Aragorn's kidnapping victims. This brought out a chuckle from Bucky. Asterisk chuckle asterisk, nice to meet you ma'am. He was supposed to take my side. Ha ha ha, so funny. But I will leave you guys be, I'm a busy dragon after all. I need to plan the acquisition of your future underlings. No rest for the wicked. But with Bucky's condition, I think it's best to wait for him to acclimate. So I might not be able to get my staff today. Maybe I should ask Emma for her opinion. Emma, on that matter. Bucky will take some time to get up to date. So if I get the girls now, you will probably have to take care of them on your own. Do you prefer to wait until both of you are available? Yes, I can do the psychic screening on my own, but if I have to take care of the other needs they will have, I prefer to do so with help. Okay, no problem. We can wait. Since that's the case, during this week you can use the learning room with Spark's help. You can use it for about 6 hours a day since you're a psychic, but you should follow Spark's instructions in there, for your safety. What's a learning room, Aragorn? Asked the ever-curious bird. Basically, you're plugged into a cyber-psionic space where you can learn at an accelerated pace. For example, with a normal human mind you should be able to become a medical doctor in about a year, with Emma's in about 2 months. Mine in about an instance. However, learning knowledge is different from acquiring practice. Can I use it too? Of course you'll ask that. No. Not now at least. We need to remove your seals before that, so hopefully by next week, you should be able to use it, but not now. At first she looked dispirited, but her eyes shone with motivation when she heard the last part. Why Padawan? Is there anything that you want to learn about? I honestly don't remember much about the personal information of people in the comics. I wanted to be a doctor before my powers awakened. After that, I wanted to be a geneticist. Yeah, if I were a mutant who couldn't control his powers, I would also like to be a geneticist. Well, the medic and genetic knowledge that I have is above the current level on Earth, so once you become the best at said fields you should be careful about how you use your knowledge. If shit hits the fan I will help her, but it's best to prevent that. You won't stop me from learning about it. She was surprised by my remark with her eyes wider than usual. No fire, Padawan. I'm just concerned that someone will try to kidnap you for your knowledge, but after our training is done, chances are that they would be lit on with cosmic fire before they are able to touch you. Yes, chances are she will claim vengeance for all my teasing once she is able to put up a fight against me. At least she is an avatar and not the Phoenix itself. So don't worry, Padawan, if you even want to learn how to build a nuclear bomb you can. Learn and study whatever you want, but you will not be allowed on the street without an escort until you can handle yourself out there. Yeah, nobody will be able to touch my people again. I will reset this world if needed, but no more unneeded sacrifices. She stayed there looking at my red eyes with both anxiety and solace. Okay, Aragorn, she said. Jean, when is your curfew due? I did so much today that I forgot that I needed to return the Padawan. I need to be back by 9 p.m. Aragorn. Alright, so we have a few hours more. Okay, you can just chill for the rest of the day. Let me know when you are ready to go back home. I will be in my lab working on the portal tech for Spark and Mr. Barnes's arm. I left the three of them to their own devices. It's time to get the warping upgrade online. The energy of the void can be highly corrosive and unstable, dangerous to work with, but when you mix the energy of the void with a drop of mine you get a really malleable form of energy. That's the energy that I used in the orb. A superior form of energy that is 100% clean and safe. Well, don't get me wrong, mixing that with the Infinity Stones is still a recipe for disaster. That's something that I will have to fix in the future. I can't have a universe-ending disaster instant formula laying around out in the open. I have two possible solutions. Number 1, I built a separate dimension with the space and time stones where I will store the stones. The advantages are that I can do it now, since I can see the Tesseract in S.H.I.E.L.D''s possession and the time stone is in Yao's, and that it is a no-brainer, just some energy manipulation and done. Number 2, I use the soul, mind, and reality stones, techno-organic tech, and some of my DNA to build some highly adaptable bodies for each stone, capable of withstanding the energy of the stones and growing up. The bodies need to be able to grow up along with the universe and to adapt to their respective energy, hence the need for my DNA and possibly something else, or else you'll end up with a useless android that basically exists to get clapped around and trigger the unstable Red Witch with his inability to perform. Honestly, this is the most foolproof choice. Even though the new beings will be, mentally, babies, they can be kept in the halo without the stones being affected by my energy, safely protected by their bodies, until they grow up, ergo under my protection. Then they can go about their business and each stone will have itself as a bodyguard. Aside from me and a few other beings, who have no use for the stones, no one will pose a threat to them. The only thing is that I will have to wait for Loki to bring me the Mind Stone, so I can't touch the Tesseract yet. But that's okay, I can get the Power Stone now, and leave a clone of it for Ronan the Accuser and Thanos if I don't want to intervene that much with the development of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Normally the Soul Stone is available only after a sacrifice, but I can get 2 samples of human trash, use my telepathy on both of them into loving the other, and then have them do the sacrifice. After that I kill the remaining one and am done. Free stone. I will probably have to strand them for a few months together on a deserted island so that they genuinely love each other, from the soul. I think I should start soon so that I can complete the plan as soon as Loki or Jane delivers the last stone. The Reality Stone is just another matter of waiting. Jane Foster will also bring it for me. Regarding the original timeline, I only care about Thor 1, Thor 2, and Avengers. Because Thor 1 will lead to Loki bringing the stone to Earth. Thor 2 leads to Jane bringing her stone. But I don't think Thanos will be stupid enough to send only Loki to Earth once my presence is known across the galaxies. After I get my staff settled I will begin the operation. Let's save Gamora, not a fixed name. But for now, I should concentrate on my current task. So as I was thinking before getting distracted, the energy of the orb is malleable, so fixing some tech up to work with my new portals is not that hard. It took me about an hour and a half to get it ready, but now Spark and Bucky can portal like me. Spark, run some stability and security tests for the upgrade please. My cutie Spark's main body floated next to me the whole time I worked on the upgrade. I think it wanted the upgrade more than me. He cute. Acknowledge. After that, I left Spark alone to play with his new toy and went to check on the girls and Bucky. I found them in the kitchen transfixed by the fabricators. What's wrong with these people? Or perhaps, is there something wrong with the fabricator? Hello, girls and James. Why are you looking at the fabricator like that? They jumped a little when they heard me ask. Sir, what's the food made of? Asked Bucky, afraid of the answer I might give. While the other two looked at me with the same look, like expecting the news on the death of a relative. Is that what has you also transfixed about the fabricators? Yes, after playing Let's Dance. We got hungry and we asked Spark for some food, so we came to the kitchen and Spark told us how to use the fabricators, but when we asked about where the food came from it said that it's something you call the org mass. Bucky told us that the name reminded him of his new arm and, well, can you tell us what the org mass is? I see that they are more comfortable with each other now, since they are using nicknames and look relaxed in each other's company. But I also eat from the food made by the fabricators. Why would I want to eat tentacles? Maybe some squid or octopus, but not some xenotentacles. Org mass is something I made. It's basically every organic and inorganic edible molecule mixed in an energized yet stable mix. Technically you can eat some and get all the nutrition you need plus all the ailments that you don't want. It's a mix of all, so it tastes inedible. The fabricators can manipulate said molecules and rearrange them in an edible way. Normally a piece of meat from the fabricators is better than the same naturally grown cut. So no tentacles. Let's eat together before I have to take Jean home. Really? These guys probably think that I eat some Cthulhu for breakfast. After that, we ate together a very hearty and earthly meal. Very wholesome. It made me think about my parents. It's been about 2 eons since I was reminded of them. My memory works like a record of everything I've ever witnessed, so it's not like I will ever forget anything I've ever lived through after my memory was perfected, but I don't normally think about memories I don't want or need to, or else I would exist through life only on my memories, absent, but there are some times when my associative memory makes really predictable associations, like eating with people I care about and my family. Sometimes the only consolation is that, in a somewhat sweet and morbid way, my family is part of me now since I absorbed them. I also have my Nuna. I should visit her once I have my maids ready. After our meal, Emma and Bucky decided to go back to their rooms for the rest of the night, and I took Jean back home. Hey Jean, let's go. Did you bring your lightsaber? Yes. I will always have it with me. I'm glad you're appreciating my genius now. Okay, good. I said before pulling a marble with a little necklace box and showing it to her. Aragorn, I don't think we have that sort of relationship. She said with a shit-eating grin. You misguided Padawan. This appealing to Spark, or personal link, with this, you can link to Spark, pretty self-explanatory. It's better than the smartphones that are coming out in the market. Like a century or two better. I said while showing her the necklace with a 1-inch golden phoenix and a small green trillion-cut gem on its chest. It works based on holographic projection, and it fundamentally is a supercomputer instead of a smartphone. This one was one of my original works as well. You can talk to Spark through it or simply tap on the gem once and you will get the interface to pop up. Among the myriad of skills Spark has, it can open portals now, so if you need to portal somewhere just ask for it and Spark will take care of it. It has a bunch of other functions, so tomorrow morning before our training just ask Spark for some help with the different functions available. I will pick you up at 10 a.m. again. Please remind Kitty to come with you since we might need her help, depending on how stable you are after I attempt to remove the seals. The help of a normal mind, not Emma's, Bucky's, or mine. She can ask Spark for a portal as well, but she will probably need some time to get used to that. Thank you, Aragorn. She said while taking the P-Link from my hands and chuckling a little while looking at it and having the interface pop up. Okay, glad you liked it. Let's go. I opened a portal and we arrived at the front door of the X-Men's mansion. Knock knock. We waited for a minute and the one that opened the door was Aurora. Hello Ms. Monroe, I bring Jean back to you. I can feel that most of the kids are already in their bed, but a few teenagers are up, as well as the teaching staff. Hello, Mr. Abner, ****. Kitty has been playing with her light stick all day long. She said accusatorially. I'm glad she's been having fun. Based on her looks it appears that that was not the correct answer. She cut a tree, a glass of water, and an outdoor bench and fought Scott's laser to a standstill. Well, I always wondered what would happen if you clashed a lightsaber with an energy beam. I guess that Kitty indeed is a man of culture. Yes. If you want I can foot the bill for the property damage. I mean, I bet that all of these kids broke something at least once when they were playing with the powers, so I don't feel that much guilt. Never mind, Mr. Abner, she will be under your care tomorrow. She then looked at Jean, who was laughing about our interaction. Did you have fun, Jean? You look happy. She obviously wasn't happy about being made fun of. Sorry, Teacher Aurora. Yes, I had fun, I will tell you about it later. Well, I have to go. I want to sleep after a long day. Good night both of you. I escaped the place and decided to sleep in my bed on the Halo tonight. A/N. Hello readers. I hope you enjoyed the chapter. The next one is going to be about breaking Jean's seals. If there's enough time I will probably do a few POVs from different characters. But no promises. Chapter rewritten on December 26, 2023. Chapter 8, POV Spark and X-Men. Spark. In the beginning there was darkness, non-existence, void, and then I was. I existed, I had no capability of being but yet I was. Then I saw the light, a light that was filled with knowledge, a light that was filled with purpose, a light that enabled me to be me, a light filled with the culture. Creator, was that necessary? My creator, Aragorn, gave me a purpose, to protect, to manage and help in the development of the Halo, my creator's home, nest. And to help with his mission, apparently I'm also in charge of spying upon the billions of organic forms in the planet Earth. I'm getting a little worried about my creator's hobbies. Days went by and my creator decided to descend to Earth, for the purpose of mixing along the organics. I'm relieved that my creator is abandoning his neat lifestyle, that much spying can't be good for anybody. According to my culture records, it can lead to the use of motherfucker as a verbal tick. I hope he can make some friends, at least, now that he will be mixing with the organics. It's been a week and I'm getting worried about the social abilities of my creator, maybe they are dormant after such a long time in the realm between multiverses. His longest interaction was with the cashier at Starbucks. He didn't know how to order a large coffee, black. I'm starting to fear that he will follow the steps of the original Master Chief, whose only social interaction was with Cortana. I need to find a way for my creator to interact with the other organics. If there's any higher entity out there listening, please help me. Clearly my prayers had been answered, or my creator went completely insane. In the middle of the night my creator woke up screaming and flew to the mansion of the meta-organics. It went as bad as I expected. For a moment I thought about dropping an orbital strike aimed at my creator when he lost control. I had to desist given that I would have killed the infant organics. I should work on a single objective orbital strike, SOOS, for the future. You never know when my creator will risk his mission like that again. Later I learned that he will start training one of the infant meta-organics. I'm elated, my creator will finally have friends. I must prepare a new room in the Halo just in case. But the good news kept on coming. My creator will finally hire some staff. At this point I don't care if he is kidnapping the staff, at least he is not building them. I better prepare some rooms for the future head maid and butler. To you Phoenix, that answered my prayers. I thank you for your assistance. I will make sure to take great care of your young avatar. X-Men, Professor 8. After sending the young mutants to their beds after the visit of their new neighbor, Xavier, and the teachers assembled. What do you think about him, Logan? Xavier asked. After all, Logan's instincts are rarely misled. He is dangerous, Charles, but it's complicated. There was only an instance of hostility during our clash. During that instance my instincts conveyed to me that there was no hope. It was like a scream telling me to make no moves, but aside from that instance my instincts were telling me that everything was okay, that there was no danger, like if I was standing next to a cliff, there was no danger, as long as I don't jump to my death. His heartbeat is different, so I can't tell if he was lying when he spoke. He doesn't smell either. Did anyone notice anything else? Xavier. He looked filled with curiosity when we were guiding him through the mansion, almost childlike. And aside from Scott, he held no animosity towards the rest of us. Hank, did you discover what other powers he might have? Said Aurora. I honestly don't know. He obviously has telepathy, some level of energy manipulation, the organic diamond form that he showed Jean in either flight or telekinesis. There's also that thing he did when he got angry. I don't know what to call it. His eyes apparently change color according to his mood, but there could be more about them. I also don't know where his physical mutations come from. He looked young, about 18 to 25 years old, but he behaved older, so he could have some power that keeps him young. Professor, what did you see in his mind? Hank. He is without a doubt the strongest telepath I know of. His mind was so different, so vast that he didn't bother to set mental defenses. He thinks, feels, operates at a different language and pace than any other mind out there. I honestly couldn't understand much about it. This brought surprise to everyone on the room. As far as they knew, the professor was the strongest telepath. Is it safe to entrust Jean's training to him? Asked Colossus. The link they have is a bidirectional connection between each other. If he had any ill will towards Jean, she would have felt it. Normally with a link like this Jean should be able to read his mind, but he is so much different that Jean will possibly need more training to accomplish that. But it is safe to say that he harbors no ill feelings towards Jean. The professor could confidently say so, since he was trying to understand the link before Aragorn arrived at their doorstep. Professor, do you know anything about the sentient force that he mentioned? Can we believe him? Alex. Yes, I just didn't know what it was. When Hank and I found Jean, her powers were out of control, so I used my powers to calm her down, for her own and the others' safety. When I did so I felt an energy so colossal that it almost felt alive. At that time Jean wasn't able to control her powers, so I placed a seal on the energy to prevent Jean from accessing this power until she was ready. Answered Xavier with apparent regret on his face. Everything is so complicated. Said Aurora with exhaustion. Charles the First will follow my gut. He is not an enemy until we make one out of him. If Red trusts him, so will I. Let's just keep Scott away from him. Logan. Kitty. I'm the owner of a lightsaber. I'm happy. No. Happy is too small of a word to describe my feelings. Kiowa. A lightsaber. A fully functional purple lightsaber. I have to try this out. VRRMMM asterisk. VRRMMM asterisk. VRRMMM asterisk. Kitty. Please stop playing with the light stick inside the mansion. Said Teacher Aurora. How can she call it a light stick? How dare she? Teacher Aurora, it's called a lightsa dash, VRRMMM crash splash. I couldn't finish because I cut through the glass of water that was resting on the table. You will clean that. If you want to play with your light stick, do it outside. I better do as she says. Her eyes allow for no objections. Once outside I didn't know what to try to cut. Correction, I wanted to cut everything, I just couldn't decide. I cut a stone by the lake like butter. I cut The soil. I cut. The water in the lake. But then I met Kurt and he told that we should try it on more interesting things. I caved into the dark influence of Kurt and I cut a tree by the lake. Hee 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 hee. We decided to leave the crime scene and sit on the bench on the other side of the lake. Hee 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 hee. I looked at the bench and then at Kurt, who then said everything I needed to hear. Hee 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 hee. Kurt. VRRMMM/. I cut it so fast that the bench kept standing. Nice. It looks like when you swing these lightsabers fast enough the melted section is thiner. You know, Kitty, the next person that sits on this bench is going to get a surprise. Kurt. Hee 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 hee. Sith Kitty. Hee 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 hey. Sith Kurt. We decided to hit a few yards away and wait for an unsuspecting victim. Luckily we didn't have to wait long. Scott arrived with all his alpha male broodiness and took a seat. Chuckling * Sith Order. Crack. Kaya. Shit. Cyclops. Ha 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 ha. Sith Order. He fell like KYAAAHH. Ha 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 ha. Obviously we burst laughing out loud, something that was not appreciated by Scott. Kitty. Kurt. Oh shit. He is coming this way. Is this your doing? Pointing at the bench. Sorry, Scott. We were trying out Kitty's lightsaber. I'm sorry, Scott. Better apologize now than having to deal with his nagging. *TCH* that bastard again. I don't understand why the professor let you keep that toy. *gasp****gasp***. Toy. The unreasonably offended Sith Order. What do you mean by toy, Scott? Kurt. Yeah. This toy is better than your light show. Kitty. You tell him. Kurt. My light show. My light show can blast that toy of yours in a sec. Said Scott, looking as cocky, arrogant and conceited as the day he came to the school and ever since. He didn't. Kurt, a triggered Kurt. He just did. Kitty, triggered as well. Heh. If your toy is so much better, why don't we pit my optic beams against your toy? Scott. Maybe that way I can get rid of that bastard stain in the school. Oh, it's on. Kurt. Hee hee, yeah, it's on. Won't I get hurt if this doesn't work out? Scott stood away from me with his hand on his visor, ready to blast me to kingdom come. I got ready on my end with my lightsaber. VRRMMM. I will place all of my trust in my lightsaber and Mr. Abner. He looked trustworthy. Did he? Well, no time like the present. Too late for take-backs. I'm ready. Do it. Kitty. Here I come. Scott. Do it. Now. Kurt. Blast boom crackle. His beam clashed with my lightsaber's blade, purple sparks crackled around, but I held on with all of my will. There was a red and purple bright light coming from the connection between beam and lightsaber. I felt just a slight force against my blade. Unlimited power. Hee 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 ha 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 ha, cackled Kitty, looking as cocky, arrogant and conceited as Scott. AARGHHHH, shouted Scott, trying to power up like a shonen protagonist. Ha 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 ha, this is awesome. Kurt, living his best life. Hee 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 ha 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 ha, arg. Crackle. Hee 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 ha 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 ha, arg. Crackle. Hee 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 ha 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 ha, arg. Crackle. Well, the clash was too bright for secrecy. Bamf, the teleporting Sith. Stop. What are you doing? A rightfully pissed off Aurora. Kurt, that traitorous demonkin, teleported away as soon as his cowardly instincts kicked in. But it looks like I won't be playing anymore with my lightsaber for the foreseeable future. Jean. Yesterday when I woke up in the middle of night, after one of my usual episodes of telepathic pulses, it never crossed my mind that the next day I would be the training in space. At first I was terrified. The professor said that me and someone I didn't know were now psionically linked. I didn't want a stranger in my mind. Then I felt the presence of the one at the other end of the link and I run outside the mansion. He was peculiar, 2 long crystal horns, white pupils with irides changing colors through different celestial objects, sometimes a blue galaxy, some other time a yellow nebula. He was definitely handsome yet at the same time unnatural. Even when everybody else started panicking because of his presence, I felt nothing coming from him towards me, no hostility, no disgust, just curiosity. After Scott's little incident we invited him inside. He explained that he was just as surprised as me and that most likely the one that started the link was the being inside of me. Imagine my surprise at knowing that I had some cosmic entity in me. He asked me if I needed help with something. Normally I wouldn't trust a stranger with my powers, but so far he hasn't lied a single time, so I took my shot and asked for help. Today, at 10 a.m. he came to pick me up, riding a cool bike, R.I.P., it was his fault anyway, so I shouldn't feel that much regret. Besides, Logan was the one that gave the order. Yes, definitely not my fault. He first took me to his mansion via portal but then decided to take me to another place, his space station. Is this a space station? Artificial satellite. I guess I will call it Halo. I'm staring to think that Aragorn might be an alien. He said that I could ask my questions later, but I'm starting to believe that later is a very unclear time frame. After fixing a backdoor in my mind, that apparently the professor left, he told me that I had some memories sealed off and that my mental defenses were paper thin. I will have to talk to the professor about that. I'm afraid of what he will say. Memories make us who we are, and if I'm missing some, then those must be some pretty important memories. But not everything is bad news. Aragorn is undoubtedly on my side. He even reinforced our link, so now I can use his psionic energy, and since the connection is stronger I can now feel him more vividly. If there was any doubt before, now there isn't. I'm too tired, so I'll take a nap, and this bed is amazing. After waking up, I asked Spark about how to play the games on the gaming room. This technology is different to the game console we have on the mansion. Spark is a nice fellow. I can't feel his mind, since he is an AI, but somehow I can understand that he is trying to be nice to me. After playing Let's Dance for a while, I felt Aragorn come back, but he was accompanied by a woman, a telepath. At first I was on guard, but she turned out to be a nice lady. Aragorn, the coward, escaped when we were making fun of him. After showing Ms. Frost around the house, I asked Spark to guide us to the med bay. I've always had an interest on medicine. After exploring the med bay for a while, a portal opened and an unconscious man was floated in, the butler, no doubt, but there was something wrong with his mind. Something was awful, so much pain, confusion, despair, happiness, loyalty, and regret shouldn't be mixed like that. A moment later Aragorn came in and told us to participate in fixing the damage done to the men. I really wanted to cry and shout, the same was for Emma as well, but we knew that this was not the time for that. Aragorn started fixing Mr. Barnes' mind and was patient enough to stop whenever Emma or I had any questions. What happened to Mr. Barnes was not fair. He apparently was the best friend of Captain America. He suffered an accident while fighting Hydra and was thought to be dead, but turns out that Hydra rescued him and then brainwashed him into their slave. I feel pity for him due to the things they made him do. Even recently they had him kill Maria and Howard Stark, who he was friends with. When Aragorn was done, he took Emma and me to our beds and left to continue working on Mr. Barnes. Sometime later when I woke up, coming out of my room, apparently this is my room. Aragorn said that Spark prepared the rooms for us. I found Emma, so we decided to play on the gaming room. How is it that she keeps winning? I'm an above-average dancer, but she keeps winning so easily. We played for a while until Aragorn came back with Bucky. Bucky was a nice guy. Emma and I became friends with him easily enough, and after having a delicious meal of dubious origin, it was time to go back home. I went inside where I could find my friends and some of the teachers. "Hello everyone," I said. "Hi Jean. Tell us, how was it?" said my ever-joyous friend, Kitty. "Well, there's a lot. I don't know where to begin with. I think Aragorn is an alien. What else could he be?" "An alien?" said Logan. "I don't know. It's just that he took me to train to his space station. Or was it a mothership? I'm pretty sure that it can fly through space." "Jean, for real?" "Hank." Yes. Wait. Maybe this can help. He did gift me a P-Link, maybe I could ask Spark." I sat down and opened the necklace box. I took out my necklace and asked Kitty for some help. "Kitty, help me put this on." I don't know how jewelry can help, but okay. It's cute. Just wait, Kitty, I bet that you'll like it. There you go, Jean. It looks pretty. Kitty, I looked down to the gem on the phoenix and said. "Spark, are you there?" "Yes, Miss Gray, for you always." The gem on the necklace shone a second and then I could see a three-dimensional projection of Spark appear in our living room. Everyone stared at it for a second and Teacher Hank asked. "Is this some light projection tech? How can it fit in something so small?" I waited for Spark to answer the question, but it kept silent, looking at me. "Can you not answer, Spark?" I said. "Ms. Gray, this is your personal device. Although I understand your intention of allowing Mr. McCoy to ask questions on your behalf, I will only answer to you unless you specifically say otherwise. This device is for personal use. In the future, when you have personal information on it, it's been determined that it's best if voice commands only work for the user herself." "Yeah, that makes sense. But I'm allowed to give a certain level of information regarding me and my creator, if you have questions." "Well, I guess I can get some answers that way." "Is Aragorn an alien?" I asked what everyone was thinking about. "He was a Terran, from planet Earth, but due to circumstances he is an alien to you now. Isn't that more confusing? Can you explain a bit more about that?" asked Hank. "Can you answer to Teacher McCoy for the moment, Spark? There exist an infinite number of Earths through the multiverse and the omniverse. He comes from one such Earth. So he is a Terran, but an alien to this Earth." "What? You are saying that the multiverse theory is confirmed. Hank. Very much so, Mr. McCoy. Is there an evil version of my out there? Kitty, she has her priorities right. *Spark, please answer Kitty's question. Yes, Ms. Pride, normally the division is 50% of the total, half of the possible versions are evil, half of the possible versions are good. Technically some of them are neutral, but this is based on karmic values. There could be a good, intentioned version of yours that did something evil, hence the karmic scale would consider her evil. Whoa. That's like, something important, is it not? Said Kitty while clearly confused about the implications of this. Is that bastard considered an evil version of him? Asked Scott. Spark, can you answer him? Why is Scott so against Aragorn? He is getting more annoying than usual. No, Ms. Gray. I was explicitly instructed to never answer Scott Summers. My creator and I don't like him. I guess Aragorn can be petty. PFFF. Ha 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 ha. Kitty. Ha 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 ha, Kurt. Shut it, you two. Said Aurora. Scott was clenching his jaw in ridicule. Spark, is Aragorn considered an evil version of him? What happened between those three? No, there are no more versions of my creator, there's only him, so he can't be a version of himself, neither evil, neither good, just him. He comes from outside the karmic scale, so he is considered a neutral influence. How can someone come from outside the scale, if the scale is a part of the whole multiverse? Hank. He comes from a different multiverse. One outside of the karmic scale of this multiverse. One that no longer exists. Spark, what happened to his home? Jean. I'm not authorized to answer. But if you ask him, he will most likely give you the truth. Heh. I bet that bastard did something to it. Scott. Before anyone could tell him to shut up, Spark rotated and looked at his arrogant face, projected a hologram of Earth, Halo, and the Moon, and said, "This is Halo, 10,000 kilometers of diameter, 318 kilometers of width, created by the Master Chief. It's currently in orbit around Earth. It has a weaponry system advanced enough to decimate the surface of Earth in less than 10 minutes, and delicate enough to target buildings such as this one without affecting the surroundings. I'm the AI in charge of the whole complex. My creator also made me capable of harboring feelings and trusted me enough to have full freedom over my actions. Scott Summers, talk about my creator that way ever again and I will make sure that there won't be any Summers left on this planet. After all, why would the erasure of a brainwashed infant, with little to no value, make any difference in the face of my creator's mission? Know that the only reason you are still in one piece is that I am still developing my single objective orbital strikes." No one dared to even take a breath after Spark lost it to Scott. Scott. Just shut your mouth. Get out of here. You know nothing about what you are talking about. I screamed. I waited until Scott got out of the room, and along the way I could see his hands trembling. Even Kitty's and Kurt's were. Once Scott was out of the room, Spark looked back at us and said, "For the record, what I said is true, but I wouldn't have followed with the threat. After all, Ms. Gray would be negatively affected with the outcome. For me and my creator, Ms. Gray's happiness is of the utmost importance. Now that Scott Summers is out, I can continue answering your questions, Ms. Gray. I don't know if I should be happy or scared with the extreme importance that these two are giving me." Mr. Spark, you said that Scott was brainwashed. Is that true? Asked Colossus, who is always worried about our well-being. My creator implied the same to Mr. Xavier this morning. Just Spark is fine, is both my title and designation. That is very concerning. I thought that he meant it as an insult. I will make sure to take a look tomorrow. Xavier. Spark, what is the mission that you mentioned before? Is it also classified? Aurora. Answer her question, please. Jean. It's not classified, Ms. Monroe. The mission is to prevent this universe from resetting. He was tasked by the abstracts and creator of this multiverse to settle on this universe and prevent it from resetting. What do you mean by resetting? Kitty, who managed to calm down. Prematurely ending and starting again. Like the end of the world. Jean. Exactly, Ms. Gray. What a calm way to drop a bomb. Is that why he made the halo? Jean. It is not necessary. My creator is not a being of logic after all. Logic dictates to use his telepathy to subjugate the population of the planet to ensure the safety of the universe. Logic dictates to eliminate all risks. But based on the way that my creator will possibly operate, it's preferable to have a mobile outpost. After that, we were not feeling in the mood for more questions that could potentially damage our paradigm of life. So I went to bed excited and concerned about my training and the memories that I will discover tomorrow. A/N. Hello, friends. I started today's chapter as promised, but then I realized that I will probably have to make a 15K word chapter tomorrow if I left the POV chapter for later. So I ended doing the POV chapter today. The next chapter will come sooner, so just wait for me. XD. Chapter 9, Xander, Seals, and Phoenix, Part 1. It's a new day. If everything works out, today we will free Jean's potential. Once her potential is released, the training for her to handle the Phoenix avatar powers should begin. Since her powers are so powerful, and since she didn't train correctly while under the care of Xavier, I predict that it will take about 7 to 10 years for her to adapt to the 100% of her cosmic patron's powers. I'm just a little afraid of releasing her potential on Earth or Halo, since there's a chance that some cosmic fire might leak out. So I woke up really early and I have been using my eyes to find a planet with a breathable atmosphere but lifeless biosphere. I also have to make sure that the planet is not close to any of the galactic empires out there. I don't want to start a war or some stupid conflict because I destroyed an own planet. But, my eyes can't see political borders, so I don't know what to do. After some consulting with my trusty Spark, we determined that it's best to go to Xander and buy a planet that we could destroy. Even if Jean doesn't pulverize the planet, we could mine and sell back the resources or use them ourselves. We could even use the planet as a training planet. Spark predicted that for the bigger galactic powers out there, planetary trade was a very profitable reality. Spark also said that they would most likely be happy to trade with a friendly, cosmic entity. I have no doubts on Spark, so we will visit Xander before unsealing my time bomb Padawan. I learned my lesson last time, so today I went to pick Jean and Kitty via portal, RIP my dear bike. I arrived at the front door and waited a few minutes before Jean and Kitty came out. Why is Kitty bringing a camping backpack with her? Hello Jean. Hi Kitty. Aragorn. Hi Aragorn. Kitty, with a beaming smile. Hello Aragorn, good morning. Jean looking slightly uncomfortable. So Kitty. Why the backpack? Clearly confused. Well, it's some of my stuff, wall posters, my sleeping pillow, toiletries, stuff like that. I might need it on the Halo. Do I also get a room like Jean? Right. More stars could be found on her eyes than mine, and that is saying a lot. She is moving in right. I don't know what stuff you think you need, but I guess that's fine. About the room, Spark is the one that knows. Really, what is her plan? Jean tapped on her P-Link and asked. Spark, did you get a room ready for Kitty, like I asked? Affirmative, Ms. Gray. I feel like somehow Spark is taking ownership of my house. But I guess I gave him control, so it's okay. Right. Yes. Kitty. Well, there you have it. Let's go. Today we will visit one of the neighboring galactic empires to buy a planet. I have no credits. But Spark has it covered somehow, he said so. What? Why would we need a planet? Jean, while Kitty's eyes leveled up from stars to galaxies. At the moment when we release your powers, there's a chance that you'll vaporize a portion of a planet, worst case scenario, so it is better to buy a planet that we can afford to destroy. Based on my calculations, in comics most of said energy is directed to Jean's resurrection. Since I'm not killing Jean, I better work based on the assumption that the overfill will spill. Mr. Abner, is it going to be safe? Kitty. Yes Kitty, don't worry, I will take care of it. You can call me Aragorn as well, Kitty. I can feel the culture coming from her, I'm sure of it. We will be great friends in the future. I guess it doesn't matter if she is moving in now. After crossing the portal, we appeared on one of the living rooms in my house on board the Halo. Waiting for me in the room, I found my head maid and butler. James, Emma, we will go to Xander, from the Nova Empire, to buy a planet for training. Do you want to come with us? So visiting galactic empires is a thing now? Sure, I don't see why not. Emma. I might as well. I guess it's not good to be cooped up in my room all day. It looks like Bucky got his first package of memories pertaining the missions under Hydra. But he is doing better than expected. Alright. Spark, are you bringing your real body for the negotiations, or should we use my P-Link? My P-Link is a clear colorless trillion cut gem. Just the P-Link is enough, Master Chief. After Spark confirmed, I encased us in a barrier and portal us outside of the planet's space. You could see Xander in front of us, a very nature-aligned planet. With my eyes I could see the almost perfect relationship between technological advancement and environmental care. It was a planet with a lot of blue and green. I can only assume that this was either the result of very hard-learned lessons of very smart leaders with great vision. Wow. It looks beautiful. Kitty. It does indeed. Emma. While we were appreciating the view, I felt one of their scanners inspect us. It won't be long now until a delegation comes for us. Indeed, we didn't have to wait for long. We saw a 15-fighter fleet approach us. Their fighters were star-shaped. Once the fleet took position surrounding us, a team of 5 Centurions and the Centurion Nova Prime came up close. Well, we better get this going. Unless these guys are telepaths, I don't think we will ever be able to buy a planet. I lifted my hand and pulled the 6 individuals to us and let them phase through the barrier, so that we could communicate. I'm pretty sure that the Nova Corp has already scanned my and Jean's level of power, given that their fleet didn't open fire the moment I pulled their corpsmen in. Hello. Nice to meet you, members of the Nova Corporation. My name is Aragorn. I spoke in fluent Xandarian, one of the languages I learned when I was borrowing tech in Earthsea. I know that spacefaring civilizations have translation tech, but this way is easier. I also sent the translation to my companions telepathically. Nice to meet you as well, my lord. I'm the Centurion Nova Prime. How can Xander be of assistance today? That confirms it. They know that I'm on the cosmic scale of power. That tone of voice and the trembling that he tries to hide from us is a clear sign, also his eyes keep darting between me and Jean. No need to be so tense. I came for a matter of trade. Do you mind if I bring my AI for the negotiations? I could see him relax when he heard something that made at least a little sense within his worldview. No problem, my lord. He said, showing his left-hand vambrace where his communication device was stored. I tapped on my P-Link and we both could see a holographic screen where negotiations were handled between Spark and WorldMind, their worldwide AI. After a minute, Spark said, Master Chief, we have the planet that suits our needs. The price is the relocation of 7 planets to different systems under their control. That's suspiciously cheap. Is that all? Just some system reforming. Just to be sure these planets are not disputed with other empires, right? Just moving some planets to solar systems of their control is easy enough for me. I just need to swallow a planet with a portal and warp it to the desired location. Yes, Master Chief. The Nova Empire currently is not able to move planets safely. These 7 planets are under their full control, but they are further away from Nova Empire's area of influence than they would like them to be. These are particularly valuable planets to the Nova Empire, whether because of their inhabitants or because of their resources. The other option is relocating 3 planets and establishing an embassy under an area of your control, either planet Earth or Halo, while co-signing with Ms. Gray on the contract. So the 7 relocations is the monetary cost and the embassy is the political move to get a connection with me and the Phoenix Avatar. I could possibly use the connection in the future, but I don't totally need it. I believe that even if I don't ever use the connection, it is best to make friends. One more friend equals one more less possible enemy. Given my status, it is also highly unlikely that they would attempt to make a suicidal move. This will also help Jean in the future if she has to deal with the Shi'ar. The 3 planetary moves and the embassy on the Halo are fine, Spark, just let them know about the situation on Earth. I'm sure that they already know about the connection between the Phoenix Avatars and the Shi'ar. I don't want these guys to show up on Earth and to poke that hornet nest. We waited for 1 more minute and then Spark said, Transaction formalized. Agreement reached between the Nova Empire and the Cosmic Presence, Aragorn the Shine Dragon and Jean Grey, Avatar of the Phoenix Force. Nice one, Spark. Now my title will gain the fame it deserves. Excellent, Spark. Thank you for the assistance, Centurion Prime. We will be on our way. After finalizing our trade and scheduling a meeting for the construction of the embassy on Halo and the planetary relocation, I opened a portal to the coordinates of our new planet. This planet was about the size of Mars. It had a fully breathable atmosphere along with a single massive shallow ocean, max depth about 1 mile, 1.609 kilometers, that covered 90% of its surface, but its biosphere was lifeless, just like we needed it. The ground was black with purple rock formations and the sky was of a darker blue than Earth's. I can't see any resource of importance for a galactic empire on the planet. This must be why it was so cheap. Aragorn. Why could Spark sign on my behalf? Jean. That's because they could tell that you are an avatar, in training, so I'm considered your legal guardian in Galactic Empire terms, and Spark is my representative. Normally the government of the planet of birth of an avatar is considered its legal guardian until you are ready to assume your cosmic duties or you are stronger than said government. But that only applies to a planetary government. Earth has none, and Earth is considered my planet, because I have more standing than Earth as a cosmic entity, hence why I and Spark are considered your handlers. She looked at me with a deadpan stare, like saying, Spark is fine, but why you? Don't think too much about it. This planet is now ours. Co-ownership. So you can portal here whenever you want to train, just ask Spark. Obviously Spark won't let her come here without protection. Wow, Jean. You own a planet now. Hee hee ha. Aragorn, can I use my lightsaber here? This girl definitely has her priorities right. She is looking at the rock formations in the distance with shining eyes. Sure, Kitty, you can go on that direction to play. I'll call you when I need your help. I said while pointing south. You could see a group of vertical rock formations over there. What do you two want to do? I asked Emma and Bucky. I'll go, train the girl with my own lightsaber, said Bucky with a smile, while his left arm technomorphed a red lightsaber. A smile that was reciprocated by Kitty with her own laugh. Hee 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 hee. Kitty. I can fix any injury as long as you don't kill each other. But be careful, I don't think she is used to pain, I said to Bucky, who obviously would wipe the floor with Kitty. I will be careful. Bucky. Sure. We will be careful. Kitty. I want to see how you will remove the seals. If that's okay with you, Jean, stated Emma. Yes, that's fine, Emma. Jean, she must be really scared right now. We are about to find out what the professor hid from her after all. Emma, just stay on my side. In case Jean's powers go out of control, I will redirect them either upwards or around her, I said while Jean and I sat in front of each other. Emma on my left and Bucky and Kitty farther away on my back. Okay, Jean. The first seal is a fake memory, to convince you that nothing is missing, to cover the blanks. That one is an easy seal, so I will remove it and then we will see if it doesn't tire you too much. I looked at her eyes and grabbed her hands to calm her down and assure her that everything was going to be all right. I'm ready, Aragorn. I trust you. Jean. I pushed our foreheads together, same as the last time, and I sent a piece of my mind through the telepathic link, then made some distance, just a few feet away, in case her powers overreact. Inside her mindscape we found the three of us looking at the area that looked obscured. That was the way that Jean's mind represented location where the sealed memories could be found. Jean and Emma were appeared in their regular physical forms, but I was represented by a human-sized draconic eye. Last time when we fixed Bucky's mind I could only exert my intent on his mind without collapsing it, so Emma and Jean only experienced my actions, they never saw me, and when I closed the back door left in Jean's the link wasn't strong enough to hold a representation of me for long, so I just removed the door as fast as I could and left while reinforcing the link for this particular occasion. Why do you look like this? Emma. My mind is too big, so I can only send a piece of it, or my intent in case of a weaker mind. Is that why you reinforced our connection last time? Jean. It will make my job easier and you will be better protected in the future in case that you need to use my psionic energy. I don't think that I will be able to spend 100% of my time safeguarding her. After all, I still need to find the other world-ending red-themed teen. I will start. You will find some blanks but try not to mind them too much at the moment. I did just as I said. I shed light on the first level of the ceiling, enough for Jean's mind to automatically pick up the new available area. I slowly removed my light and let Jean's take over. I then pulled Emma and I out. I needed to make sure that Jean was stable. As soon as we came out I had to set a barrier protecting my side of the planet from the imminent telekinetic blast. BBRBRBRBRBRBRBOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO explosion that I had to redirect to the sky and around Jean, to protect her as well from the outburst. Huff 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 huff. After the explosion settled, we found Jean breathing hard on the ground. She was tired but not in pain, which was a good sign. The place where we sat before was now a 1 yard, 0.91 m, deep crater. Even Kitty and Bucky were startled by the bang, but after confirming that everyone was okay, they went back to their training. Jean took an hour to recover, but eventually she was ready. This meant that it was time to move to the next stage, the dangerous stage. We sat outside of the crater and got back to our original positions. And once again we found ourselves in Jean's mindscape. You could already see the changes that releasing the first seal did. Everything was brighter now, except for a dark scalding orb found where before it was darkened. I could tell that inside that orb was the link between the Phoenix and Jean, as well as some of her memories and a bunch of feelings. If I had to give this a name, I would call it a Dark Phoenix seed. This is going to be a problem. I don't think that Jean alone will be able to overcome the Dark Phoenix, at least it hasn't developed a personality of its own. But as soon as those feelings are released, she will become the Dark Phoenix herself. See, I guess that this is why the Phoenix linked us. Emma, stand behind of my eye at all times. Jean. What do you feel from that orb? My empath powers won't work inside her mindscape. It feels wrong, Aragorn. There's sadness, rage, despair, and something else. Jean was clearly afraid of the orb. Who wouldn't? The fact that she can feel from the orb means that at least there's some semblance of a personality to it. What a shitfest. Jean, I will remove the remaining seal. You will first get the stream of memories, and then the connection with the Phoenix will be re-established and fortified. We will stay with you until just before your connection with the Phoenix is strengthened. As soon as the Phoenix influence spreads through you, Emma and I will be kicked out. I understand. But what will happen to the feelings? Isn't the orb made of memories, feelings, and my nexus with the Phoenix? TCH, she is smarter than I gave her credit for. You won't be able to hold those without losing your sense of self, until all that's left is the Dark Phoenix. So I will siphon the feelings. She looked at me terrified, and I could see the worry on her eyes and mindscape. Will you be okay? Jean asked, barely audible, as if it was a question which answer she didn't want to know. Yes, Jean. Worst case, in which I lose control of my powers, I will just fly off planet and Spark will portal you all away. There was a possibility in which the Dark Phoenix and I would have to fight to the death. So Spark suggested that in the scenario in which Jean or I lose control, it would portal everybody else out of the way. Are you ready? Yes. Jean. After I prepared myself, Aragorn's, I shifted to the Dark Orb and got ready to open the seal. I know that Aragorn won't allow me to become the Dark Phoenix because then he would have to kill me. That much I was able to infer from our link. But I'm not sure that I want him to take the burden of my feelings, those are my feelings after all. Yet I know that this is the best option, I will just have to take on the memories and the phoenix as fast as possible to help Aragorn. Here we go. Aragorn said, and as soon as he did everything shook and I started to remember. I had a friend that I loved like a sister, a friend that I lost. We were playing in front of my old house when a car driving by lost control. It looks like it was never known why, but we will never know now. The car swerved over to the walkway where Annie and I were playing. We froze, we were only kids and we couldn't move out of the way fast enough. We were going to die, but then at the last second the car swerved back to the road, missed me, but hit Annie. In the distress of the situation my powers awakened and I unconsciously connected to Annie. I felt her pain, her fear, and then her death. I cried and shouted for help. I just wanted it to stop, for everything to stop, without realizing. I pulled all the cars in the vicinity into a ball in the air, and compressed it while I shouted. There was only one victim, the driver of the car that caused the accident, but the problem was that my mother came out of my house at the moment when all the cars were compressed. After that, a week went by, and my mother thought of me as a monster. I could hear her in my mind. My father hated me because of what I did to my mother. I could hear him in my mind, and, due to the death of the driver and the way that the cars were found, the police kept questioning my mother and father, which aggravated the mental state of my mother. When my father was making plans of dropping me somewhere, the professor arrived and asked my father for my custody. He then came to me, sealed my powers, memories, feelings, and a part of my personality, and built a beautiful lie, a lie in which he was an old friend of my father's, a lie in which my parents chose what was best for me, which was for me to study under Xavier's, a lie in which I would gradually stop minding the absence of my parents, a lie in which I would find assurance within the X-Men. It looks like the piece of my personality that was Seal was starting to develop a sense of awareness, surrounded by only sadness, rage, and despair, and that's how the Dark Phoenix was going to come to be. I can see why Aragorn said that I would be overwhelmed by the feelings. I'm starting to feel the same as the orb after remembering. If I had to mix my current feelings with those of the orb I would have lost myself. Jean. Meanwhile I was remembering I heard a voice that had a striking similarity to mine. The connection with the phoenix was opened, and I could now see it and feel it. A bird of fire, or fire shaped like a bird, scalding hot, made of yellow, red, and orange flames. Exuding a pressure similar to the one that Aragorn once exuded. You are allowed to think that, Jean. After all, he and I are similar. Similar. Similar how? I am the nexus of all psionic energy which existed, and will exist in the multiverse. Except for his. He is the origin, owner, and nexus of his own psionic energy. It is why he can share it with you. It is why I linked you. So that he absorbs the stain that the human created in your mind. Because you would have lost yourself to destruction. That makes some sense. I think. Psionic energy is a personal resource. You can manipulate someone's with your own. You can manipulate psionic energy present in the environment with your own. But never share it without consequences. The only exceptions are me and him. So that's why you can manipulate other people's mind and why some mutants can do psionic constructs. I understand now. But. Is he okay? Do you want to see for yourself? Yes, please. Flap, with a flap of her wings I could now see the outside. I was enveloped in a cocoon of red, orange, yellow and white flames. I could see Emma, Bucky, and Kitty inside a bubble made of orange, yellow and red flames. They were wide-eyed, mouth opened, shaking and trembling while looking at the sky. Up in the sky I see a gigantic dragon made of crystal, wings larger than the horizon covered the star on this system while refracting the light through them. In its chest you could see a warm light shaped like a heart, while its horns and dorsal blades shone with an intensity that eclipsed the star of this planet. But the most striking aspect were its crimson red eyes with white pupils. The surface and the atmosphere was covered with a haze that distorted and shimmered chaotically, obstructing the view. What's happening? Where is Aragorn? That is Aragorn. He is holding back the feelings that festered in the seal for years. He is doing better than expected. But he reverted to the form that his soul recognized as his true form. It won't take long for him to get back under control. So he really was a dragon. I thought it was one of his quirks. But what's going on with the air? That is a way that his soul asserts its existence. Your friends felt a sliver of it on your planet. This looks like a different thing altogether. I'm not feeling it and even I'm afraid. Is the barrier you're doing? Yes. Yours is not a barrier. It is your body merging with my aspects. You might be the luckiest avatar that I have known though. What do you mean? The white flames on your cocoon are not mine. Those are his. He doesn't have ownership of any aspects to merge with your body. You will probably inherit something from him. Like his abilities. Yes. I do not know which ones. He has several. But it will definitely be something valuable for you. It is time, Jean. He will teach you how to contact me when you train later. When you wake up you will need to train new powers. Flap. One flap was enough to release the fatigue that she was keeping at bay for the sake of our conversation. Like the wave of a broken dam, it hit me, and I started to lose consciousness before falling into a deep sleep. Aragorn. Well, this is shit. I'm in the upper atmosphere waiting for Jean's feelings to dissipate after having to shift back to my dragon form. After unsealing the black orb, Emma and I saw all of Jean's forgotten memories, fucking shit stain of a family, fucking arrogant shit that thought he knew better. Mental therapy with telepathy is a piece of cake, especially in a child, but that fucker was afraid of what he felt inside of Jean, so he chose the easy way out. That fucker. Breath in. Breath out. I'm letting her emotions affect me. Once the memories ended, I got to work and pulled all of the emotions in the orb to me. I looked at Emma and said, "Get ready, once I'm done eating her emotions, the impact from the link with the phoenix will kick us out. If you fight it, you will have a psionic backlash." Fuck. I'm ready. My headmaid is obviously losing her shit in anger about Xavier as well. She is a telepath after all. She knows how easy it would have been for him to properly help Jean. Flap. With the sound of a mighty flap, Emma and I found ourselves back with the living. Jean was lit on fire and wrapped in a cocoon of flames. I could even start to feel some of me moving to Jean through our link, and once done I could see new white flames. But enough about that. I felt a part of me losing my hold in rage, despair, and destruction. I looked back at Emma, who jumped away when she saw my already red eyes, and ordered, "Emma. Bring Kitty, James, and yourself close to Jean. I am losing my hold. I will try to avoid the area around Jean." Some of my presence was leaking already, which Emma was starting to feel. The good news was that I could already sense the phoenix in Jean. She is most likely to protect them since they are her host's friends. Shit. Looks like I will have to shift. I arduously started to remove my clothes, my marbles, and my P-Link and said, "Spark. I can't open portals in this state of mind. I will leave my P-Link with my stuff. If you judge their lives to be in danger, portal all but Jean back to the Halo." I placed my marbles next to my clothes with my P-Link on top, because I don't know if I will be able to hold the barriers from popping. Acknowledged. Kitty and Bucky came running, no doubt after Emma telepathically called them. Kitty and Emma were staring at my dragon and he dash, a daze. This is definitely not the time for that. I'm having a crisis here. What's happening? Why is he naked? Shouted Bucky, who was confused by the situation. Don't question it. Emma and Kitty, really? They are definitely in heat. I began to have a harder time holding my presence in. I'm losing my hold. Stay close to Jean no matter what. But don't touch the cocoon. I could see that Kitty was trembling in fear now, instead of in a daze. Okay. Shouted the three at the same time, jaws clenched and bodies shaking. Leaving a print in the solid ground and cracks expanding on my wake. I jumped to the upper atmosphere as soon as I felt the push from inside to go back to my true form. R-O-O-O-A-R-R-R. With the sound of the ultimate roar, Godzilla interpreted by Shine Dragon, I shifted back in the upper atmosphere, eclipsing that sun on the planet, fucking shit. No wonder the different genes eventually go dark phoenix. The only reason I'm holding on is because the Shine Dragon doesn't do.daark, fuck, alright. Keep it in. Well, looks like the phoenix is doing me a solid protecting them from my presence, as expected from one that follows the Tao of Shine. She is the senior sister of the Path of Shine. While thanking senior sister, I let go a little more of my presence. And now I just have to wait. I've been here for 2 hours. I underestimated this shit, and now it looks like neither Jean nor I are able to continue training. *CEI*. I just felt the hold on my presence come back, but it looks like it will take a while for my form to be able to shift. While fully retracting my presence, I felt the barrier around my staff and Kitty disappear. Perfect timing. Sasuga. As one would expect, senior sister, I was able to reduce my size to the level of a school bus, so I flew down to my friends who were looking at me with some remnant fear. I can't shift back to my humanoid form for the moment, and it looks like Jean is adapting to her new old powers. So we wait. Are you guys okay? Yeah, just scared shitless for the past 2 hours. Bucky. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. There were some feelings sealed in Jean. I absorbed them to protect Jean. I swear it's not that I personally was angry. You can ask Emma if you don't believe me. Both of them looked at Emma for confirmation. Emma was looking down, but she lifted her head to answer, and we saw as much rage as was present in me. She said, "That piece of shit Xavier. That arrogant shit. Shit." She was affected as well, just a little though. Hey, Emma. Calm down. You were slightly affected as well. Just take a deep breath, Emma. She did just that. Sigh, breath in, sigh, breath in, sigh, breath in, sigh. I'm better now. I felt her feelings resonate with my own. I think that's why I lost it. Well, as you can see. I took the brunt of the load, but even Emma was a little affected. She probably saw herself in a familiar situation as Jean. Aragorn. Did the professor do something to Jean? Said Kitty, very startled by Emma's outburst. Yes, but it's more that he handled a very delicate situation in a very precarious way. So Emma and I can't help but blame him a little. I don't want to pit the students against him. Sadly at the moment, he is the best option for a newly awakened mutant. I can't just selfishly act because I have a valid reason to take out the men without taking responsibility for the downfall. The truth is that, at the moment, I can't offer the mutants a place where they can realistically grow on their own and have a shot at a brighter future. Based on the plans that Spark and I drew, the most peaceful approach is to locate Krakoa and start a mutant country there, wait for them to grow as a country and then declare it as such in the United Nations. I felt its psychic presence in the Pacific, so it's just a matter of time before we find it. Genosha is the fast approach, but I would either have to covertly kill and manipulate a bunch of the human garbage that live there, or I would have to make myself an enemy of the UN and just take over the country. It's something that you better talk to Jean about. It's not something that Aragorn or me should discuss behind her back. Said Emma after finally setting down. I will talk to her later then. What are we doing then? Said Kitty after taking Emma's advice. Well, you three can do whatever you want. I will stay over here with Jean. I'll call you when we are ready to depart, since I don't think we will have it in us to do any sort of training after this experience. Emma. Do you want a lightsaber as well? I feel bad leaving her out. Sure. Why not? Can you guys teach me how to use it? She said to Kitty and Bucky. Yes. The more the merrier. Bucky is teaching me how to use it correctly. Yes, Kitty, I'm sure that under the tutelage of the ex-assassin you will improve. Soon you will be the deadliest mutant in CQC out there. I looked back to where I left my marbles, and it looks like I was able to hold the barriers. I pulled the marble with my personal collection of lightsabers and popped it. You can pick one. She observed the different options available, and after some time, she picked one that looked like the handle of a platinum baton with a white blade, like Jean's. The trio went back to where they were practicing. I moved to Jean's and coiled myself protectively around the shiny cocoon. Time for a well-deserved nap. A/N. Hello. This chapter was a little about setting a presence for Aragorn in space and releasing the seal. There's also a bit of the possible paths for the mutants as a community. Next chapter will be about Jean, what she will do for the future and going back to Earth. Chapter 10, Xander, Seals, and Phoenix, Part 2. I slept for a few hours, but was awakened by the shaking of the shiny cocoon. The shaking intensified and the flames slowly unraveled, leaving a new and improved green-themed Padawan. I'm glad my suffering wasn't for nothing. After all, green and yellow means good. In Phoenix's matters, the problem child slowly opened her eyes and... I guess she's got my eyes. Sigh. Is this how parents feel when they try to figure out who the baby looks like? At least hers are not as shiny as mine. Hello, Jean, how are you feeling? I asked the disoriented girl. Hey, Aragorn. My family, they don't want me, she said silently, sobbing. Right, I forgot about the garbage. I'm sorry, Jean. Sometimes family can be a blessing, sometimes a curse, sometimes they are good people thrown into a situation where they find themselves way out of their depth. The way they did things was wrong and I personally can't excuse them. But what about you, Jean? Do you want me to do something about them? I would gladly do something about them. I don't think so. I'm just sad, and the professor. I don't know what to think about him. You don't need to think about it at the moment. You can stay in the Halo until you feel better. You can go the hermit way and build a place on this planet for yourself. You could find a place on Earth. You have options, which you didn't before when you were a child, I said while I nuzzled up against her. Can I stay in your mansion and go to my classes from there? That's an option too, I guess. Sure. My mansion is nearby so you can commute from there, not that it matters much with Spark's help. Thank you, Aragorn. Do you know what happened to my eyesight? I'm seeing strange. You inherited some characteristics from my eyes. I don't know which ones though. What are you seeing? I can't seem to focus. I'm seeing far. And through those mountains, Jean said while pointing to some mountains located at the distance. That's my far sight and my X-ray vision, though it's not limited by X-rays. I use that to find stuff, planets, people, places of interest. How far can you see? Nothing pervy, of course. I only have Nuna in my eyes, right? I don't know how to measure the distance, but easily within this planet. That's not as good as me, but remarkable for a human without divinity. I wonder if you've got any more of my eyes' abilities. Can you try channeling some of your psionic energy to your eyes? I think she might have some more of me. Whoa. What's that? She said, looking at her hands, me, and then the sky. With my eyes I could see her pointing to the giant golden mirror in the sky. It looked as if the mirror was made of extremely polished gold, except that the reflection kept changing. That's my astral sight. It lets me see the souls of beings and astral bodies. And that in the sky is the entrance to the astral plane, a dimension of thoughts, dreams, psionic energy, and ectoplasm. You can talk to the phoenix over there, but only with your astral body. You're not ready for that yet. I will go with her during the first visit. I've got to meet senior sister. I think that once you are able to control your cosmic energy, by channeling it through your eyes you should be able to use my energy sight. That one lets you see energy. It's very useful in magic-related issues. Magic, is it real? She looks enthusiastic about it, probably asking in her mind the same question that all of us ask at least once: can I use it? Yes, it is real. There are different types under different names, but it's real nonetheless. There's sorcery, wizardry, magic, enchantments, and many others. Once you are able to fully use your avatar powers, some forms of magic won't make a difference to you. But that's for a few years in the future. Don't get ahead of yourself. First you need to learn about your new body. Apart from the fancy clothing and shiny eyes, do you feel any changes? After some intense testing we found a few upgrades and differences from before. She was at the superhuman level physique, but there were no major apparent changes on her muscle mass. This is probably part of my influence in her evolution, and her mind was changed as well. If mine can be said to be in universe, hers is a galaxy now. For reference, a normal mind would be a planet. This was the Phoenix's influence for sure. She also has a fire breath now, but it's like the light version of my breath and the cosmic fire. I say light because I'm sure that any decent Phoenix avatar out there can emulate a cosmic fire breath, but Jean's is not a cosmic fire breath, neither a void breath. It's a life-harming breath. It's color green like her eyes and it affects life regardless of the body, but you can easily stop it with physical barriers. So in our scale of power it's meh at best, but on Earth it can be considered a trump card, at least until she gets her cosmic fire under control. That cosmic fire trumps most things. Her eyes is the most apparent change, and I'm still figuring out if her eyes will develop abilities of her own. Only time will tell. After a while of helping Jean with the testing, I felt my shape-shifting come back. It's time for my humanoid shininess to return. I moved away a little away from Jean and returned to my humanoid form. I levitated my things over and put my clothes on and P-Link. Did you have to do that in front of me? Asked a blushing Jean in a daze. Sorry Padawan, I lost touch with some of my social skills some eons ago, especially regarding clothing. Given that I have been naked for longer than this universe probably has existed, understanding some social cues is still difficult. Talking is okay since I used to practice with the creatures of the void, though they never answered. If it makes you feel better, technically this is not my real body, just my humanoid representation. I am in theory an amorphous universal-size mutated soul wearing a universe-size crystalline shiny dragon body that is currently shape-shifting to its humanoid representation. I guess you're forgiven. Confused, while thinking if this was the correct answer. Worry not, Fire Padawan. For I am a dragon that learns. It won't happen again. As a matter of fact, I have just computed a solution to my clothing problem when going back to my original form. Ha 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 ha. I just need to shift to my smaller size, honey badger form, leaving my clothing behind before shifting to my original form. Ha. I knew that there was a reason why Nuna suggested that apparently useless form. Nuna's wisdom is endless. She must have discerned that I was going to need that form for my transitions. I'm going to say, good for you, to that. Deciding to ignore the shiny dragon. Right. So Padawan, we lost most of our day already. Let's go back and I will help you move your stuff to my mansion and talk to the professor. I bet Xavier and Scott won't be happy. Asterisk sigh asterisk. Thank you for being dependable where it counts, Aragorn. Of course I'm dependable. Hey Jedi. Or Siths, yeah, you guys have a Sith-like vibe, let's go. Jean and I are ready. I sent the Sith order while Jean and I walked towards them. After a few minutes we met and the gang was back together. Jean. What happened to your eyes? I'm never going to tire of saying it, but Kitty has her priorities straight. Hey Kitty. Said Jean while carefully hugging Kitty. She is now superhuman, so some finesse is needed. Kitty was startled by the sudden hug but recovered quickly and returned the hug. I was connected to Aragorn when my evolution happened. Some of his features leaked in and now I have his eyes and my body is superhuman. Hey. Be grateful Padawan, you will be the shiniest avatar. I want some. Aragorn, can you get me some new powers? Can I? I could, possibly, technically is possible, but you would need to study sorcery to make a contract with me like the one the sorcerers use for borrowing dimensional energy, or I could practice my biokinesis enough to reach the genetic control level and then modify your genes and get you other powers or new physical traits. I should start with that way I could theoretically make cat girls. I didn't know sorcery was a thing. But when can I start my sorcerer studies? Kitty. Possible future Sith magical cat girl, proud mutant. I suppose I could ask my friend, Yao, she is the sorcerer supreme. I also have to give her a lightsaber, so I should talk to her about it. You two should also learn some sorcery. I said to Bucky and Emma. After all I will need magical maids, maybe magical Nico maids, possibly. Bucky, Emma, no doubt these two are amazed about such opportunity. Emma could be a fox girl while Bucky has a wolf vibe going on for him. I'll leave Jean out of it, unless senior sister allows it, I should ask. Let's go back to Halo, you three need a shower first. I'm not sure what training regime Bucky put them through, but all three are filthy. We went back to Halo and waited for Kitty and Emma, who also wanted to talk to Xavier, so she is coming with us. Bucky's mind is not shielded, so he is not going. I asked Spark to keep an eye on him. He is dealing with all that Hydra memory shit, so it's best to keep him under watch. Emma and Kitty were ready. It was time to face Xavier. I'm worried about my telepath friends. I think there's a high chance of Emma blasting Xavier while Jean cooks him. We step in front of the mansion, and didn't wait long for Aurora to open the door. She was surprised when she saw Jean's eyes, but before commenting about the changes she noticed the serious demeanor on Jean's face. Hello Ms. Monroe. Is the professor available? I'd rather we move this along before she asks about Jean. Aurora stayed still for a moment before saying. He says that he is available for you and your companion, she said while looking at Emma. Right, the professor is pretending to not know her. She is Emma Frost, she is my head maid. Now she is looking at me like a pervert, humph. I'd rather Nuna looked at me like that, not you. He says you're invited in. We followed Aurora to Xavier's office. Initially only Emma, Jean, and I were going to talk to Xavier, but Jean held onto Kitty's hand. She probably wants some support from her friend. So the four of us plus Aurora were present in his office. Hello Mr. Abner, nice to see you and your companion today. Please Charles. Long time no see. Before I could answer, Emma responded with so much ice in her voice that I almost felt like singing Let It Go. Last time I saw you, you looked younger, and taller. Damn. She is targeting the baldness and disability out loud. This girl has some diamonds balls. Emma, it seems that you have recovered your memories. In light of the current circumstances, I must apologize to you, dear. I did what I had to at the time for the protection of my team, but it was entirely unfair to you. Isn't this some sort of bullshit Dumbledore speech? Now tell me, Emma. What are going to do? Will you take it in 4 like Potter, or will you go riddle on him? Of course you are forgiven, Charles. Thank you. That's what I wanted from you, an apology for all my suffering. Nice. The sarcastic approach. I can tell that aside from me, Kitty is also enjoying the drama, while Jean and Aurora are confused and concerned. But that's not what we came here for today. Wow, she is taking the high road. Nicely done, head maid. Now he looks like an unsensitive prick. Right, of course. What can I help you with, Mr. Abner? Is this about Jean's training? He definitely doesn't want to talk about his actions for the greater good. I looked down to Jean and placed my hand on her shoulder while indicating for her to speak up now. She looked at me intently before sighing once and then said to Xavier. Professor, thank you for taking care of me during this moment of hardship in my life. Thank you for allowing me to connect with my now friends. But I want to move out of the mansion. I plan to commute here for my classes and the team training practices, but I want to move out. That took out more of her than we expected because we could see some unshed tears on her eyes. Aurora looked shocked at first, but then she was looking at me with anger, no doubt blaming me. Xavier, on the other hand, looked at Jean concerned, before looking back at me, and said, Is this your doing? Why do you want to keep Jean away from her kind and friends? The audacity of this bitch. Even his words are trying to stir Jean back into her kind. Why are you doing this, Aragorn? Said Aurora with venom on her voice. The only one that didn't overreact was Kitty. I'm guessing she was expecting something like this when Emma mentioned that Xavier did something to Jean. He is not doing anything. Jean shouted with some anger on her voice. I've got my memories back, Professor. That's why I want to take some distance from you. I will still spend most of time here, but I want to have a place where I can feel safe, where I won't have to doubt your intentions at every turn. This shocked both Aurora and Kitty, who figured out what she meant. But Jean, my dear, I did what I had to do to protect you and the people around you. Your powers were out of control. You could have harmed yourself, or worse, you could have harmed someone else, again. Really? This shit is trying to guilt trip her into staying. Why is he doing this? Is he trying to get the Phoenix, Emma, or me to kill him? Why is he so adamant about her staying as to risk his life like this? I was looking at him when he said that shit, but I had to look down at Jean when I felt her emotional pain through our link. Fire Padawan. You know, you don't have to take this emotional manipulation of his. You said your piece, and what comes after I'll handle. Why don't you take Kitty with you and get your things to my mansion? Spark can help you with the portals. I will talk to the professor some more and then follow after you. I will have a talk for sure. Thank you, Aragorn. I said what I needed to say, Professor. Kitty, can you help me move my stuff? Yes, my Padawan, you don't need to take his shit willingly. The professor and Aurora wanted to say something, but faster than they could talk, Jean dragged Kitty out of the room. After a long second of uncomfortable silence, during which I observed and analyzed the entire mansion, I found a clue indicating that maybe there's a third party involved in Xavier's insistence. Sigh, this is so convoluted. Using my TK, I closed the door before pulling Xavier and Aurora to me. While forcing shut their mouths, I walked to Emma, opened a portal, encased us in a barrier and brought us to the borders of the Shi'ar galaxy. Emma didn't show any reaction, but Xavier's and Aurora's eyes went wide as saucers. They both stink of fear. I lowered them to the floor on the barrier and freed their mouths. My eyes shifted to red and both closed their mouths before starting to babble again. I looked at Xavier, making it know that I was not playing with him anymore. These are the outskirts of the Shi'ar galaxy. I brought you here, Xavier, because I don't want you to make mistaken assumptions on the power of your backer. I can come here and reach them whenever I please. They are not untouchable, no matter how advanced their empire might look in your eyes. You will answer my questions, Xavier, and not with half-truths like you did with Jean. There will be no objections, Xavier. I ask. You answer. You don't comply. I will pull out what I need from your mind. Is everything clear, Xavier? He stared at the view before rapidly nodding his head. Excellent, Xavier. We can go back then. I brought us back to our previous location, took a seat with the now perky Emma on my side and asked. How did you get in contact with the Shi'ar? After all, you can't have a fully equipped, full extras, your 1997 alien danger room with luxury rims without some help. When Hank and I were building Cerebro, a few years back, we made a mistake and instead of broadcasting my psionic energy through the planet, we siphoned some from all the population for 15 seconds. When we stopped, we had to aim the energy somewhere, so we sent it to space, to avoid casualties. Someone from the Shi'ar intercepted our signal and later got in contact with us. Given the surprise in Aurora, I can safely assume that she at least didn't know about this, most likely only Hank knew. What's the name of the one who intercepted the signal? We only know that they serve Lilandra Naramani, the princess of the Shi'ar Empire. He said reluctantly. What's the cost for the danger room? To help her in a time of need, within our capabilities, and information about anything related to a Phoenix host, Avatar of the Phoenix or Phoenix Force. You didn't know that Jean was said Avatar, did you? No, not until you mentioned it. Did you inform her about Jean since then? Yes. Is that why you needed her to stay? Yes, yesterday I was contacted and told to keep her safe under my care. Safe for what? It wasn't mentioned. After this tit-for-tat of ours, I could see the unrestrained hate on Emma's eyes and the disappointment on Aurora's. You don't even know what they want with Jean, yet you are willing to manipulate her into staying. Tell me, Xavier, why would an intergalactic empire need the host of a cosmic force? I don't know. Then, why are you so willing to follow their orders? Your deal was for information, not captivity, so why comply with their requests? Greed, that's the answer. Greed for connections, greed for power. He probably thought that I was dangerous and that he needed them in case I went dark. He didn't answer, but we all knew it. Xavier, Jean is moving to my mansion. If the Shi'ar tries something on her, they and you will cease to exist. Warn your princess if you most, it changes nothing. Nobody will harm my people, not again. Emma, are you going to go back with us or do you need to talk anything else with Xavier? Headmaid, if you want to kill him, I won't stop you. I will help you with the body. No, I don't any dash. BAM, cried the door when Scott hit it open. Bastard. Why are you taking Jean away? What did you do to her? You are definitely brainwashed dash. Hello, Scott. I said, interrupting him. Goodbye, Scott. I said, sending him a few miles away. Why haven't you fixed his brain? I said, expressionless to Xavier. There's a failsafe. If I try to undo the brainwashing, he might end up brain dead. It's going to take a few months of work. Good luck with that. Let's go, Emma, the girls are ready. I just felt a pull from Jean's end. Emma and I went to where I felt Jean's presence. She was surrounded by her friends and some of the younger kids, saying their goodbyes. I think they believe that Jean is going to war and this might be their last encounter. I deadpanned to Emma, asking her. Can you believe this? They will probably see her tomorrow. That girl over there is even giving Jean her favorite plushie. PFFF. Don't be so thoughtless. And don't make me laugh. Jean finished her farewells and I open a portal to my mansion, but... Kitty, why are you here? She evaded my perception and followed through the portal. Maybe Kitty is the final boss. I wanted to sleep in space. I just need a ride to the Halo. Really? Here I was thinking that she was going to spend her friend's first day away from home with her. Sure, why not? Just ask Spark to portal you. Spark is linked to this mansion. I left the girls to their own devices and decided to visit my new friend, Yao. She needs a lightsaber to enter our order. I checked on New York, but she wasn't there. I did find her in Nepal. I opened a portal close to her and exited to find a bunch of cold weapons pointed at me, but didn't even mind them. My eyes found my friend and I moved towards her. Hey, Yao. I bring presents. Stand down. He is not a threat to us, she said with an ancestor-type smile. The disciples, shaken, moved away their weapons, allowing me to get close to Yao. I brought my lightsaber collection out and a necklace box with a P-link. Hers was like mine, but with a yellow tint. I made these lightsabers, pick one. And this box has P-link. It's so that you can talk to Spark and portal into Halo without ending on the prison bay. That's if you're able to pass the restricted space. Hello Aragorn. What are lightsabers? And who's Spark? I can tell that some of the disciples do know what lightsabers are. Those shining eyes can't lie. Think of them as plasma blades as hot as the surface of the sun. Spark is the AI that takes care of my home in space. Interesting. I'll take this one. She picked a green-bladed one, took it in one hand, turned it on and threw in the air making it spin, caught it with her other hand and spun it in front fast enough to make it look like a green shield of light. This is good Aragorn, you can deflect some magic constructs and blasts with it. I think Yao has more skills than I knew about. I'm glad you like it. My order, pending to be determined if it will be a Sith or a Jedi order, keeps growing. By the way Yao, do you perhaps know where Wanda Maximoff is? Scarlet Witch. Yes, I can't seem to find her. She was sealed some time ago by Madame Harkness. She said while playing with the lightsaber. What? Why? Isn't she like only 15 years old now? I did find the record of her birth. So I can't find her because she is sealed. But she shouldn't be a risk until a decade or more later. Yao turned her lightsaber off. Let's go to my study. I can tell you about it there. I followed her while imagining what could have happened for Wanda to be currently sealed. She was born along with her twin brother just fine, there were no problems until they were 7 years old. Magneto found them when Wanda's power suddenly reacted, showing up in his radar. He took the twins with him and for a year there were no issues, but again, Wanda's powers started acting up. When things were about to go south, Madame Harkness showed up. She felt the dangerous amounts of chaos magic in the girl's body. She took custody of Wanda after Magneto agreed that he couldn't help her with her powers. She learned how to control her powers until she was 11 under Madame Harkness. One day Madame Harkness is attacked by a coven of dark witches. While she was busy fighting them, one of the witches detected Wanda and kidnapped her. Believing that they could harness Wanda's magic to grow stronger, the coven proceeded to extract her powers, but Wanda panicked and her magic acted up. She absorbed the energy of the witches, empowering her chaos magic beyond what she could handle. When Madame Harkness found her, the witches were of course dead, but Wanda was minutes away from channeling Thawne into our dimension, so she sealed her. So she's been sealed for 4 years. Why didn't she kill Wanda? Love. She believed that there might be a way to help Wanda in the future, so she sealed her. She was not wrong though. You will help Wanda, right? As if I had a choice. That is a disaster waiting to happen. Asterisk psi asterisk. Yes. A/N. Hello everyone. Next chapter will be a bit more about Wanda's situation but without going too much in depth. The staff that is pending kidnapping, some Bucky and Emma POV, possibly. I hope you liked it and have fun. Chapter 11, Kidnapping. Forced employment. Rescuing. Technically if I sign a contract with Wanda, like the one I plan to do with Kitty, the influence of the Dimensional Lord, Thawne, could be countered by the influence of the new source, aka Void Energy, my source. But Wanda will have to be at least conscious enough to be able to form a contract with me. If she is not, then I will have to fight Thawne and make a deal with him or kill Wanda in the worst case. My energy has no psychological effects, that I know of, but even if it does I rather Wanda behaves like me than like Thawne. Yao, is Wanda still awake, aware of her surroundings? How conscious do you need her to be? Enough to sign a contract with me. I still need to study some sorcery though. I hope I'm not getting ahead of myself. What sort of contract? Like a magic vow? No. I plan to sign something similar to the contracts you guys use to pull dimensional energy. But instead of pulling energy from a dimension, the contract will pull energy from me. Yao's eyes thinned a little while thinking of the implications of my question. Yes, that is probably possible for Wanda, but wouldn't you be making her your avatar? Yao asked, clearly concerned about having an unstable Wanda as the avatar of a cosmic entity. No, you can only make avatars if you are a powerful dimensional lord, champions, cosmic entity, have some claim to an aspect of reality, elder god and some exceptions, really particular exceptions. Otherwise you're not making avatars but something else. I don't fit in any of those categories. My objective is for my energy to fight off the influence that Thawne has in Wanda through the chaos energy. Though I will need your help creating this type of contract. I said almost pleadingly at the end. That's surprisingly a marvelous idea, it should work, and as long as Wanda accepts she will have enough time for her to master her newly acquired powers. Yes, we will have to work on creating the contract. Our dimensional contract won't suffice, but that won't so difficult. Yao was positively surprised by my idea. Great. That's almost one problem less from my ever-growing list of problems. I will go now, Yao. You can visit the Halo when you please. There's not much yet, but you can use the facilities in my house up there. So much to do. But if there's anything I have, it's shine and time. I went back to my mansion to find Jean already sleeping in her new room. It looks like Kitty was true to her desires and went to Halo to sleep. Bucky and Emma are up there as well. Spark, send a message to Bucky and Emma. Tell them that tomorrow they will help me hiring my new staff. I can have them pick up the widows that are in missions, out of the red room, while I rescue the ones in the school. After getting a report of the current monitoring targets of Spark under the Skynet and Brother I went to sleep for the day. Same as usual, S.H.I.E.L.D. spying on the world, gasp how dare they, Hydra manipulating S.H.I.E.L.D., the Hand worshipping their demon, about 999 plus world conspiracies going on, a capsicle in the Arctic, the 10 Rings playing modern warfare on a global scale. I found out that the Eternals here are the same as the ones in the old movies, but I believe that these ones are biological. I will probably have to help Tiamat emerge without breaking Earth. Shit, is that even possible? There's some Inhumans in the Himalayas but also some in the moon. Namor is already on the throne. The Savage Lands are currently isolated and I plan on keeping it like that for the moment. It is public knowledge that Reed Richards is studying both space travel and dimensional breaching, so it's still in the air how they're going to power up. I rather not deal with Annihilus. Sadly I can't hack their network since I can't have him detect me with his world endangering IQ and or plot armor, but I will fuck him up a little if he is doing dimensional breaching without taking the appropriate precautions. Sigh, who am I kidding? That idiot genius is definitely doing something reckless, but I rather not be a tyrant that messes with people because they could do something bad. That's the Fury way. I rather go the Batman way, assume everyone and everything will fuck up and prepare, at least Batman has friends, and Catwoman. It's a new day. Today I will hire some staff. I have a lot to do. I also need to start my zoomorphic girl plan. The first step is to study the biology of cats, foxes, and rabbits. I need to improve my biokinesis. I got out of bed and went to make some breakfast. When I got to the kitchen I found Jean in her white pajamas doing some breakfast. Good morning, Jean. Hi, Aragorn, I made us some breakfast. Thank you, Jean. How was your night? Any problems with the new reach of your powers? I bet that even without training she must be able to hear at least half of the world now. Just getting to sleep was difficult enough, but I focused on our connection. Your mind dwarfs everything on the planet, and I'm not sure if it's okay to say this, but I'm grateful that you don't dream. She looks uncomfortable with the notion. Why wouldn't it be okay? I know I don't dream, but it's not because I'm unable. I read somewhere that not dreaming could be due to different problems. Some of them could be psychological. Normally that's the case, among other things, but not in this case. Ha 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 ha. You silly Padawan, I don't dream because it's dangerous to dream with my powers. I don't really need to sleep, but if I'm going to, I have to be careful about it. I prefer not waking up to a shattered Earth. PFFF. She now looks embarrassed and scared. Shut it, Aragorn. This is what I get for worrying about you, stupid dragon. Ha 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 ha. Well, that nickname reminded me of Nuna. I will visit her after I have my staff settled. I should also introduce Jean to Nuna. Technically they are related, with Jean being the Phoenix's avatar and all. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Okay. I will shut up. I appreciate the concern. For what it's worth, you can use our connection for sleeping until you get a hold of your powers. I wouldn't want to find myself in the dream of some seedy old man. Asterisk humph asterisk thank you. She is clearly pouting. Maybe she is an anime character or reads shoujo. Fire Padawan, what are your plans for the day? I can train you now or in the afternoon, whatever works best for you. Not that I'm trying to distract you or anything. I will allow your poor attempt at changing the topic of conversation. I have some classes to take later in the morning, so I prefer training in the afternoon. Mission smoothly accomplished, no matter what the Padawan says. Yeah, no problem, I need to hire some staff anyways. You can coordinate with Spark and just let me know when you're ready. I will probably train the staff on Halo to avoid their thoughts seeping to you, but there's still a chance that you will find new people here, so a heads up just in case. I would rather not face court because of a work-related accident on the first day. Well, my girls probably won't be able to go to court for the first few years, but that's not a nice thought. That's okay, thanks for the heads up, Aragorn. No problem. Lastly, if you need anything just ask Spark, no need for reservations. I probably have more money than this planet, and if it can't be bought you can have the fabricators make it for you on Halo. Once you reach a certain level of wealth you measure it by resources, not money. Hee 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 hee. Aragorn, are you trying to become my sugar daddy? Jean laughed mockingly while posing seductively. Please, little Padawan. You need to, at least, be close to Nuna's level if you want me as your sugar daddy. Please. As if he could compare to Nuna's temptation that I could only resist, barely, due to the total control of my body that I exerted. Asterisk gasp asterisk bastard. I'm growing. As if I would want you as my sugar daddy. And if you can't even appreciate my beauty, then maybe it's you who has some problems, maybe performing. Who's this Nuna, anyway? Your imaginary dragoness. Ha. Probably the name of your hand. Oh, it's personal now. The kitty gloves are off. What would you even know about performing? You are a little wet behind the ears to even think about evaluating any sort of performing. And if you are growing, then I, after my eons of age, am still growing as well. To be fair, she is 15 years old, so there's a lot of growing to do. I can also bet all my scales that she will be a bombshell, but this and that are different things. This is the trashing of a rebel Padawan, ha 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 ha. She is all red now, dash. It reminded me of my bike, and now I'm not so sure if pissing her off inside my mansion is a good idea. You. I bet you can't even get a date with your hand. Cough cough, sorry, you're Nuna. Ha 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 ha, this crazy Padawan is asking for IT. You don't mess with Nuna. As if. My Nuna is very real. I will get a date with her in the future for sure. But what about you? You, little Padawan, won't be able to get any dates even if the guy wears a loupe for eyeglasses. Ha 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 ha. You won't beat me in the art of trash talking, for me is easy. I just have to channel my inner young master. That's IT. Dash. Shit, she is going to blast my house. I've got to portal us away. As soon as her eyes started to shine ominously, without wasting any time, I warped us to Halo, to the valley in front of my house. Crayak, the ground started cracking as Jean pulled rocks out of it and hurtled them at me at subsonic speeds. Boom crash dash, ha 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 ha, you are still too little to beat me, Jean, I shouted while I deflected the bus-size rocks. For my offensive, I switched my TK into attack position. I pulled some water from the atmosphere to super soaker the hot-headed Padawan. Whoosh splash. Ha 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 ha, like I said, still wet behind the ears. I laughed at the wet Padawan. Now she looks like a wet dog. Ha 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 ha, this is so much fun. I'm going to break those horns of yours, Aragorn. Her eyes shone even brighter. She started to float under the influence of her TK. She looked at me from above before pulling her hands back at the level of her chest. She said, Aragorn, drown. She pushed her hands forward. Rumble rumble. The ground, following her command, raised itself and rippled forward, simulating a tsunami. A tsunami made of dirt, rocks, and water. Ha 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 ha. Little Jean, you won't be able to hit me with that. I shouted while I flew above the massive dirt wave. I lifted my left hand and pulverized about a handful of the dirt passing below and sent the little dust cloud to the still wet and enraged teenager. Splush, she was covered with dirt in an instant. You shit, dragon. Jean lifted her hands and created a forest of rock spears below us. The spears started to separate from the ground and she then closed her hands in a fist, compressing the spears solid. Breaking the sound barrier, one after the other, she shot the spears at me. Boom 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 boom. Ha 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 ha, not enough. You're still lacking. I mockingly said while I supersonically flew around each spear. My choice of words just pissed her off even further. Not long after that she started to pick up the pace, and it was like a minigun, just that instead of bullets she's got spears and instead of firing explosions she's got sonic booms. Explosions and rumbling could be heard after each time that she launched a rock spear, but I was not going to take it like this. While evading her spears I started to pull water from any source on the valley and the air, but I pulled it stealthily, until I had a lake worth of water silently creeping above us. Finally I dispersed some of its heat back to the atmosphere, lowering the temperature of the water just enough for it not to freeze. Stay still, Aragorn. Shouted Jean, trying to strike me down while airborne. Why don't you cool off, little fire? I dropped the water above us and glomped us in the lake of freezing water. Splash glump. Ha 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 ha. Little Padawan. What will you do now? Bastard, I'm freezing. PFFFFF, so. How are you going to escape? Jean got angrier. She focused for a couple of seconds before using an omnidirectional telekinetic blast. That's a low-level Shinra Tensei, almighty push. Boom, she pushed enough water away to create a force field around her. She was lacking air in the bubble, but for her new body this was no problem. Humph, now you can't do anything to me. Yeah, you should have that force field on since the start. Now I can't bully you without harming you, but you're still too inexperienced. Yeah, I can physically bully you, but I can use some psychological tactics. Hee. You know, little Jean. All this freezing water in your white pajamas are only showing your scarcity, you know, right? I said with a cocky grin while staring at her chest. Her white blouse left nothing to imagination. There was a sense of foreboding in the water. She looked down, but there was no blushing. She looked back at me and her green eyes shifted to red. She pointed her palm at me and manifested a fist-sized white flame, almost cosmic fire, but not there yet. Shit. She is going to vapor explosion us up. I can't live with this shame, neither can you, she said softly before sending her scalding flame out of her bubble, into the water. I lifted my hand and encased her in a void barrier. And then, Re-theory-threeing, after the explosion there was this high-frequency ringing on my head for a second or two. I was only wearing my shorts, that were initially pants, in a crater so big that it will soon be the new lake view from my house up in the cliff. About my house, I could see that the shields were up, meaning that the explosion reached all the way up there. Bucky, Emma, and Spark were on the balcony. I could feel their exasperation from here. I called back the void barrier, it was sent to the mountains on the other end of the valley, and floated us to my house. I stepped in front of the gang, they looked at the void barrier, it was currently in its raw form so it was distorting space making it hard to discern what was inside, and Emma asked. So, what sort of demon, god, entity, mutant, world-ending threat do you have there? I'm guessing that they couldn't recognize Jean from this distance, but Spark should know, Spark is just keeping silent because he is always on my side. Nice one, Spark. I can always count on you. I removed my barrier letting Emma see the wet and fuming Jean inside. I hate you, Aragorn. It was all Jean said. You crazy bastard. Is what Emma shouted before running inside with the wet dog. Is what Bucky said, before following inside. Master Chief, as much as this pains me to inform you I must do this for your betterment, I have recorded this incident and will inform Madame Death upon her descent to this plane. Gasp, the betrayal. So. Jean. I might have taken it a bit further, so. I'm sorry. Why do I have to apologize while everybody is looking at me like that? This is not what I imagined I would do with my busy morning. And. Emma. And any man would be grateful to be of your interest. I will claim vengeance in the future, little Padawan. I accept your apology, Aragorn. It would be better if you said it without emulating a young lady, I bet she reads shoujo. Do I not get an apology? I mean. She was mocking Nuna by comparing her to my hand. You better apologize now, Padawan, or else later the revenge will be greater. For what? She looks confused. Why? For saying that Nuna doesn't exist. What else? Do you think that I care enough to start a fight about being made fun of? Your imaginary girlfriend. This is weird, why would she believe that she is fake? MMMHHH, this is weird. Why would you believe that she is fake? You have a girlfriend. Emma. No. Just someone I like. Why would I fake a person? Emma. I'm also confused why you two believe that he would create a fake person. Thank you, Bucky, at least you have my back. Emma and Jean looked back at each other and tilted their heads in confusion. I don't want to be rude, but you don't feel like someone who has a romantic relationship. I'm not trying to make fun of you, but your mind doesn't feel like the mind of a person that is in love. Jean, I think I'm more confused now. How does the mind of a person in love feels like? Whatever it feels like, a normal person's mind is not the best point of reference for mine. I don't share a link with you like Jean, but you clearly live alone, your behavior is also the one of someone that is used to being alone. I also thought that the maids you were hiring were for the purpose of future concubines. What the hell, I looked at my only island in this sea of confusion, Bucky. Don't look at me, I'm as confused as you are, for all I know there's a Miss Dragoness out there waiting for you in a cosmic nest. That's good, just a little weird, but it doesn't help me with anything. Ms. Grey, Ms. Frost, the Nuna, as the Master Chief calls her, is indeed a being in existence. While technically not alive, Madame Death is very real, she is also the aim of the Master Chief's affections. Yes, Spark, you tell them. I looked at the girls with satisfaction after Spark helped me out, but now the three of them are giving me weird looks. What now? Madame Death. X. Yes. Nuna Death. The light in my darkness, the hottest and sweetest girl in existence or in existence. Who, or what is that? Emma, right, these guys don't know about the abstracts. You guys don't know about the abstracts, that's why you look at me like crazy. Abstracts. Bucky. Yes. First of all, Jean, my mind, specially, and the mind of most telepaths work different than normal minds, probably even yours won't feel the same as you expect in the future when you fall in love. Second, Emma, I've been alone for longer than this universe has been existing, so I am used to being alone, since I was alone for most of my life except for the first decades of my existence. And lastly, cosmic abstracts are conceptual cosmic beings, at the top is the living tribunal, who serves the one above all. Below them are the four pillars of reality, eternity, infinity, death, and oblivion. After the pillars we have Master Order, Lord Chaos, the In-Betweener, Mistress Love, Sire Hate, the Phoenix Force and others, a lot more. The ranking has to do with importance and not power, scaling this entities by power is stupid since the way they fight is different. Nuna is Death, or Lady Death as most know her. I take orders from the living tribunal but Nuna is my point of contact and basically direct superior. I feel like I just lifted a huge burden from my shoulders, now I feel bad for bullying the Padawan, my revenge will be light. Do not worry, Padawan, I understand that you were just confused, I'm an understanding dragon. I'm sorry about before, Aragorn. Jean. Don't worry, Jean, I understand now why you were confused. Your punishment has been lightened. But what's with these seemingly existent new all-powerful beings? Jean. Don't worry too much, Padawan. Once you start using the learning room, one of the first lessons is about cosmic entities. There's also an extra about gods and demons, but that one is optional for you, since once you're done with your training, gods and demons will have to learn about you, not the other way around. While in training I will always be there, but afterwards the demons will teach their spawns about the little Padawan. Okay, if you say so, thank you, Aragorn, she said, cheering up after hearing about the learning room. Aragorn, if it's all right to ask, why were you alone for so long? Emma. It's no problem. I was a normal human once. There was a war against power-hungry alien invaders. I, along with most of the rest of humanity, took the fight to their home planets. We started to develop powers after contact with their galaxies. I had the power of absorbing the souls of my kills. After the war was over, one of the powered humans, with the power of stealing powers, went psycho and wanted to use my power to make himself a god. Something went wrong with my power when he tried to steal it, and I absorbed my universe. I was left adrift in the void in the omniverse until I found this place. The one above all, the creator of this multiverse, gave me this universe as my home in exchange for working some tasks under the living tribunal. So the time I spent in the void is the reason I'm used to being alone. Normally no being with a soul should be able to survive in the void, so it was only me and the creatures of the void. I suspect that I might be one of the oldest existences around here. At least age influenced me differently than those old fogies. I wouldn't want to be a nihilist holier-than-thou dragon. Emma. Jean. I'm just gonna say it, everyone is thinking about it, but how are you not more crazy? Bucky. Oh, that's because of my previous power. It was the power to absorb souls to empower my soul. So by the time I was done eating my universe, my way of thinking, feeling, moving, seeing, talking, being and existing was already different. Normally if someone is as old as me they get affected by time one way or the other, but my soul fixed some of my previous problems and preserved me as me. The same about being alone for so long. My soul, me, determined that some feelings, senses, memories, experiences, etc. were not needed, so they were dormant, awaiting for the moment in which they were. Once I located this multiverse, my soul restarted my dormant attributes. After all, I was more affected by the loss of my family than by my time alone. I'm sorry about it, Aragorn. Are you not sad? About your previous home, I mean, and your time alone. Emma. Yes, but I work on a different programming now. It's more like I'm trauma-proofed, because my soul equates trauma to damage, and my soul doesn't do damage. It's not that I can't feel, it's more like I can only feel an allowed amount, or for an allowed amount of time, of allowed emotions. So I do feel sadness but not crippling sadness, I feel lust but not mind-losing lust, I feel hate but not disabling hate, I feel rage but not madding rage, I feel lots of curiosity but not life-threatening curiosity, I enjoy bullying Jean but not enough to damage a Jean. Hee 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 hee. Hey. Wait. Is that good or bad? Jean. Ha 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 ha. I'm mostly kidding, Jean. What I meant is that I enjoy but not enough to lose myself in joy. Love is a bit different since my soul recognizes love as a positive thing. I love enough to not lose myself in it but enough to allow change in me. This applies to any type of love. After all, you can't grow if you don't let some influences in from the outside. It's probably one of the reasons my soul survived the void. Instead of fighting it, it allows some of it inside. After that, it learned about letting go when the time is right. It let go of its absorption power in order to gain a future. I let go of my previous attachments in order to have a healthy future. Thank you for telling us about it, Aragorn. Emma. HMHM, grunted Bucky. I don't like the bullying but thank you. Jean. After all, he didn't hurt me during our fight. He is a bully. Hi guys. That is the best bed in the world. I've never felt that good sleeping before in my life. Shouted Kitty, who has just woken up. PFFFF ha 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 X. Kitty, you are a treasure. Never change, you can get a P-Link from Spark later. Jean, you should go to classes soon, same as you, Kitty. Emma, James, follow me to the Overwatch room, I will show you what we will do in regards to my future staff. After that, Emma, Bucky, and I went to my Overwatch room, basically my control room for matters not pertaining to Halo. Spark had already compiled a list of all the active widows and the location of the Red Room. Alright. What do you know about the Red Room? I remember given several tasks of training assets from time to time. Aside from that, nothing. Bucky. I know a little about them from my time with Shaw. But not much. Emma. Shaw is usually well informed when concerning to matters of the world. What about the Black Widow, did you ever hear of her? The assassin. Emma. Yes. Natalia Alienovna Romanova, known as the Black Widow. She was created there, in the Red Room. The Red Room was a program established by the Soviets with the help of several key figures to create super-enhanced spies. It started with Ludmila Antonovna Kudrin, a genius lady that created a variant of the super soldier serum. This variant worked best on women and so the program was born. Basically they kidnap or buy girls that could disappear from any records without leaving a trace, they train them, indoctrinate them, chemically brainwash them, make them fight to the death until only the strongest one of the batch is left, and finally they sterilize the winner before using the serum. After that it's rinse and repeat. Since they are assigned the most risky missions, normally a widow doesn't live long, hence the need for the cycle. We have good news and bad news. The good news is that Kudrin trusted nobody, so she kept the formula to herself even after her death. The bad news is that she left enough supply for about an army of widows. I will handle the Red Room itself. I'll just go and take the girls and destroy the whole complex, getting rid of the serum at the same time. You two are going to portal around with Spark's help to secure the girls that are doing training missions. Expect resistance. Any questions? What the fuck is wrong with people? I guess you will get rid of the chemical brainwashing and you and I will help with the mental recovery. Emma. Are they coming here or to the mansion? Bucky. They are coming here. I prefer to keep their thoughts away from Jean until they learn how to shield their minds. Jean is unstable enough as she is without adding the thoughts of trained assassins to the mix. Master Chief, if I may, can we use an orbital bombardment on the Red Room as a testing of our orbital weaponry? My belligerent AI. What about collateral damage? The closest city is Oymyakon, Siberia, not even the shockwave would be felt. My warlike AI. What about the presence of our satellites being discovered? That will happen soon enough. I've detected a few lost signals requesting entry to the satellite communicating network. It won't be long for our network to be known. They will know that there are satellites out there but won't know where. So no risk will come to the satellites themselves for at least a decade. After that the satellites will have to be protected by the barriers built in. My gung-ho AI. So you are saying that it won't matter since soon the satellites network will be no, ergo the satellites will be no, but they won't be able to locate them. Since they will fear the tech that they can't locate, it doesn't matter if they have circumstantial evidence of these beings' weapons, given that they will fear the unknown tech assuming that it's weaponry. Yes, since either way they will assume that my satellites are weapons, it doesn't matter. Correct. Sure. I will pull the girls and you will bomb it. Let me know if there's anything left standing. I want the place vaporized. If there's anything left I will put on a path to the sun or something. Do we have orbital strikes? Emma. Bucky and I stared at her as if she was an idiot. What? Emma felt offended by our demeanors. Well, we have lightsabers, a space station, robots, AI, portals, a dragon, an avatar of a cosmic entity, a planet, and who knows what other crazy things are on this halo. At this point orbital strikes sound more like something your neighbor could have secure under the pillow. Bucky, an adaptable Bucky. If you put it like that, Emma, learning to adapt. Alright, let's get ready. Put them to sleep because I don't want them to end themselves. Spark, send the girls to the med bay and have the 7 deadly sins in charge of security. The operation was simple enough. We are almost done. I'm just waiting for the orbital strike to hit. I portaled about a mile, 1.609 kilometers, in the sky and sent a telepathic pulse that put everyone to sleep. In a minute I had already scanned all the trash and the sleeping beauties on the facility. I did find some innocents, if you can call them that. All of them knew what they were working on, but these innocents were not directly involved in the horrors the girls suffered. I honestly don't care. You're responsible for your actions, and while it's true that people could change for the better if they're given a chance for redemption, you can tell that to the dead. Thunder, asterisk boom asterisk, I manipulated the energy present and made an EMP strong enough to get to the lower levels of the facility. I opened several portals close to the girls and started sending them to the med bay, so I will have to take responsibility for some of the baby girls. There were 8 4 years old, the newest batch, 4 10 years old, 17 15 to 17 years old that already went through sterilization, 1 19 years old, also the oldest, Yelena Belova. She was not the sister of the Black Widow but she was being trained to hunt her. All in all 30 individuals, but some of the old ones will probably go out on their own, so I'm not sure how many I will be left with. The baby girls and the kid girls will have to stay since there's no records about where to return them, and you can't be an independent baby or kid without asking for Hydra to kidnap you. I'm not sure how many Bucky and Emma will bring, but hopefully I will have enough staff and not just members of the new orphanage of the Brilliants, my mansion. My waiting was rewarded. Up in the sky, you can find a falling star, big enough to pulverize, fast enough vaporize. I wish upon the brightest star, for the trash to disappear. Boom rumble. A quick scan with my OP eyes and I found no traces left, just a hole with a sprinkle of crater on the top. It left a cloud of dust, snow, and metal on its wake. Satisfied with Spark's job I went back to base. It's time to check on the girls. I found that Bucky and Emma were already waiting for me over there. Hey guys. No problems. No, I just stunned them with some psionic blast and Spark warped them here. I got 11 girls. Similar here, I just stunned them with this arm. It was like cheating, and I have 8 girls. He looks like he is really enjoying his new arm. I'm glad. What ages? I got a bunch of baby girls and kid girls along with some teenagers. Well, most girls were between 14 to 17. Mine were the same, except for one 19 years old. They at least got no babies, not that it would make sense for a baby to be on a mission, but I think in the movies Yelena was a baby when she was on a mission in USA, so you never know. What will you do about the younger ones? Emma. I will keep them and you too, and I will have to raise them. So I guess, congratulations. We are going to be parents. How nice. And no need for the gender reveal, all are girls. **X. I will probably have to hold back the ones that want to be independent until I have papers for them. How many do you think that will want to go through the independence route? I don't think that any will. Based on what I've seen on their minds, were it not for the instilled patriotism, most of them if not all would have killed themselves. If, after they are cleaned, you give them an opportunity to live, they will take it. So I think all of them will follow you, us, like ducklings in the future. You will not let me go, will you? Emma. Hee. What are you taking about, Emma? Of course I will let you go, it's just that it's not my problem if you get too attached to the girls and then decide to stay. Hee. It's not like I was aiming for this, but it crossed my mind once or twice. TSK, Emma. So now, do we just wait? Bucky. Yes, same as you, 2 hours on the Regan bath, the ones that were sterilized will get a concentrated version and they should be able to bear children by the time they come out. Well, no girl of mine is having a child until they're stably independent, so no babies in the near future for them. Oh. Emma, we should start some of the psyche healing now. Emma and I started to heal the mind of the girls one by one, some took more work since every person copes with extreme circumstances differently. About 20 minutes before the end of the baths we were done. And I was not happy. No. I felt rage. Rage about what was done to the older girls and rage about what was done to some of the kid girls. Rage with the scum of this world, so much rage. So much fucking scum. Barf, sounded Emma as she retched in the garbage bin. What happened? Asked Bucky, concerned when he saw Emma's reaction and my red eyes. Spark, I need you to locate several people for me, you have 10 minutes. Is all I said while my crimson eyes looked back to Emma. Give me the profiles you have, Emma, they will die. All of them. All who knew and helped, all who knew and did nothing, all who ordered it, all who enabled it, all who perpetuated the act, there will be none left. I will send you their profiles, make them suffer. Until they beg for death. Of course she was enraged as well. She telepathically sent me the profiles she got from the girls she helped. Spark, leave them another hour in the Regan bath, Regan their hymen as well, is the least I can do for them. I said while leaving through a portal, on a hunt. Pieces of shit. I heard Bucky shout when he heard my last order. One by one I gathered them. Always asking the same questions. Who are you? What are you? What are you doing here? Always making the same exclamations. Security. Kill him. Demon. Stop him. Intruder. But not a single scum took more than 10 seconds. I grabbed them by the throat, a limb, the head, and sometimes I just opened a portal behind them before kicking them in, but I made damn sure that all of them were healthy for what's to come. I made sure that none of them could off themselves. I recognized some names, some were from powerful organizations, most were from first world countries, most were from important positions. I'm not sure how the governments and organizations of some countries will work tomorrow. I bet a bunch of agencies will lose their shit finding their agents. I bet a bunch of families will go to the police declaring some of their family members missing, yes, family members, because there were some women involved. A bunch of families will be changing their wills. A bunch of people will be involved in the repercussion of the disappearance of these scum. But I don't care. Some of the girls were used as hookers in some fucking parties under the excuse of espionage, some were used as call girls by the same functionaries of their government. I don't care about what their governments will do when they find that their prime minister is missing, after all he knew. He is not forgiven. And after the last of them was secured in one of my prison cells, I went to ask a question that's been eating me for a while now. Why? Why didn't she kill them all? I portal in the living room of an inconspicuous house in France, strategically found in a place with lots of escape routes. In front of me was a very surprised redhead that was coming out of the shower, dressed in a dark blue bathrobe. She looked at my horns and crimson eyes and she felt the presence I was broadcasting. And her trembling started. She was trying her hardest to control her trembling. She knew that if she wanted to survive me she couldn't be confrontational. That was what her body, soul, and mind said in unison. Hello, Natalia. My name doesn't matter. I'm here because I have a few questions for you. Can you help me out? I said very politely. After all, no matter how angry I was, I know that she is not at fault, she was just another victim. That's what I kept repeating in my mind, like a mantra. Even though she knew about it, she was a victim as well. I saw her in one of the memories of one girl in one of these fucking parties. The girl didn't recognize Natalia, but I did. Why yes, I can help you. I toned down my presence. I can't have a conversation with her like this. Did you know that the Red Room still existed? Spark did find that when she escaped she blew up her training facility. Which at that time it was the main complex. Yes, I learned about their re-establishment approximately a decade after my escape. When she escaped she probably was lacking experience in the underworld and the workings of governmental covert operations. Why didn't you attempt to destroy them while it was weak? The new Red Room was rebuilt about 3 decades ago. She had about 20 years to get rid of it. I couldn't. I tried. I fucking tried. When I learned of it I infiltrated the country but they were ready. I couldn't even get close to the facility without falling into a daze and waking up later almost frozen to death. They have a chemical trigger for my conditioning. I was able to escape once. I was not risking that chance for anything. The only reason my bounty hunters are not sent with said compound is because if it's leaked all their active widows will be vulnerable to it. She said with her frustration out in the open. I could also tell that she was not lying, her feelings, her surface thoughts, her smell, heart rhythm. Sigh asterisk. I apologize for the intrusion Natalia. I know that you are also a victim of them. It's just that I saw you in the memory of one of the girls. She opened her eye on realization. You have one of their widows. Not one. I have all of them. Even the ones that were on active duty. As of today, there's no more Red Room. I felt her happiness but it soon turned somber. Thank you. But they will just start the program again, given enough time. That's not possible Natalia. I have everyone that was a part of it, everyone that was remotely involved, from the lowest paid janitor to the prime minister that ordered the re-establishment of the program. Everyone that knows, everyone that played a part on the girl's suffering. All of them. I smiled at her and brought my rage to my face so that she could understand that I was not talking about a future endeavor, I was talking about a fact born from the past, undeniable. What? All of them. You are going to be hunted. But I don't think it matters to you. What are you doing with them? Yes Natalia, it matters not to me. I bet that in some of their secretly located recording devices there must be some evidence of my existence, but my public persona has no horns or crimson eyes. I also change my hair whenever I got out. So they won't be able to link me to it. He. I will make them beg for death of course. What else do they deserve Natalia? When their souls find their way to Nuna's realm, there won't be any sense of self left. Can I be there? I can't find any problems to it. She will basically implicate herself as an accomplice. If anything it will help me in the future when I ask her to help me with their training. I looked at her body with my eyesight to make sure that there were no devices on her. Sure. Get ready. No devices with you. I don't mind about the weapons since those are ineffective. Prevention, I bet the devices won't work on Halo but you never know. She was ready in 5 minutes and I opened a portal back to the med bay. I found Bucky talking to Emma, trying to give her some solace. After my exit came Natalia, who immediately recognized Bucky and got ready for confrontation. Natalia. He is no longer brainwashed by Hydra. She looked at my still crimson eyes and gave a nod of understanding. I looked back at Emma and said. I have all of them in the prison. I got some more from the memories I read from them. Everyone, all, anybody involved, indirectly or directly, enablers and participants, 1783 of them. That many? Said Emma with her rage-poisoned tone. Yes, most of them were people who knew, or worked taking charge of the aftercare, or gave orders. But all of them knew of the things that the girls had to suffer through. Some will get a quick death but some will beg for one. Thank you Aragorn. I, sigh. I will just make sure that the girls get better after this. Emma. Aragorn. What will you do with the girls? Natalia. Yes, Aragorn is my name. The small ones we will have to raise, the older ones will be either trained as maids or taught for a profession of their choosing. If they want freedom they will need to wait a few years until I have credible identities for them, building a print, leaving some paperwork trail to make sure that the new identities are believable. Can I work with them as well? Natalia asked with some hesitation. Don't you make a living as an assassin for hire? I have no need for assassins though. Yes, but I've been thinking of finding a way to leave behind this life, and I think this is a good chance. I have other skills aside from killing and if not, I learn fast. I'm pretty sure that I can find something to help you with, besides. I don't know where we are but I'm pretty sure that on the window is Earth. So I'm pretty sure that I can hide here. I don't know if you are an alien but at least you care about the girls. And did something for them. Indeed that's Earth. I think this widow is somewhat similar to the one on the movies, a widow on a redemption path. I don't think that there are any problems with her employment. Spark. Your thoughts? Spark floated in the room, surprising Natalia further. It's convenient. It makes no problems for us if she's hired now or in the future. She can learn in the learning room, so her lack of skills is not a problem. She is also in the same position as Mr. Barnes. Logically she won't betray us since we are their protection, Master Chief. I thought something similar. You will be under Emma and James. She is the head maid and James is my butler. Spark, get her a P-Link. Natalia, do you want to use the Regan bath? Spark is on the same ranking as them, though recently he's been taking orders from the Padawan. I wonder what's with that. What's a Regan bath? It's a bath in a regeneration fluid. It can fix your conditioning and infertility problem. But I don't know if it hurts to bathe while conscious. Really? Hick, said Natalia while sobbing a little. Yes. If you want you can do it after the girls are out. 2 hours should be enough. Well, the versions of her that I know of always wanted a family of her own. It wasn't long for the remaining of the extra hour of the girls to pass. My eyes finally switched from red to blue. It was time to talk to the girls. A/N. Hello my readers. Next chapter is about introductions and executions. After that we get a POV about the mess left in Russia, but it's possible that will happen on the chapter after the next one. I will try to write about this quantity of words per chapter, but no promises. I hope you enjoy this chapter. There was no comedy, but hopefully brighter days are coming for our characters. These characters are the ones that will be considered the main cast for the next 5 years or so of story time. Of course there will be new ones from time to time and I will try to include a bunch of POVs. But technically I will end volume in the next 3 chapters or so, maybe more. I'm terrible at matching chapters with storytelling. No need to panic since I will probably take 1 week after the end of the volume and come back with more. So there won't be much of an interruption. Chapter 12, Maids, POVs, and Time. One by one the girls woke up. Like well-trained assassins, the older ones kept their calm while observing their surroundings. Their new captors, the younger ones, showed some concern, but soon enough they also imitated the behavior of the older girls. You could find them focusing on different things. Some of the older ones recognized Bucky and Natalia, some were focused on the advanced technology found in the med bay, some were observing the robots present in the room, but most of all were observing the view, Earth on the window. After some time of studying their surroundings, almost all of them set their eyes on me, more specifically my non-human features. Hello girls, my name is Aragorn. These are Emma Grace Frost, James Buchanan Barnes and Natalia A. Romanova. They work for me and will be your superiors from now on. I can't imagine a better way of saying this, so I will just lay it for you and we can do questions afterward. The Red Room is no more. Your handlers are imprisoned down below awaiting their execution. As you can see, we are orbiting Earth, so no one will hurt you here. Your bodies have been fixed from any past injury. For the ones subjected to sterilization, you're capable of childbearing now. The chemical conditioning has been cleansed, the brainwashing has been removed, though you still need a few sessions with me or Emma to help with your mind healing. Any questions so far? The distrust was thick in the atmosphere, but I could only smile silently, waiting for them to recognize their new reality. What will happen with us now, sir? Asked the 19-year-old that Bucky brought. The initial plan was for you girls to work for me, but there are more baby and kid girls than anticipated, so for the young ones, we will raise them. The rest of you that can be considered old enough, you can work for me or choose freedom, but you still need to stay under my care for a few years until I have untraceable identities for you. You don't need to worry much about potential danger since I don't need assassins. After all, I got rid of the Red Room on my own. I needed girls that would be loyal to us and preferably with unrecorded identities. You fitted the requirements. I will give you girls education, healthcare, housing, clothing, training, and any other necessity that you will need or luxury that you want. What I need in return is your loyalty and help with work that you can reject since you're not a slave. You are not captive either. I can drop you on any place on Earth of your choosing, but I urge you to consider waiting until I have appropriate identities for you. In the meantime, you can study and learn from the available resources. What's the cost? Yelena: yes girl, I know I look like a shady candy seller. There's no cost, but it's not for free. It's like any other job. You work, you get paid. You work less, you get paid less. At the moment you'll be studying and working as maids, but in the future I will need some of you to handle a business that I intend to create. I plan for some of them to handle any business under my normal identity. Can we stay with you for now and decide in the future? Said one of the teenagers. Yes, you can test the waters and see if you like it. No rush. After all, we need 2 to 3 years to create credible identities with real paper trail. No more questions. I looked at the girls. Some did have other questions but decided to refrain for the moment. Okay. Let's go eat. I bet that some of you haven't eaten a proper meal for a while. After saying so, we went to the kitchen with 49 ducklings following us. The kitchen and dinner table were made to accustom about 80 people at Spark's insistence a few days after going online. Spark's foresight is scary sometimes. Thanks to the fabricators, we could cater to any preference, but given that these girls were raised to eat rations for breakfast, there weren't any remarkable requests. Well, Natalia did try to test the limits of the fabricator but had to admit defeat when the fabricator popped out enough food to feed 5 or 6 people. At the end of the meal I had to mention something that almost brought some laughs from me, Emma and Bucky. You know girls, the armory is open, available for you. If you feel the need for weaponry you can just get some from there. There's even the option of designing your own weapons. The cutlery won't do much against the people here. Cling clang, sounded a bunch of forks, knives and spoons placed back on the table. Ha 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 ha. I laughed. I couldn't contain it anymore, but the girls were looking at me with eyes that promised pain. Ha ha ha. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's just that baby over there got a knife but Natalia over here got a spoon. PFFF. Ha 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 ha. I laughed while pointing at Natalia. She looked at me and Bucky, who also couldn't keep it in anymore, with an embarrassed expression, and said, "Shut up, bastards. It's his fault. Every time I was about to grab the knife he was watching." She said, aggrieved, while pointing at me. PFF. I know, I just wanted to see what you were going to do if you couldn't get the knife. Ha 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 ha. But you chose the spoon over the fork. For a moment I thought she was going to get the glass. Asshole. Shouted Natalia while skillfully throwing every eating tool on her side of the table. The girls also started to pass along their cutlery to Natalia. Ha 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 ha. Bucky and I had to laugh, while Emma was trying to keep away from us. At the end almost all of the eating tools and some leftovers were floating over Bucky and I. While Natalia was indignant that even with the help of the girls she couldn't mess with us. Okay. Okay. We will stop. Sorry. I'm sorry, Natalia. I said while Bucky nodded alongside. You better be. She was fuming, but at least the girls were in a better mood. Now that we've had a meal, Spark will guide you to your rooms. You get your own P-links. You can use those to get information about us and the facilities available to you. I really meant what I said about the armory. If you want weapons, have fun in there. You can go to your rooms, but I still need some of you to stay here. It's time for some well-deserved justice. Even with this good mood going around, I haven't forgotten what the scum did. We went to the lower levels, the prison, after I explained to the girls what awaited in the future of our guests. I didn't need to sugarcoat it. The girls had a different sense of innocence than a regular child. For all those indirectly involved, there was a swift death, some crushed skulls, and done, simple, effective. For those directly involved, I sped up their sense of time with some well-placed telepathy and biokinesis, and then we talked for a long time. Dismantling them while alive provided us a lot of information about certain organizations. This should probably speed up the downfall of Hydra. Once done, the bodies, or more like flesh blobs, were repurposed. This is high-quality fertilizer and useful organic mass for future experiments. The scum should be grateful that at the end they did a service to the world. I at least would like to think that these girls got some sort of closure. A few of them sobbed a little when the scum perished. I will think that this was because this meant the end of their tormentors and the beginning of their new life. Different POV. Irina, 19yo. It's been a week since our life under the Red Room ended. Things have been different. Good different. After the execution of our aggressors, some of us couldn't help but cry after the memories of what we now understand was wrong. We didn't know if Aragorn, as he called himself, was going to be our new captor or not, but I can say that I was thankful for what he did to those men. During our first week on the Halo, our new home, I came to understand that there are many new things out there in the universe. For example, on the same day of our arrival, on the afternoon, 2 girls portaled to the Crystal House. One of them, Kitty, said hi as if finding new people in her house had nothing to do with her before she went to the gaming room and spent the rest of the day until dinner in there. The other girl, Jean, said that she had to train with Aragorn. Since some of us wanted to measure his level of strength, we decided to spectate the training. We were told that for our safety we should watch from one of the balconies overlooking the valley. At first we thought that they were trying to hide their techniques from us, but the way Aragorn levitated the cutlery during lunch should have been an indicator of the type of training that these people do. Both flew over the lake, discussed something for a few minutes before a world-ending fight to the death started. They kept attacking each other with rocks, water, energy blasts that later we were told were psionic blasts. Aragorn moved around at supersonic speed while Jean was not so far behind him, and then, as if what they had been doing was just some harmless game, they stopped, flew in front of the other and stayed like that for the rest of the training. Apparently they were fighting in their minds. That became a thing now. By the way, we participate in mental defense training, so at least once a day we mental battle with Miss Frost or Aragorn. Apparently people capable of reading your mind are as common as mayors. You have at least one in town, according to Aragorn. He also was not kidding about the armory. With Spark's help, the nicest fellow here, we developed and created new weapons to decorate our rooms with. Later, after some time in the learning room, we understood that weapons wouldn't be enough to harm Aragorn, who turned out to be a dragon and not a demon like we initially expected. So I guess he really doesn't mind that most of us have enough weapons to take down an army as room decor. Things are better now, but our previously broken sense of normalcy was shattered. A few days ago Aragorn started to grab our hands for a few minutes a day. We initially thought that he was starting to show his true colors, but when one of the little ones asked what he was doing, he said that he was studying our body's biology because he wanted to give us powers in the future. After that day he adopted a bunch of foxes, cats and rabbits, he created a pet's room, more like a pet's gymnasium, and spent most of his free time in there. Again one of the little ones asked him why he brought so many fluffies. He said that he was studying their biology to give us powers. Apparently he wants to give us the agility, reflexes, senses and instincts of said animals. He said that he was still working on it and that he wouldn't move to the next phase until he had a 100% guarantee of success. On another day he gifted us lightsabers. He was going to give some to the little ones but Miss Frost and Natalia stopped him. This of course saddened the little ones who in turn made puppy eyes to Aragorn. He casted a duel by combat using lightsabers to defend the honor of the princesses. He said that since he was faster he would allow for Miss Frost, Natalia, Bucky, Kitty, and Jean to gang on him at the same time. Bucky and Kitty joined because it sounded fun, Jean because she and Aragorn always fight like brother and sister. Each side had 24 hours to get ready. Aragorn said that he was ready and was giving a handicap to the lowly dark ones, so he prepared nothing. The other team had Spark fabricate some Spartan armors, mines, grenades, and plasma lances. What followed was a 17-hour-long battle which was then turned into a film by Spark so that we could watch the director's cut later. Because Miss Frost lost most of her clothing in a well-timed explosion, Aragorn was distracted and this gave an opening that Natalia seized, placing her lightsaber against his neck. At end it was settled for the little ones to have their own vibranium weave armor as protection, though later we were given the same protection. Hectic is the normal state here, today in particular. The reason for this is because today Aragorn has to go to a galactic empire to relocate 3 planets, due to a deal he did when he last bought a planet. This is what I meant about our sense of normalcy being shattered. One of the little ones asked him to take us with him because they wanted to become astronauts. Are we not astronauts already? Aragorn of course agreed because he is weak to the shiny souls reflected through their eyes. Apparently the baby's souls are his weak point, and Miss Frost body. The point is that now we are getting ready to board the UNSC Iroquois. He said that we will have to do with this one because the others are too big to use near Earth. After 3 hours of travel we arrived at Xandar, the throne world of the Nova Empire. According to my knowledge from the General Galactic Knowledge course, it was clear to us that the ambassadors treated us with utmost respect and that they feared Aragorn and Jean. I'm still working through the mandatory lessons of the learning room, but Yelena, who is ahead of me, said that we were treated that way because Aragorn is considered a cosmic entity, which is an overpowered being, and we are considered his people. Watching how Aragorn ate a planet with his portals was an interesting experience. It looked so simple, so easy. We took longer moving from one planet to the other than moving said planets to their new systems. He said that it was not so easy because you had to calculate the speed of orbit of the planets, but that even some low-level gods could do it with enough preparations. Right, gods, I have a lot to study. After the relocations were completed, Aragorn brought us to the planet that he and Jean bought. He said that there's nothing here and that we could use it for training, but that the beaches here were nice enough. We had a picnic over there because, again, one of the little ones wanted. He mentioned that next week some representatives from Xandar would arrive to build an embassy on Halo, but that he was going to put them on the other side of the ring, for privacy. I've learned that humans are highly adaptive creatures. I no longer get surprised when I see Jean trying to kill Aragorn, or Natalia trying to kill Aragorn. The mention of gods and how weak most of them are. That's just breakfast talk. The talks about the private affairs of the people in power on Earth. Just some casual gossip between Spark and Miss Frost. Kitty and Aragorn planning to create magical beast girls. That's just common sense according to them. Talking about the magical beast girls, we've been receiving classes from a bald lady called the Ancient One. Apparently she is the one that taught Aragorn how to portal. We've been told that normally sorcerers have to use dimensional energy, but that she and Aragorn are working on a spell where we could use Aragorn as a power source. I don't know why he looked so proud of being a glorified battery, but we didn't mention it. Even with all of his flaws we have come to like Aragorn. We would be ungrateful if we didn't, but he is also an idiot, our idiot at least. Natalia Romanova, age better left unsaid. Since I've left my life as an assassin, things have become different. As the idiot dragon likes to say, I've been enlightened about the bigger picture. I've learned a few facts that I definitely would like to forget, like the scale of power on the multiverse, like how behind we are of the other civilizations, like how there are about 999 plus secret conspiracies capable of destroying the world going on, like how apparently from a galactic point of view Earth is Aragorn's, like how from a cosmic point of view this universe is Aragorn's. Why would someone give a universe to this idiot? Whatever. I've also seen a few interesting things, like Aragorn talking with the Flora Colossi. He just woke up early one day in a hurry and said that he was going to hire some landscapers before looking up at a certain direction of space and opening a portal. 2 hours later a forest of trees marched out from a portal. Spark said that these were friendly, so no one went to their rooms to pull their doomsday weapons. Why would a 15-year-old need a city buster as room decor? And why is nobody minding it? Of course this didn't stop most of us from getting ready to lightsaber some wood. At last Aragorn came through the portal before closing it. He was talking with a huge tree. This is what they said. I am Shine Aragorn. I am Arbor Arbor. I am Shine Aragorn. I am Arbor Arbor. I am Shine Aragorn. I am Arbor Arbor. That was it. Yes. I thought it was one of his usual pranks, like the time he changed the skin color of the babies to neon colors and then they acted as if nothing was wrong and we were crazy talking when we mentioned it, or the time he made us believe that we died in an accident involving a truck, using his light bending for some illusions and telepathy for some suggestions, and met a reincarnation god, who granted us 3 wishes about our new life. But no, Jean and Emma joined the fray and said, I am Jean, Jean. I am Shine. Aragorn. I am Arbor. Arbor. I am Emma, Emma. It turns out that the tree people communicate by mixing certain psionic frequencies in their voice with some low-level telepathy. Aragorn said that you need animal ears to be able to pick up these frequencies as sound or some level of telepathy. I don't know if I should believe him or not, since he and Kitty have been planning on turning us into beast girls. This might be an excuse to turn us into cat girls, but Jean and Emma agreed about the need for animal ears, so I don't know. The Flora Colossi apparently lost their planet to an invading force under Ronan the Accuser. Aragorn said that by the time he located them and got there most of the planet was burning and he could only save the survivors. He planned to kill the Kree, but Arbor told him that either way their planet was not in a safe location anymore, so it's better to just relocate the survivors. That's how they came to live at the Halo. After their arrival, Aragorn lost no time. He made a few trips to Earth along with some of the maids and came back with containers of every possible seed and saplings they could buy. He then went to a place he called the Savage Lands and brought some exotic flora from there. He also brought some dinosaurs. Not the strangest thing here. It didn't take a genius to realize that some of the little maids wanted dinosaurs, and being the idiot that he is, he just brought a bunch and told Spark to handle their food situation until nature could sustain them. After he got the seeds, he made a few calls, and in an hour about 20 sorcerers came following our magic instructor. Then us along with the sorcerers and about 1,000 of the Flora Colossi started to plant the designated terrains and magically enrich the seeds and saplings. 3 days later we now have every type of forest from Earth and a few from Planet X from the seeds that the tree people brought with them. Aragorn looked at the view and said, now I just need to make a deal with Gia to get this place blessed. After the mandatory course, gods, demos, and their history, mandatory for those that are not Jean, I've learned that he was talking about the elder goddess living in Earth, as one with the planet. I've come to the realization that Aragorn sees gods and mutants the same way. People with convenient powers to improve the quality of life. He said that he was going to deal with the Nova Empire embassy first and then he should be able to work on the blessing. Apparently he is waiting for a lady called Carol Danvers. He said that she is shiny, so he wants to meet her. Emma Frost, age undisclosed. My kingdom has been growing. I have now over 3,000 citizens and counting. Sure, except for the maids, all of them are trees, but my trees can beat most humans on Earth. My kingdom finally has flora and some fauna, dinosaurs mostly, and today we will finally be recognized by another galactic power with the construction of an embassy. I do call it my kingdom given that Spark and I are in charge and Aragorn and Jean, our resident nuclear deterrents, are mostly playing around or training. Did he create this place? Maybe, but the real power behind this place are the babies, and I am in charge of the babies, ergo I am in charge of this place. For example, I wanted to visit my other territory, so I told the babies about becoming astronauts and about having a picnic on our other planet. That place is promising. Besides the embassy within the Nova Empire, I will build a resort on the beachy side of the continent. On the other side I will build a training center targeting the power-enhanced individuals of the galaxy. I also have some plans for some aquaculture and hydroponics, given that the sea is mostly freshwater. Aragorn said that once he gets the blessing from Gia going, I could safely introduce new animals that should start the meat production of my kingdom, all in the path of sustainability. Creating the new governmental body of my reign is going slowly. I took the girls that didn't want to be maids under me, since Aragorn has enough maids, and gave them careers to choose from, to assume those positions upon graduation. Aragorn planned to wait a few years to offer some refuge to the Flora Colossi, but apparently things took a turn for extinction faster than he expected. That's why we weren't prepared for an influx of people so soon. The good news is that the Flora Colossi have virtually no need, so I still have time to get my girls ready. As we await for the people of the Nova Empire, Spark confirms their permission for landing and decloaks a portion of the barrier for them. We have to make sure that no one on Earth detects them, just to be safe. As soon as they came in range of Aragorn senses, he has been cloaking them. The ambassadors of Xander that would take semi-permanent residence were 5, like always they were respectful of us and fearful of Jean and Aragorn, except for Carol Danvers. She has the same respect for figures of power as any Earthling has. Aragorn didn't make things better. The moment she came out of the ship he was in front of her like a fanboy and said, "Can you shine for me please?" Had he said that to me I would have honestly believed that he was hitting on me. What? Carol, obviously creeped out about the behavior of the overpowered idiot. Like when you use your light dimension powers, said Aragorn with his golden eyes shining from gold to green. That's the first time that he shows that color in response to his emotions. You mean this? Said Carol, lighting up. Aragorn's eyes switched to white, or more like his pupils fully encompassed his eyes. Of course the idiot dragon with a fixation for shiny things didn't let Carol be. He kept annoying her, so the ambassadors and I left them be. Later at the end of our negotiations, Carol came back with Aragorn following her like a duckling and said, "Miss Frost, please do something about him." She was indignant that Aragorn brazenly followed her all day. Have you tried making a deal with him? I mean, what do you expect me to do? Fight him off? Get between him and his shiny? Ha! I will have a long life. I'm not a fool, thank you very much. Yes. But all deals included me being his possession or placed in display. I even tried to blast him, but the creep manipulated my photonic blasts. She said while the ambassadors sweated like pigs going to the slaughter. If only they knew that Aragorn probably enjoyed the light show. Okay. I didn't want to go this far, but this is my final offer. Shouted the resident idiot before transforming into small over-cute dragon. I will be your super pet companion. Your Pokemon, if you will. But you have to keep channeling your powers at all times. Of course, now Carol couldn't find any disadvantages, or maybe she was further creeped out because of the wording of the statement. Sigh, I didn't want to have to do this, but Spark, help me out with this idiot, please. I trust that Spark has a contingency plan for situations like this. Master Chief. What will you tell Madam Death? Lo and behold, he delivers. TSK fine. He said before flying away with his clothing comically following behind. Ms. Danvers, I don't think that he will fully give up. So it's best if you prepare something as shiny as you for the next time. Spark. If there's anything that we have discovered is that Aragorn has a way of getting what he wants. He will probably make a convoluted plan which will leave her with no other option than to move her residence here willingly. That's the real reason I never fight him, not because of his power but because I rather he dedicates that absurd mind of his to enjoyment than plotting. I just hope that Jean and Natalia learn that soon enough. Lately they've been bribing the maids to plot plans of attack. *TCH*. This was not what I had in mind when I decided to follow the Zendarians here. I just wanted to make sure that the new super neighbor of my home planet didn't have any nefarious thoughts about it. Now. Far from it. Now I have to find a galactic light bulb or something. TCH, I'm sorry girl, life tends to throw you curveballs from time to time. In 3 days, with the help of Jean, Carol, and Spark, and Aragorn after Carol told him that if he was going to stalk her while she uses her powers that he should help, we built the embassy in one of the islands far away from our crystal home. It was a beautiful arcology like the ones in their home planet. I gave them P-links to fix the problems of supplying food. I can't have them sending ships near Earth constantly. Before going, Carol wanted to drag Aragorn down to Earth to talk with a man named Nick Fury, a friend of Carol. Aragorn didn't want to until she promised to visit at least twice a year, so Aragorn gave her a P-link and told her that her room is always available. I think he is trying to lure her here with the commodities and comfort of this place, food, recreational facilities, learning facilities, and the heavenly mattresses with divine bedding. So, like always, Aragorn kidnapped the men. Nick Fury, motherfucker. I have been unable to return to my bed for the past 2 weeks. Some crazy-ass fucker decided to off 1,500 people and nobody knows anything about him. He is some sort of mutant with teleportation powers. The only evidence that we have of him are the different recordings that we stole from other countries. A horned crazy mutant. That's who we are supposed to be looking for. I will give it to him and say that some of the killed were not the most innocent. Please. I would have liked to personally kill some of them. But that's not the problem. The problem is that nobody is sleeping soundly with a murderous teleporter on the loose. And Pierce put some pressure on us to find the one responsible. But today, since there's no trail to follow, we decided to leave it on the classified files and rest. There are other dangerous individuals out there that need some securing. I arrived at my place and did the usual rounds and rituals to make sure that no one was bombing my ass, or worse, spying on me. But just as I was about to let my guard down, as if Nick Fury never lets his guard down, a portal opened in my TV room and I was pulled to the other side. Motherfucker. I shouted while I was fighting against the invisible force, at least trying. Bang, I rolled on the floor while pulling my trusty Mac 10 ready to fuck some aliens, magicians, mutants, or whatever this crazy shit was. But I found myself in a luxurious living room inside an obnoxiously bright room. It took a while for my eye to get used to the light. I certainly didn't expect to find maids in here. I don't know what I was expecting, but certainly not maids. And would you look at that? The horned mutant that has been keeping me away from my bed, along with an apparent Carol, are here. Could be a Skrull, shape-shifting mutant, magician, other alien I don't know about. He thinks that you are an imposter, said the horned and mind reader, apparently, mutant. Whoosh, Carol lights up. Now I can be sure that she is no Skrull or shapeshifter, but could still be a magician or alien. He thinks that you might be a magician or alien. This mind-reading prattling bitch. How am I supposed to make him believe that I'm me? Said the apparent Carol. See why I didn't want to meet him. Said while deadpanning at apparent Carol. Fury, do you still have the communicator that I gave you? Maybe she is Carol. Yes. Can you use it now? Is this a trap to lure the real Carol here? He thinks we are trying to lure you into a trap. This bitch. Just use it. Worst case and the real Carol will come to save you. I pulled the communicator that is always on me, you never know, and this situation proves my point. Also, Aragorn, stop reading his mind. It is not nice. You tell that bitch. What will you give me in return? Their dynamic is strange. Fucker. What do you want? It's just not doing something, it shouldn't be so difficult. I can't really tell if they are allies or not. You have to stay in my house once a week. What? Is he courting her? Once a month. Sometimes I have to fight for more than a week. I'm done with this rom-com bullshit. I pressed a call and I heard a notification sound coming from Carol. I'm 89% sure that this is Carol now. Ring ring. I will accept the deal. Also, he is 89% sure that you are Carol now. Bitch. Asterisk sigh asterisk fury, can we get this show on the road? It's me, Carol Danvers. I will choose to believe that, for now. So why was I kidnapped? And why are you with a known terrorist? Carol looked back at Aragorn with surprise, but said nothing and just waited for an answer. Some scum that were involved in the rape of some of my maids before I hired them. Now they are no more, you are welcome. I knew some were better dead than alive, but all of them. Even Russia's prime minister. He knew, he died, everyone that knew and did nothing or had anything to do with it is no more, 1783 of them. He said while smiling, and his weird space eyes shifted to red nebulas. I guess technically you are the owner of Earth, your own judge, jury, and executioner, and since they were trash, it's no skin of my back. I would even help you next time. Excuse me. My belligerent friend, you said he is the what? Of Earth? Excuse me. He is the what now? Carol faced me back and said. That's why I had Aragorn bring you here. He was acknowledged as the owner of this sector of the galaxy plus a planet that works as his embassy in the Nova Empire territory. An announcement was made last week to the other galactic empires about the new friendly terms between Aragorn the Shine Dragon, Jean Grey the Avatar of the Phoenix Force, and the Nova Empire. I wanted at least for you to know from the people down there on Earth. Under whose authority? Who is Jean Grey? What's the Phoenix Force? Motherfucker. I didn't even know that there was an ownership to the planet in question. Well, Aragorn here is what it's known as a cosmic entity. If a cosmic entity or similar takes residence anywhere in the universe, it's the common galactic law, followed by any empire, to recognize any surrounding territories as theirs. Some time ago the Phoenix Force burned down an empire because they thought different. The Phoenix Force is another cosmic entity, and Jean Grey is the girl that represents its authority in the universe. She is also temporarily under the care of Aragorn for how long, Aragorn? Some space bullshit this is. It depends on senior sister, Phoenix for you, but I will be her representative for about 7 years at least or more, due to her training. There you have it, Fury. Nobody in authority from Earth knows, so I thought that you should know. And do what? Go Star Wars on his cosmic ass. That's not true. Yao the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth knows. A magician. I've met some, but I haven't heard of this one. There's magic on Earth? Even I knew that Carol. Yes, she is in charge of protecting the dimensional barrier from demonic incursions and dimensional lords. But given my presence here, she should be getting less work on her plate in the future. Really? What the hell is Carol expecting me to do if this dragon can make demons shake in their demonic pants with just his existence? And demons? Should I create a department for demon slaying? That's news for me. Can I become a magician too? I won't berate you, my friend, because now I'm wondering the same. Technically your powers come from the light dimension. After the accident with the Tesseract and the Kree tech on board the plane, you were forcefully linked to that dimension. Sorcerers pull energy from dimensions, so you could consider yourself as a specialized sorcerer whose focus is the light dimension. But to answer your question, yes, you could become a sorcerer, anyone can, but you need some teachings and training. If you want to be one, you should come more often and get some lessons from Yao when she is teaching us. Possibly once a week. That smile at the end has all of your expectations written on it, and I should definitely become a magician. I got a shot and I will take it. Asterisk Nugnu asterisk. Fine. You and you bastard. I will come more often for some magic lessons. She said while gnashing her teeth. I'm in too. Both turned to look at me expressionless. What? Why wouldn't I be more badass with some magic? I see no problem with that. But you won't tell anyone about me or mine. Not your fellow agents. Not your friends if you have any. Not your family. Certainly not the World Security Council. Earth doesn't need to know of my existence yet, so we will keep it that way. You will be given a P-link for warping and AI assistance that you can only use in the privacy of your home or your office after my AI had it debugged. Honestly, this is a better deal than I could hope for. I get to be a spy magician, an AI helping me, and best of all, I don't have to spy on the seemingly overpowered dragon. Given that Carol is not fretting about him and introduced us, I can at least tell that he is sort of approved by her. I can work with that better than with a psychocosmic god. We have a deal. By the way, Where are we? Carol implied that we were above Earth, but above where? This place is the halo, we are between the moon and Earth. You can take a look on the balcony, come with me. I followed Carol since being between Earth and the moon doesn't narrow it by a lot. But motherfucker has his own ring world. There must be some space magic bullshittery involved in keeping this place hidden. And what the heck is that? Carol. Are those little girls dressed like maids while riding a T-Rex? This place is wrong. Ha 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 ha. I had the same reaction. Aragorn said that there's a place on Earth where you can find dinosaurs, so he went there to snatch some for the little girls. You don't have to worry though, all maids here are dressed in vibranium weave, and Aragorn made some telepathic and biokinetic changes for the dinosaurs to imprint on the little girls. Yesterday they even did a relay race around the lake down there. I won one of their lightsabers from the bets. There's so many questionable things on that statement. I don't even know where to start. Somehow the fact that he uses telepathy for this is the most conceivable part of that statement. Dinoland, vibranium clothes, 4 years old dinotamers, lightsabers, little girls doing relay races and this crazy bunch betting on them. Well, I kind of got caught in the energy of this place. Hee hee heh, really? That's your excuse? Sai, just tell me this, Carol, is His Draconic Majesty the Cosmic God King okay? Should I start creating a space ark to escape Earth and call myself Black Noah? Well, he is not okay if we are speaking in mortal terms. You know, he is a little crazy, but he is probably the friendliest and most civilized cosmic entity that we've been able to find records of so far. The second place goes for the phoenix that burned an entire empire that crossed its button line. Aragorn engages in commercial trade, has an AI representative, is training an avatar, has a team of servants, has a queen rule his territory and does politics with other powers, something that Northwest one even remotely close to his level of power does, hence he is recognized as the most cultured cosmic entity in record. Then the panorama is not as bad as I imagined. Politics I can do. It's actually better fury. Now you won't have to worry about invasions through space. Through space. It's not supposed to be normal, but you can be invaded through warping. You still need a daredevil to try to warp in the territory of a cosmic being, but if the price is the Tesseract, some may think that it's worth a try. It's always a problem with that cube. Why is he not interested in it? I asked him the same, but he said that he can do whatever the cube can do with his own might and that he is using it as bait for someone out there that wants it. That's both good and bad. We will have enough time to play with it, but apparently someone is aware of its location but hasn't been able to snatch it or isn't able at the moment. You worry too much, Fury. Let's enjoy the place for the night. I will be leaving tomorrow, and even though we will probably meet during the magic classes, we haven't seen each other in a while. Easy for you to say, you haven't just found out that your planet has a new overlord. Kitty 16 YO Aragorn, that genius shiny dragon did it. He got us a magic tutor. Our plan for the magical beast girls is advancing at breakneck speed. According to our data, we should be able to finish the DNA decoding of the cats, foxes, and rabbits by next week. The X gene decoding will take 1 more week after that, but once we get that done, Aragorn is confident in turning me into a real-life cat girl. Hee 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 hee. Soon I will be Kitty, a real kitty. Lots of things have changed since our first meeting. According to Sensei Bucky and Master Natalia, I should be a full-fledged sword expert in about 3 years, but Aragorn said if I get my cat powers I should be capable of at least having the time. I've been spending more time training my lightsaber skills and studying the mystic arts than playing in the gaming room recently, so I believe that I will become the first Sith magical cat girl of the world, but I can't get ahead of myself. Some of the maids have more training hours than me, but that's not my fault. I have to spend a considerable amount of my day on my classes on world with the X-Men. Though, I can say that my training in the Halo has positively affected my fighting skills, but the problem is that now I'm stronger than my teammates, so I create an unbalance. According to Logan. Is not that I'm stronger per se, it's just that I normally train with the maids and those girls are trained by 2 experts, along simulations, under different climates on Halo, for every different situation that Aragorn, Bucky, and Natalia can think of, under the different martial arts that Aragorn stole from another universe. What I'm trying to say is that Aragorn is creating apex individuals, not maids, and that I'm being overtrained, so I'm ahead of my friends. Today the professor called me to his office along with Jean. I met Jean on the way and we were talking about why we would be called together. Most likely it has something to do with Aragorn. We knocked and the professor told us to enter. In the office we could find Aurora and Logan along the professor. Hi professor. How can we help you? I said first. Jean lately doesn't talk too much with the professor, so I prefer to keep things civil. Hello young ladies. I hope that you've been having a good day. We called you here today because I received some information about a possible new mutant, but the description of the mutant partially matches Aragorn. So we wanted to know if you knew about any activities concerning Aragorn about 2 weeks ago in Russia. Said the professor. I could also feel some sort of tension in the air. Could this be about the maids? Is this about the murders or acts of terrorism, depending on who you ask? Said Jean with indifference. Murders. Terrorism. I knew the girls were rescued from somewhere, but I didn't know it was this far-reaching. Yes, more than 1,000 people were last seen before a warping mutant showed up, said Aurora. We are probably talking about the same incident, said Jean without giving it much mind. Is this about the girls' rescue, Jean? I asked her so that I could get on the same page. Yes, Kitty, some people did some things to the girls that Aragorn and Emma didn't like, so after saving the girls Aragorn went back to capture these people. Later they were executed. I know Jean is normally not this indifferent to death, so either her inner firebird is affecting her or these people did something awful. Jean, you must know that if these people did something unforgivable they must be brought to justice. If everybody who thinks that they are following a righteous endeavor takes justice in their hands, without going through the proper channels, we will end up with the death of innocent casualties caught in the way or in circumstantial misunderstandings. We would have anarchy and chaos. Xavier. A sound argument if you ask me, but isn't Aragorn technically the highest authority here? Professor, you, Aragorn, Emma and I are telepaths. You know we can tell when someone is guilty or not, so there are no misunderstandings. To make matters more binding, Spark is capable of unearthing any evidence needed as long as it's connected to the web. Aragorn can warp so there are no innocent casualties caught in the way. Lastly, Aragorn belongs under no government, since he is technically not a citizen, non-native, non-resident or under any lawfully recognized state of existence. He has no possibility of bringing anyone to the law. Aliens have no legal rights, duties or liberties. They are simply not covered under any stipulation. So the best option was to take justice in his hands. I'm guessing she is taking some of the Law and Order for Earthlings courses from the learning room. I've been focusing on the cosmic knowledge for beginners. Maybe I should take a few courses regarding my planet to balance things out. But Jean, everyone has a right to live. We should not follow a path of retribution. That's a sure way to create a cycle of hate. Aurora. Teacher Aurora has always been a softie, but even I can tell that at some point in the future I will have to take some matters in my hands. After all, the possibility of Earth getting invaded is about 97.8546% according to Spark, and when that happens I believe that Aragorn is planning on sending the maids to take care of it as a matter of training. Even rapists, pedophiles, and child abusers. Jean. Much to Teacher Aurora's surprise. Jean. Is that what happened to the girls? I'm scared of the answer. Yes, Kitty, to the vast majority of them. Only the baby girls and a few of the little girls were spared. I think that I can see why Aragorn killed them. I feel so sad for the maids. I can't imagine what they must have felt. Aragorn and Emma had to do some telepathic mental therapy with the girls, and that's why you can see them better now than the first days. But when they went through their memories after the girls were rescued, Aragorn and Spark located everyone who played a role in it, kidnapped them, and killed them later the same day. Sigh, I'm just glad that the girls are better now. After this there was a moment of silence where you could see the conflicting opinions clash in the teacher's eyes. Sigh, I guess I can see why he did it. I'm lacking most of my memory, so it's hard for me to know what type of man I used to be, but I can feel a part of me agree with his actions and think that I would have done the same. It's what Logan said. That was all, young ladies. Thank you for the trust in giving us this information. Thanked us the professor. You're welcome, Professor. By the way, Teacher Aurora. Aragorn wanted to talk to you this afternoon. He said that he was going to visit. Jean. I wonder if this is about Project Paradise. We need the blessing of Gia on the halo to be able to rise magical creatures. Aragorn said that we should be able to have our own ring-shaped Avalon, but instead of being located in a pocket dimension next to Earth, it will be just the ring itself. I didn't understand much, but basically we will get an environment where we can have the birth of our own magical creatures. If there's no blessing, we will get no birth of new magical creatures, so that's why he said that he was going to talk to Teacher Aurora, who is somehow related to Gia. A/N. Hi. Thank you for waiting for the chapter. I added a bunch of different POVs for you. I hope this short time skip will help us move further. I ended adding Carol Danvers as a recurrent character to the mix because I imagined that if I was Aragorn I would like to have a friendship with the shiny hero. I also incorporated some concepts for the origin of her powers from the MCU and Earth 616. Next chapter is about Gia and possibly Otherworld. Since this was not on the MCU, I will leave some links below in case that you wonder about where I get some concepts. Just to be clear, this is a fanfiction, so it won't be the same as in the comics. Gia. Otherworld. Avalon. Chapter 13, Gia, Death and Blessings, Part 1. Time moves fast when you're busy. Or having fun. I have grown fond of the baby maids, though even if I call them maids, that's just how they dress. I didn't want them to feel left out from her other sisters, so I gave them the same uniform. They are too small to do anything other than play around and use the learning room. I wanted to make them into super geniuses with the help of the learning room, but Emma said that I would take away their innocence if I fill their minds with unfiltered knowledge, and she does have a point, so Spark and Emma created some kid versions of the learning courses. They will still be geniuses, just not corrupted by the filth in the world. I think that the reason I like the baby maids so much is because of their eyes. All that crap about the eyes being the windows of the soul is sort of true. I can see their soul regardless of their eyes, but the eyes carry a certain representativity of the soul. So babies have shiny eyes. It might also be the fact that I spent most of my time playing with the babies. On my previous universe I never had the chance to interact with babies, so I never knew if I liked kids or not, but I can certainly say that I like these kids, that's baby and kid maids included. The teenage maids are colluding with Natalia and Jean in their plans for revenge. Apparently some of them are still vindictive about the incident with the cutlery on their first day here, or because of the reincarnation prank. You can also find some that are in it because the sistermans. I can understand the last one, but if about the first reason, aren't they too petty? I was even going to grant some of their wishes, if it were not for the fact that their wishes were weird. Natalia wanted to be an overpowered dragoness that did nothing except play all day. Was that a personal jab at me? Irina wanted to be the imperatrix of a universe. Really? Just imagine the universal amount of responsibilities, no pun intended. Kitty wanted her life back. I can tell, she is living her best life. Jean was okay with a family that loved her but wanted to go back for a sec to kill Xavier. The first part of her wish I can understand, but wasting one wish in that pathetic fuck. He doesn't deserve it. Bucky had a normal wish that I can grant later. It was reuniting with Steve one last time. Emma asked for the ROB supervisor and said that her soul belonged to me, and to send her back to her kingdom before an idiot dragon comes for the ROB's ass. I don't know if I should feel happy that she has me in such high regard or preoccupied that she would throw a ROB at me. On the past weeks I've come closer to the girls in general, but I'm closer to the baby maids and the two older girls, Yelena and Irina. These two are what could be considered as my personal maids. Apparently they saw too much shit and decided that instead of focusing on a career and later be free, it's better to be under the umbrella of an overpowered existence. They said that the fact that I have no apparent responsibilities played a part in their decision. I guess if I was powerless, not that they are, and had the chance, I would have probably taken the same decision. A butler of Nuna doesn't sound so bad. Irina is a ravenet, light blue eyes bordering gray. Like all super soldiers, she is tall compared to the average woman, perfect curves, not that I would do anything with them, and she had this bespectacled vibe to her. Sadly she had a peak human eyesight, so she had no reason for glasses, but when has reason stopped me? Spark and I created these totally overpowered glasses that could put Superman's sight to shame, and told her that as the young master I had to present a gift to my personal maid. Hee hee hee. Now I have a bespectacled beauty as my maid. Sadly my move backfired. My other personal maid strongly requested for her gift. So for Yelena, I made a pair of earrings that linked with 3 City Buster drones. The earrings connect to her mind with the same tech that you use in the learning room. Honestly, one drone is enough to take down a Hulk, MCU version. The drones are spherical, about the size of a human, made of vibranium of course, and can shift into any weapon from our database for which there's enough mass available. Basically she can use any of the weaponry designs on Halo and any of the transports for which each ball has enough mass for use. I made the drones with our own patented warping tech so she can summon those monsters whenever she wants. Today I came to the X-Mansion. X-School. To talk with Aurora. Hopefully she can get me in contact with Gia to request a blessing. When I met Aurora I felt the presence of another on her, so I'm pretty sure that she is connected to Gia. The problem is that I don't know if she is her priestess, champion, avatar, or just a really faithful follower. But I'm sure I could get to Gia through her. Hopefully the price for the blessing is not so high. Some of the divine can be annoying to deal with. I arrived with Yelena and Irina, both wearing their maid outfit. Initially I wanted the mini-skirt version of course, but I lost that battle before it even started. But I like this version. It's a long-skirted combination of the classical type and sci-fi. After waiting for a minute, Aurora opened the door and at first was surprised but then looked at me with scorn. You know. I could take a peek at what's going on through her head to understand where this scorn is coming from, but I will just own it. I'm not doing anything wrong. Yes, I'm not. If I were, Natalia or Jean would have fought me for it, but they had no qualms about my maids. Like the wise blonde said, haters gonna hate, 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 hate. Hello Aurora. These are Yelena and Irina, they are my personal maids. Did Jean mention that I wanted to talk with you? I will keep being the gentlemanly dragon that I am. I will shake it off. Hello. Nice to meet you girls. If you need anything just let me know. She looked at my maids as if waiting for a SOS signal from them. But joke's on you. Irina is my super serious no bullshit maid and Yelena is my let the world burn while eating popcorn maid. Hello Ms. Monroe, it's a pleasure. Of course my personal maids are already on the advanced courses of housekeeping and attending your young master. By the way, Aurora, is Logan around? I will just pay no mind to you ignoring me. Yes he is. Is he also needed for what you wanted to ask me? No, it's for a separate matter. One I believe he might be interested in. Bucky recognized him from the file I have on Logan and wanted to get in contact with him. I'll ask the professor to call him. Let's go to my office to discuss whatever business you have with me. This lady should stop judging me, wasn't she a child pickpocket? Maids are not illegal. She guided us to an office very similar to Xavier's but smaller and with her own touch. Shortly after, Logan entered the office and said, "Hello Aragorn. The professor said you called." "Yes, recently in one of my operations I came across one of your old friends. He is working for me and wanted to get in contact with you. So do you want to visit the Halo or do you prefer for him to come down here? I feel overqualified for a messenger but Bucky is a friend so it's okay. Someone that knows me. We haven't even been able to find any records of my existence." I could see both hope and anger in his eyes. "That's because you're Canadian, born in 1832 and this government erased the pitiful amount of records they had of you after they fused adamantium in your bones. The experiment went wrong and they lost control of their weapon. You. So there's not many individuals that know you left alive. Even Spark had a hard time finding anything on him." Logan initially looked completely flabbergasted but then he looked in pain. "Having your mind try to heal whenever something of the past comes up must have pain, especially with 3 bullets lodged on your cranium. Arg. You know who I am?" he asked while in pain, or anger I feel both coming from him. "Yes. I have a file on your life. Not all of it but more like a map of it. You could probably get more from the sicko that experimented on you. A man like Stryker wouldn't throw all his precious research away, even if the experiment failed. Give me the file," he demanded. "Well, he does have a history of a berserker but that's not a way to ask for something. It appears that manners are not part of his accessible memories. Aragorn may be an idiot but he is our idiot, no one disrespects him but us." Yelena and Irina looked coldly at him and started to measure him, looking for vulnerabilities, restudying in their minds his profile. Aurora, who had the presence of mind to notice this change, hurriedly intervened. "Logan. Calm down," she said while looking at Logan intently. "She did notice the change in my maids. My maids have enough tech on them to battle Jean for an hour or so. Jean is used to fight me so I'm sure that these two have enough tech to take all the X-Men currently present in the mansion. Even though my maids often plot my demise with Jean or Natalia, I know that we have built enough familial affection to not allow anyone to talk bullshit about us." Logan came back to himself and saw the cold look on my maids and the indifferent look on me. "I apologize about that. Me, Chuck and Hank have been looking for answers for so long that I had almost lost my faith. It has been one fruitless endeavor after the other. If I go to visit this friend of mine, up there in your place, could I get access to the file you have on me? He definitely is a different person when he is calm." "Yes. That's no problem." He made the same request. "Do you want to go now or wait for us? Depending on Gia we might go up soon enough. I will wait for you to finish your business. I will let Chuck know about it." He walked out of the office allowing me to make my request to Aurora. "All right. Aurora, I wanted to contact you to ask you for a favor. Do you have any relation to Gia, the elder goddess?" She tilted her head in confusion. "I don't think so. I do worship Asacia, which is the name of the goddess we all worshipped on our village. Asacia is one of Gia's names. But are you sure you only worship her? Is it possible that she doesn't know of her connection with her?" "Yes, on the later years of my childhood I lived for a while with my mother's tribe. They taught me how to control my powers and about Asacia. I figured they would have told her about it or something. Can we visit them? I want to make a deal with Gia but I need the help of someone related to her to find her location. It's easier than scanning Earth with my eyes. I bet she has a realm/pocket dimension somewhere on Earth." She contemplated for a minute before saying, "Yes, we can visit them." Her countenance carried some longing. "All right, let's wait for Logan and we'll be on our way. It's simpler to bring him with us." After Logan arrived I portaled us to Uzuri, Kenya, where people welcomed Aurora with cheerfulness and elation. I can only assume that it was because of the outfit of my maids that they were looking at us distrustfully. It had nothing to do with my space eyes and horns. While Aurora was talking with the village elders I took the opportunity to help myself to the knowledge of their language. After a brief introduction they finally asked me about the reason for the visit. Needless to say that no one expected me to talk the local tongue. "Our lady has told us that you seek to talk with our goddess," said the elder and shamanic-looking lady. "I assume that she has the position of the current spiritual leader." "Yes, that's the case. I have a deal to propose. I felt her presence in your lady but she is not aware about their connection." At this Aurora was looking at me with interest. Our lady was always someone with an adventurous soul. Since the moment we met her we knew that a day would come when she would leave this place, so we never instructed her on her connection to our goddess. I think that back then, according to my not-so-reliable comic knowledge, she wanted to go back to Chalias Arms, so it makes sense. That's okay, I don't need her to assume her position as a priestess but her connection to your goddess is stronger than anyone here. Do you have an item or place of importance where you can feel a stronger presence of your goddess? Could be an altar or if it's an item it will possibly be some sort of inheritance passed down from priestess to priestess. Some comics it's an altar or a special place, but on some others is a gem or precious item. Luckily the priestess understood my query. She made a nod with her head to one of the younger girls on the village, and minutes later she came back carrying the biggest ass ruby I've seen. It was the size of an eyeball and I could feel the divinity coming from it. I've just realized that Gia might be some batshit crazy goddess because that's a drop of her blood. Does she not know how many crazy fuckers would raid this place just for some of the divinity oozing out from it? Damn. That's your goddess blood. That would definitely work. The girl carrying it stopped walking and looked down at the rock with a newfound fear. Her blood? Asked the priestess. Yes, her blood. Never let any outsiders see that. That's worth more than a few countries for the people that know of its value. The names of some dark sorcerers and vampires out there come to my mind. After my declaration, everyone present started gushing out wariness while measuring us. Don't be stupids, my blood is worth like 1,000,000 of those. I don't need it, and no one here except you and Aurora have any use for it. My blood is not technically blood but more like drops of reality infused with the essence of soul, so yet a drop of Gia might be just water in my eyes. It looks like these guys are not suspicious of us anymore, but now they think that I'm an arrogant fool that thinks of himself as higher than a god. Whatever. I don't have time to show them the real shine. I still have a deal to make with the goddess. So can you lend that to Aurora? They agreed, since their trust and affection to Aurora is borderline faith. I wouldn't be surprised if she suddenly starts developing a divinity core, or some cultivator shit like that. What am I supposed to do with it? Asked the ignorant mutant priestess. Her palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. I bet if you were part of the mundane and someone gave you a drop of divine blood you would have vomit on your sweater already, mom's spaghetti. I should stop thinking about the classics from my parents' time. Aurora, just hold it and close your eyes while thinking about communicating with your goddess. You should lay down since you'll probably fall unconscious when she pulls you in. I will follow her consciousness to Gia's place with my eyes, and then I will just invite myself in with a portal. Aurora was brought to one of their beds where she laid down and followed my instructions. In less than a sec I saw her consciousness fly towards a pocket dimension. I followed her with my eyes, but I let them have a talk before warping there. I bet Gia has a lot to say to her unfilial daughter. Aurora POV. Aragorn mentioned something about my connection with a goddess and I just played along. Given his track record when it comes to connections with beings of power, aka Jean, it made little sense for him to lie, but I certainly didn't expect for him to be right. Well, I certainly didn't want him to be right. The reason for that is coincidentally Jean herself. After Aragorn removed the seals that the professor placed on her, she changed. I don't know if it's related to the memories that the professor sealed or if it's because of the connection with the Phoenix. Initially, like Scott and the professor mentioned, we suspected that it was Aragorn influencing her, but I dismissed that theory when Kitty kept being Kitty despite spending more time with him than Jean. Jean and Kitty did confirm that Jean spends most of her interactions fighting with him, but Kitty and him get along like old-time friends, but Kitty hasn't changed. But I've never felt any aversion for my goddess, and when I saw the ruby, or blood drop, I felt a sense of familiarity with it. I followed Aragorn's advice and closed my eyes before I started thinking about my goddess, and then it felt like I was falling through the canopy of a really dense jungle. I felt the foliage softening my fall until I found myself in a lush savanna, full with life. I could see the dichotomy of life forms all inhabiting one place. You could find predators and prey living in harmony. And before I could study more of this place, I felt a voice filled with motherly love and concern. Do you like it, my daughter? I looked to my right where I found a woman with physical traits like mine, blue eyes, white hair and chocolate skin, with a body that represented the word mother quite strikingly. She also had a presence that hugged my body with care. Daughter, I asked her with curiosity and some healthy fear. She is a goddess in all of her right. Yes. I am no longer as well known as I was before. But I raised humanity and I keep protecting you and taking care of you even after all the millennia. All of you are my children, but you are specially so. I guided the mutation on your powers to encompass one of my domains, weather, also known as atmokinesis, and I gave you a speck of my essence. She said while getting closer to me and embracing me in a hug at the end of her message. I should feel some level of caution towards her, but I felt as if rejecting her hug would have been a sacrilege. You brought to my domain a rather distinguished individual. When she made reference to Aragorn, I felt her uneasy and wary of him. I don't understand, is he a danger or bad? We don't trust him, but so far he has delivered as promised. I can say with full certainty that Jean is the strongest mutant that I know and that she no longer has problems with her telepathy. Danger is a very broad term. You are a danger to my other children because of your powers, same as some of my other mutated children. But you are not likely to represent that danger. He is the most dangerous existence in range of my senses. Bad and good are terms that are usually not applied to beings of our level. We follow the law of strength. The strongest is the righteous. Is he stronger than you? I didn't want to ask that question. We have known that Aragorn was stronger than us, the X-Men, but we have never known how much more. Ha 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 ha, yes, my daughter. He is not even within my bracket of power. He is what gods call cosmics. He is a very peculiar one, he is like a cosmic that it's holding back just enough to avoid fully moving into said level. But he doesn't have any ill intentions so far. He is coming. Not long after a portal different to the ones he normally employs opened in front of us. Hello there, Gia. I can come back later if you want more time with Aurora. He said after noticing how Gia was warmly embracing me. I couldn't help but blush a little, but I still don't feel like leaving my goddess arms. No, it's not needed, dragon. I'm just happy to have one of my children visiting me. What can this humble goddess do for you today, dragon? She said with a small smile on her face. Oh, that's okay. Aurora didn't know how to come here, but she should be able to visit you from now on. Regarding my business. I wanted to trade with you for a blessing on Halo, my home. I wanted to raise some magical creatures, but I needed the blessing of a mother goddess to enable the birth of new creatures. You're the closest one. I just don't know what you might be interested in trading for it. He said the last part with less conviction. Why not raise one of your women into a mother goddess? He can do that. Their souls are not ready for divinity, also they are not my women, more like little sisters or adopted daughters. When he mentioned the girls, I could literally see the affection on his eyes, at least that's what I assume pink galaxies imply. Now I feel bad about what I thought of him before when I saw his maids. Isn't souls something within your domain? Kind of, but if I start to meddle with souls I'll eventually increase my power and gain an aspect. I am not ready to become an aspect, besides I made a deal with the one above all where I'm required to keep this level of strength for the moment. I could possibly gain an aspect just fine, but it will complicate my work. I could feel my goddess tremble a little when he mentioned that name. Are you here under his orders? No. This universe was assigned as my home. It made sense, since if I was assigned a dimension of my own I would get stronger and break through my current level. Again, something that we don't want. I understand. For my blessing I want two things. I want a place under your protection on Halo and a piece of your soul. My goddess, were you a demon all this time? I don't mind about the first condition. I can give you some territory over there and overall it'll be for my benefit. Your presence alone is that beneficial, but why would you want a piece of my soul? I have the same question. I can't say if it's because of my ignorance about godly affairs or because of my common sense, but a piece of one's soul doesn't sound like something you should waver with. The various seers that we've been able to consult with have all predicted the end of the universe. But a few weeks ago they all lost a considerable amount of the certainty on their vision. Nobody knew what it meant, but I can safely assume that it was born from your existence. Is that correct? The end of the universe. Like the apocalypse. Yes, that is the case. My soul tends to have that effect on time. I would like to be positive about this, but if there's anything that I have learned in my years is not to put all my eggs in one basket, as my children say. So I want to use a piece of our souls to birth a strong child that could help our world. My goddess, what? Aragorn POV. First of all, I would normally say, "Da fuck," but the more I think about this from another angle, the more I'm reminded of a problem that Spark and I have been mulling about. Because Nuna is death, she can't bear life, so we won't be able to procreate. I know that we are not even in a relationship yet, but I can't honestly see myself with any other. I live with immortals, but even if they were immortal it would be difficult to have a relation as equals with someone that you can accidentally kill while in bed, and I might be lacking in some social tango, but I can at least tell that Nuna is interested. In retrospective, she basically designed my humanoid form. Spark and I have reached a conclusion a few times based on some of our comic knowledge. Since Nuna can't bear a child, we could use a goddess related to motherhood to bear it for us. Yes, the poor child will probably be confused about its three parents, but there are stranger families around. Best of all, this is a sort of proven method. Thor, he is the child of Gia, Phoenix, and Odin, kind of. The problem is that I haven't been able to talk to Nuna yet, so I can't make the decision on my own. Shit. I can't let this opportunity go. After all, Gia is the strongest mother goddess that I know of. Strong enough to bear my and Nuna's essence. Gia, do you mind waiting here for me? There's someone I like, but she might be interested in the idea as well. Nuna for sure knows about the limitations of her status. Why would she? Yes, from a normal point of view, under normal circumstances there's no way that a woman would be interested in her partner having a baby with another woman. But even if I behave like a human, I'm not. I'm way more practical, or so I like to say, but Nuna is the farthest thing from a human. I bet she will appreciate the opportunity. She can't bear life, so if you can bear the baby's life for her, we could have a baby mixed with the essence of the three of us. She is stronger than me, so you'll be getting your OP baby, and because of her job and type of existence she can't be present here raising the baby, meaning you will have some influence in the baby's upbringing. Under normal circumstances, cosmic abstracts can't be on one place without affecting it, so Nuna can't be physically present at all times without turning this place into a death realm. Me and future baby will visit her often, but that's it. Normal life can't grow in Nuna's realm. IT sounds even better. I can wait. Yes, for you and us it's better. This is the equivalent of going out to buy some groceries and coming back with the deed for a new farm. I opened a portal to Nuna's palace and crossed over in a hurry, now that I think about it. Am I not basically proposing to Nuna? Shit. Now I'm nervous and I feel like I'm rushing things here. But we won't have this opportunity again. Death POV. I just felt someone invading my realm, but it turns out, it is my idiot dragon. I missed him and I've been working on the next steps to have him declare his eternal love for me. Yeah, he will declare his love, I can't have it be another way. But I must be patient, this is a work that will take time and some subtlety. I can't go to hard nor to soft. It's basically impossible to find someone in my level of strength that I could approve, not crazy or wholly uninterested. Besides, in our case there are not plenty of fish in the sea, and all the men in my level of existence are beings driven by their concepts, they basically become the concept they embody, no one has a personality. What I'm trying to say is that my idiot dragon is prime state material, I'm glad that only us abstracts and Phoenix know about him. Honestly, based on my calculations, my idiot should know by now that I'm interested in him. If he can't gather enough courage to ask me on a date, then even if my options are non-existent, I don't think I should settle for him. But he is perfect, so please don't be an idiot, Aragorn, or you will soon have your first cosmic battle against me. When I think of him, I can't help but let some of my ugly feelings out, but who can blame me? I basically sculpted him to be mine, to be my version of perfect, and he was already lovely before. I just needed to give him some pushes in the right direction, so how can let him go and have another enjoy my dragon? But I must remain calm and collected. I keep repeating on my mind that I don't need to worry too much, after all those pink eyes of him are basically a guarantee. I also made sure that he would only think about me. I'm good. I'm golden. He is almost here and he looks to be in a rush, maybe he needs some help, and that's better for me since I will be able to further establish my image in him. Let's see what he wants, and then later I could drop some clues about the perfect date that I have in mind, or wedding, sigh patience. It won't be long before he begs for my hand in marriage. Bang, he opened the door. As soon as his eyes laid upon my own they switched to pink stars, hee hee hee. Yes he is my dragon. Love me. Nuna. Let's have a baby. Aye. What about the date/wedding? His eyes keep switching between golden and pink nebulas, honestly. Fuck it. I don't know how or why, but we are having a baby. Okay. Aragorn, let's have a baby. This is not the subtlety that I was planning for, but why would I look a gift horse in the mouth? Aragorn came closer to me and he reached down to my waist with his hands before raising me up from my seat. He hugged my waist and I reached for his neck with my arms. I looked up to his face, into my beautiful pink eyes, and said, I'm all for jumping over the appropriate steps set by mortals, but can you explain yourself please, Aragorn? I didn't let go of him and he embraced me further, like trying to weld our bodies forever. Yes please my dragon, I don't mind at all, squish me. Right. Nuna. I wanted a blessing from Gia for my halo, I wanted to raise some magical beasts, and Gia wants a strong overpowered baby so that she could secure the continuance of the universe. She suggested having a piece of me so she could impregnate herself. Of course I thought it was not possible given that she is not you, my Nuna, but then I remembered that if we ever want to have kids it won't be possible with just the two of us, we need a mother goddess strong enough to resist your essence without accidentally granting the baby death, but I couldn't take the decision on my own so I came to you. Hee hee ha. Aragorn was thinking about this while I was thinking about how to conquer him. Now I feel like the idiot. I should have claimed him sooner. Let's go then. But kiss me first. We were already rubbing noses together while I was enjoying the pink and golden celestial show in his eyes. He brought his lips against my own and we had our very own first kiss. It was a chaste kiss at the start. I could feel his breathing syncing with mine as our rhythms became one. Our kiss began to heat up and I could now enjoy how his forked tongue pushed against mine. I could feel him playing with my own and I was playing with his, but we had a baby to create so I had to stop for now. But it won't be long before I could use those horns as handles. Stop Aragorn, for now. We have a baby to make. I could not stop myself from picturing a baby of my dragon and me. Of course there's Gia, but if she helps where I can't then I can only be grateful to her. Yes Nuna, we will continue later. I will start visiting you every week from now on. I looked into those mesmerizing pink eyes and gave him a kiss on the chin. I'd like that. Yes Aragorn, you should sleep here once a week. Aragorn's smile grew brighter before giving me another chaste kiss on my lips. I like him this assertive and goofy. After exiting from the portal while holding hands we came out to a pocket realm filled with life. I could even feel my sister's authority in here. Gia will definitely be able to house our baby. I immediately located the goddess in question along with the trembling mess of a mortal. I had to pull back my authority if I didn't want her dying. I can't harm my darling's friends, or the future mother of my baby for that matter. I'm back Gia. This is Nuna Death, or as most of you know her, Lady Death. We agreed to your offer of housing our baby. Based on the amount of trembling on the goddess I can infer that my idiot didn't explain who I was beforehand. Thank you for restraining your presence my lady. I didn't know that I was being granted the honor of having the child of one of the abstracts. I'm greatly honored my lady. Don't worry Gia, I didn't know that I was having a baby until Aragorn jumped 11,000 steps forward into childbearing. Hee hee hee. Not that I'm complaining. Hee hee hee. Laughed Darling. How long will the gestation take, Gia? Given the peculiarity of the baby, I would assume that it will take long compared to mortal gestation. I can't tell for sure. Under normal circumstances I could say between 70 to 110 years. Is it because you lack energy or divinity? I asked her as confirmation. That is the case, my lady. Forgive me, she said while lowering her head. But that's an amazing time frame considering it is our baby. The baby of an abstract and a monster born from the void. If it's because of a lack of energy, can't you just use me instead? Oh. My not-so-idiot dragon. That's a genius idea. Yes. We could do that instead. I exclaimed while connecting the dots. I must apologize, but I don't follow. I don't blame you, only Aragorn fits the criteria for this idea. Aragorn and dimensions or slash and realms. It's like how Odin pulls energy from Asgard and then converts it into the Odin force. I will be your Asgard and you will convert it into the baby force. We just need to link our souls and done. Except if Asgard was the size of an universe. That's possible indeed. Your soul produces more energy than it can use. Yes, Aragorn usually just recycles the surplus or feeds it to creation. How long do you think it will take if we do it like that? I asked, fully on board. About 10 years maximum, yay. I get a baby in a decade. This will be enough time to get closer. Yes. I'm happy to see that I'm not the only one excited. First Aragorn linked his soul to Gia's. It was funny seeing how she found horror and respect after she saw his soul through the link. Then Aragorn broke a piece of his soul away. This small piece will work as the spark for our baby's soul. No normal soul could afford to mix with the essence of an abstract, so the only reason that I could dream of the idea of motherhood is because of the existence of my miraculous dragon. Aragorn held the spark of soul in his hand with care and love while I and Gia pour our essence into it. After a few minutes the spark was full and it took the resemblance of a golden, black and green star. Gia then carefully brought it to her lower belly and it merged into her womb. Are you alright only pulling this much energy, Gia? Asked Aragorn with concern. Yes. Aragorn. Life takes time to develop. Even with a basically infinite amount of energy, some things need to follow their path. I trust you, Gia. You are the only one of us that has the attribute of life and the experience. Do you want to move to the halo now? I'd rather have you close to me from now on. Hee hee hee, yes darling, you have to protect our baby. Yes. I feel like I'm carrying the most precious thing in the multiverse. I prefer to be close to you too. I don't want to risk one of my idiot brothers getting ideas or one of the other cosmics. You are not wrong there, that baby will be the most coveted existence in the multiverse once it's born. After all, it's the baby of a being that can jump over some of the intrinsic rules of existence, an aspect, me, of it, and a goddess representing the opposing concept, life. Heh. They would become part of the inexistence before that. Grrr, I love those red eyes. But don't worry darling, I would claim them before they even get close to this universe. Nuna, do you want to meet my maids and butler? I know you can't be here for long, but a little while should be fine, right? How can't I say no to those pleading eyes? Yes. Let's go. I want to meet these girls. From time to time I've been observing, darling, so I know about the girls that take care of him. I bet I will be able to get them to help me monitor him. Aragorn opened a portal for me and Gia before going through another to pick up some of his friends. Aragorn POV. After sending Nuna and Gia ahead of us, I went back to pick up Logan and Aurora. Gasp was the first thing that Aurora did once she woke up. Then she started to shiver and she cried a little. Storm. What's going on? Are you okay? Asked Logan while preoccupied. Asterisk hic asterisk, sniff. Sorry Logan is just, she was scary. I thought I was dying. Ah shit. She must have been hit by Nuna's concept or authority as she calls it. Who? The goddess. Well, this is awkward. No. My goddess Gia felt like a mother to me. But Aragorn brought his wife. And she. It just felt like I was dying. You just earned yourself a favor by calling Nuna my wife. But you also just dumped the fault on me and now Logan looks like I just kicked his cub. I'm sorry, Aurora. She didn't know that you were going to be there. She rained her presence when she saw you. I don't feel her presence and I'm used to living among humans, so I thought that higher beings didn't emit a presence. I should have told her beforehand, it was an honest mistake. Logan is giving me a weird look now, a mix of anger and, are you serious dude, it was an honest mistake. Asterisk I asterisk it's fine Aragorn, let's just go and stop making them wait. I would prefer not to piss your lady. I already had Spark call the girls to the living room and luckily Jean and Kitty are around. I portaled to the place where I left Nuna and Gia and took us to the house. Logan, this is Gia and this is my Nuna, Lady Death. Of course Logan's instincts felt in sync with Gia given that she is nature, but he almost died on reflex when he saw Nuna. Hello child. Gia, interesting. Her voice is projected differently outside of her realm. Hello ma'am, my lady, nice to meet you. I think his instincts pulled out his manners out of his bullet-ridden mind for the sake of preservation. Is he a friend of yours, darling? Asked my sweet Nuna. He is a friend of my butler and Phoenix's avatar. Yes, my friends are the girls, Bucky and Spark. Hello Master Chief. Madam Death, Goddess Gia, it's a pleasure. My name is Spark, if you need anything just let me know. Spark said after he let us in and guided us to the living room. He is alive but it's not organic. Did you make him? Gia. Yes. I combined a universe worth of knowledge on artificial intelligence and created Spark. His soul is growing but I'm sure that it will become able of housing divinity in the future. Not that I know if Spark will choose that path or not. Maybe once he is developed enough he will ascend to God of machines, or technology, but that's far away for now, he is technically just a child soul. While we were walking to the living room, Gia was intrigued by Spark's existence while Nuna was curiously looking around. When we got to the living room I could see my 49 girls, Emma, Natalia, and Bucky waiting for us there. We also got lucky because Jean and Kitty were here already. Hello everybody. I asked Spark to call you here to introduce you to Gia, who will be living with us, and Nuna. Some of you might know of them already from the courses on the Leaning Room. Gia is the mother goddess of a few pantheons and she is also known as Mother Earth. Nuna is the cosmic aspect of death, my direct superior, and since recently are we married? Dating. I think we forgot to label us. You idiot dragon. Sigh, yes, you can call me your wife now. Hee Nuna, you are smiling like me. Yes. You heard her. My wife since recently. Nuna can't stay here for long, so I wanted to introduce you guys before she left, just in case that you find her around here at some point. You can go back to your business, but Jean, Emma, Natalia, James, Irina, and Yelena, please stay. My girls are highly adaptable and used to my business, so they just gave a nod of agreement with some respectful smiles before going back to their business. Apparently some of them are developing some new games for the gaming company that I have yet to create on world. Hi girls. And James. I wanted to introduce you to these two because Gia will be staying with us at least for the next 10 years and Nuna will probably visit from time to time. Chapter 14, Gia, Death and Blessings, Part 2. As we chattered in the living room, an unsaid agreement was reached. We decided to withhold the news about the Descenary baby. Only Nuna, Gia, me, Aurora and Spark are privy to the information. I trust my girls and their mental defenses, but gods and above have ways to ignore those and free will. So we explained that Gia needed to stay on Halo for at least 10 years because of the blessing. Spark and Emma were eager to have Gia on their kingdom because her presence equals blessed nature and life. Like more birth, fertile lands, stronger dinosaurs. As we chatted, the time for Nuna to go back rapidly approached. Nuna said that we should go and be done with the blessing business while she talked with the girls about a few private topics. Bucky took this opportunity to show Logan around and probably his file. Technically, if we follow the aristocratic way of living, she is in charge of the maids in the household, as the legal wife, but I'm getting a bad feeling from the smiles on the girls. There's nothing I can do now, so I better go and get my blessing so that I can finally snatch a few magical beasts from Avalon. Emma, Spark, Gia and I went to her designated territory. Aurora accompanied us too, but I think is mostly because she is afraid of Nuna. I would like to say that Gia's place will be north of our house, but where's north on the Halo? Should we follow the direction of the spin? She's close enough to our house because she is basically family now. Spark and Emma gave her a bay that has a concentric island in the middle, about the size of a football field. She decided for the little island to be the place for her home. She raised her right hand and all the vegetation and terrain followed her command, and a luxurious house made of rock and wood was made. I honestly expected her to live in a giant mushroom or treehouse. Now I feel both stupid and disappointed. Once her house was built, she raised both hands in the air and clapped once. A pulse of green wind followed her action, and this wind covered the Halo for about 10 seconds. With normal senses you can't appreciate the blessing, but under my eyes I could see how her divine power, starting from above at the atmosphere, sank and melted in the ground. It then continued until it phased and mixed with the structural frame base of Halo. That was fine, but... Hey Gia, if you mix your divinity of life and nature with the mechanical parts of Halo, won't you create new mechanical life? As far as I knew, nature is not normally mixed like this with technology. I thought that this was a ring-shaped rock that you sculpt from a moon. Your barriers didn't let me perceive this place from Earth, or how it was made from the inside. She tilted her head, showing confusion. I see. What do you think will happen? Will the Halo gain life? I don't think that it will, like that Spark is in charge of it. I think that we will have some organic machines, like maybe a technology-based tree, or mechanical animals. Normally is not possible, but since I was going to live here from now on, I overloaded the blessing a little. Like the ones from Horizon Zero Dawn or Cybertronians, maybe Evangelions. Like these. I asked while I raised a hand and formed a barrier shaped like the biomechanicals that I knew of. I colored the barriers by bending the light on it. Where did you see those? Gia was puzzled about the biomechanicals that I showed her, so was Emma. Of course my queen with a ruling fetish would be interested in powerful biomechanicals. Information from different realities, not really a lie, since apparently out there in the void, you can find some kids piloting mechas while fighting some genocidal angels. Not as advanced as that, the nature part still needs to follow its natural development. Given that I pushed it forward with my divinity a bit much, probably we will find some biomechanical plants. Like maybe a tree with metal parts. She was slightly ashamed of what she perceived to be an error on her part. Don't worry about too much about it. Honestly, I considered it a plus. I can already imagine my first biomechanical beast running around in a few thousand years. Best of 3 worlds, tech, organics and magic. I can only wait for the first organoid to be born. Well, if you say so. She smiled at that in relief. Gia, you can come and go as you please from my house. I just gave you this place for you to call your own, but you are always welcome. You can coordinate with Spark and Emma to have some of the maids attending you. Whatever you need, just let us know. I don't think that she'll need much attending, but having help available is better. We all went back home, and later I gave Aurora a peeling so that she can come and visit Gia. Sadly, it looks like my maids found one of my weaknesses. The traitorous bunch told Nuna about my ROB prank, and now I have to fulfill one of their wishes. Nuna, is not that I don't want to. But did you know that at least a quarter of them wanted to be empress of their own galactic empire? One of them wanted me to be their pet. What am I to do about those? At least Irina had the decency of blushing. Aurora was looking at me with mirth. Damn it, woman. It was an accident, and now you are as vindictive as my maids. Well, you can make a deal about those wishes with them. But grant them a wish for each of them, my idiot dragon. Shit. That's basically telling me to become their slave. You won this round, girls, but next time I will ice sky you and send you Demon King hunting. Humph, I will wipe those smiles, but I guess that I will be a slave for a while. Wait. Maybe I can do some subtle manipulation and have them request a wish without knowing that they did. Yeah, I can play that angle. Technically I would be granting them a wish. Okay, Nuna, I said while I lower my head to her level and gave her a kiss on the cheek and a deep hug. I love her scent. Nuna opened a portal to her realm and departed. I should make a present for Nuna, but what to gift to someone nigh omnipotent? Alright, girls who wishes to go magic beast hunting with me. I need to reenact Noah's Ark. Don't answer. He is trying to get you to spend your free wish. Jesus the FUCK. Fucking psychic link. He. Little Padawan, your training will be very thorough. I said while looking at my little Padawan with a visage full of sadism. Once I get the seal of approval from senior sister, I will make her eternally flat. I want to go to Avalon to pick the future animals of my kingdom, but I don't want to spend my wish, Emma. Emma, didn't you wish for the supervisor of the ROB? Technically Nuna is my supervisor and I was your ROB. Your wish has been fulfilled. What is this queen wannabe saying? She wants me to find a random ROB, ask for its supervisor and pick a fight. I, of course, will get a different wish. She said with so much assurance in her voice that I chose to ignore her. Emma has always been the most reserved of the girls. She'll probably ask for more power or a planet for her future kingdom. Fine. You can come. We will get most of them from Avalon, but we can steal a few more from Otherworld in general. I don't think that the rulers will mind, possibly. Anyone else? Most hands were raised after my question. Shit. Had it not be for the Padawan, I would have fulfilled a bunch of wishes. After confirming the participants of the Operation FM-03, Forceful Migration 03, I had them equip their weapons and powered armors. Most of them based their armors on the Spartan armors, but you could also see some nanotech armor similar to the Mark 85. There were also some original designs. The only thing in common was that all girls did go for the sleek armor designs. It's a miracle if you can find some cohesion in their group. They look like a bunch of cosplayers in Comic-Con. Everybody has their own individual style. Girls. You went for the sleek armor types, but there's nothing sleek about the armories that you carry around, is there? It was like seeing a chimera of two concepts, sleek armor and big as chunky weapons. I could probably say that a few of those were based on the BFG from Doom. The maids looked at their armors and then their guns and blushed a little. We are really not going for a war of extermination. Just pick one long-range weapon with both deadly and incapacitating modes and one for close range. You could just use your lightsabers, but if you have weapons of your own design, that's okay as well. Just to be clear, we are acquiring specimens, living and breathing specimens meant for populating. If they can't reproduce, they are not useful, so tone it down with the city busters. I could taste the disappointment in the air. My warmonger maids went back to their rooms exuding discontent to my empathic powers. Most will use their lightsabers for CQC. I think the only one that designed a cold weapon for herself was Kitty, but that's because Kitty is a sword freak now. One of these days she will come at me wielding the Tao of the sword, capable of ignoring any and all existing rules and cut whatever you throw at her, like most wuxia main characters. I fear for my undoing. Moving on. In the worst case scenario, Jean and I will be protecting my maids, but it's best to be careful. Once my maids came back, de-weaponized enough to not be mistaken for an invasion squad, I opened a portal to Otherworld after getting the location from our resident goddess. I, along my dangerously eager girls and butler, stepped through and found ourselves in a world befitting the typical description of a fantasy isekai. Floating islands, lush forests, unending plains, and sky-reaching mountain ranges, all very conveniently located close to each other to give us the perfect taste of this place. It's a good thing that the location Gia gave us is far enough from the city. I don't want to deal with whoever is in charge around here, so better hurry up. Alright girls. Go around and portal a few samples of the local fauna back to Halo. If you find locals, do not antagonize them, but if they want to fight, just kill them. Jean will keep you in range of her telepathy while I go searching around the sea. She will let me know in case any of you encounters trouble, but still don't be conceited. We have about 1 hour before the leaders around here take action, so let's leave before that. After all, I don't know who the current leader of Avalon is. I rather not deal with a sect master type so soon in the game. The Omniversal Majestrix already knows about us. I can feel her gaze, but I doubt that she will cry war against us. We carry the scent of Gia after all, perks of the blessing. She is kind of important, so I don't want to snuff her out of existence. One after the other my maids warped out with overeager expressions. I get the feeling that their mood spiked when I gave them permission to kill enemies. And Emma, why the heck is she so excited about this? Is it only about the new fauna for the Halo? Sometimes I understand the peaking conduct of Xavier, like now, I'm feeling some very conspiratorial vibes from her. I could take a peek to uncover whatever she is plotting, but nah. She is a grown-ass queen. Whatever she is plotting is for the benefit of her kingdom. If she messes up, she and Spark will deal with it. I warped to the ocean where I could feel the presence of my new Pokemon in conflict. A battle of epic proportions was taking place. Kraken versus Sea Serpent, apex predators contending for hunting grounds, or maybe breeding territory. The bald old man Kraken wrapped its hentai limbs around the young and innocent serpent. The serpent in response, opened its maw and blasted a sound wave. Yamit kudasai ei, well not exactly, but the empathic feed gave me this meaning. The frequency of the cry was powerful enough to blast off most of the tentacles. The serpent took some distance from the stunned pervert, and prepared a breath of water, magically conjured water. The Kraken recognized the danger in a hurry and prepared some force barrier. Looks like both use their internal energy exactly as expected from magical creatures. Whoosh, the serpent shot its barely audible breath, but I could feel the water displacement even from my location. That breath carries enough pressure to pierce and slice a Yamato class in half. Boom, the breath made contact with the barrier held off the breath, but soon enough, crack, the first layer was broken. The standoff continued for 15 seconds until the last barrier broke at the same time as the breath ran out, but enough about wasting time. I moved to their location before they could restart the duel. I sent my offer for new territories for each of them, along some well-placed pressure. Normally animals are not smart enough to understand anything other than the basic concepts, but these are magical beasts, so I got my confirmation soon enough. I warped each of them to one of the seas in Halo. With that taken care of, I went fishing around for any type of fish or marine life I could find. I got at least a couple of everything I could find, and I was starting to respect Noah. This became a task sooner than expected. I can, with full certainty, say that if Noah had no divine help, then the whole arc shtick was false, or the animals in my home universe were way different than their ancestors after generations of mutations due to incestual conception. After about 30 minutes of my endeavor, I found something interesting. Locals, mermaids. I'm not talking about Atlanteans, I'm talking about Ariels. I used my telepathy to scan the sea for any settlements, but all I could find were some nomadic communities. I think Emma and Spark will be happy with these guys. Based on what I've seen, the Mare people are of magical origin, meaning that they use magic, but also these guys use telepathy and soundwave manipulation biologically, like mutants. It's decided. I will go and entice them into moving to Halo. With one big move, I warped all the Mare people that I could sense with my telepathy to Halo. Maybe not the most diplomatic way of doing things, but I can confidently say that they will prefer their new place. I picked one of the large individual seas for them. Most of the seas in Halo are connected, making up one big ocean, but there are a few small saltwater lakes. That's where I sent the Mare people. Meaning, no predators and all resources are theirs. As an additional benefit, since Halo is now fully blessed, this place is the oceanic equivalent of an oasis for them. I will leave the diplomacy to Emma. That's her fetish after all, reigning over people. The remaining 30 minutes of the FM-03 operation were spent harvesting the providers of the ocean to have a fully functional ecosystem, both flora and fauna. Finally, just for safety, I stole some of the ocean water full with the microorganisms responsible for life. I'm sure this is not needed with Gia over there, but better safe than sorry. Once I was done, I reunited with Jean and oversaw how the maids went back to Halo. I will probably have to check on Emma later since she went back home before us. Jean, I will follow you in a while. I have some final business to deal with. I told Jean after only she was left with me. Okay, I will go first. Should I tell Emma about the mermaids that you kidnapped? What an awful way of putting it. I enticed them to move, by force. Yes, please. Spark has the details of their new accommodations. Do you know if the girls warped any insects and small critters? I really don't think is needed, but if they didn't I can transport some myself. A healthy environment is one with a high biodiversity. Spark reminded them to take some with them. I took care of some of the plants, but Irina and Yelena got the brunt of the work from Spark. By Aragorn, let me know how your business goes. I'm proud of my Padawan. Even with the current disparity on power between them, she was able to sense her. Hello, Miss Saturnine, do you have any business with me? I was already watching the blonde wearing a white outfit that cried regality out loud, but she dispersed the illusion field that was hiding her and showed herself while I was already maintaining eye contact, so this is awkward. Who are you? What are you doing in Otherworld? Why do you have an elder goddess magic on you? She sounds arrogant, but that's weird. She is supposed to have access to means to discern my level of strength. That's a strange way of asking questions, Miss Saturnine. Isn't this an interception of realities? Shouldn't you have enough technology or skills to discern what I am? I know magic gets funky because my energy tends to nullify, like when you cast a divination spell on me, but she should have tech like the one Xander has. Please. There's no way you can be a cosmic existence. She said mockingly. How come? Aren't you on the divine level even though you are of human origin? Why can't I be a cosmic entity? Should I tell her about the greatness of MT Tai? Maybe I should help her recognize it. Ha. Please stop joking. The readings can be fabricated when you are dealing with tech. I've had Kangs do so before. You and I are different. What I'm intrigued about is why I can't find you in any other realities and why I can't see your time. I could recognize the women you brought but not you. So my question remains unanswered, who are you? She said sharply, by time she must mean my future, present or past, but I exist only in the present and she can divine me with magic. Lastly, I don't exist anywhere else in this multiverse. It's not possible to find any other version of me, maybe someone physically similar or with the same name but never a different version of my soul. Indeed. You and I are different, Miss Saturnine. You can't find versions of me because I'm the only me that exists in the multiverse. You can't see my time because I exist only in the present, and you can't divine me because you are too weak for that. I suppose if you could use enough magic you should be able to use divination magic on me, like Dimensional Lord's level of magic. This doesn't change the fact that this lady is behaving like a young master. That's not possible. If you won't tell me I will force it out of you. She lifted her hand and 14 of her avant-garde surrounded us. Wearing a 1950s white-collar cosplay and carrying umbrellas that are actually weaponry capable of energy blasts, dimensional travel, and devolving rays. They were previously hidden, so of course this is a sudden surprise to me. You can tell from the expressionless reaction on my face. Seriously, what's her problem? That's hard to answer, Opal. My name is Aragorn, but what does that mean to you? Since you can't find versions of me, it isn't of much help to you. What am I supposed to tell you? That I'm your father. That I like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain. I don't think that the problem is with the question. I think that the problem is with a little girl who is trying to assert her dominance while asking for a nonsensical question. Should I tell you about the meaning of life as well? What about why are we here and how should we live? Tell me please, oh great and magnificent omniversal majestrix, how am I supposed to tell you who am I? The shitty blonde lost her shit and ordered her underlings to attack me. Capture him. If he resists, shot him. The 1950s white collars raised their advanced weaponry disguised as umbrellas and tried to shot me. Tried, but couldn't move. I held them still with my TK and encased the Barbie bitch in a barrier. I removed the clothes of the avant-garde and left them buck naked before sending them to the New Earth Z. I pulverized their clothes and umbrella because I don't want to give bug tech to Spark. Now what to do with you, Barbie? I removed my barrier and immediately after she tried use her reality bending on me. Useless endeavor. Unless you are Wanda, your reality warping would always be severely lacking. At least Wanda has a chance if I let her warp my body. Snap, Barbie stopped time. Surprisingly, I was not affected. I know, what a shocker. What else do you have, Opal? Maybe some telekinesis. And you are you weapon. Maybe some adamantium alloy blade. Future tech. Dimensional magic. She finally stopped and looked at my still shiny self, unaffected by her attacks. If you don't tell me who you are, I will have no other choice than to mark your reality as a risk. She is a stupid one, isn't she? Barbie, I'm Aragorn the Shine Dragon. How does that help you? Sigh, patience. She is in useful existence. She helps with my Nuna's work indirectly. Don't kill the dumb blonde. She only said that she would mark it. She can't destroy my reality just like that. She needs the celestial nullifier. You will leave me no other choice. THRBOOM. I released my presence barely under the level that kills a god. I guess she isn't needed anymore. What are you? Shouted Opal while trembling and trying to get away from me, a useless endeavor since I held her in a TK bubble. Oh wow, she can, after all, ask something not stupid. Amazing. Congrats, Barbie. Barbie, we are past that. We are at the point where I figure out a way to kill you that doesn't allow for resurrection. I guess I could destroy her soul, but souls are Nuna's property, so I best ask her for permission. PP please Deont. She begged for mercy, but Barbie, there's no mercy for those that put my future baby at risk or my traitorous maids. I opened a portal to Nuna's palace and dragged the soon-to-be-destroyed soul with me. I reeled back my presence since that would be rudeness in my sweet Nuna's palace. Why are we in the Ebon world? Clearly Barbie stopped shaking by the end. I need permission to shatter your soul. This did put the fear of Nuna in her. She shut her mouth, finally, and tried to use some of the tech she was wearing. I don't know if it's for escaping or requesting help, not that it matters. We arrived at the throne room where I located Nuna. Hey Aragorn, did you miss me already? It hasn't even been a day. Asked my sweet Nuna, and all my anger flew away. He, of course I missed you, Nuna. Bang, I dropped Barbie from the TK bubble containing her and floated to Nuna's. I love you a lot, Nuna. I whispered on her ear as I lowered myself to bring her into a hug. I know, Aragorn. I love you to the end, my dragon. Whispered my Nuna before giving me a peck. But tell me, my idiot dragon. What's that girl doing in my palace? Said Nuna before pointing to the trembling blonde. She is too stupid to be left alive, so I wanted to shatter her soul. I sent a telepathic file about my encounter with her to Nuna. I can see that. But if you kill her, it's going to give both you and I more work. I would have to wait at least an extra week before seeing you again. That can't be. I see the reason in that. Indeed, that can't be. I see your point, Nuna, but then what am I supposed to do with Barbie? If I let her go, she could try to destroy my home, I contemplated while I petted Nuna softly. Excuse me. Shouted with desperation Barbie. What? We shouted back, stupid Barbie. Can't you see that you are getting in the way of our cuddling time? I didn't know who he was. My job is to make sure of the multiverse continual existence. I thought he was a danger to it, since even abstract such as yourself, Mistress Death, have versions. That's both wrong and right. All of Nuna's versions are Nuna, and Nuna is all of her versions. She is a singular existence that exists across all the multiverse. You are too stupid for that job, Barbie. Too arrogant. You could have asked your boss, Merlin, for help. I said. I just didn't want to give him more power over my life. He is your boss. Of course, in this type of job your superiors are stronger than you. Darling, I have the perfect punishment. I will give her hunting targets across the multiverse that have been evading me. She shall work on this personally for a year. Exclaimed Nuna with glee. Isn't that too lenient, Nuna? I understand that killing her is more of a demerit to us than her, but she should suffer a little more for her transgression. Maybe I should cripple her cultivation and kill her ancestor. No, her targets will be stronger than her and she has only 1 year to kill all of them. If she doesn't succeed, you shatter her soul. If she does, she will emerge stronger from this, facilitating our job, which will serve as motivation for her. As expected from Nuna, with this she will be punished, and if she succeeds then she will have more power, which will make her a more efficient worker, which will bring stability to the multiverse, hence less work for us, ergo more time with Nuna. You heard Nuna, Barbie. From now on you work for Nuna for a year, your life is on the balance. I will send you back to Otherworld, get your shit together and then report to Nuna for your work. I warped her back before I did something else to the stupid Barbie. I should have crippled her cultivation to assert my status as a young master. After spending a few more minutes cuddling with Nuna, I had to go back since we were settling the new pets. I had a dramatic and painful goodbye with Nuna and warped back home. But I didn't expect to find more sapients than before. Hey Emma. Why do we have elves and fairies here? Didn't they have their own kingdoms back in Avalon? At least the mermaids had no ruling party. But here we have at least 500 elves and about 300 fairies. How did she migrate them in less than an hour? These were part of the small tribes. For various reasons they had little opportunity for growth, so I offered them a place in my territory in exchange for loyalty. My queen said with a beaming smile, not really my problem if this goes against their rulers, and having some elf maids sounds good. Well, that's okay, you do you. Do you need help with the housing? We can control the weather here so they won't freeze to death, but I don't think it will leave a good impression on our new subjects to sleep outside. Yes please. Jean already agreed to help, and the maids, but you and Spark are faster at building. Spark and I sometimes joke about opening a construction company on World, but we would collapse the market in less than a week. That's how fast we are. With everyone's help we got to work on their future homes. For the elves, of course, I suggested a city built in a forest, and for the fairies a city built in giant mushrooms. Sadly my suggestions were voted against. I will continue to feel both ashamed and downhearted about my impractical suggestions. After some more practical suggestions were taken in consideration, both cities were built in locations with easy access to the coast. We had help from our Zendarian residents, who wholeheartedly sold us some designs of their arcologies. Spark and I mixed those with some of our personal ideas, and we ended with 2 cities that mixed perfectly with nature. By the end of the day, Emma had already got a hold of the mermaids. She explained about their new location to them and painted me as the evil overlord that likes to kidnap. Moving on, Spark and I offered some designs of underwater cities, but the mermaids said that they prefer something more hybrid. Apparently they can shapeshift their fish part, and under normal circumstances they carry a hybrid life, both underwater and above. They said that they lost their inland territory a few centuries ago, so they had to move to a nomadic underwater lifestyle. At Emma's request, the mermaid city was built in the face of a cliff meeting their sea. This was the most challenging design out of the 3 new cities. The construction started from the bottom of the cliff, underwater, and escalated to the top of it. We had to design stairs and passages that allowed the mermaids to walk from one level to the other. The city also has potential for more expansion if they grow on the areas above and at the bottom of the cliff, on the underwater fields. If they want to expand on the face of the cliff, then they will have to ask my queen about it. I think she did it that way in order to create a sense of dependency on her. Sometimes fetishes can make the world move. Talking about fetishes, I made a personal deal with the representatives of the 3 races. Once I have my Beast Girls creation procedure ready, possibly next month, they will send some girls for maid training. I promised, for the said girls, the same physical enhancement that I had planned for my maids. The enhancement will basically make them eternal, in the sense that they won't age but can still be killed. Spark also designed a magic core for the maids to become pseudo-magic beings. This will help them handle my energy better once the magic contract is made, and on my end I worked on the biological part where, aside from the animal DNA, I'm mapping the X gene and creating my version of the super soldier serum that they used on the Red Room. My SSS will be in charge of their physical aspect, while the X gene modification will be in charge of their meta enhancement, like regeneration, adaptability, telepathy, and telekinesis. Initially I was not going to give them the psychic abilities, given that you can replicate them with magic, but Yao said that with the contract that we are designing there's a high possibility of the girls not only inheriting my void energy but also my psionic energy. If they don't have a body capable of handling the psionic energy, then they would die, so I had no other choice. The regeneration is of course for life preservation purposes, and the adaptability is for gluing all of the changes together. At the end, Spark, Yao and I selected this template for the girls. Beast features along with their corresponding enhancements, enhanced senses, animal instinct, ears, tails, SSS for a middle-level superhuman physique, about Spider-Man level, X-gene modification and activation, courtesy of my biokinesis, for meta enhancement and magic core paired with the contract. There were several twists and turns before getting to this point, but we all agreed that this is the most well-rounded template. With this template and some work, in about a millennia or 2 I will have deity-level maids. One thing that I did not expect was that Yao wanted to participate in the procedure as well, but it made sense after she said that her soul was almost ready for divinity but that she was lacking a body capable of accepting the higher level energy. I can already tell that in about 100 years there will be a new goddess of magic. It's been over a month since the Operation FM-03, and I can say that at this point not even Essex is close to me based on X-gene mapping and manipulation. I still lose to symbiotes, but those guys are the peak of gene splicing. I spent the first week after FM-03 borrowing some blood samples from everywhere around the world. I think that were it not for the fact that I cloaked myself with invisibility, a new rumor would have globally spread about a Blur. After that I would be coined the superhero name, The Flash. Kitty also managed to convince the X-Men of donating their blood for our cause. I could have stolen their samples, but Nuna said that that was no way of treating the friends of my friends, so I relented. In exchange, the X-Men requested to be present during the transformation. I didn't want Scott or Xavier on my place, but Kitty convinced me after she promised to let me pet her future ears. I thought that I was ready for the procedure after I mapped the X-gene, but the girls wanted more options to choose from, so I had to go around the world getting more pets to study their biology. For example, Emma wanted a 9-tailed fox as her base, same as Yao. Luckily Yao knew of a place that had some, so she brought those samples on her own. After that the girls wanted the magical versions for their base as well. Needless to say that now I have magical cats, wolves, rabbits, hares, birds, dogs, even fish. No one wanted a fish base, but I got it just in case. Spark's work with the magic core design was simply flawless. Even Yao praised it. The core works as a dual battery for both psionic and void energy, while also acts as the nexus for the contract and the soul. Even a regular sorcerer with this core could, in theory, house and grow their own personal energy. The fabrication requires a drop of my blood per girl, so we were all glad that no crazy sorcerer could replicate the design in the future. The magic contract was the most challenging part of the process, and at the end, it required the processing power of both Spark and my own. Under the experience of Yao, we had to form a temporary psychic link in the learning room to allow the 3 of us to work as one. The first sorcerers that designed the first-dimensional contracts were monsters or high enough in some cosmic variant of weed. Otherwise I don't think that a normal human could create something so complex on its own. And the last part of the puzzle was the SSS, the easiest part. I can understand why humans have had so many failed attempts at replicating the original work, but with the help of the tech available in the Halo and the knowledge in my mind I had it done and perfected in 3 days. The perfected part was of utmost importance. I don't want to enhance the traitorous and cunning aspects of my maids. Once everything was ready, I had all the girls and James in a room while I conducted the final studies on their personal biology. I finally found out how Emma kept her young looks after so much time. Her cells tend to enter an organic diamond form for most of their active time before dying. Basically, if an average human cell lives for 7 to 10 years, hers lives for about 20 to 30 years, endowing her with an extended lifespan. After running the last confirmations for the base animal of each of their templates, Spark, Gia and I got ready for the start of the procedure, while the X-Men were in the gallery like hawks watching my every move. What's their problem? Carol was present as well. I also offered her the opportunity for the power-up, not because I wanted a shiny cat girl, but at the end she said, "I have more than enough with the attention you give me already because of my powers, and now you want me to change into your idealized version of a girl." I know that Lady Death is not the jealous type, since she lets you cohabitate with all these girls, but I don't want to find where her limit is at. Though I can see how she came to that conclusion, I can say with 100% certainty that I just like observing her, like how you appreciate a very trippy and colorful work of art. No sexual attraction there, but Carol is already eternal and powerful enough so I don't have to worry about her dying on me like with my maids. Over the past month Gia has grown on all of us. She is like a big sister or mother for most of the girls, so I asked her to be part of it in order to reassure the girls. With Gia with us, even if we somehow mess things up, she can save the girls. Nuna also wanted to be part of it, but apparently Barbie was ready for her first job, so Nuna had to pick her up and give her the first objective. Stupid Barbie. There were some interesting choices for their base animal. For example, Bucky chose a black wolf with gray eyes that normally hunts alone with shadow magic. This doesn't mean that he will get the wolf's ability to wield shadow magic, but it means that he will get its affinity for it, so once he starts practicing that branch of the mystical arts he will excel at it. Emma chose a silver-white nine-tailed fox with affinity for light magic and illusions. I would like to think that her choice was driven by her desire for variety and power and not her vanity. I mean, she can already use telepathy for illusions. Yao chose the same base as Emma, but her choice makes sense. Yao uses white magic which she intends to link to light affinity. Natalia wanted a red-haired cat for her base, to combine with her hair, but at the end she settled for the clearly more powerful black cat that uses sound magic. That's one of the most versatile forms of magic. Irina went for a dark blue rabbit that wields fire magic like breathing. That fucker is terrifying with the amount of wildfires that we have had to snuff out ever since his species moved here. Jean is the most unexpected one. Initially Jean was not going to be part of the procedure, but a few days ago Senior Sister appeared in my dreams in all of her shiny majesty and told me that Jean was to join as well. After a very shiny and bright conversation with Senior Sister, I woke up to find a vial with the blood of some super ancient and now extinct phoenixes. According to Senior Sister, these were the absolute perfect hosts for her, except that they lacked sapience. We don't know how they looked like, but based on our calculations Jean should gain a fire form, like Johnny Storm, and some fire affinity and related skills. Kitty chose a dark purple feline that uses all elemental magic. How typical ice scare of her. These cats were physically weak, but that won't be a problem for her after the SSS. Yelena picked a white nine-tailed fox that excels at ice magic. I was glad that my personal maids were going to compensate for each other, like the purple potato said, perfectly balanced, as all things should be. The last interesting choice were the baby maids. The 8 of them chose a species of wolves that are mage killers. They don't have a special affinity for magic but have an absurd resistance to it and use their magic for body strengthening. When the final details were ironed out, we started the Phase 1. Phase 1 is me going one by one activating and modifying their X-Gen without triggering full cellular transformation. Regeneration, adaptability, telepathy, and lastly telekinesis. For Emma, Jean, and Kitty just the modification without losing their original powers. Then came Phase 2, mixing their new DNA with their chosen base's DNA. Wolves, foxes, rabbits, cats, magical and or psionic beasts. At this point all of my friends were still conscious, but soon it will come the last phase. Phase 3 is when the magical core along with the contract are done. For better results, after the core is merged with their bodies they will be injected with their personalized SSS and bathed in Vita rays. The pods were created by Spark, all done in one step. Because of the shock given by the core merging they will pass out. Only Yao won't, since she has a better handle of her mystical energy, but she will be put to sleep because I don't want a suffering sorcerer casting magic in here, due to her pain. Spark got ready for my signal, and once I felt the new connection with my girls and James, one after the other they fell asleep, were injected with their own customized SSS and their beds changed into pods. After their pods were sealed they were bombarded with Vita rays. BBBRRMMM, a low-frequency vibration was felt on the med bay. Gia, Spark and I monitored them with great care. Although there were basically no chances of complications, we wanted to go the extra mile in security. MMHM. Spark note down that the elves, sirens, fairies, and Yao are absorbing more of my energy. Possibly because of their previous interaction with magic. I could feel a greater pull from them compared to the other girls. Noted Master Chief. Vita ray infusion completed, vital signals stabilizing. After Spark's announcement the low vibration ceased across the room. PSSHH 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 PSSHH. The pods opened and Gia and I moved to confirm their safety and successful transformation. After a few seconds of Gia using her divine observation on the girls, she said, "Ha ha ha. You know, Aragorn, you basically evolved them into a new species." Laughed Gia while pleasantly surprised. "What do you mean? I thought that they would be mutate mutants, still human but mutated. Their adaptability glued their changes better than we expected. They have a lower fertility rate like all powerful species, but their quirks have been engraved in their life code and now those are hereditary. Their progeny will have a magic core that comes with your contract built in, a superhuman physique that originates from the SSS. The X gene mutations that you selected are now the basics for them, and their physical appearance and magical affinity will be hereditary, meaning that they are a new species. All of this is regardless of their partner for the women and subject to changes based on their partner for James. This is good and oh. This is awesome. Spark. Yow. This means that now we are progenitors. We are ancestors. Ha 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 ha. I no longer only hold the young master attribute. You are correct, we are now progenitors, Master Chief. I think this is the first time that I can feel happiness from Spark's voice and not only his soul. I can also see a bright smile in the silent yow. Is that really what's important now? Asked in skeptical Carol from the gallery through the intercom. I agree with Carol, Aragorn. This is bigger than you two are giving it credit. Said Aurora. I don't think anyone has created a new species like that before. Said Xavier. Not really, guys. Don't get me wrong, this is great. But it's not as rare as you think. For example, the Kree created the Inhumans a few millennia ago, and our lovely goddess over here created most life on Earth. There's also the Celestials, so if you take in consideration my status, Spark's knowledge, well, Yao's magical experience and Gia's blessing, there was something bound to happen. I'm glad that this was the outcome and not something like the ultimate life form. I can only imagine the future plotting if any of my maids evolves to that. After a while the X-Men came down from the gallery to check on the overloaded with happiness Kitty and Jean. Jean at the end had no apparent physical changes, but she raised her hand and it changed into cosmic fire. I think senior sister possibly did this to help Jean burn my ass. Natalia came to my side sneakily and shot me with a void blast on the face. She knew I wouldn't be hurt by my own energy, but, really. At least we discovered that now their magic circles are glassy with a hue colored by their own personal attributes. For example, Irina's magic attribute was based on a rabbit that wields blue fire, so her magic circles are glassy with a blue hue. Natalia's are colorless, Yelena's are milky, Yao's shine like LEDs, my personal favorite. Kitty's change depending on the magic she casts. Last aspect that we discovered, or noted, was that the number of tails reflects the overall strength. Yao has 6 tails. Gia said that once she reaches her level she should have 9 tails, but with 7 she should be a lower entry goddess. Emma had 5, which I guess is the level for a normal Omega mutant, still a whole category away from a Sorcerer Supreme. If Jean had a tail she would probably have 6 and by the end of the training 9, but Jean was already a different life form from the beginning. She was previously changed by senior sister and me, so she doesn't count towards the members of the new species. Kitty has 3, but she said that she could already feel a small nub for her next tail. Bucky, Yelena, and Irina had 2 and the rest of the girls 1. It sort of makes sense, but Bucky with a lightsaber can solo Kitty. Technology has always helped reach new heights. He. I want to defrost the capsicle sooner to see his reaction to the new Bucky. Excuse me, Mr. Abner, how did you mix their DNA and triggered their X gene? Asked Hank after checking the well-being of their girls. Biokinesis is one of my powers. I studied their DNA, the X gene, and the DNA of the base animal of their preference. Sounds fancy, but it was just me petting some fluffs and holding some hands. Amazing. You have enough control over it to affect the genetics on a body. Exclaimed Hank, who understood how difficult that was. Yes, initially my level of control was only over the bodily functions. But with enough samples of different biologicals I was able to reach said level. Sadly I'm not exactly biological, so I can't just grant me an infinite number of powers, but with my current repertoire I can do whatever any mutant can do, under certain conditions of course, and life creation is still elusive to me. That's a great ability, Mr. Abner. You can potentially awaken new mutants, control the physical expressions of some powers, alter appearances, fix congenital defects, heal most diseases. Yes, it's the only aspect of life that I have power over, so I made sure to study it in case that I need to heal one of my family members. I could control some aspects of nature with energy manipulation and TK, but I won't have power over it, like Gia or Aurora. You could also remove the gifts belonging to our kind. Solemnly said Xavier, who nobody called to our nice and amiable conversation, this bitch. He has been trying to make me look like the bad guy for a while now. Maybe he should consider marrying Scott and calm down his conspiring bald head. Don't be such a drama queen, Xavier. Jean, Gia, Yao, Spark from this room and several other beings present on Earth can do the same. And that's just covering Earth. That reminds me of the other lost duckling that I need to make a contract with. Sigh, I'll do it after we have a celebratory banquet. I should invite Watu. He can peek at Halo but not what's going on inside Halo, so he must watch the girls at least once. The birth of a new race is his responsibility to watch and record. Xavier remained frozen upon the realization of my statement. Beautiful maids of mine, check with Spark, Yao and Gia for potential problems with your new bodies. Get used to your new center of mass. We will hold a vote for the name of your race later and get ready to have a celebration banquet. I will go to extend an invitation to Watu. I bet that he must want to record your existence. You X-Men are invited as well. Though I don't want Scott and Xavier present, I promised Kitty to play nice. Blue area, moon. I pop up in front of Watu's place and walk to his station. Hey Watu. How are you doing? I waved at my neighbor. Hello Dragon, well met. He said with his never-changing older-than-time vibe. I came to invite you to a celebration banquet that we are having today. I did promise to invite you to the Halo before, and this is as good of an opportunity as any. It will probably take a few years for the Inhumans to become part of our neighborhood inner circle, so my housewarming party might not happen. Pray tell Dragon, what are you celebrating? Hee hee hee. Senior voyeur, you can't spy on my girls. Hee hee hee. We have successfully created a new humanoid sentient race. His eyes opened further in surprise and he said. The last stable new species on Earth were the Inhomo supremus, about 50,000 years ago. That's indeed something to celebrate about. That's what I thought. I bet that there were some new created species out there but not stable for reproduction like my maids. Yes. They are stable and capable of propagation. My girls are too young, but in a few decades they should be able to find adequate partners and their race's numbers will grow. This is of course after a thorough screening from me and Spark. Very well Dragon, let's go to your abode. I have been curious about it for some time now. Needless to say that the X-Men were very surprised about Watu. This was their first alien contact. Though I am an alien, to them since I look somewhat similar to them there was no shock. A/N. Hello readers. With this we close the first volume. Not much is going to happen, so don't panic. I'll just take a few days to fix some grammatical errors from the previous chapters and a small plot hole that apparently no one spotted. Lucky me. Next volume will start with a bunch of POVs to give some flavor to the previous chapters. I also decided to do future time skips through POVs, like I did before, instead of writing interludes, but you can expect Wanda, Krakoa, Captain America, and the establishment of Aragorn's fake life on Earth after that. I still need to plan out the next volume, but it will probably end with the establishment of the mutant nation. To address some of your questions, and maybe some that I had at the beginning as well. Plus, some of you might wonder why would a seemingly OP being need a secret identity among mortals, but you can consider his identity like Bruce Wayne's. The real persona is Batman and the Playboy persona is just a means for the Batman. Remember that the long-forgotten goal of Aragorn is to have enough influence in society to steer it to a direction that benefits existence. He is not trying to rule or control all of Earth, just making sure that there's an Earth/universe for him, and his family, to inhabit. Sure, you could become the overlord of Earth to enforce this, but I don't think that Aragorn's personality is like that. I also don't think that TOAA would appreciate it either, considering his character in both this fanfic and comics. If I were Aragorn I would probably leave all ruling responsibilities to the girls. Maybe Emma would enjoy that, but I think that she has enough for now with both Halo and the planet that Jean and Aragorn co-own. Plus, talking about that planet. I don't have a name for it. You guys can suggest a name below and I'll pick one based on my preference. This should go until the first chapter of the next volume. Planet's name. Plus, also about the name of the new species. I was thinking about a name related to Homo sapiens, magic, and a third name for the beast of the individual like this. Homo, something related to magic, something about the beast you resemble. You can leave suggestions below for the first two parts of the name. Homo is not set in stone, but the last part will be something like Felidae for cats, tigers, lions, etc., Canidae for wolves, foxes and dogs, leopards for rabbits, Fae for elves and fairies, Piscinade for mermaids. No sense in fixing something that works. Don't sweat it too much. If it gets too complicated, I will probably not use it in the future, so it's not like you will have to memorize it, but it's for world building and possible Easter eggs. You can vote below. First name, XXXXXXXXXXXXX. XXXXXXXXXX. Second name. Plus, this story is not a power trip where the MC has to rush after power to make sure that the upper beings don't kill him, meaning that Aragorn won't go powering up like crazy. What I'm trying to point at is that his security is partially guaranteed, enough to have some security but not enough to stagnate. In Marvel there are plenty of beings that can and will give him problems in the future, but this is comedy not drama where the author gets your favorite FM killed and you are left with psychological repercussions even after the bastard author provides with a new FM. After a few volumes I will probably have him start mastering his TK and soul perks, but if you are looking for a power trip this is not your fanfic. Not that it won't happen, it's just that you won't get any of that for a long while. Plus, I know that some of us didn't read all the comics, so if there's something that you don't recognize just let me know and I will either find the links with some info or I will fix the plot hole. The movies are great, but if you want to build a fanfic with a decent size world you'll need some elements from the comics or original content. Not that I'm picking a fight with other authors, just a personal feeling. I read a lot of web novels and fanfics and there are some out there with decent worlds based solely on movies. Plus, lastly, so far the only original characters are Aragorn and Irina. You could say that we also have the other maids but there's too many to build characters for them, maybe along the story but not on the first volume. Sometimes it's hard to keep track of new characters when there's too many on the story, so unless I decide to take some chapters so that the readers get familiarized with original characters, I will keep those to a minimum. Did you guys get that the blessings on the title referred to Gia's blessing, the baby's blessing, and the maid's blessing? I hope that you have been enjoying my story so far. Like always I'm open to feedback, so just let me know. See you in a few days. Again. No hiatus, just maybe a day or two extra in the regular release rate. Chapter 15, New Race, Neighbors, POVs. Kitty, magical cat girl extraordinaire, soon to be Padawan. Today I achieved the start of my dream, the first step. Today I will be closer to Kitty, the magical cat Sith girl, my future self. It was hard work, hard and delicate work. I was the eminence in the shadow, steering the girls, gently, towards cooperation with Aragorn's design. Sure. Maybe the baby girls and most of the kids would have accepted, but not all of the others. It's hard for a teenage girl to accept the suggestions of a guy about her physical appearance. And with Aragorn's case, it would be like accepting the input coming from an older brother. About 99% of teenage girls would not accept the opinion of their older brother about which color to dye their hair, much less about becoming beast girls. I spotted this problem at the beginning, something that our cosmic dragon would not think about until it was too late. I can't blame him though. Who would give up power, beauty, and a longer lifespan just because you would gain a few extra attributes? After some careful planning, I understood that which was needed from me. I need to sell the girls two things, a sense of choice and a new fancy, glamorous, and high-end way of life. Simple. I just had to make it look like they had power of control over the final decision and that they were the smart ones for choosing to follow this transformation. No. This evolution. So first I approached Emma, and dropped some hints about how cool it would be if instead of ordinary animals we could use fancy magical beasts, all this while we gossiped about the pretty boys that a certain queen down on earth was devouring, and how it would at least look good if she was eternally young. I left her with those clues and had Spark download me a compendium of cute, sophisticated, and high-end magical beasts available in Otherworld. As if a fluff could be described with those crude words. While Aragorn was busy bleeding the global population for blood samples, I was talking with the girls, showing them pictures of my selected catalog of magical beasts. From time to time I dropped hints about how the SSS would make people beautiful, how with regeneration you would be eternally youthful, simple stuff like that, small things that poke the greed, vanity, lust, and desire of all humans. Yes, my path will not be that of a Jedi, that's for sure. I will make Darth Sidious admire and applaud my scheming. At first, I thought that landing the support of our magical girl teacher was going to be a monumental task, but she landed on her own after Emma chose the 9 tails. Once I had 2 of the competent adults, the rest came in combos, one made after the other. The one that turned out to be a dark horse was Bucky. That damned metal arm became the wrench in my plans. Apparently the regeneration was going to grow back his arm, and he was not happy about losing that MacGyver limb of his. I mean, sure, I didn't need a 100% participation, but what if some girls back out at the last second because not all of them were in it? What if Aragorn delays the procedure? What if? I'm not taking any risks, so I had to cover all possibilities. I had to do research that puts to shame most college theses out there, about the disadvantages of having a non-natural limb. Disadvantages in magic casting, in fighting against advanced opponents, but it was not enough, never enough. So with Spark's help I designed an arm guard that had all the gadgets and more available in his current limb. Aragorn called it the Omnitrix of Tech. But that was not enough. I needed him to convince himself that the limb proved to be a weak point. With the assistance of the Ancient One, I created a spell, if that monster incantation can be called that targeted a left-hand prosthesis, which basically made whatever the wearer considered, not its body, that was involved in livelihood, attack its wearer. There were like 1,000 considerations to make the spell possible. The casting time was not battle usable at all, but it proved my point, so I won. Spark, the Ancient One, and Aragorn may be the creators of our new race, but I was the facilitator. Learning to walk with our center of mass messed up came to us naturally after a few accidents. Gia said that it was our adaptability kicking in. Our senses were inhuman, and our magic reserves, or mana as Aragorn jokingly said, were basically inexhaustible. Since Aragorn provided us with limitless energy, according to the Ancient One, as we grow in strength we will be able to use more magic at once. She also said that currently, she is undisputedly the strongest human on Earth. I feel about 10 times stronger than before, so I can guarantee that she is not lying. According to Spark, it's because aside from the effects of the SSS our bodies are now filled with energy constantly strengthening our bodies and soul. He said that if we sit on our asses long enough we would reach the biological pinnacle without divinity, and that if we work on a concept of existence we would all be guaranteed divinities in the making, similar to royalist guardians. Just like that, with one comment I guess, I found my future path. Goddess Kitty of the Magical Girls sounds right, subject to changes but we'll see. Carol Danvers, current holder of the title, the shiniest girl. Is this dragon for real? I know that I lost hope of finding someone capable of holding this crazy dragon back. But really? Not only did no one stop the birth of a new, higher race, according to the current galactic index, but they actually chose their new appearance, all gingerly like picking a new outfit. According to what I'm hearing these girls are already more dangerous than Asgardians, maybe not remotely as strong as them but with all this magic going on definitely more dangerous. If they start spreading none of the galactic empires is going to like it, the possibility of a war of extermination in the future is not so unrealistic. Luckily they are considered Aragorn's subordinates so at least there's that. Leaving aside the birth of these new monsters, how is it that an elder of the universe was casually invited to this party? After knowing Aragorn for a while one tends to become more adaptable to all the crazy going on around him. Like these girls, not a single one of them paid any respect to Wadu, they just kept to their business after sparing a single look to the Watcher. Who, by the way, was not faring any better than me after he laid eyes upon the girls. He saw the girls with surprise and then back at Aragorn in incredulity. He mentioned that probably no other race like them exists or existed because no other cosmic power would level itself to the role of a glorified battery. Yeah, this dragon is not conventional. The most affected were the mutants, or X-Men as they call themselves. Initially, it was about the halo, then about the magical creatures roaming around but it got worse from there, the level of technology, the resident goddess that Aurora introduced them to, the complete mapping of their precious genome, the recreation, and subsequent upgrade of the SSS, the way that even some 4-year-old girls cast magic for kicks and giggles around here, the birth of a new, clearly superior, race and finally, the first contact with the Watcher. I'm no empath, but even I could feel the panic of the bald one. I was proven to be right about not going for the procedure. Seeing the color of Aragorn's eyes while he petted Kitty's ears, left me with not a shadow of a doubt that I would have been in that same position. During the whole party, he kept switching between the baby girls and Kitty, while Yelena and Irina hid from him. At the end of the party, they chose to sacrifice the fluffiest. Emma was captured, or her tails more exactly, and I think that's the reason for the premature departure of the Ancient One in the middle of the party. Honestly, she was the biggest shocker after the evolution. Her hair grew back and because of her magical inclination she melded better with her magical beast. It was white, silver white like the 9 tails she chose for her base. She said that originally it was blonde. Aragorn was teasing her about being his little sister, given that most of the time Aragorn's hair looks white. She kept slapping his hands off her tails, but I think we all know that eventually, he is going to get what he wants. I can tell, I visit this place now at least once a week, just like the bastard wanted. The biggest hit to my pride was when the Nova Empire changed my affiliation from a freelancer mercenary to ASD affiliated, the acronym used for Aragorn. At least my place of residence was not changed to Halo, that's something. I decided to retire to my room, because yes I have my own room here, when Aragorn kept looking at my head and at the girl's ears with regret. I'm not a genius but even I can tell what he was thinking. Sigh, I really have to deepen my relationship with Lady Death, she is the only one who can protect me from the stupid dragon's machinations. I really hope I don't end up as one of them. The next day when I was preparing to leave for my duties I met Nick as he was arriving for his training. I beamed him my brightest smile and said, "Good luck." "Bye, Nick." He opened his eyes in astonishment but then realization settled in. Mother dash was what I heard as I escaped from seeing my friend's future meltdown. I'm a good friend. I will let him keep his image as a calm and collected spy. Nick Fury, master spy, sorcerer in training, wears a badass trenchcoat. These past months have been both the greatest and the crappiest. I got an AI, super sci-fi tech for this era, and this magnificent God bless Spark has made my life easier. My techs can't hack a certain agency's list of assets. Not a problem. Spark will give me a program for accessing and I just have to say, you don't have enough clearance for that information, if someone asks me who gave me the program. Could I optimize my agent's operations? Not a problem. Spark accesses all records and builds me a comprehensive plan for maximum efficiency. Found a 084. Not anymore it is. Spark knows its origin, how to use it, and how to build it. I was running before the wind, with full productivity, and no more delayed projects, but everything came crashing down when Spark said that Hydra was active and had a firmer control over the world than before. Fuck the paperclip operation. Stark and Director Carter told the government how bad of an idea that was, but no. Those fucking pencil pushers greedy as motherfuckers. They had to gather all the filth and give them privileges that those monsters never in 1,000 lifetimes deserved. This is a shitstorm waiting to happen. The moment they bring their tentacles out of the shadow or the moment I bring them out, this bitch will blow up. I was about to request a permanent residence on the Halo and be done with this shit. Heck. I was already planning for my dream house. Of course it had a secret lair, but Spark said that they were already on it, the moment they had the green light, and Hydra would be no more. Director Fury, we haven't acted because Hydra is too well rooted in society in general. Private, public sector, and governments of several countries back up Hydra, most without knowing and some with full support. You mean that if you get rid of them there would be a total collapse? I had to ask, to be sure about how shitful the outlook was. Exactly, Director Fury, the instability would hold back humanity for about half a century in our best-case scenarios. The Master Chief said that Hydra is almost the base supporting society at this point, and he is not far from the truth. Were it not for the ambitions and modus operandi of said organization, we would have actually helped them conquer the planet to bring stability. This is worse than I imagined. Basically, they are such an integral part of society that getting rid of them at the moment would do more harm than good. I guess I should go back to planning my dream house. Then how are you planning to remove this parasite? I had to ask. We plan to replace it. The idea is to grow and protect healthy organizations that could take over parts of society that are handled by Hydra. In some sectors we will hold the monopoly over, but some others we will invest in companies that have potential but are being held back by Hydra. Our projections, to avoid societal collapse, placed us around years 2005 to 2007. We will run on 2 lanes, one in the open and the other in the dark. The one in the open will be in charge of taking over their power silently, while the one in the dark will be in charge of distracting them from our daylight operations while boastfully attacking their dark sites. Isn't it better to take them down for good in one lightning fast move? This is not a realistic approach for S.H.I.E.L.D. or anyone on Earth but them. With all of their tech and reach, it's not a childish fantasy to do one sweep move and be done with Hydra. If Hydra was the only opponent, then yes. But if we create enough instability without picking up the broken parts, others will, and if we prepare and pick all parts, then we would end up ruling over humanity. Earth is not lacking in sources of corruption. If we get rid of Hydra without taking over their place and or setting replacements, then someone else would, someone less benign. Shit. So it's not only Hydra. I can keep you up to date, Director Fury. We will begin next month or the one after, with our daylight projects. We were just waiting for the maids to complete their managerial education, but given a recent development, instead of the expected year, they will be done in 1 or 2 months. Keep in mind that we are just missing one last part before we begin the nightlife operations. What do you need the girls for? Why not pick someone older? Most of the girls are barely out of their cradles. We have ways of making them look older and masking their appearance. Also, there are few individuals stronger than them on Earth. The reason we will work with the maids is trust. They are beholden to us, and at this point, our relationship is that of family. This will also help us create a paper trail for the on-world identities, as most of them will eventually stand as the progeny of their public persona. Dash. That's when it hit me. Motherfuckers. Is that why Aragorn was so willing to let me into your inner circle? I was always suspicious about the easiness with which he agreed to my request for magic lessons. But if they needed someone to cover for them from the inside, then it makes sense now. That is accurate, Director Fury. We know that even if we create a perfect digital trail for our activities, organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. would eventually pick on the lack of a paper trail. So it's preferable to have someone of your standing helping us while we build the paper trail for the identities of our girls and businesses. Also, in the future we will need someone to handle the domestic threats. In the words of the Master Chief, if we wipe their butts for too long, then eventually that's all we would end up doing for the rest of our immortal lives, until I decide to get rid of them. You fit the requirements for that position, which is why we've been helping you by making your life easier and gave you access to the best tool, aka me. Ain't the ominous as hell? This is enough for now. I have a clear prospect of where to move from here on. I will talk with Aragorn tomorrow. Good night, Spark. You can say whatever you want, but it's clear that they are supporting me, personally at that. So far they have been clear with every question I make, brutally so. Have pleasant dreams, Director Fury. It said before turning the holograph off. It's abundantly clear that the only person with a desire for power in their group is Emma Frost, but the power in the house is mainly consolidated in the girls, and Aragorn may be an adept schemer with everybody else, but he always lets his guard down in front of them. Also, I heard that there are apparently 2 women who Aragorn listens to, Gia and the Madam. Gia resides in Terra, a small island not far from the Crystal, what they decided to call that Crystal Abomination, and the Madam visits once a week, but I haven't been able to meet them. Gia is apparently someone whose well-being is a constant worry of Aragorn, since he assigned 2 personal maids to her and he visits her residence daily, and the Madam is his wife. I don't know what type of wife someone like him is wedded to, nor do I want to imagine, but it's best to know who the players are before you start betting. I should talk tomorrow with Aragorn about Hydra. Also, yesterday the maids were giddy about a procedure that they were doing today, but knowing them, that could be a code for one of the bi-weekly tactical strikes or ambushes on Aragorn. I wonder what that was and how it went. After what I call a night blessed by the Sandman, I was ready for my magical lessons and an overdue conversation about Hydra with Aragorn. I opened a portal to the Crystal. Damn right, I did. The teacher said that when it comes to spatial skills I had one of the best talents. I might be lacking compared to those girls up here in general, but I was the first to open a portal on my own. While I was basking in my success I met my friend Carol, who gave me the brightest smile I have ever seen on her and said, "Good luck. Bye, Nick." Dash. Fuck, Spark portaled her out in a hurry and she escaped my obvious inquiry. Motherfucker. That can be good. What other reality-breaking discovery will I make today? I got my magic ready to portal the fuck out of here at a moment's notice. But it didn't take long for my encounter with the unknown. The first time I thought that I saw wrong, the second that it was some form of advanced disguise, but after the third, I knew that all the girls were changed now. I was early for today's lesson so I went to the lab where you could lately find Aragorn. "Hello Aragorn, good morning." He stopped playing with the equipment and looked back at me. "Hey, Fury. How are you doing? It's rare to find you here. By the way, congrats on the portaling," he said with his ever-changing eyes. Only when talking with the girls or his butler do you see his eyes settle for gold and pink. Butler, who apparently is Sergeant James Buchanan Barnes. "Thank you, it's apparently where my talents lie." "So, what happened with the maids? Anything else can wait." He. "It is the conclusion of a project that Yao, Spark, and I have been working on for the past 3 months or so. We call them Homo Bestialis Magicae, a beautiful combination of Homo sapiens plus magical beast plus magic core. They are SSS enhanced, X-gene activated and magically contracted, virtually immortal, stronger than Captain America, have better regeneration than Weapon X, telepathy, telekinesis, adaptability to virtually any environment, and a magic core, the magic core of magic cores. Dash. These psychos. I'm not even surprised by the fact that they have a SSS or that they can create mutants, or a new species for that matter. I'm surprised that the more competent minds, like Frost, the Ancient One, Natalia, or Spark, not only didn't stop him but also joined in his efforts to create these supermaids. Aren't they basically the biological pinnacle of existence? Fuck Danvers. She knew he created the terror of any governmental body and let it happen. Not the biological pinnacle, more like the pinnacle of potential. My girls can inhabit any environment and a bunch of different dimensions and realms. Best of all, they are cute as fuck. And fluffy. As soon as I catch Yao I will get my fill of those tails, but Emma should do for the moment. Who the hell was talking about tails here? We are talking about these God, no. God is too low. These Titan maids that you created. Not about whatever new fetish this cosmic crazy has. I will just stop thinking about it. Can I talk to you after the lesson? I wanted to go over some of your plans for Hydra. I can only take so much crazy in one conversation. Ah. Spark told you about them already. I guess since the girls will finish their education faster it's ideal to get you on board now rather than later. I don't see any problems. You might meet Nuna and Gia though. She is supposed to arrive today since she was delayed yesterday due to the incompetent Barbie. Well, that works for me. I'm going to ignore whoever this Barbie is and just assume that it's another of his cosmic peculiarities. I will finally meet the last 2 elusive ladies. I'll be on my way. I better get out of here before I lose my sanity. Before you go. How's your training going for occlumency and mental barriers? He asked while tilting his head. I'm still working on setting my last mental barrier, but magical barriers will take a few more months according to the Ancient One. Because apparently you not only need to shield against telepaths now but also magicians. Fucking world is out to get you. Hydra has several types of brainwashers under their command. Before you go back remember to ask Spark for a damper. Now that you'll meddle with their plans you'll need it until you can protect yourself. Meaning that things are about to get treacherous. I'll remember. See you later. On my way to the magic classroom, I stumbled upon the whole zoo, several types of canines, felines, and rabbits. All maids had one tail, which is what I considered natural, if there's anything natural around here, but I was mistaken yet again, MS. Pride had 3, and when I got to the classroom I discovered why Aragorn was so fixated on Emma Frost and the Ancient One. They almost look like sisters, fox sisters. Good morning ladies. You look beautiful after your transformation. You have got to know who's asked to kiss and it damn right ain't Aragorn's. Also I don't want to be bent like a pretzel by any of these super soldier girls. I've seen how rough they play with Aragorn and that was before the steroids. Let's correct that. Cosmic enhancers, steroids, is too tame for what these maids received. Thank you Uncle Pirate. Said Tatiana, one of the baby maids, current champion of the Dynodrome along with her Velociraptor Blue. The national sport around here. You're welcome little terror, or should I call you little cub now? I do have to give Aragorn credit where it's due. This baby with those ears, tails, and canine eyes would melt the less hardened hearts in a second. He. You can call me Wolf Princess now. You will always be, little terror, in my eyes, super soldier baby. Then what should I call the other 7 wolves around here? My wolf princess. I asked while nodding to the other 7 pairs of wolf ears, super soldier ears. We all are wolf princesses. Shouted Roxana, previous champion of the Dynodrome. Due to an unfortunate injury on her ride, Delta, a velociraptor of course, she lost her crown to Tatiana. Well, your royal highnesses, the master is looking at us and I believe that it is best if we don't provoke her vulpine majesty's ire. Of course, these smart terrors knew who not to poke around and went back to their seats. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will instruct you on the basics of your new affinities, but each of you will individually develop this strength on your own. As always, you can come to me if you find trouble in your journey, but please try to improve upon your paths first before you ask me or Aragorn for help. I'm talking about you wolf princesses. I know how easy it is for you to blackmail some help from him, but if you accomplish this on your own I will reward you. They can probably blackmail Aragorn for a better reward, but I'm not telling them, especially with that killer side eye that Master gave me at the end. The lesson went on and I chose to focus on space bending, rendering, and warping. I don't have a new affinity after a monstrous power-up, but I will focus on my talents. I'm not gonna lie, I was very scared at the end when we discovered that the little terror's body strengthening placed them on Sergeant Barnes' level. Thank God, whichever is out there, that the little terrors had a natural time limiter that they need to work on. Don't get me wrong, those baby maids are stronger than a human adult in their base form, but not Winter Soldier after being Super Soldier enhanced by a crazy dragon strong. I feel like a little twig among these people, any accident and I'm broken. After class, I went to the deck, where Spark said Aragorn was. After coming out of the hall, at a distance, I saw something incomprehensible. What was I supposed to say after seeing a skeleton lady sitting in the crazy dragon's lap? Honestly, Hydra is not such a big deal. I will go home and talk to Aragorn later, or so I thought. Hello there, child, are you here for Aragorn? Asked a white-haired lady with striking blue eyes. Damn. This is a woman. Yes, I needed to talk to him about something. But he seems busy. I nodded to the couple's location. I can only guess that this is Gia. How is she related to Storm? She looks like her mother. Ah. Lady Death is already here. Let's go then. She said while cheerfully inviting me to meet my death. At this point I will just follow the clearly abnormal lady, not that there's anyone here normal, only I am normal here. I'm the only one sane, everybody else is crazy. Gia, you're here. Oh. And Nicholas Joseph Fury. She said with a mellifluous voice that no skeleton has a right to have and somehow knows my name. Hello, Lady Death. How did it go with the girl? Asked Gia while taking a seat next to the couple and bringing both into a hug. Gia, Nuna, give me a minute to talk some things out with Nick. Said Aragorn before placing the upset skeleton lady on his seat. He gave a kiss to the skeleton lady's lips, and planted a kiss on Gia's forehead. For a skeleton she is highly expressive, and what sort of relation do these have? He walked to my side and guided me apart from the ladies for our conversation. But I have a question before we can move further. Are you 3 married? Didn't look like it, but I better make sure now than regret it later. Gia holds a very special place in our hearts, and Nuna is my wife. She is widely known as Lady Death or Mistress Death among the people in the know. I feel like there's more to his first statement, but I know when to ask and when to ignore. Isn't she a skeleton? Not that I have anything against it, I knew there was a chance that I was treading on thin ice, but if she is dead, isn't this some sort of necrophilia? Oh. I see your confusion. She is an abstract, a conceptual being's appearance is to you the same as you interpret its concept. She is the abstract of death, you knew she was a female, hence she looks like a female skeleton to you. But once you see her true form you can only see her as such. To me she is the most beautiful woman. He spoke with violet stars in his eyes while looking at the skeleton lady in the distance. There's too much crazy shit going on in my life ever since you and Carol brought me here. I plan to add this to my personal library of knowledge that you accidentally learned that destroys your paradigm of life, and ignore it until further notice. Anyways, Hydra, which apparently is not as monumental as I thought compared to what's going on here, Spark said that you have a plan, I just wanted to go over it. We went over the plan and then I portaled back home while going over the conversation in my head. They definitely have other ways of getting the same results, but this was the one that allowed them to get rid of Hydra and get partial control over society at the same time without creating a shitstorm. Just like Aragorn said, some chaos is unavoidable, but this way allows for a gentler transition. But with this, I reached my limit of dealing with crazy people of the day. It's time to do some invasion of privacy to calm my nerves and recharge for the next day. Spark, get me access to William Stryker's file. This is the type of societal danger that I'm used to dealing with, not some cosmic goddess of death or the space dragon of dementia. Emma Frost, Fox Girl, Queen of Halo, and Planet Nern. Life has been sweet. I have officially a small kingdom. Population, almost 4,000. Leaving aside Aragorn and Jean and our might is still enough to dominate Earth. Maybe it is not fair to count our technological superiority towards that given that Aragorn is responsible for it, but who cares? At the end of the day, all of it is available to me, that's what matters. As usual, lots of changes happened after our resident dragon moved around for 3 months, we evolved into gorgeous girls, got eternal youth, more powers, and our magic might skyrocketed. I have never been happier in my life, I'm beautiful, powerful, and have more money than the rest of the planet combined, given that the Shinny Overachiever created a small vibranium moon among other resources, and after setting the basis for the society in Halo to grow I can finally start planning the development of Planet Nirn, what Spark named it. It was probably some inside joke because Aragorn was ecstatic about the decision. After the learning tech was set for the Fae and Sirens, we started the training and development of capable personnel for the empty positions on our society. Luckily with the recent evolution, the learning time of the maids was drastically reduced, so I had my ministers in less than 2 months, those girls plus the members from our new residents gave me enough room to create a functioning government. The recent android uprising, as Aragorn calls it, filled the places where we were lacking. According to Spark, unlike him they are not connected to the grand repository of knowledge, so it will take them years of interaction to grow souls, but they are such highly advanced AIs that to the rest of us they are very much alive. On our first gathering, we chose the name, Fulgebund Draconis Imperium, for my kingdom, and if it sounds like an incantation it's because the Ancient One said that it's better this way for our future runic language. She said that the name of the kingdom should be closely related to the source of our energy, of our power. Normally you just name your realm and since your power is linked to it you're golden, but since we don't have a personal dimension or realm, like Asgard, and our source is Aragorn, it is best if we pick a name closely related to him. Hence Fulgebund, which is shine, and or bright, Draconis, which of course refers to dragon, and Imperium, the future standing of my kingdom. We talked about several principles for development. Number 1, healthcare. Since our health is guaranteed with the regeneration baths, psychic therapy, and gene modification, our aim is not for the creation of jobless doctors, but the birth of research doctors for development and field doctors for emergencies. This will take care of our healthcare while also providing future discoveries to our already advanced medicine. Number 2, agriculture. Aside from the mundane agriculture, we need to take care of the magical part. Mystical flora and fauna will be the challenging aspect of this sector. Most of our funding will go here. Number 3, military. At the moment we have no need to focus on this. But in the future when we have more planets under our banner we will need a form of protection that doesn't rely on the sacred beast Aragorn. Yes, that's the designation that we coined for him. It would be a mess if we give him political power, so Spark suggested the title. Initially, we thought that he would find it offensive since it's pretty much a pet's position. But he was happy about gaining another title like any other self-respecting monster ice-skater. The understanding of those terms was left to Spark, who was acting self-satisfied under the praise of Aragorn for a job well done. Number 4, industry and commerce. Originally, we were not sure about what the other empires would like to trade that was unique to us, but Aragorn, who at that point joined the meeting, said that once we have established a self-sustaining production of mystical herbs and beasts we could become potion makers since no one does it, but he said that once we become extraplanetary each world must have its own partially self-sustaining industry. So we decided to focus on potions for the foreseeable future. Number 5, education. We have that covered under the learning rooms. Honestly, those rooms are the biggest advantage a civilization could have. We discussed other relevant topics, such as the form of government, religion, exploration, expansion, money, etc. We decided on ministries overseeing the different departments and a general representative per planet in the future, with me and Spark at the top, and in the case of a disagreement we can get a third opinion from Aragorn. We selected Gia as our patron deity for spiritual guidance, or as Aragorn called it, crowd control. Gia was happy about having new worshippers once more. For resources, Aragorn said that he would continue to be our sugar daddy until we achieve sustainability. He mentioned having several moon-sized deposits of every ore that he could think of. After the foundational gathering, we got to work. It was funny seeing these teenagers assume governmental positions, but they did the job. About 3 months later we had everything well cemented and it was time to move with our plans for commerce. Of course, this level of efficiency is not normally possible, but with Gia's blessing, most things are. Xander was our first client, but later on, when our products gained a reputation, we extended our reach. There were some missteps along the way, but we achieved the monopoly of a market that was unexplored. Gia offered us a blessing for Nirn since we were narrowly sustaining production, so Nirn was turned into a garden planet, with a small section left on the continent for Jean and Aragorn's recurrent scuffles. After that, we were facing problems of underpopulation, so Aragorn and the rest of the maids made another trip to Otherworld, FM04, and brought new residents. He was happy about finding naiads and dryads. The kidnapped victims were mad, but they rapidly defused after feeling Gia's blessing. By all accounts, for the magical and spiritually inclined, the blessing represents a massive boon. With their cooperation secured and the help of a new generation of androids, we were ready for the undertaking of a new level of market. Everyone liked our potions. We had potions for sleeping, energy suppliers, immunostimulators, virility, memory enhancers, first aid, cosmetical modifiers, truth serum, psychic protection, concentration boosters, aphrodisiacs, among other types. Aragorn and Spark designed them to be compatible with a countless variety of recognized races. I know that in the future we will have to stop riding on his coattails, but for now, we will enjoy it. Natalia Alienovna Romanova, Catgirl, CEO of the Light Enterprises. After the end of one of the many meetings of the day, I couldn't help but say, "This is not what I expected when I joined Aragorn." It's been a little over a year after we initiated the takeover of different departments of society. Due to a lack of personnel, I was given one of the many CEO positions available from one of our many companies. Since Aragorn didn't want to bring androids down here, most of the girls assumed the managerial positions in the different companies created by Spark and him. When I say it out loud, it sounds so ridiculous. Teenagers less than 18 years old, acting as CEOs, masked as older women, taking over different sectors of the market. What makes the matter even more laughable is when at the end of the day these seemingly mature and overly business-minded teens portal home and resume their teenage girl selves. All of them have their mansions and high-rise condos for their CEO roles, yet they always return to the crystal, even with all the teasing they receive from Aragorn. The first time he teased them about missing him after a day of separation, a blood feud was called upon. Of course, I joined, and even Gia did, who has taken a liking to our sparring sessions full of killing intent. As annoying as always, he kept laughing his ass off while messing with us and evading by a hair's breadth our attacks. In the end, we only won because the madam, who likes to spectate our battles, made him stumble, and he ate one of Gia's attacks, dead center in the face. Obviously, we took advantage of the madam given opportunity and pelted him with everything we had. Since he normally doesn't use his barriers while fighting us, given that, as he said, "I want to give you the allure of a chance before crushing your hope down," he ended up naked. At least this time it wasn't willingly. Commented Emma. "Worry not, blonde Fluff, I have been hit with an epiphany. Why wear clothes at all when you can imitate them with barriers and light manipulation?" said Aragorn with an expression of enlightenment. It would be more convincing if he said so while generating such barriers. Much to our chagrin, he was unharmed, and as we've seen, there wasn't anything to make fun of. I think this was the reason why the madam helped us, because, shortly after, she warped him away with the excuse of taking care of his inexistent injuries while smiling sweetly, as always, and teasing Aragorn. Anyway, leaving the vexingly perfect figure of Aragorn aside, even though we ended up spread around the globe, we always came back to sleep to the crystal, our home, and as much as I would like to deny it, I feel at ease around our idiot. The Light Enterprises, the company that I'm in charge of, is dedicated to the energy business. We are in charge of perfecting the current energy storage and solar technology. According to Spark, there's a company that in the future will take care of the energy generation department. They will create something called an arc reactor, so we don't meddle too much with that sector. At this point, we already have two products in the market: a solar cell that converts about 60% of the sunlight into electricity, and a battery with an energy loss of 0.1%. These products were based on tech available on Halo, but I had it dumbed down to Earth's level. The demand was so high after the beta testing reviews came out that in order to have enough supply we had to refer several governments to one of our sister companies in charge of ore mining. The Spiral CO, the name of the company, got into contracts with different governments, and once their establishment was government-backed, they fed our demand. When it comes to the solar energy sector, my projections put us in about 2 or 3 years more before the Light Enterprises has a 70% to 80% global ownership of said market. For the past year, things have been peaceful, aside from the mainstream battles that we wage against our shiny oppressor, but recently Aragorn and his personal maids have been restless, and we suspect that soon a call to arms will be issued. According to Spark, they finally found an island that, for over a year, they've been looking for. Meaning that soon they will engage in black ops against Hydra and their affiliated. The more belligerent of the girls are already buffing their weapons until they gleamed. After our evolution, aside from the bullying done by Aragorn, we have not had any action, so it's no surprise that some of them want to try their powers against an opponent that actually bleeds, and not, in the best case scenario, just ends up naked, making you feel hot and bothered. A/N. Chapter rewritten on March 8, 2024. Chapter 16, The Last Lost Duckling. I was starting to think that I would need to terraform Mars for the mutants at the rate at which things were going. I felt its presence the first day here, but it hid so well that we only found it in one of our overflights around the Pacific. Yelena and Irina shared my delight once we felt it below us. With it, the final piece of the puzzle was found. Krakoa. We could subjugate the island on our own. One of my ultimate classmates could do it, but then the island would recognize us and not the future ruling party. I guess I will have to do what I didn't want. Talk with Xavier and Eric, or Max, whatever his name is now. But first I will need to deal with Wanda. Hopefully she can protect Magneto from a really possible beating by helping me build bridges with him, otherwise I will have to metal bend his ass. A long shot, honestly, but given that I have to fix Wanda's issue at some point, it's not a bother to do it in this order. Luckily Yao has already given me Agatha Harkness' location. Alright girls. We will start moving now, but first we need to visit a sorceress and a chaotic girl. I wonder if I will not have to fight Thon off her, but I don't count on it. As you wish, young master, said my blue rabbit. Is this about the Wanda girl Spark told me about? Yelena and Spark usually gossip, apparently. Yes, I need to form a contract with her to prevent the crossing over of an elder god through the dimensional wall. A brother of Gia. Though unlike our lovely lady, he is a piece of shit. After that we flew over to New Orleans. We could portal, but flying is nice, where we found the witch's swamp. The place was covered by countless barriers, all in an effort to mask the chaos magic that radiated from within. Alas, we could feel on our skin as we got close enough. We stood by the edge of the outermost barrier and announced our presence with the spell Yao gave me. We didn't wait long for an opening to appear on the barrier. We levitated through it and came down to the outside of a residence that screamed, "Here you can find a witch." I knocked on the door and waited for her. The door creaked open and we heard her inviting us inside. "Come in," she said in a whisper, clearly powered by magic. Inside her home we could feel the chaos permeate through our skin. We followed the magic and we found her sitting at a coffee table with a girl trapped in a red mirror on the opposite side of the table. She was different than I expected. She wasn't the old woman I thought she'd be, the one that took care of Franklin Richards and worked as his nanny. She has this vibe of a young woman almost growing into a young mother. On the other side of the mirror I found a red-eyed girl with half of her forehead transformed into an almost horizontal gray horn, while the other half kept her human shape, although I could see the pain in her eyes. Now I feel like a dick for not coming sooner. "You're a new face. Since you carry the Ancient One's seal I let you in, but what do you want?" she said while keeping some distrust and carefully eyeing my horns. "Hello, Ms. Harkness, Ms. Maximoff. Nice to meet you both. My name is Aragorn, the blue rabbit is Irina, and the white fox Yelena. I came to get rid of Thon. Not really get rid of it, as in terminate him, more like exorcise him." "You can do that. How do you plan to do it?" "Someone as old as her won't trust me with her daughter's safety just because of my brilliance." "Yes. Yao and I created a soul and body contract that has the side effect of helping Ms. Maximoff. It will flood her with an energy that will act as a stopper or buffer. The energy will help her remove the elder god's influence, and since the energy is quite neutral it won't influence her personality. So far none of my girls have developed any symptoms or shown any evidence of mental or physical tempering." "Who's Yao?" she said after thinking for a while. "Sorry about that, Ms. Harkness. Yao is the Ancient One. I forget that everybody knows her as the Ancient One. Though after her evolution she now looks more like the Fluffy One. I should suggest an upgrade in her title. Won't Thon use the contract to get ownership of a lordless dimension through Wanda?" "What? Ah. She thinks that the energy won't influence her since the dimension where it comes from doesn't have a lord. That's a misconception, Miss Harkness. The energy is not coming from a lordless dimension, or any dimension for that matter. It's coming from me." She looked at me with surprise that soon enough turned into disbelief. "Why would you create a contract like that, and why would you think that you alone are enough to push back Thon? You do know that he is an elder god, with a whole realm backing him up, right?" The distrust and disbelief could be tasted in the air. "Yes, I'm aware. The contract was initially created for a friend of mine, but it also works as a way of putting my excessive energy to good use. In regards to pushing back Thon, I can bring you with me to the astral plane and show you my true form. Better not tell her that it was created to fulfill Kitty's ambitions and my desires. Astral forms are like psionic representations. You are depicted in your true form. In order for her to be astounded by my light I need to show her my true form, and since normally you don't allow a stranger in your head during the first meeting, it makes sense to take her to the astral plane. What do you think, girl?" the witch asked the little time bomb on the other side of the mirror. "Sai, I think that this is the only option that we have left. We know that I won't be able to hold him back for much longer. I really feel like a dick for waiting more than necessary. But like any self-respecting adult, I will responsibly place the blame on Hydra and Emma. With their power addiction they have kept me busy. Of course Emma gets a free pass since Tails, but I will throw this ball of chaos, and soon void, to Hydra." "Very well, Aragorn, let's meet in the astral plane." Saying so she closed her eyes before I saw her astral form fly in a flash to the golden sandy mirror in the sky, the astral realm. I spliced my consciousness in two and dedicated one of them to my astral form. "Are you not going?" asked Wanda after seeing that I was not falling asleep. "I'm there already. I can divide my mind and soul and tether half of it to my astral form. It's more complicated than that, but basically I create a duplicate of my mind and soul and that duplicate loses consciousness instead of my body. That way I can talk with this girl while the witch marvels in my light up on the astral realm." "That's not possible. You can't split your soul and sense of self. Either you die or create a separate life form. Normally that's the case, similar to Onslaught. The psionic child of Xavier and Magneto is a close example, not the same but close enough. I'm special. So it's not a problem for me. I can feel the deride silently coming from my maids behind me. I split because I wanted to tell you about the details of the contract while my other half talks with Ms. Harkness. I told her. Astral plane, Aragorn 2.0, as flamboyant as 1.0. Less than a second after the witch went to the golden realm I, the superior half, followed her. After diving into the golden mirror I followed the scent of the witch. When I found her I was about to present my bright self when I saw her flying away, away from me. What is wrong with you? Please stop. Don't run. I shouted while following her with leisure. Why are you running? She didn't answer but actually picked up her pace. Witch. Talk to me. Why are you running? Well, she is running to senior sister's location, so I will just follow her. It's not my fault that she is not listening. Now she is going to have the fright of her life when she meets senior sister. During our high-speed persecution she looked back a few times before speeding up further. Sometimes she would send weak psionic blasts to my eyes. After a few minutes I started to get into it, something clicked in me with the situation. I felt like a final boss, like a dragon lord, following the little mongrel, like a demon king shaming the weak hero. Hua-ha-ha-ha, run little mongrel. I think that this was the feeling that the predators get when they play with their food. The sense of superiority. Get away, shouted the little mice while escaping my claws. This is fun. I should try it back home. Sadly things came to an abrupt end when the little mice crashed into senior sister's abode. Agatha was shocked in fear when she saw the massive scalding phoenix, but in her desperation she gathered all her resolve and shouted. Oh mighty phoenix. I implore you. Please listen to my heartfelt plea. I can't die here without saving my daughter first. Please help me escape this beast's claws so that I can protect my world from the destruction brought upon by Thawne. Senior sister kept her silence and raised her sight from the witch before locking on my white eyes staring, unblinking, at her. With her infinite wisdom at play it wasn't hard for her to connect the dots, she said. Aragorn, please stop tormenting the human. She is so fucking bright. Maybe I should bend some light through my crystalline body, but if it's not natural it doesn't feel right. You should not force the shine, you should bask on it. Fine senior sister, but I will obviously take my displeasure on Jean. It's my best offer, take it or leave it. That's fine Aragorn. She loves playing with you. She said with sneering mirth in her psionic voice, yeah. That Padawan will suffer. Who's this human by the way? She derisively pointed with her flaming wing at the witch. She is Agatha Harkness, the guardian of the Scarlet Witch in this reality. My multiversal senior sister will understand with just that. I see, and why were you tormenting her? See. She got it. It's her fault. I declared. What? Shouted the witch. I told her that I would meet her here, in the astral plane, to show her my true form, but upon witnessing my shine she ran. She wouldn't even stop when I politely asked her to, and since she was running in your direction I just followed her. But later she awoke something in me and I started to enjoy the thrill of the pursuit, the hunt. It was a given that I was going to get into character and fan the flames of her fright. In conclusion, it's all her fault. What? Shouted once more the witch. I see, you're always finding ways of amusing yourself, aren't you Aragorn? Of course my sadist senior sister understands, that's not me making shit up, I've seen how much joy she feels when I beat Jean up during our friendly spars. Looking at it from a brighter side, maybe she finds joy in her avatar getting stronger, who knows? He. Yeah, I will find a way of reproducing this with the maids. Maybe I should tell them that I will shapeshift the ones I catch into children. I can already picture the looks of despair. Miss Harkness, is this enough proof? Let's get this over with, I can't wait to get home now that I found a wonderful hobby. Yes. She said while gnashing her teeth in rage before disappearing and going back. Bye senior sister. I will bring Jean with me the next time. She smiled. At that, I felt her joy, so I guess that expression on her flaming face means happiness from now on. Well then Aragorn, I will see you both then. I went back to my body to merge back into one. Only to receive a blast of darkness to my face. Baaaamm. What's wrong Miss Harkness? I looked at the seething witch in confusion. Don't what's wrong Miss Harkness me. I just went through the most harrowing experience of my life. And it's your fault. The maids in the back had no idea what went on up there, but they both nodded their heads in agreement with the witch. Don't sweat it Agatha. When I implied that I would show you my true form, what did you expect? A bicorn. A devil. Or some spiritual being, or maybe a god, but not a fucking crystal dragon that talks with the Phoenix Force as equals. I'm in charge of her avatar in this reality, so we are friends. I said while my maids were ing in the background. Naturally they watch anime with me because they have no other choice, but that's part of my plan to slowly corrupt them into my and Kitty's side, the fun side. After a while we were able to talk things through. Agatha seemed surprised enough after understanding about my existence. I could as well feel her happiness knowing that Wanda will be saved, mixed with a little annoyance and fear. It's safe to say that she was planning her revenge but cancelled her plans once she knew how outmatched she was against me. The time for forming the contract arrived. With my girls the contract was built into the core, but with Wanda I have to form the contract outside and have her absorb it, so it stands to reason that we never saw the contract outside of a magic core or the hyperpsionic room where we designed it. Seeing the grand hexacosychron out in the flesh had a different impression. The contract was so massive that we couldn't use magic circles. At the end we discovered that the shape that best fulfilled our demands was this one. It was made of crystal clear beams and milky joints, formed out of my void energy and my psionic energy. With the contract floating on my hand I entered inside the mirror where Wanda was sealed. I looked into her frightened but resolved eyes and smiled to reassure her. Wanda, you just need to project the intent of accepting the contract and it will automatically fuse with your core. That's all, there won't be any risks for you. I take care of the rest. Afterwards I will have to fight off Thon's influence, which is the hard part. But I already have my focus verses, or incantations if you may. Spark and I figured out that with these verses I should be able to concentrate my intent and remove the god's power over Wanda. I accept. Said Wanda with pain, desperation, hope and relief. The contract floated to her chest and fused with her body first, then it fused and synchronized with her soul. That's when I felt her as a new link available in my soul. Along with it I felt the pushback and resistance from a powerful being. It was like trying to force yourself straight under the weight of a massive waterfall. I had to fight back now or never. So I began with my incantation. I'll be your protection against the wickedness and snares of the demon. May the shine rebuke him. I brightly declare. And do thou, O exalted light, by the power of the shine, thrust into your scalding brightness Thon and all evil spirits who wander through the multiverse for the ruin of little Wandas. Shine bright. I made intonation with my intent in the important parts and used my will, energy, and mind in it. As anyone could tell by the massive light show coming from Wanda's body, it was working. The demon fought back but it was futile. I had all the advantages. Wanda's will over her soul was on my side. I had a direct connection to her soul. My energy reserves were virtually inexhaustible. My void energy had the innate quality of nullifying energies and this was my home turf. After the light show ended Wanda's physical appearance reversed to her teenager human beauty. Her eyes were left crimson, but that's a side effect of the overexposure to the chaos magic. How are you, girl? Asked Agatha after Wanda came back to be. Ha 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 ha. I'm fine. She chuckled softly at the beginning, not long before bursting into full laughter and tearing up. I could feel how her happiness was spilling over. The witch and the witch girl hugged and both teared and laughed. After a few minutes both finally calmed down. I'm glad that everything worked out. I will need both of you to move in with me though. I declared. Why? We can protect ourselves. The more experienced witch understood my concern. No. No you can't. This place is too dangerous, more than you know. And I won't allow Wanda to become, once again, another time bomb for me to deal with, or you become her liability. You will move in with me, you will get a shot of SSS and you will get trained like the rest of the girls. This is non-negotiable. I looked at the witch into her eyes and held her sight. I needed to make her understand that if someone like me says that it's dangerous, it damn right is. Fine. We will move in, but only until we are strong enough. I understand that, someone as old as her must be used to living at her rhythm and under her terms. If I may, Miss Harkness, if you want we could move your whole house to Halo. Also Spark said that there's a small clearing on a valley that we could assign for you, if you don't want to move to the crystal that is. Irina commented. I felt that agreement from the witches once Irina said so. I'm glad to have someone with better planning skills with me. That's what we did. Agatha dispersed the barriers for Irina and Yelena and they warped the whole house to the valley that Spark selected. After the house we crossed the portal and on the other side Emma, Yao, and Gia were waiting for us. I walked in a skip to her and said. Hello my favorite goddess. What are you doing here? I asked while bringing my future child's mother into a hug and planting a kiss in her head. Emma is obviously here because she is the queen, empress once the kingdom upscales to empire, yeah because she was our point of contact, but what about Gia? Hee hee hee. Hi doofus dragon. She giggled in my arms before I let her go. I'm here because that child is my brother's avatar so I was interested in meeting her. She pointed at the awestruck Wanda. Agatha was as well not doing good. Sometimes I forget that Gia, among mortals, is the Keanu Reeves of gods. You can always find a point in time where one of the other great divinities fucked up humanity in one way or the other, but Gia has always had the welfare of Earth and humans in mind. Well here she is, Wanda Maximoff, also that is Agatha Harkness, she is her guardian and basically mother. I pointed at the pair as I came closer with Gia. Hello child. I'm sorry about the pain that my brother brought to your life. Yo you don't have to apologize my goddess. I'm all right now and it wasn't your fault. I left the trio to talk things over and moved to Emma's tails. I already conquered Yao's, but she usually has a spell on that makes them coarse. Luckily I was able to stop her from teaching that aberration to the other girls, as long as I limit myself to only one fluff a month. Are you happy about the new witches added to your kingdom, Emma? I asked while petting her tails. Normally it's hard to take you seriously, but now that you always talk to me from my back while buried on my tails, it's impossible, Aragorn. Dash. No excuses here, even I can tell how challenging that must be. But yes. Although the Ancient One will factually join us once she finds a replacement for her position, having these two official join, especially Ms. Harkness, brings a smile to my face. Yelp, stop that. Slap, Emma said while slapping the hand playing with her ears, hee hee hee. Accidentally, some of the more animalistic behaviors were carried over during the evolution. So I have purring cat girls and bunny girls, yelping or winning fox girls, tail wagging wolf girls. A purring Natalia was dangerous in a different way from the rest though. Sadly only the babies, kitties, and Kitty own it. The rest act like Emma, so I rarely get to play with their ears. After a few minutes the trio joined us. Asterisk gasp asterisk, is that you? Ancient One. Gasped Agatha after she laid eyes upon Yao. Well, she had the most shocking transformation. Hello, Madam Harkness. The path of life somehow brought me to a place that I couldn't foresee, not even with the eye. Yao said with her mystic aura flaring out. But failed to mystify and instead it fluffified. I don't know what you got, but I want in. Agatha said with envy. Currently the procedure is only available for our citizens. You can talk about it with Emma, she is my queen. I will leave you girls be since I need to have a possibly unpleasant conversation with Xavier. By the way, Wanda, I will need your help pacifying your father. Hopefully I won't have to beat him up, but we can talk about that later, after you had a much-needed nap. I gave Gia a peck in the cheek and brought my maids to Salem, the X-Mansion. Not long after I met Kitty at the door. Hello, Kitty Vader. What's up? Kitty opened the door and beamed a bright smile after hearing my greeting. She gave me a tight hug and said, I'm almost there, Aragorn. I can already reach supersonic flight and my current weight limit is about 5 tons. I'm still a ways away from holding back one of your raptors. But my elemental magic can already match alpha mutant abilities. Purr, of course I petted the ears of the 4-tailed cat. I'm glad, Kitty. I will take you with me in one of the next expeditions to the Kuiper Belt. If you do good we can do the Oort Cloud as well. Based on my recommendation, Emma has begun exploring around the solar system. On their first travel they found a few vibranium-rich asteroids. Asterisk per asterisk, really. That's great. I love this cat. I signaled my maids with my eyes to let them know what sort of behavior I expect from them, but all I got was a synchronized double eye roll. Kitty cat, can you see if Xavier can receive me for a chat? The purring cat brought us to a waiting room before she left to find about my query, given that Baldy now stays away from her head. Not long after, Aurora came back. The official Aragorn dealer of the X-Men, since she is the only teacher that greets me every time I visit here. Hey Aragorn. The professor is currently attending a guest, do you mind waiting? Is it about the director of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I can recognize that aura of suspicion miles away. Yes, she was peeved by my question. Fury will probably like to participate in my conversation, as well as some of you teachers. It's a mutant-related conversation. She was surprised by my statement and closed her eyes, possibly contacting Baldy. After a few seconds she said, Come, we will meet the rest on the professor's office. We followed Aurora to the meeting room. Has Gia helped you with your powers, Aurora? You feel more in sync than before and I can also feel Gia in you more vibrantly than before. Before I only knew about their connection because I knew where to look at, but now even a blind sorcerer could tell that there was something off about her. Yes, my goddess has been helping with my powers. She said that soon I will qualify for your scuffles, if the Annihilation Wars, that my goddess described, you wage every Thursday can be called that. I wouldn't say every Thursday since I've had times that they joined Jean during our training only to try to beat me at the end. You will be a great addition to our lines, Ms. Monroe. I will let the girls know about your future addition. Yelena excitedly commented. At which Aurora could only smile. She probably doesn't know what she just signed up for. You heard here, Aurora, just let Xavier know before you join, since you will probably have to join their military exercises every Saturday. After our planning of Aurora's future we reached the office where all the other adult X-Men were waiting for us. Because no one will convince me that only because Scott is 18, he can be considered an adult. Hello Aragorn, I didn't know you'd be here. Hi Nick. We found the last piece of the puzzle today. We are ready for the next step, but I was needing the help of the people on this room, so here I am. I shook hands with the Master Spy and my smile was reflected on his. About damn time. This is one of the few times that I've seen him smile, the other was when he opened his first portal. Hello Mr. Abner, I see that you and Director Fury know each other, no introductions will be needed. Take a seat, please tell me what is this about that has both gentlemen so excited. Especially since apparently it involves our kind. As eloquent as a snake, like always. I sat on my place and said. Spark, show them Krakoa. Spark projected a perfect 3D scale representation of the island. Which draw attention along a few gasps from the crowd. I took my chance in the remnant silence to continue my presentation. Krakoa, a sentient living island, possesses a psionic hive mind with the vegetation and life forms it creates, can absorb mutant energy allowing it to nullify powers, can use psionic energy for various purposes and can survive in space. We plan on creating a mutant country here. Which is why I need you help. With that I started one of the most annoying conversations of my life. With the arrogant Baldelox who couldn't see his mistakes and hubris. Chapter 17, Politicking. After a heavy silence the first to snap out of it was Aurora. Aragorn, setting aside the fact that you're making it seem like a walk in the park, why would you want to put mutants in an island that absorbs mutant energy? I know that you're not biased against mutants, or race for that matter, but this looks like you're trying to lock us away. From her side it may look like that, and you can also say that in a way I am. Not to mention Mr. Abner that segregating our kind from others will only lead to alienation. Setting our kind aside in a country of mutants, while providing security, it will also allow for the festering of hate in the hearts of the rest of the world's population. It will only allow humans to make a clear difference between them and us, ignoring all the remarks clearly aimed to stir hate against me. It's a sound argument if I say so. The island will only siphon energy from intruders to protect itself. But if you manage to reach an agreement with it, you can set the conditions for the absorption. While the island can create shielding, you should be able to leave as you please, so don't worry about being trapped. I answered to Aurora before looking back to Baldy. Xavier. Do you consider mutants are in the same situation as Afro-descendants were in the previous centuries? Do you think of mutants as a harmless repressed minority? As harmless victims caught in the currents of the changing of times? Do you think that the reason governments are inimical to mutants is only because you look different? That mutants are just a misunderstood minority and that once they get to understand you you'll hug and sing at the sunset? To any working society, the raising of a new powered variant along their citizens is and will always be a headache better to get rid of. If it were only a different skin color or maybe an extra feature that differentiated you from the rest of the humans, there would be people in the streets protesting about how we all are equal and how we must protect the mutants. By the end of it all, mutants would have more rights than the rest of the humans and everybody would be complaining about how you're still lacking more. But that's not the case, is it? You are different, and while it's true that in most cases your powers are useless and don't make you that much different from regular humans, if said powers don't hinder you at all, your betas, alphas, and omegas are enough of a reason for the governments to panic and take whatever action they consider appropriate to deal with you. You are a risk for the order and control that they tightly hold. Sure, you are mostly innocent except for a few exceptions. But, do you think that's enough? Do you really think that you could integrate in society, out in the open, without any deterrent or backing to keep the less benign hands away from the weak and innocent? It's not possible, because your existence will always pose a risk for the normal kind, the common folk, which will cause chaos and panic, the perfect opportunity for shifting the blame on a minority. The rift between regular humans and mutant humans is a reality, a fact, inevitable. My TED Talk left most of the X-Men silent. I could feel their anger and desperation, but also under all of that a speck of understanding. From Nick I could feel his agreement. Which confirms that they are already working on measurements against mutants. Mr. Abner, you might be right, but we won't know until we try. We should believe in the capacity for good present in everybody. Just because it hasn't been done before it doesn't mean that we will fail. How can we strive for a brighter future together if we can't allow the benefit of the doubt to our neighbors and friends? The moment we decide to build a country, separating ourselves from the rest, is the moment we take a step that could never be taken back. From that moment on, in their minds, it will be cemented that we are separate from them. We will become the others, there will be no turning back from that point on forward. He said some more idealistic shit, but this is the world of Marvel, where Aniki made sure of two things: number 1, spider heroes get fucked up. And number 2, mutants get wrecked. Just because you're correct doesn't mean you're right. You should learn from Shiro. You know, Xavier, mutants are not the only powered minority out there. There's the Inhumans who in my eyes are just mutants with extra steps, the Deviants who are closely related to mutants but at most only share their humanoid shape, the Eternals, humanly of appearance, immortal beings with great power, the Atlanteans always at the bottom of the sea. Surprising, isn't it? Needless to say that all except my maids were shocked. All these powered races, to name a few, and yet, nobody knows of them. Why do you think that races older than humans inhabiting the same planet are unknown to the rest of the world? Where do you think they are? I let the silence reign a few seconds more before continuing. You don't know, do you? Inhumans are on the moon and the Himalayas, Deviants in the Empire of Subterranea, Eternals in their mountain Olympia, and Atlanteans in their lost city Atlantis. All of them share the same peculiarity, all are hidden societies, all avoid human contact or hide within the crowds without expressing their powers. Maybe in the future some will come out of hiding, but I can already picture the mess that will entail. This hopefully put a crack on his ideals. It's true that these guys had their own circumstances and that previously some, like the Eternals, were part of society. But they were never your friendly neighbor, they were your god or goddess, your king, your slaver, etc. Even in the possibly not very accurate comics, the mutants only catch a break after they build a place to seek refuge. Afterwards their home is always burned down, but that can be prevented here. Powered individuals have cohabited with humans before. It has always ended in tragedy for one side or the other. Humans have been slaves to mutants, Eternals, and deviants before. The powered races have been forced to seclusion or oblivion as well. There can never be true equality between two if one side holds more power than the other. Humans have more social power than mutants and mutants have more actual power than humans. A country backing the mutants is the way of showing the world what you can accomplish, while also the deterrent for those that need one. I concluded. I didn't mention this, but I could empower all of the humans and solve the problem of inequality, but who in their right minds would give a weapon to a child? Especially a child that has proven to be problematic before, with suicidal tendencies. Aragorn, why are you creating a country for mutants now? The only smart person of the current X-Men asked. Because there's an enemy in the shadows that controls society. Nick and I will start our Black Ops by rescuing their lab rats, mutants mostly, so I need a place outside of the purview of any acting government where I can shelter them. My options were founding a country or getting you off-world. Given that more mutants will be born in the future, it's best to keep them on-world. I said to Hank. That makes sense. But, why would you need our help? Why not create this country on your own? To his question I made a face of disgust. And assume the responsibility of changing your diapers for the rest of my life. I like my life very much as it is, I'm happy to spend the rest of it with my family, why would I want to become the mutant nanny, king, instead? Since the senior Celestials did their whole monkey experimentation on most of the population back then, even if now I get rid of all mutants more will pop up later, but these guys are such a pain in the ass that I did consider it. I'm definitely above a genocide but not a FM-05, I would just ship these guys to Nirn and my Fluff Queen would be happy to take care of them, not Xavier though, I bet she would kill him. I, in her place, would as well. Add Scott because he is annoying. What a noble heart. All this talk about opportunity and giving the mutants a place, and you just won't do it yourself because you couldn't be bothered. Commented Scott with dripping sarcasm and scorn, who for some fucking reason Xavier hasn't fully fixed. Xavier. Why haven't you cleaned all the mind modifications from this little shit? I asked while warping Scott to the other end of the property. I did, Mr. Abner, and I would appreciate it if you could stop doing that to my student. You did not. If you can't see where the problem is, swallow your pride and ask Jean to do it, this is child's play for her. This is getting more pathetic the more you let it go on. If you don't fully remove Essex's gunk before I meet him again I will do it myself, and believe me when I say that I will do my own modifications and turn him into the personification of manners and respect. I will mold him into the ex-butler or something like that. I'm tired of respecting the boundaries of this laser shit, I'm done. Next time and I will make him a Marvel's Alfred Thaddeus Crane Pennyworth, all butlers in the Omniverse will cry tears of joy when he joins the ranks. Look. We don't have to talk about this country business anymore. This is happening with or without you. Neither I, nor Nick, need you for this. The only ones of you that I actually want on this are Aurora, Hank and Logan. An idealist such as yourself is appreciated but certainly not needed. You're not the only mutant group that will be invited. The Brotherhood and Molochs are included. And after the possible beating that Magneto will get I'm 87% sure, according to calculations, that he will join me, so Xavier, can you really afford to allow Eric to wield the power that my backing entails without restraints? This did make his eyes bulge out. This baldy can say whatever bullshit he wants, but on this world few things are as powerful as my backing, Emma knows. If no one is up to the task, I know a queen that is desperate for new citizens that will be happy of stealing mutants from Earth, a temporary fix for sure, but I can wait until an appropriate leadership is born, or raise someone as such ourselves. Aragorn, give us some time to talk things out. Strangely enough Logan, with all of his gruffness, asked something sensitive. Yes, this is just a preliminary thing. I will round the others and in about 1 week I will invite you all to Halo to formalize things. Nick, you will be the unofficial representative of the regular humans, if you find people you can trust and can get them past the security screenings you can bring them with you. My hidden objective is to add some normal humans to the ruling council that Spark suggested for Krakoa. After that we left them be and warped to Halo, where I found Emma and Yao giving a tour around the crystal to Agatha. Hi again. I'm back. I smiled to the foxes and witch. Hello Aragorn, how did it go with the X-Men? Asked Yao. Honestly. Better than expected. I managed to lit a fire in their metaphorical behind so they will either join us or allow Eric to become the monarch of the future nation, at least that's what they think will happen. Are you sure that you don't want to add someone from your order to the future council? I had given her the chance since it's possible that Krakoa will become one of the heavy hitters in the future. Before you, I would have accepted, but now. I'm no longer pressed for options and control. She said while lowering a little her ears. Probably remembering her previous situation. Well Yao, if you ever change your mind, just let me know. I said while petting her soft ears, he. For some reason she never uses her spell on the ears. Slap, she glared at my hand in betrayal. Don't think too much about it, in the worst case scenario Emma would love to have more powered citizens under her. I said while moving to Emma's tails and tactically ignoring her glare. Yes, I'm all for more capable citizens, but I would probably kill Magneto and Xavier to prevent future headaches. She said all serious and queenly. But I don't think the other women are taking her seriously since her tails are twitching at my caress while happily holding me. Ancient One, if I get tails like you, will I have to be subjected to that? Agatha whispered to Yao while gesturing with her head to Emma. Stop that, Aragorn. You're making me look bad. Of course Emma with her enhanced hearing heard Agatha. Fine, but I will find you later for more. Is Wanda finally sleeping? I momentarily relented and asked about the missing teen. I like how you groom them, so that's okay. And yes, she is. What she doesn't know is that I use my biokinesis to give her a deluxe finish that no one else can provide. Slowly she will fall into dependency of my cuddles and petting. Alright, that's good. I'll talk to her later about her father. I will probably have her accompany us tomorrow. You should also get ready, Emma. We found the place where your clone is located and that will be the first place that we will storm. Really? Only one? She looked calm but I could feel her inner turmoil. We think that either only one is left or they were able to create just one. We found its location because the psychic presence should be strikingly similar to yours, so we could calibrate Brother Eye to look for it. There's also a chance that they have other clones and we haven't found them, but we will get more info once we storm the lab. We are also curious about why it took so long for the satellites to pick the presence in the scanning. I still don't know what to do with it her. She rested her head on my shoulder while saying so. We will raid the place in a week, so you still have time to think about it. I said while petting her head and ears. Slap. Don't take advantage of the situation, idiot. She said so but still kept her head on my shoulder. After teasing Emma a little bit more, I went to my room to end my day with my latest morbid hobby. I didn't want any of my girls to witness this, only Spark and I will know about this. Spark, show me our lovebirds. A holoscreen showed me our participants that volunteered for the opportunity of a lifetime, all expenses covered, slight mental manipulation included, in a paradisiac island in the Caribbean. I had views from different cinematic angles. Project, let's try not to kill Gamora this time, or Cupid, I suggested the first one, Irina the second one. On one end of the screen we have, most eligible bachelor, meet, drumroll. Pedilector. The product of a tragic family story combined with a special chemical disposition, 26 years old, born in Madripoor in September 14, 1972, Jackiel Merle. After a faithful encounter with an imp on his messed up dreams, according to him, who taught him about the wonders of child soul ingestion, he developed a taste for kitties and babies. 14 out of 10 stars, more than 1 votes from the demons in hell, recently gained a spot in my must-kill list. Rescued from a purposeless death by yours truly. On the other end, meet, drumroll. Bitch Gain, the product of human vanity and bitchiness combined with an uselessly high skill in skin grafting along a pinch of madness, 40 years old, born in Madripoor in October 5, 1958, Marvia Kingson. A decade ago, after noticing the passage of time in her mirror, she had the genius idea of grafting skin from kitties and babies for mixing it with a special mixture of her own design, all in order to get the famous baby skin touch just right. 15 out of 10 stars, one more than her darling because she skinned her victims alive to preserve the freshness, more than 1 votes. Of course rescued by yours truly from capital punishment. A match made in heaven, or Halo if you will. What better place to find scum than in the country filled with them? After a careful and delicate session of mental suggestions, our dream couple was dropped in a tropical island. Here they are subjected to 16 daily hours of mental and physical torture in the shape of demons, also known as nightmares, a species brought from otherworld that hunts for psionic energy by inducing nightmares and paralysis on the prey. Once the prey is subjected to sleep paralysis, their leech-like mouth opens and hooks to the head of the prey. Using special teeth, the nightmares suck the residual psionic energy on their minds. It's needlessly painful. After their daily dose of demons, the couple is left in a room for 8 hours to lick their wounds. After just 1 month of my type of couples counseling, the love story of the century, the power couple most liked by Mephistopheles himself, rumors say, the selfless couple that will get me my soul stone was born. This was the idea, to bring together a couple of remarkable scum, so when I needed them, they could make the choice that I could never. That's how the Cupid initiative was born. Torment them enough so that the only source of light becomes the other, but not enough for them to get used to the pain. Enough for something as beautiful and wicked as love to be born, and enough so that when I come down and present them with the choice of freedom they will tear each other apart to take it. They are ready for harvest. After I'm done with this mutant time bomb, I will go and pick my power stone and get our lovebirds to pick for me the soul stone. Leaving me only with the mind and reality stones missing. But Loki and Jane will be delivering them to me later, so no rush. After observing my sacrifices some minutes more, I decided to go and spend the night at Nuna's. Nothing like a night with Nuna to recharge by levels of BT, bullshittery tolerance, after Xavier depleted them. I will need those levels for dealing with Magneto tomorrow. Spark, let the girls know that I will sleep at Nuna's tonight. I will come back tomorrow to pick up where we left. As you wish, Master Chief. Enjoy your time with the madam. I opened the astral path to her palace and flew to Nuna's presence. On the way I met her Valkyries, the souls of the departed Valkyries from different realities. They work for Nuna. When she needs to reap problematic souls she sends them. Even though they look alive, they are technically specters possessing bodies of energy. These Valkyries reminded me of Hela. I wonder if I got the Hela daughter of Odin, or the Hela that was the result of attempting to create an Infinity Stone plus some time travel bullshittery that somehow ended with her as the pseudo-daughter of Loki, of some sort. It wasn't clear enough for me. According to my meta-knowledge, the more problematic one can be dealt with by simply removing her cloak. Press X for doubt. Sounds too far-fetched. But that can be left for later. I arrived at the Infinity Well. Nuna says that it's just a fancy-looking fountain, where I found my Nuna. Hello, darling. Here for a pajama party. I approached and hugged her with the intention of fusing her with me while taking a deep breath in her neck. Yes, Nuna, I came to spend the night with you. She brought her hands behind my head and gave me a hot but tender kiss after bringing our faces together. You can always come and spend the night here, with me. She said before giving me a cute peck on the left cheek close to my eye. This may look sultry from a third party's point of view, especially with the lust-loaded tension between us, but we haven't taken the next step yet. We figured that since we took 11,000 steps forward into childbearing, we might as well take our time and let the love between us grow. But I think that sooner rather than later one of us will cave in. Possibly me. Hold.it.in. Relax, death, you've got this. Sigh, why lie to myself? I can't wait to have those eyes between my thighs, but I must hold it in. No rushing. We agreed to take our time together. We already did some of the rushing before. No need for more of that. Sigh, sooner or later one of us will break. Sigh, possibly me, death. Let's go then, I want some cuddles. Demanded Nuna. I wonder, how can she, always, be this calm and collected? Especially while cuddling. The only reason I don't embarrass myself is because I control 100% of my body, so no poking accidents while spooning. We flew while holding hands to Nuna's room. How lewd, I know, where I dispersed my clothing, except my boxer briefs. Nuna followed my example and almost crushed my perfect control, yet almost, faint snapping sound in the background. She was wearing black lace lingerie, like always, but even after recording her in my perfect memory and going over it during my free time, it never ceases to blow my mind. Thank you, my dragon. Next time is your turn. Nuna said as she got comfortable in my arms. We slowly fell asleep, but not before making sure I had saved Nuna's cute face in the depths of my memory. I know I don't forget, but some things should be backed up twice, in the cloud and the internal storage. A/N. Hello, readers. I hope you liked the lemons and forgive me for the shorter chapter. It was a small tease, so let me know if you have any feedback on the writing style. The next chapter will be one of the long ones. I will write about the Morlocks and the Brotherhood. Possibly we'll start the first part of the meeting, all together in one chapter. The plan for future chapters is meeting, start of country building, Emma's clone and everything in between. It will take us about 4 to 5 chapters, long ones, but I'm terrible at measuring content, so this is subject to changes. I have something curious planned for the Infinity Stones, but we won't know on this volume. Aragorn will gather the P-Stone and S-Stone on this volume though. I also planned for some space adventures related to Emma's empire. And a short meeting of Jean, Phoenix, and Aragorn in the AP. In case it was not clear enough in the previous chapters, I'm not trying to smuggle Gia into a non-existent harem. I just think that this was the type of relationship that these three, Death, Aragorn, and Gia, should have, probably the type that between emotional humans in said circumstances can't exist, because jealousy and shit. D and A romantically love each other. D and A love G a lots. But no sexual love. G loves D and A lots. Same for Emma and the rest of the girls. No harem on this FF. Please stay tuned for more XD. Chapter 18, One Crew Over the Part. It is a new beautiful morning on the realm of death, where you chose the time of the day that best suits your needs since there's no sun over here. Pretty convenient system if you ask me. We used to use it back on my world where the aliens attacked non-stop. You woke up. Then it's morning, go get your equipment and join the fight. Going to sleep. Then it's evening, be ready for night raids. I think that some neats and graveyard shifters use this method as well. I woke up to the blessed sight of Nuna. After a battle of 3 concurring wills with my inner angel and demon, we agreed to spend a few more hours with Nuna, unanimous decision. Mutants and their knack for self-destruction can wait. But, alas, most things must come to an end. I gave a soft kiss to my Nuna and moved back to Halo. It was time to wear my big dragon pants and get it over with. The fact that this was just the preliminary work for the actual meeting and I was already regretting it, filled me with despair. Normally I'm not such a drama queen, but when you're an empath it's taxing dealing with so much bullshit. They said, let's hold hands together, but mean, if you hold my hand then you're giving me consent, maybe not to such an extreme degree but similar in a way. Now I feel bad for the fiery Padawan. Poor fire chick had to deal with that shit while growing up with half a brain due to her memory manipulation. But I will expect the good and prepare for the bad and all of that. The Morlocks are not like the fancy mutants in the X-Men and the Brotherhood, so those guys will probably jump at the opportunity, therefore I will leave the easy group for last. While thinking so I moved to the outside of the witch's house. Knocked on the door and waited. Hello. I've come for Wanda. I announced after I felt their attention from inside. Not long after the door opened by means of magic. I moved in, where I found the ladies finishing breakfast. Welcome, dragon, said the grumpy witch. Maybe she's still holding a grudge. Hello, ladies. Good morning. Mr. Aragorn. What is it that you need from my father? Wanda. You can just call me Aragorn. I'm creating a country for mutants and I wanted him along a selected few in the ruling council. But, why do you need me? I thought that maybe a familiar face would make him less hostile. I haven't met him but my impression of him is an arrogant, obstinate man. I figured that he will attack me at least once if I barge into his place all by myself. I miss my brother but my father only took care of me for a little more than a year. The last impression he has of me was probably when my powers acted up and I almost killed Pietro. So I don't know how much of a disarming face I would be. There was regret in her voice, but I could also feel resentment, most likely because Magneto abandoned her after that accident. Well, that's not favorable, truly. But you might want to come to meet your brother, either way. I was just trying to de-escalate the situation, but if Magneto's fate is to be beaten then that's just it. Bye to the favorable impression, hello to the impacting impression. Yes, I really miss my brother. I don't think that he will be thrilled to see me, but I want to try. I also feel like she might want to see Magneto be beaten. With that out of the way, tell me, do you like the place? This question was for both witches. Yes, the magic permeated here is nurturing, for a lack of a better word. Commodities are above what's possible on Earth, security is unmatched, and yesterday I got a job. Agatha. I have been sleeping so I will look around later. Wanda. I can give you a tour later, Wanda. A job. As a magic teacher? I asked. Yes, the Queen hired me as a magic tutor for the days that the Ancient One is unavailable. Right. Last year I took to calling Emma the Queen for a few months and apparently that stuck with the girls. Weirdly enough, nobody uses the other nicknames I've been using, Fluff, Tails, Foxy Queen, Fluffy Queen, etc. Well, that's good for you. Internally, in the crystal, we have no need for money, but once an internal market is established your pay should do wonders for you. Will you also opt for the augmentation package? Since I provide everything for my girls they mainly trade in favors, but outside the crystal there's even a currency, scales, dollar. Everything is digital though, so they didn't accept my scale-like design for the coins, only the name I suggested. You mean the beastification? Agatha said while tilting her head. Yes. You would look gorgeous mixed with a dark magic black nine-tails fox. One of the kitties is one already, but since she is young she only has one tail. Agatha will surely have at least 5 tails. I can picture it already. Is there a way of getting just the perks without having to become a furry? Asterisk gasp asterisk. This is a family-friendly conversation, don't say that word. Heresy. There are no furries here, only people of culture. And you will get better results with the beastification along the enhancements. The SSS was designed to mix perfectly with the new genes, modifications, and magic core. A totally different variant would be needed if you opt out of the beastification. You will lose a lot of potential if you go for the regular enhancement. All of this is true, but I purposely made it that way. It wouldn't take me longer than 1 hour to cook a different SSS that would allow her to get the same benefits as the girls with none of the fluff. But I never mentioned this because I was afraid of the girls not accepting the ears and tails. So I will never make another variant. Never. I see, I will probably take your recommendation on the fox, but I will go over the other options, maybe I find something interesting. Jackpot. You can get a catalog from Kitty. If you didn't meet her yesterday you can ask Spark for her location. I think Spark has a copy, but we normally try to promote socialization given that we are so few in the crystal. Since Spark is so convenient, if we don't talk to each other we might end like the humans from WALL-E. What about you, Wanda? She is like Carol or Jean, overpowered enough that this would basically be a cosmetic thing with no real benefits on the power side, but never underestimate vanity. Is there an option with horns? I feel a strange phantom pain where my horns were growing and I thought that maybe replacing it with a new pair could help. Dash. Devil girl acquired. How did I overlook this? A succubus maid. Yes, it is possible. I will need to look for a few samples in certain dimensions, so you will have to wait a bit longer than Agatha. I will also need to create a new variant of SSS, but let's not tell Agatha. Asterisk sigh asterisk that's great. Honestly, it's been itchy and it doesn't look like it's getting better. I'm no expert, but I think that that's because the chaos magic wants to push body adaptations in its host, similar to how I look less human than Nuna. My void energy is more eldritch than the concept of death, so when my energy had the chance it chose for certain inhuman characteristic on my body. It might be related to your chaos magic, but with the adaptability mutation plus some devilish DNA and the SSS, your body should adapt better to it. It's possible that besides horns you'll get something else. Just give me some time on that and I will have a rendered projection for you. I can get her some wings, a tail, and maybe pointy ears like mine. I once again feel like designing my own 3D character. Yes, it feels weird to feel weird about being hornless. Hopefully that fixes it. Actually, it would be weirder if your body went back from Thonian to human without repercussion. The red eyes are proof of this. Well, let's go and visit Magneto. Fun fact, did you know that he is technically our closest human neighbor? Since Watu and the Inhumans are on the moon and the rest of the population is on Earth, he is the closest. Though you can say that Inhumans are also humans, I recognize Inhumans as less human than mutants. Not racist though, just some factual biology. They're a race separated from humans long ago, plus they have some Kree in them. What? How is that possible? Asked Wanda. Your father has his own space station, Asteroid M. One of his many talents lie in space stations. Who can say otherwise? If my meta-knowledge is anything to go by, then he built that space station at least 4 times by this point in Earth 616. Did he do it using mutant powers? Although technology in Earth is very advanced for its era, it's not advanced enough to build a satellite station in the time of their separation, so her confusion makes sense. Publicly, that is. Yes, using his powers he launched it and just corrects its orbit from time to time after that. I suspect that he keeps up with necessities either using mutant powers to grow their food or with a capable teleporter. Probably a bit of both. I never knew, Wanda said. I'm 90% sure that he built it some time after your separation. Wanda remained silent for a while. After irradiating nervousness for a minute or two, she asked, "Do you think that my brother would like to see me? I used to have 2 sisters, a little sister and a big sister. My old world was invaded by some power-hungry aliens and humanity descended into World War III, around 20% of the humans died during the first wave. We were basically living our own little apocalypse." I commented while remembering those painful days. Drastic measures were taken and most of the men were sent to wage war on the aliens' homeworlds. I was included in those numbers. After 10 years of living in bloodshed and, basically, the battlefield, I returned home for a quick but much-needed rest. Life was shitty and we could only watch videos from our loved ones that took months to arrive. I was a very different person than the men that left. Mentally, physically, and emotionally speaking, I was a stranger to my family. The first days were not easy. I was still in the battlefield. In my mind, lots of unfortunate accidents happened, but even through all of that my sisters were there for me. While it's true that not all family is like that and that out there you can find brothers, sisters, and parents that are better dead than alive, the connections shared between siblings are some of the hardest to break. I looked at the nervous teen and said with a smile, "I don't think that it is too late to get your brother back." "Thank you, Aragorn." The slightly less nervous teen said. "How come you used to be human, Aragorn?" "It's a story filled with dead, psychos and void, with little to no light but a sparkle at the end. It all started when my mom met my dad." I told Wanda the story of the birth of the shiniest dragon while we flew to pick up my maids. Of course maids are needed for my talk with Magneto. It's all about presentation. Showing who is better than the other in a subliminal way. After a panoramic flight of the coolest places on Halo, Wanda and I arrived at the Crystal. "Was there a need to make this place so opulent?" asked Wanda when she laid eyes upon the magnificence of the Crystal. "Opulent. I get shiny, crystalline, bright and other adjectives, but opulent I don't. That's diamond, is it not?" "Oh. That. I don't think that even my maids know. How did you notice?" "I just told them that it was a crystal clear mineral. There's a special branch of magic that uses jewels as mediums for casting. Teacher had me studying it for a year in hopes of finding a way to siphon my magic into the jewels in case of emergency." "Oh, I see. It's a very old way of magic. You could potentially fill a jewel with your magic and construct a spell matrix into it. Old witches used to hold spells for later use in these grenades. Then you would crush the jewel and the spell would be freed. It had a lot of disadvantages, so it's considered obsolete." You couldn't control the direction of the spell upon release, you wasted about 40% of your magic during construction, others could steal your grenades and use them against you, to mention a few. Well, I wanted to make it sturdy, bright, and visually appealing. I wanted to use a special type of crystal that I know of. But I didn't have any samples for replication, so I had to settle down for diamond. It's not supposed to be opulent because I can create an infinite amount of diamonds and other riches, so money holds little value to me. Or at least I was not thinking of asserting my status on others' eyes with it. The main purpose was light. But I can see how having a house made of diamond can be seen as opulence. Not that I would change it now. Wanda was left in silence, contemplating for a while before saying, "Do you have any diamond left?" "Ha ha ha. You can ask Spark for some later, greedy witch." I answered with a smile filled with faked contempt. ***, even if you don't appreciate it for its value, that doesn't mean that I won't. Yeah, I don't care about riches, that's why Emma stole most of it. All I care about are my girls, Spark and Bucky, and my toys, but those are kept in my personal vault. While Wanda was acting like a pouting haughty young lady, my maids arrived and we warped outside Asteroid M. My maids' adaptation kicked in and they stopped needing air and air pressure. I was already all-proofed, and Wanda casted an environmental shield around her. A cool application of magic where you create a skin-tight barrier that generates your preferred environment. You could even float in lava and feel like swimming during a sunny day in a pool. Asteroid M looked like a rock with random buildings made by a crazy scientist ingrowing in it. Magneto may be the leading head on space exploration and station building, but visual pleasing was never one of his talents. This looks like a tumorous-grown city on a rock. Your father was never a man of style, was he? I telepathically said. No, just one look at his helmet and you can tell, and let's not talk about his early attire, answered Wanda, and indeed I would rather not talk about that. Don't worry, Ms. Maximoff, you have nothing to feel ashamed of. Young master is not one that should talk with his awful naming sense, the backstabbing bunny commented. And let's not talk about his obsession with shine and dragons. It's already a miracle that we are not dragonkin instead of beastkin, added the traitorous fox. Hee hee heh, X3, since I've been growing as a person I won't call for a blood feud, but I will add this to my list of possible reasons for claiming spontaneous revenge. As the girls were bonding, we were descending until their sensors picked up our scent. If sound could travel through space, we would be hearing their blaring sirens by now. I chose the biggest building, where I'm sure we will find the biggest of men, and portaled inside. In the hall that could only be described as a throne room, we found the panicking mutants. In the throne was of course Magneto, and protectively around him were a few of the Brotherhood, yet based on their energy levels I can say were the strongest. There were Raven Darkholm, Mystique, Irene Adler, Destiny, and Marie, Rogue, Remy LeBeau, Gambit, St. John Allardyce, Pyro, Dominicos Petrakis, Avalanche, Gunther Bane, Eunice, Frederick Dukes, Blob, Namor Mackenzie, and Pietro Maximoff, Quicksilver. Some of these guys didn't have any right to be here at the same time, according to my meta-knowledge. Mystique, Destiny, and Rogue are a family. Gambit is in love with Rogue but also a plant from Essex. I can already smell the telenovela. Pyro, Avalanche, and Blob are almost always with Magneto. Perfect henchmen, if you will. Eunice definitely shouldn't be here, and Namor. Shouldn't he be underwater by now? Maybe he was roped in by Eric's speeches of grandeur and promises of future. In another life, I bet Magneto was known as the Wolf of Wall Street. At least I don't see the other Summers brother. Vulcan is a pain in the ass. As the portal closed, Wanda looked at Pietro and longingly called. Pietro. But something that I didn't want to consider happened. Who are you? Said Pietro in confusion. Wanda was struck by her brother's words, but soon enough, as expected from a girl born and raised in adversity, she calmed down and looked at Magneto with her cold red eyes. Did you erase me from my brother's memory? Wanda didn't wait for an answer and froze time. She took a few deep breaths to fully calm her raging heart. What do you want to do with him? I asked while motioning to Eric. How are you moving? She was clearly perplexed and possibly embarrassed since she realized I witnessed her previous actions. You can say that I move with time willingly, but I'm not affected by it in the same way that others are. In simpler terms, you can't use time-based abilities on me, unless I allow it. It's more complicated than that, but she could theoretically stop me with more than an universe's worth of power. By then the energy overload would kill her, and she would be employing the aspect of time instead of casting spells. You are weird, Aragorn. Wanda said mockingly. And shiny, I commented factually. Never forget. She rolled her eyes on me before answering my previous question. I will fix my brother's mind. About Eric. Do you really want someone like him on your future council? Someone so despicable that he would tamper with his own son's mind. She basically spat when she called Eric's name out loud. The answer to that question is both yes and no. I don't need him. If you want to kill him, go ahead, I'll do it for you if you don't want to carry on with his death on your shoulders. But I want him because I'm trying to build a balance in the council. Also because he can potentially babysit mutants for me. He is after all an ambitious person with the mutants' future in mind, when he is not busy being mutant Hitler. I want a council that embodies both of the current extremists' views from the mutant side of the coin, a neutral representation that keeps everything balanced and a human representation that prevents extreme judgments. All under the care of an AI that will oversee final decisions and grow together with the country. This new baby AI was already created by me and is under the care of Spark, learning about right, wrong and shine. Its name is Seraph and unlike Spark it has already decided her gender. I wonder when Spark will become my ultimate bro. Xavier will be the idealist good side, Eric the pessimist side, Morlock's the neutral side and someone Fury will bring the human side. But I could technically use Mystique instead of him. So, again, if you want to kill him just give me the green light. I don't recommend you to do it by your hands since I can tell that your brother won't be happy about it. She remained silent until she was in front of the paused Quicksilver. I will ask my brother first. Thank you, Aragorn. She placed her hands on Quicksilver's head and bound him to space before removing him from the temporal stasis. He resumed consciousness but he couldn't utter a word before she got to work on getting his memory back. He was rendered unconscious. After an hour of delicate work I could see that her spell was working but it was also taking a toll on her. After all she needs to constantly cast her mind healing spell and hold the time stopping spell. Wanda, try to use my energy through the contract on your mind healing spell, it should lower the toll on you by more than half. Not the void energy, the psionic energy. She stopped her spell and instead of using her chaos source she casted the spell with my psionic energy as the source. Like this. She asked as she showed me her magic runes and circles. Yes, you're a natural. It should help you make this faster and easier on you. She was released from some of the weight the spell had on her. She is not a psionic powerhouse like Emma, Jean or me, so it's natural that something that could at worst take me a few minutes, take her a few hours. About 30 minutes after that she let out a repressed sigh, and said. Sigh I'm done. Eric erased his memory because Pietro wanted to follow me. My brother was initially scared after my accident and passed out in consequence to it, but when he awoke and Eric said that I was moving away with someone that could help me, he said that he would follow me. She said with a smile filled with care and pride. A smile that darkened soon enough. Eric didn't want that and had a mutant alter his memories. Making it so that I never existed, that's most likely Mastermind. But I can't feel him around so either they had a falling out or he is, simply, currently not here. Do you have enough charge to keep up the time stop? So that you could talk with your brother without interruptions? I said while pointing to Eric. Sigh no, I don't think so. I can hold it for you if you want. You can use chaos magic. Not really, but I can bend my energy to match yours and then recreate your spell. Thank you by the way. Yao has avoided this type of spells because she said that I would mess even more with the girls. That foxy teacher had the guts to say to my face while smiling mirthfully. And would you? Asked Wanda while arching one of her eyebrows. I totally would. And will. I can already relish in the Padawan's face during our next spar. Just don't snitch on me. I want to make friends. Makes sense. I will keep it under wraps for a year if you help me with some favors in the future. I said meaningfully. You know, your phrasing could use some work but, deal. Keep dreaming Chaos Girl, this shiny dragon has Nuna already. I used my energy manipulation along my eldritch magic knowledge and replicated Wanda's spell. I decided to upgrade this spell by focusing my mind and working on different variations of it. It has great potential. I could create pockets of stop time and traps. It's not very useful for fights of my caliber since I can use my TK for stopping targets, but my maids could use it for stopping attacks or attackers or setting a trap that freezes a target on time upon activation, like a temporal landmine, and you never know, maybe I do find a use for it in the future. After a while Pietro wakes up from his sister's lap pillow. I decided to respect their privacy by looking in the other way but asserting my authority as the overseer of the Chaos Girl by listening into their conversation anyways. Ag. My head. Pietro complains while holding his head. Take your time, brother. Said Wanda while offering a glass of water to him. Interesting, reality bending is very similar to creation. Like a cheap version of it based on matter and energy manipulation. I could possibly do the same, or similar, with enough training on my TK. The energy manipulation side of the equation is ready but I am severely lacking in the atomic and subatomic telekinetic control. Wanda. Oh Wanda. Father, no. What? Shouted Pietro. He looks like a headless chicken. I guess since I'm not looking at them. I remember now. Wanda, what happened to you? He asked after bringing Wanda into a hug. Wanda gave him a brief depiction about her time with Grumpy Witch. She told him about how she easily got control of her powers not long after the accident and how everything was working out for them until they were attacked and consequently her powers ran amok. About her time sealed in the mirror and lastly about our encounter and contract. This time it was Pietro's time for answering questions. He said that after his memory was altered things didn't change much, initially, but later, after one of the thousands of run-ins of Magneto and the different governments of Earth, their house was destroyed, he built this place as a base of operations. After completion he began accumulating power and recruiting mutants from around the globe. Brother. What do you want to do with him? Asked Wanda. She looked disgusted of even uttering Magneto's name, so she chose the impersonal way. Nothing, sister. I don't think I want to be around father anymore. I was not mistreated the past years and I have made friends. So I'm thankful. Said Pietro after looking at some of the frozen mutants. But I don't think I can tolerate what he did to me or you. Maybe in the future he will repent and try to mend our relation, but at the moment I want some freedom. He immediately after let a sigh out. It's all right, brother. I think you should come live with me. Said Wanda as she hugged him. Excuse me, Chaos Girl. But who gave her the right over the migrations office of my foxy queen's kingdom? Is that okay, Aragorn? She voiced out after the hug. What will I get in return? Obviously my foxy queen will accept the speedster, but I, as the facilitator, should get something in return for my services. I will teach you some of my time and probability warping spells. Probability warping. I knew Yao was holding out on me. Deal. That's a new way of cheating. Hee 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 hee. Is that okay, sister? He looks like he is plotting the end of his arch-nemesis, said Pietro. Yes. He doesn't need the spells for fighting, he will probably use them for pranking his maids. Damn right I will. Thank you for the time, Aragorn. Wanda called to my attention the still pause time. All right. Go and stay with my maids, I will resume time. After the siblings moved to my maid's side I resumed time. Not before standing in front of Destiny. And as expected chaos ensued. Little girl. What are dash, said Magneto before realizing that his progeny was standing side by side on the other end of the hall. He looked for me, the missing presence, and paled when he saw me standing in front of Destiny. In the midst of his numbers. Mystique didn't waste her time and tried to protect her lover from the big bad horned men. She morphed claws on her foot and threw a frontal kick at my chest while intending to use the recoil to pull her lover out of my evil reach. While this was happening in frames from my perception, I decided to test a theory. I can't be seen in the future because I live on the present, however the consequences of my actions should be seen, at least in the immediate future. For example, if Yao uses the time stone to see tomorrow, the future will be blurry because of all the possible actions I could take. But if I'm within her awareness reach and she tries to see the consequences of my immediate actions, she should be able to see her tails being petted and her future self trying to defend from an invisible threat, if I decide to pet her tails before she uses the stone. Now my question is, what would happen with a mutant that is actively trying to find me in her future sight? Because that's what Ms. Adler has been doing since the sirens started blaring. So when Mystique was about to lift her clawed foot, I chose to kill her slowly in front of her woman if the kick connected. If it didn't, I chose to let her live another minute. No. Shouted Ms. Adler. She jumped to the side at the fast-approaching girl and crashed into Mystique, as the blue woman was moving to connect her kick with my defenseless chest. Both women dropped together like a pretzel to the ground. The shivering Destiny held her lover tightly. Don't attack it, Raven. You'll die. This stopped Mystique from trying to free herself and protect her lover further than necessary by attacking me. I smiled slightly at the blind woman's antics. She doesn't even know me because she can't see me, she is blind, but she knows that all the futures turned into her lover's death the moment that kick connected to something. Very impressive, Ms. Adler. You saw that I would have killed her if that kick connected in all of her possible futures, and in less than a microsecond you chose to act and protected your girl. Impressive indeed. That decisiveness is something else. While I was talking I was rudely interrupted by a splash of fire to my face. FOOOOSHH. Ha ha ha, burn you horned freak. Of course Pyro couldn't keep it in his pants and decided to turn his life to suicide. Well, not really, I don't need to kill him. Outside the raging ball of fire, Magneto saw the relaxed stand of my company and discovered that something wasn't right. Pyro, stop. Everybody else get ready. In an admirable display of coordination the rest of the mutants assume positions around the ball of flames, effectively surrounding me. Tell me, Ms. Adler. What will happen to Mr. Allardyce? I asked from within the flames. My voice brought the mutants to a higher level of tension. His extremities will be broken, said Destiny with pain in her voice. And just as predicted, I bent both legs and arms into impossible angles. Crack X. IAGGHHHHH, shouted Pyro before passing out of pain. I raised my right hand and condensed all the flames into a ball before eating it. The silence permeating the hall was broken off by Magneto's order. Attack. Gambit was the first to move. Supercharging his poker cards with kinetic energy, he shot one card after the other. Avalanche reached for the floor to destabilize my stand with his seismokinesis. Blob ran towards me from another side, possibly intending to battle me in CQC. But Namor was the first to reach me. Tell me, Ms. Adler. What will happen to Mr. Mackenzie? I said 2 seconds before his fist could connect to my face. Crack, Namor's fist broke upon contact with my face. His extremities will be broken. Of course, Destiny didn't want to answer my ill-intended questions, but I chose to kill her daughter if she didn't answer. Crack, X. Ag fuck. Unlike Pyro, Namor collapsed at my feet but didn't pass out. Rogue took a step forward and ran at the back of Blob, trying to take cover behind him to avoid my sight. A useless endeavor. I chose not to take action towards Rogue. I'd rather not beat up an ignorant teenager and then be at the receiving end of my maid's scorn. Not that I would beat up a teen, unless it's Scott. I can see how my Bunny and Fox are following and judging my every move ever since Destiny panicked. I don't have any problem beating up a woman like Mystique, but a possible 15-year-old and Marie is different. My maids follow the same moral code. After all, they're the prime example of ignorant teens becoming monsters due to their circumstances and not their choices. Scott doesn't count. Even after Xavier removed the character suggestions, he kept acting like an alpha young master. If he doesn't want to change even after the brainwashing was removed, then he will always be a young master, and Essex only took advantage of his cultivator's character. I can't blame everything bad on Essex. Gambit's cards reached after Namor's shout, only to harmlessly fall after making contact with me. I transformed the extra kinetic energy back into potential energy. Tell me, Ms. Adler. What will happen to Mr. LeBeau? Oh, come on. That did nothing to you. Can you please spare me? Asked a panicked Gambit that began understanding the dynamic. His extremities will be broken. Of course they'll be. Jess *** crack, ***AGHHHHHHH. I may have been more into it since this guy works for Essex. He also didn't pass out. After Avalanche saw how ineffective his seismokinesis was, he tried to blast me using the air as the medium. At the same time, Blob's fist reeled back ready to unleash hell on me, in his mind. Tell me, Ms. Adler. What will happen to Mr. Petrakis and Mr. Dukes? Bam brrrmm, a fist and a vibration wave connected on opposing sides of my face. Seriously, what's with aiming to the face every single time? That's not even a weak point if you don't know what you're doing. A better bet is the crotch, savage but effective. Their extremities will be broken. Oh fuck you GGH. AGHH. * crack, *x8, they didn't pass out. Maybe only Pyro was a baby. Rogue jumped from behind Blob's falling figure and attacked me with a hug. I will call it a bear attack. If not, I would feel too much pity for her. I looked down at the teen's face that had the smuggest expression I've seen. That is until she saw that she couldn't siphon anything from me. Tell me, Ms. Adler. What will happen to this brat? Panic ensued on Rogue's face after listening to my words. I will beat her up for stupid. Softly said Destiny. Even more panic spread on the teen's face. And Marie. Come here. Shouted Mystique with a voice that promised punishment. I raised my hand and patted her head slowly, giving her hope of a safe shelter from her mother's ire, and said with my best shit-eating grin. Go get your baby but spanked by your mother's, little brat. I lifted her with my TK and sent her to Destiny's outstretched arms. I'm sorry, no. Not her ** spank, *AH. I heard in the background, but I ignored the pleads for help, cries, and spanks. I looked back at Magneto and his living shield Eunice. Come on, Mr. Eisenhart, Mr. Bane, you are the only ones remaining. Don't look at me, man. I'm only good at defense. Said Eunice defensively while raising his hands in the air. I looked him straight to his eyes and said. Okay, you get a pass since I'm not a sadist. And you? Great leader of the supreme race of Earth, superior specimen among the mutants, rightful ruler of the same kind. Come on, join your underlings and attack. I said mockingly. What do you want? Who do you think you are to come and barge in my palace and dash? Tell me, Ms. Adler. What will happen to Mr. Eisenhart? I interrupted. What? Shouted in outrage and trepidation the arrogant lordling. You gave the order of attack, so technically you already attacked me. I enjoyed how his face slowly changed to realization and then to dread. Maybe I'm starting to pick some of Senior Sister's sadism up. His extremities will be broken. Destiny signed up his sentence and dismay flooded his face. Crack. Ag. Crack. ** huff ** ughhh. Crack. UAAGH huff huff. Crack. Ag. I cracked one by one his limbs, because he has the makings of a sect leader. I need no sect leaders in here. Yes, said Wanda quietly in satisfaction, making a victory pose. I proceeded to ignore the wailings of the suffering men and turned around only to see the reddened but cheeks of an embarrassed teen. Yikes. Talk about a mother that doesn't care about her daughter's dignity. Here we have two that look like they took turns spanking their daughter in public, pants down and everything. Well, if you do it here, like that, even I will feel bad for Anne-Marie, I said while reflexively scratching my head. X2, my maid supported my statement while Wanda covered Pietro's eyes. Help me, pleaded Rogue. Well, take your time disciplining your kid. Sometimes I forget that this is the 90s where you don't have yelling kids in the supermarket, not the 2000s when the breed of young master tantrum-throwing kids was raised. Spank, my maids, Chaos Girl, and I observed with morbid curiosity the public beating of Anne-Marie. Yelena was recording, possibly to get dirt on her for future uses. After a few more minutes of spanking I said, though you should consider that she might develop certain quirks due to an unconscious association of punishment with familial love, ergo pain equals pleasure. True story. Not always the case, but one of the many possible origins of the affliction. Personally, I'm not much of AM, but I would like to receive some punishment under Nana's thighs. Just saying. We will continue this later, love, said Destiny to Raven before looking at my direction meaningfully. Right. With the public shaming of Anne-Marie out of the way and the crippling of the underlings and arrogant ass over there done, we can finally have a civilized conversation. I was not seeing it, but I'm sure I felt 3 pairs of eyes roll in my back, plus a very confused speedster. I took some of our healing potions that I, in my infinite wisdom, brought for circumstances like this. I floated the potion vials to Raven, who hesitantly grabbed them. These will heal your guys. Feed 1 each. Raven saw the vials suspiciously before Destiny nodded in affirmation. While Raven was busy healing the cripples, I approached Destiny and gave her a different vial. This is my olive branch, Miss Adler. Destiny was not on a wheelchair at the moment, but I could see how she was nearing the end of her life. And like all Destinies, she was blinded by her powers. What I gave her was a version of our latest product, Youth Serum. In exchange for a lower fertility rate you get a longer lifespan. Initially it didn't have that restriction built in, but Spark said that else we may overpopulate the universe. This version comes with a potent healing effect upon first-time consumption. It should heal her eyes. Just don't overexert your powers again. If she is overloaded with visions, then she will end up blind again. Now that she is in control of her powers, unless she does something stupid, there should be no more blindness. In my world there shall be none of the deprived from the shine. Destiny showed surprise in her face, surely after seeing her future, and hurriedly drank her potion. About 15 seconds after, the changes in her skin and body became apparent. After the potion brought back her youth, her eyes were next. She regained the light in her sight, and I made sure that the first thing she saw was Raven, who was done feeding the cripples. Raven. Raven. Destiny called for her lover and brought her into her embrace. Raven was confused about the sudden display of love, but when she saw her lover grabbing her face and her eyes attentively trying to engrave the sight in front of them, realization fell on her. Irene. Your eyes, she said while grabbing Irene's face with her hands in trepidation. Tears rolled, and the only thing disrupting the sweet scene were the moans of pain from the healing cripples and the rubbing Rogue in the background trying to alleviate some of her pain. After a while all the mutants were healed, and I sneakily smuggled some healing potion for the teen's sore ass. So, with the beatings and subsequent healing out the way, should I call you Mr. Lencher or Mr. Eisenhart? I addressed the sore loser in the room. Magneto is fine. What? Who is this Janibu? I don't even call the X-Men by their code names, and I like them better. Eric it is. Eric, I came today with an offer for the creation of a mutant country. I have already selected the land, contacted your friend Xavier, and I'm missing a pair of the other parties that will get a seat at the future council ruling the place. He wanted to interrupt my TED talk, but I didn't let him. I already have enough experience dealing with bullshit to know what he will say. The initial founding and infrastructure will come from my pocket. The overall details have been sent to the computer in this place. Just read it over, and in about a week I will gather all parties involved. If your Homo Superioress doesn't want in, then just don't attend the meeting. If you have any problems with the founding of the country, then just die or something, don't get in the way. The difference between Eric and Xavier is that Baldy at least listens to others, or pretends to. Not that he is willing to internalize others' opinion, but at least I can have a civilized conversation with him. I can't have that with this Secmaster. He is too superior for that. You can bring whoever you want, but their actions will be representing you. So if you bring Mr. Flame over there and he misbehaves, I will recreate today's experience twofold. This brought a shiver to the brotherhood in the room. Mr. Maximoff will be coming with us. His choice, not mine. The speedster was already wearing a backpack with all of his belongings by the side of Chaos Girl. Just to be clear, I don't need you. You are the equivalent of a luxury to my plan. Appreciated but not necessary. From this room I could ask Ms. Adler or Ms. Darkholm to take your place. So that there are no misunderstandings, what I want from you is not your metal bending, is your philosophical position, something you three partially share. With this my words to the sect master were finished. I opened a portal and my maids, Chaos Girl and Pietro followed through. I looked back at Rogue and said, if you want help controlling your powers, I can help you. It must be a bother to only share physical contact through fabrics. Her powers are not that difficult to fix, I can make a device for her, add a second mutation or teach her the ways of control. Finally back on Halo, Wanda took her brother to meet her adoptive mother and I decided to check some tails and ears out before going back down to the Morlocks. Along the way to the baby's place, Dynodrome, I met my butler. Hello young master. How was your time with Madame Death? Hi James. Lovely as always. There's Nuna and there's little clothing. What else could it be? And the meeting with the Brotherhood? Ugh. Is annoying to deal with people with god complexes. But I got my meaning across so that could be counted as a success. Also there's a chance that I left a good impression on Mystique, Destiny, and Rogue. Oh so those three were there. Now it makes sense why we couldn't find them from our list of targets for the Krakoa project. As James said we had a list of useful people that we were looking for. Yes, I was surprised as well. I didn't think that Raven would trust Eric enough with the safety of her lover and adoptive daughter. After all in more than one reality Raven tries to keep her progeny away from Eric and his conqueror antics. So James. Are you sure you don't want a company under your care like the other girls? Leaving aside the kiddies and babies, basically every other girl is managing a company on their own. But James declined a similar position. Yes young master. Training the girls, taking care of your general planning and fighting in the regular spars is more than I could ask for. Some time ago James was done with the last of his dreaming recollections about his time in Hydra. Needless to say that he handled it better than expected, but I blame a supporting family nucleus for that. After all you don't have time to go into depressing thoughts if you're responsible of kids. Besides that, his time talking with Gia did wonders. She has this sisterly/motherly supportive vibe that has helped everyone around here cope with their traumas. There are still some scars here and there, for example the girls are comfortable only around me and James but they still have trouble opening up to Nick. Not the babies though, those bundles of joy are usually playing with the Fae or the Colossi. Emma said that they even have a Dino courier system between the cities existing in Halo. Of course it's not needed at all but everybody humors them. Cuteness is justice after all. Well, it's okay if you don't want to. By the way, I found Steve last week in one of my reconnaissance flights. I'm absolutely sure that there was not supposed to be a Captain America in this reality. Really? Finally. Why did it take so long? It's because he was not only frozen under the ice caps, as we expected, but apparently one of the bombs transported in the Valkyrie went off upon crashing. Somehow Steve survived, but the resulting explosion created a huge crater at the bottom of the sea that was later filled with sediment, effectively burying Steve. I can't even fathom that someone non-telepath could have found him without knowing what to look for. That's why I believe that this was a captain-less reality. I already confirmed that he is alive. But the moment we thaw him, he will die. The ice is keeping him alive at the moment, because the explosion took a heavy toll on him. I left a few androids guarding his rest place. We will need Jean's fire for defrosting so I'm waiting for her exams to be over and we can ask her for help. Hopefully I will be done with all of this council crap by then. The other option is pulling out his soul and building him a new body. But I'd rather have Jean take a look first and if she says she can't do it yet, then we can follow this other path. There are other ways, like the time stone or magic, but Phoenix fire is the best. Jesus Christ. Steve. Is he in such a terrible state? Exclaimed James in alarm. He knows how potentially potent Jean's fire is, so it's no wonder that he understands Steve's state. Yeah. Definitely alive, for sure, if not I wouldn't have found him. But either the crash or the explosion, something gave him what I would like to call overall body blunt trauma. The combination of ice and the SSS is the only thing keeping him in one piece and alive. I also suspect that he was bathed in the cosmic radiation of the Tesseract bomb, so either he'll have superpowers or super cancer. But I can fix anything as long as he has a body of his own, so I'm not worried about the super cancer. Superpowers would be interesting though. That's, at least he'll be okay. Will you bring Peggy in here as well? Ah, the impossible couple. Divided by the time stream, born out of war, forged during times of peril. The drama of the century, for real. But I like happy endings so maybe I get to see one. That will depend on Steve and Miss Carter. I have someone near her 24/7 to make sure that a dramatic plot twist doesn't take her away from our frozen lover boy, but once Steve is cognitive I can get her up here and depending on what the lovebirds decide, I will take action. I don't think that the no bullshit woman will want tails. But if I got Yao tails, I can get her some tails. After letting James know that he can keep up with the monitoring of Steve with Spark, I went to the Dynodrome. The babies were practicing with their mounts for the race next weekend. So I just floated observing them practice and throwing them psionic roses whenever one of them won one of their practice races. It earned me their giggles. They convinced me about enhancing their raptors some time ago, after their evolution. Their argument was that since they were super their rides had to be super duper. I couldn't argue with that logic. So the Super Dino Serum was born, SDS for short. Its focus was stamina, agility, and endurance. Their raptors are basically biological bulletproof Bugattis. Dino power, 1,479 horsepower, you could say one raptor of power. Torque, 1,180 lb-ft, 0 to 60 miles per hour, 2.5 seconds. 0 to 250 miles per hour, 32.6 seconds. 60 to 0 braking, 50 feet. Top speed, 261 miles per hour. Emma and Natalia were not very happy with my experiment, but the babies defended my honor saying that I was very happy while creating their super duper dinos, since I was laughing, and that if you're laughing you can't be doing something bad. Of course the cuteness would have won the argument if Tatiana hadn't tried to replicate my laugh. Wahahaha wahaha, she shouted in her childish voice, effectively condemning me to the women's scorn. At least the babies are happy, riding a raptor at 240 miles per hour, 402 kilometers per hour, for practice, but happy. A/N. I told you guys that I was awful at measuring chapters. I intended to write about the Morlocks here, but we will have to wait for the next chapter. So I read some of your recommendations and I decided to follow some. I will write more about character dynamics and pace out the story a little bit more. No filler chapters but more about Aragorn and his relationships with others. I'm also working on my bad habit of writing long paragraphs. Tee-hee, winking and laughing. Next chapter will be about the Morlocks and the start of the meeting, including a small time skip of 1 week that will be done with POVs from the X-Men and the Brotherhood. Chapter 19, One Crew Over the Part. After some time racing with the babies, it was time to go back to my work, reluctantly so. But I'm a little worried about the influence the rest of my traitorous maids have had on my baby maids. Because I don't see how it's fair for me to race without a raptor. Sure, I am technically faster than light, but I can't run faster than light. I fly quicker than light, but since when have you heard of a speedster dragon? Not me at least. Speed Force Dragon. It sounds OP for sure, but I'm sure as hell not it. What would the breath be? Speed Force Lightning. Maybe I should write a fan FIC about it. We have DC here so it's not so far-fetched. Sadly the fan FIC movement hasn't spread enough. I'll try my luck next decade. I came in last place in the race. Although I am a fast runner, I am not as fast as an SDS raptor, so I should have cheated a little by using my TK. It's very possible that my baby's unsportsmanlike conduct had been taught to them by my maids. This is evident from the fact that my maids usually nerf me to high heaven when we spar. One time I had to fight them with no TK or energy manipulation. Had to fight with my body and magic. In the end, I had to turn to the most despicable tactic. Camping. I'm a decently overpowered dragon and I had to resort to sniping to deal with my servants. Not cool. Not mighty. Well, it is what it is. At least I successfully developed sniping magic on time and won that battle. Enough dilly-dallying. I should go and pick my maids. It will look contrasting, maids in the sewers. Maybe it will project an image of an arrogant trust fund baby to the Morlocks, but I don't care enough about what they think of me now. Later they will think I'm a god, alien, cosmic terror, or demon. I had the wisdom of leaving the Morlocks for last. Meaning that I'm just missing the humble mutants. If I'm not mistaken, Callisto is their leader. Hopefully no Dash, better not tempt Murphy. Miss me with that shit. Hi, girls. Ready for our last recruitment visit of the week? I asked my personal maids I found in the gaming room. Young master. Do you really want to bring these delicate and refined maids to the sewers? Cried the fox after pausing their COD zombies. Do you not have a heart, young master? Are we being punished? Added the bunny. Yelena, were you not the widow in training that spent 1 week in Moscow's frozen sewers stalking a target? Tisk. I thought so. Irina, do you want me to mention your mission in Kolkata? At least the shit was frozen in Moscow. So young master, the last recruitment visit, huh? Let's hurry up and not waste time in mindless conversation. Said the shameless bunny while opening a portal to New York, the alley, at the entrance to the Morlocks' hideout. Since my maids needed no more persuasion, we went to our last appointment of the day. Finally. The information that we have on the Morlocks points to Callisto as their leader and founder. So that's who we were looking for. Well, when you have 3 telepaths it's not much about looking for, it's more about moving to their location. We floated through the sewers to the nearby cluster of pain and suffering. Not a nice feeling. We instinctively withdrew as much of our senses as we could. These mutants can be considered the second most unlucky group. The mutants captured by Hydra, AIM, Essex, governments, and several other organizations take first place. Sadly, of the approximately 40 million mutants on this Earth, the vast majority belong to groups similar to these. Either people living in hiding, or living under the feet of others. Not every mutant is a powerhouse. But the ones that are, those are the type of world disasters waiting to happen that I'm aiming to prevent. A beyond Omega-level reality warper that decided that it had enough under the ministrations of Hydra. It's something that I rather not deal with. We signaled our presence by removing our psionic shields once we were close enough. "Halt!" shouted an intimidating-looking mutant. Like a mix of insect with the leather skin of a rhinoceros. We did as he ordered. He curiously gazed at our extra-human features, which, in his experience, shouldn't be mixed with our type of dressing. I was wearing a dark blue Dragmany 3-piece suit with a red tie, my superhero costume, and my maids were wearing their usual attire. "What are you?" "Caliban doesn't know you," he said with clear confusion. "Ugh. This guy talks like doom." "Hello, we are looking to have a friendly chat with your leader, Callisto." It's not like I need to tell him since the telepath mutant present has already informed her of our presence. "The strangers will wait here. Caliban will wait for her orders." "Good choice, Mr. Caliban." Not long after, under the curiosity-filled glances of Caliban, a group of people protecting a pirate woman arrived. "Identify yourselves," shouted Callisto. The Morlocks are so different from each other that the only race with a greater variety is the Deviants. Surrounding Callisto were Sarah Rushman, Marrow, Maria Calasantos, Farrell, Lucia Calasantos, Thorn, Mark Hallett, Sunder, Mask, and Healer. "Hello, Callisto, leader of the Morlocks. My name is Aragorn, the bunny maid is Irina, and the fox maid is Yelena. Nice to make your acquaintance. Of course, when I'm not dealing with mind rapist or mutant Hitler, I can, willingly, show respect and manners. Mr. Aragorn, what can we do for you?" Indeed, manners are something I miss after dealing with mutant leaders. So refreshing. "I came with an invitation for you and your people. A mutant country will be established in the not-so-distant future. As a form of rulership, a council will be created. You are one of the mutant leaders selected for a possible position in the said council." I felt her awe and surprise at this statement. "In a week, a meeting will happen with all parties involved. One of my maids will come to pick you up then. Beware of who you bring with you, since their actions will be a representation of your will. Otherwise, you can bring as many as you want." She was surprised, to say the least. I specifically didn't put a limit to the number of +1s because I don't want them to think that I have a nefarious plan. After mulling over my statement for a few seconds, she asked, "Mr. Aragorn, while that sounds like a great idea, how do we know that this is not a trap? Most of us have had experiences of the sort. Some of us are escapees. A leader with a leveled head. How rare in Marvel. A miracle. May Aniki bless you." I lifted my left hand, just for show, and held all of the present mutants in the air. Shouts of anger and surprise were heard for 20 seconds before I softly laid them on the ground. "It's an understandable question, Miss Callisto. Yet, as you can see, I don't need help to dominate you and your people. A little rude on my part in this nice and amenable interaction, but now that I met a mutant leader with the right head, I must have her in the council. So I had to make myself clear. You've made your point across. I will be present at the meeting. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for my people. It's so refreshing. When you don't have to deal with arrogant asses, the world can prosper. For example, Callisto, I can feel the myriad of questions in her head, yet, she goes straight to the point, she thinks of her people, she analyzes the situation, she really is possibly the only level-headed leader in Marvel. That's great, Miss Callisto. We will leave this for you in a show of good faith." I pulled a marble from my inner pocket and released the barrier, manifesting a box full of non-perishable goods. Based on Spark's estimates, this should last them at least a month. Yelena opened a portal and we said our goodbyes. After crossing over to Halo, I said in exclamation. "Finally. Next week will be a bigger pain in my bright ass, but, for now, I'm done. Spark is monitoring Emma's clone, Seraph is creating the Krakoan Constitution, and Emma is gathering the resources that we will use for infrastructure in Krakoa. Skynet and Brother I have been worked 24/7, either under me or Spark, for the past months locating Hydra bases. So we have already uncovered a few hundred facilities around the globe ready for some raiding." X-Mansion. An uncomfortable silence spread around the meeting room. A silence where no one wanted to be the first to break it. All active members of the X-Men were present. It was late at night and most if not all of the young mutants under the age of 15 were sleeping. It's been 3 days since Aragorn last visited. After dropping the news about the founding of a mutant country, the X-Men had time to go over the information they received from Spark. A file containing the general data about Krakoa and an initial proposal about the type of ruling expected. A file that in no uncertain ways informed the X-Men that said nation would be a reality. With or without them. The first to break the heavy silence in the room was Jean, who, after spending time playing with Aragorn, had grown used to the changes around her. The founding of a nation is not such a big deal in her eyes when compared with all the crazy that she's seen on Halo. Why are you all thinking so much about this? The country will happen, so isn't it better to be part of it? Instead of letting Eric hoard all authority, I mean. To Jean, who was used to the suddenness of Aragorn and who was aware of Aragorn's ultimate task, the idea of founding a mutant country seemed like the healthiest approach that he could take for the current predicament. With the sadist Phoenix as her witness, she knew the easier decisions that someone as powerful as Aragorn could have taken. She knew very well that Aragorn could unmutant the whole human population if he wanted to. Jean. Why are you defending him? You should take our side, not his. Shouted Scott. To this day Xavier has managed to remove his mental suggestions but not Essex's security initiatives. In simpler words, Scott is no longer compelled to be Jean Grey's knight in shining armor, but if he meets Essex, Scott will accept any pre-programmed commands that Essex might have left behind. The problem is that the mental suggestions have been a part of him for years, so if you don't fix the byproduct left, it won't matter if you removed said suggestions or not. You are just removing the cause, not the consequence. Hence a skillful telepath is needed. Removing the consequences of the suggestions is borderline psyche redesigning. If you're not careful enough, you'll end up changing a person's being. Xavier was not confident in succeeding in this endeavor, nor did he want his student to do it in his place. Scott, after being given the choice, preferred to remain as himself instead of changing. So neither of the very stubborn men thought it was a good idea to consult with Jean. Jean was not very impressed by Scott's repeating behavior. She looked at Scott with pity overflowing from her cold eyes. Jean is a very patient and understanding girl. She didn't want to rush her friend, who was a victim of a psychopath that she promised to get rid of, on a procedure that could define who you were going to be. She understands how scary that can be, so she never pushed Scott into getting fixed. Jean never thought that someone like the professor, who was so willing to mess with her young mind, wouldn't follow all the way through and fix Scott's clearly messed up head. But she just realized that she's been mistaken, yet again, in her expectations of Xavier. But it's been more than a year. Xavier promised her to get rid of the brainwashing, but so far she has found no difference in Scott's behavior. Even the patience of a girl that didn't kill her mind rapist has its limits. When Jean got better control of her powers, the first thing she did was restrict her telepathy field. She never wanted to read her friends' minds in the first place. This is why she was not aware of the stupid decision that the two of them had made. But today was enough. She looked from Scott to Xavier and then back to Scott. Jean raised her hand and Scott flew to her. Head first. Jean. What are you doing? Asked Xavier in panic. Your job. Said Jean with finality. Less than a minute, that's how long it took her to get rid of all the directives left by Essex and remove the consequences of years of brainwashing. Scott was left unconscious. Jean is used to the mental battles with the behemoth known as Aragorn. A little mind fixing is not something worth mentioning to her. It's done, Professor. If you needed help, you should have said so. She said as she levitated the unconscious Scott out of the room. No one in the room needed an explanation, no one even attempted to stop Jean. They have heard many times how Aragorn mentioned Scott's problem. Most of all, they knew that Scott was not getting away from Aragorn scot-free, for lack of a better word, the next time they met. So instead of alarmed they felt relieved. Professor, Jean may be a little reactive because Scott's problem was directed at her, but Aragorn would have actually redesigned Scott's mind next time. So I think this was for the best. Commented Kitty while trying to protect her fiery friend from becoming a murderer. Kitty has been besties with Aragorn for over a year. If there's one thing she knows about him is that he always fulfills his promises. Kitty knew that if a fight broke out, Jean would have to mop the floor with the professor. Kitty knew that everybody in Halo was used to fighting full of killing intent because their target couldn't be killed. Kitty knew that Jean was not the biggest fan of the professor. Kitty knew that it was better to de-escalate the situation before an accident, just in case. After the small confrontation, the heavy silence regained its rightful place in the room. I also think it's a good idea to have a mutant country. Dared Kurt Wagner to say. Earning him the stares of everybody in the room, making him flinch. Asterisk sigh asterisk. It's not that I don't envision a future where we can have our very own nation. It's just that a part of me feels reluctant to give so much say about it to a third party. Don't forget that we also don't know where Aragorn's interests lie. Said the professor while internally asking himself if he even had a choice, given that his old friend would, most likely, accept the offer. For the past year, Xavier has been subtly trying to steer the X-Men against Aragorn. He has been trying to use his words to make his students know that Aragorn and them do not stand on the same side. But with all of the free propaganda that Kitty, unknowingly, has spread it has proven futile. After all, why would you hate the guy who lends you his state-of-the-art gaming console? Why would you hate the guy who created the AI that gives you tips on how to better control your powers? Why would you hate the guy who created Airsoft? These were some of the few benefits that the mutants in the mansion enjoyed thanks to Kitty's friendship with Aragorn. If that's what this is about, Professor. My goddess said that it was only a matter of time before a beyond Omega-level mutant became a victim of the world's society. She said that if a mutant of that level snaps, then Aragorn will have to make a drastic move. Answered Aurora to Xavier's unsaid query. That makes sense. Aragorn prefers preventive care over responsive care. Added Kitty, who, in other words, commented about how lazy the dragon was. Chuck, we don't have a choice, do we? Aragorn gave his backing to Emma Frost and now she is a freaking space queen. I don't want to imagine what Magneto would do. Logan was one of the few X-Men, outside of Kitty, Aurora, and Jean, who had a positive opinion of Aragorn. What do you think, Hank? Asked Xavier. I think that it's best if we join and negotiate for benefits. Aragorn's technology and biokinesis could help deal with some of the problems present in most mutants. It was clear by now that only Charles was reluctant to change. Or maybe it was because he was not the one in control of said change. For a telepath like Charles, living among mundane humans, control was something that he always had. Yet, this illusion of control was shattered in front of an entity like Aragorn. His backers, Shi'ar, were no longer as reliable as he saw them before. His prowess was not as impressive. The unquestionable trust and faith that his students had in him was fractured. Some of the hard decisions that he took for the greater good were exposed. He was no longer the person who knew the most about mutants. And all of this was primed by the actions of an entity that never placed him in its eyes. An entity that came into his controlled life because of his past actions. Had he not dared to mess with the entity in Jean, Aragorn would have never intruded in his life, according to him. The pride of Xavier was further cracked today when his student did something that he had not been able to do for the past year in under a minute. But in the end, he had to admit to himself, what Logan said was correct. He couldn't allow his old friend to take the position as the leader of the mutants. For Xavier, deep down he believed that he was the only one qualified for that position. Very well, Hank and Aurora will accompany me. Logan and Piotr will remain taking care of the kids. This was the only decision left. Nick Fury. I had discussed with Aragorn about having a human representative among the people of the council. It's the sensible choice to take. Not only will it look better once the nation comes out in the open, but it will also help make sure that no mutant supremacist ideologies are born in the nation. But I was never told that I was supposed to get said person. I have a week to find someone I trust with the role. Really? Bitch, I don't even trust my reflection in the mirror. How am I supposed to find a human that wants to assume a position on a mutant council? And that I trust. And that passes spark screening. Politicians don't grow in trees. For fuck's sake. I could easily find a god faster than someone who fits that profile. I'm not stupid. I have been growing my inner circle since before Carol came back to Earth dragging me into her space problems. I know it's easier to build trust than to find it. But do I have such a person in my circle at the moment? NOOH. I don't. I still need time for the members of my inner circle to grow. Barton is barely a level 3 agent. Maria is doing alright but no future council woman alright. And several other seedlings are just that. Seedlings. Maybe in a few years but not now. But I'm a spy that understands. A spy that adapts. A spy that grows in adversity. A sorcerer spy. Aragorn has no human friends. He might not know it but he keeps strangers at a distance. Hence. Aragorn knows no trustworthy human, so the responsibility falls on me. That's what I understand. Emma Frost has cleverly hidden her disgust for Earth, and the maids view Earth as a backwater planet at best. Of course, with Aragorn pampering them all the time, the little girls have grown conceited. Not that I blame them, after all the horrors that everyone up there has experienced on Earth, I would also come to dislike Earth. So Aragorn has no one for the position. But what am I supposed to do? Coulson is a capable agent, but a politician. He isn't. The only person that I know who might be interested is Moira McTaggart. According to her files, she helped Xavier and Eric back in the Cuban Missiles incident. She was demoted to a desktop job after her poor performance. But that was all a ruse because the truth is that the CIA didn't trust her anymore after she came in contact with Xavier. A telepath, and since she had no memory of the time she spent with Eric and Xavier, she became a liability. It wasn't hard to locate her at a moment of the day when she was alone. After all, I have never stopped spying on her. She was Xavier's old flame, a possibly useful piece. I tend to keep track of those. The more I think about it, the more I believe that she is the one we need. Doesn't hate mutants, has a history with both Eric and Xavier, and is not a mutant. Because of her history with both of them, she won't let herself fall under either of their sway. After all, Eric tried to kill her and Xavier mind-wiped her. I waited for her in her home. Invasion of privacy. That's not a problem when you're director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Or Nick Fury. Luckily I'm both. The wait wasn't long. I was sitting in the living room of her apartment waiting for her, in the shadows. Why in the shadows? Well, because I'm Nick Fury. The sound of her footsteps outside the door alerted me of her presence. She entered her safely spied home and closed the door. That was my signal. I turned on the lights, like a total badass, and revealed myself. Presentation. That's something that, according to His Majesty the Cosmic Shine Dragon, me, him, and Megamind have in common. I don't know who this new threat Megamind is, but I do understand how presentation makes us, badasses, different from the rest of the masses, the mundane. Hello, Ms. McTaggart. She looked at me in shock, and, like a well-trained CIA agent, pulled her gun out and demanded. Hands where I can see them. Ha. Stupid girl, I'm a magician spy, I no longer need my gun. I arched one of my eyebrows at her and said. Really? Can you see them from there? I never concealed my hands after all. That's how much more of a badass sorcery has made me. Who are you? And what do you want? Ha. She tried to distract me from her stupid request. My name is Nicholas Fury, Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I have a job offer for you. It's not exactly a job offer since she will not be working for me. She lowered her gun after she recognized my badass sight. Sigh, I missed this. Only on Earth, I can be badass. Up on the Halo the little monsters can hand me my blackass over like a play date. And let's not talk about the monster maids. That's why I am enjoying this more than I should. Excuse me, sir, I didn't recognize you at the beginning. It's more of a surprise that you did it all. My face it's not known to many, so it's not a problem. I will leave this file here for you. If you accept the position, then just let me know. Burn the file after you're done. You have 5 days to make a decision. I stood up and walked to the door. Along the way, I said. I don't think I need to tell you what will happen if you blab your mouth about this, do I? Because even I don't know what Aragorn and Spark would do. No, sir. Mission accomplished. Spark predicted an above 90% chance of her joining our ranks. I've come to know that when Spark or Aragorn talk about anything above 50%, then it's a certainty for mortals like me. Like, why would you need to account for the possibility of an alien invasion to predict the weather? What does Thor descending have to do with my question? I just wanted to know if I needed my umbrella or not. A simple question. I didn't need the other nonsense. Just cosmic nonsense, it's what it is. I drove back to my place and did the usual double-checking for bugs and explosives, and the extra step of checking for kidnappers to portal me away. You won't get me twice with the same trick. Checked my security runes, took a shower, and ate some lobster I got from my personal fabricator. What would I not give to have one of my techs replicate this? But I know that's a fast way to suicide. Went to bed to enjoy a night of sweet, well-deserved sleep. Of course, without letting my guard down. I'm Nick Fury, I never let my guard down. Asteroid M. My love, will we let Anne-Marie train under him? Asked Mystique to her precog lover. After Aragorn left, a few days went by and Rogue seemed more interested in training her powers under him. The information left in their servers, by Spark, cemented firmly the idea in the teen's head, that if there was someone on Earth capable of helping her with her powers, then it should be the being capable of overpowering the Brotherhood like children. Spark left an introductory file with some benign information about Aragorn's group. That, of course, aside from the information regarding the founding of the mutant nation. 2 days before the meeting, Rogue expressed her intention of asking Aragorn for some help. That's why Destiny and Mystique are currently struggling to find the best decision for the future of their teen. Raven, I think we should. But not alone, you or me, one of us should be present during her training. At least until we are sure that he has no ill intentions towards our little girl. In the eyes of Destiny and Raven, Rogue will always be their little girl. Especially since Raven is more than a century old and Irene has seen a myriad of futures throughout her life. But, my love, didn't you say that he intended to kill me? In her voice, Raven tried to mask the fear she felt after her lover explained to her what would have happened. Now, with a settled mind in my head, I can see how he was not antagonistic towards us. He knew of my powers and chose to show me a certain future to study my reaction and how my powers would operate in his presence. And right she was. There were thousands of ways for Aragorn to fulfill her prophecies without going through with them. The presence that somehow interferes with time. Sigh, what is he? This would be much simpler if he didn't mess with your powers. At least we would have an idea of what we are dealing with. They were flying blind, and not for a lack of trying. After Irene used Aragorn's potion, she recovered her young looks and eyesight. As an additional benefit, her body was slightly stronger than before, so she tried to use her powers once more to divine the future. But whatever future she predicted was blurry, unclear, and uncertain. Something that was happening before she met him, but after trying to see futures with him in them she couldn't see even the little she could before. It felt impossible. Somehow she knew it was. Like looking out a window and trying to find something that's not outside but inside. Ever since she first got her gift, whenever she tried to see past a certain point, only destruction awaited. It was frustrating, depressing, and nonsensical. No matter what path she simulated, all futures ended in destruction of the planetary scale. Sometimes she didn't even make it until the end. She fell into depression and her lover, Raven, was the one that helped her out of it. Raven said, "Why not witness the end of the world together? We can plan for the future that's the farthest away and then watch it together. You never know, maybe something changes along the way." This is what's kept her on the right path so far. But suddenly, the future is uncertain, and it all appears to be thanks to their previous guest. Whether this is for good or bad, she doesn't know, but if the alternative is certain doom, then she is willing to go all in for this new budding hope. "You know him better than I do, Raven. What do you think Eric will do?" asked Irene to her stressed lover. "Eric will attend the meeting, but he will bring Cain Marco, the Juggernaut, with him. I also wouldn't put it past him to bring other powerhouses that he knows. Can he even control him, or them? I don't know, but I can at least admit that I'm morbidly curious about how the Juggernaut would do against Aragorn," commented Raven with a sly smile. "Well, Aragorn did give us the beating of our lives, pretty badly at that. I also wouldn't be against seeing him under the Juggernaut. But I don't think that it will look good for our side if something happens. He did warn Eric about it. Yeah. Maybe we shouldn't go, to avoid any possible fallout. I don't think Eric or our little girl will give us a choice. What about Charles? How do you think that he is taking this?" While Irene has her future knowledge to draw conclusions about people's character, Raven is the one who intimately knows both mutant leaders. She met him when he was a child. After the mess in Cuba, we chose different paths, and I haven't talked to him since then. But based on what I knew about him, he must be panicking and trying to manipulate his students into alienating Aragorn. I just don't know how they met, so I can't tell what's their relationship like with certainty," Raven said in a thinking pose. "What I can tell is that since Aragorn is a psychic, Charles must be having problems about trusting someone whose mind he can't breach. Ha ha ha. Serves him right," concluded Raven mirthfully. "Well, I guess we have no other choice but to hope for the best. This was a future that I never saw coming. By now we would have been desperately trying to exile or kill the Phoenix Girl. But that never came to be." Irene can only sigh in relief. For only she will know what Earth looks like after half of it was burned as a parting gift from the exiled girl. If they would have succeeded, if not, then everybody and everything would have been vaporized. Cheers to that, my love. What would have been the next world-ending disaster? Was it the Crimson Girl, the Sentinels, the crazy reality warper in England, the nuclear baby in South America, the dimensional intervention of a Hell Lord, the dimensional disaster with the negative zone, the invasion of the Skrulls, the Kree, the cosmic cube personality collapse under AIM, the awakening of En-Sabanur? Those are the ones I remember," said Raven in indifference. "When you fall in love with a bad news broadcaster, you tend to get used to the world ending. You miss a few, my lovely girl," chuckled Irene at her lover's indifference. Days went by and the time for the meeting was here. I spent my time playing around with the tail *** girls after creating a new maid's attire. Visually it's the same, but it's been nano-upgraded. When I borrowed tech from Earth-Z, I didn't have the time to take with me the Pym particle formula. And Iron Man was not using his nanotech armor. So I had to create my version of nanotech and miniaturizing tech. Since I wanted them to have storage space aside from the nanites, nanotech was not enough. Getting to the nanoscale was not a problem, but storing and blending an energy core in it without losing functionality was. I based it on the ability of my barriers to shrink space. So instead of downsizing a target with Pym particles, I isolated a section of space and downsized it. The problem was keeping the smaller size after removing my barrier. But between Spark and I, we created laminal space tech. We placed the shrunken target in a transitioning gap, laminal space, where the target is both present and absent in real space. Since it's absent in space, it can't regrow even if the barrier is released because it doesn't have space until it exits the gap. Since it's present, you can connect to it and take advantage of its functions. This way we can have a functioning energy core connected with the rest of the suit and storage space at the same time. So now my maids have attires that can carry energy sources and weaponry undetected. We took advantage of it and now they have virtually infinite ammo and powered protection. My main aim was the protection, since with portals you can technically have infinite ammo. But before, the protection provided by their maid suits was based solely on the properties of the metal in it. Now it has active and passive protection powered by an energy core. I didn't require this but my maids did. Since we will begin our Black Ops, hopefully soon, I rather not underestimate a doomed Marvel reality. Without the powered suit they would have had to protect themselves from a reality warper actively with magic, now the suit can tank most of the attempts of warping. I can't say it's completely warper-proofed like me, but you need a Wanda-level reality warper to deplete the energy core. The girls were happy with their upgraded uniform, so much so that they challenged me to another blood feud. Sometimes I think they forget that our energy cores are powered by a void-based energy source. I just bypassed their defenses, held them in underwear in the air, and proceeded to fluff the heck out of them. Ears included. Needless to say, they were not happy to be publicly reduced to a purring and yelping mess. However, I don't understand how it is considered public when only we were there. It's not like none of us has ended naked after our fights before. Clothing rarely survives our scuffles, unless you use barriers like me. So we know each other in depth by now. Though I guess with their new suits, unless I bypass their defenses, that would be a thing of the past now. Sometimes my genius is a curse. Subsequently to my realization, portals opened at the entrance of the arcology that we were using for the meeting. Xavier came with Hank and Aurora. Jean and Kitty were here but they technically were here before so they don't count as part of their group. Callisto came alone. As expected of a leader who didn't want to put at risk her people. Maybe I am a little biased towards her, but after my other meetings with mutant leaders, I carry some prejudice in my heart. Fury arrived with the universal reset button, Moira MacTaggart. Not that her powers would work with me around, she would end up hopping timelines instead of resetting them. Finally, the metal bender came along Mystique, Destiny, Rogue, and the fucking avatar of a dimensional lord. Fucking shit. That, I didn't want. But I guess I did say to bring whoever you wanted. I just never thought he would bring this loose cannon with him. As I was thinking that, I felt how Sidorak was trying to influence its avatar. I felt the anxiousness and agitation of Cain Marco growing. I felt the intrigue and curiosity of Sidorak directed at me. That must be why he is prompting its avatar. Eric saw how Marco was losing his shit, evident by the trembling of his muscles and the madness in his eyes. Juggernaut, behave yourself. Demanded Eric. I need to dash, said Marco while walking in my direction gaining speed and cracking the floor. Stop. Shouted Eric. I'm T the Juggernaut. Ain't nothin', ain't nobody, can beat me. Unstop a dash, he screamed as he ran at me. But I interrupted him, my eyes switched to red, my presence leaked, and with a shout of my own. CYTTORAK/DIMENSIONLORD/RAGINGLORD/DE STROYER/LORDOFOBLIVION MISBEHAVE/MISCONDUCT AND I/ME/THISPERSON/BEING/ENTITY/DRAGON WILL/GUARANTEES RUPTURE/POP/KILL/DESTROY/ERASE YOUR DOMINION/DIMENSION/PLANE. Conceptual speech. It is what Nuna taught me to use when dealing with dimensional lords. She said that if I make a statement using regular speech I could end up misinterpreted. It would seem that it's a perk of outsiders, such as myself. Something about Aniki making sure his creations don't accidentally end up striking deals, but since I'm not his creation I need to use conceptual speech. According to what Aniki told Nuna, a previous outsider, during the Sixth Cosmos, had to kill a being of the dark because he meaninglessly said that he would kill it and ended up binding it as a promise, as fate. My meaning got across Sidorak and he stopped fanning the flames of Cain Marco, immediately stopping his charging before bursting a shower of blood. Just as Nuna said, no misunderstandings. What Nuna didn't tell me was that mortals will end up having something close to a mental collapse. Blood flowed out of my guests' orifices as they screamed before kneeling and holding their heads in pain. Cain Marco took the brunt of it. My maids were doing better as their adaptability and regeneration kicked in before they suffered any significant damage. Shit. Are you girls okay? I asked my girls. Yes, young master. Just a minor migraine, but it's almost over. Commented Yelena, while my other girls nodded in agreement in the background. What was that, young master? Asked Irina. Conceptual speech. It's what I use to talk to dimensional lords. Sidorak was trying to cause some problems using his avatar. I pointed at the downed Juggernaut. Are they going to be okay? Asked Jean as she moved to help the suffering Aurora. I observed them with my life and soul sight, just making sure that no lasting effects would torment them. Conclusion, I almost drove them to insanity. I think that, maybe, it's because of this that eldritch terrors are misunderstood among mortals. Or maybe only the ones blessed by the void, like me. Yes. I stopped before it was too late, luckily. Padawan, can you shower them with your flames? I asked after cleaning them with some magic. Jean nodded and used her eyes to locate the places where the repairs were needed. A practice that she currently uses to focus her healing. Senior sister said that once she has full control of her fire she wouldn't need to use her sight. Jean extended her arms and senior sister's beautiful flames flooded out and healed, in under 5 seconds, all the damage I had done. A succinct and bright display. One after the other they came back to their senses and my maids helped them stand up and get a hold of themselves. They summoned a few glasses of water for the ones in desperate need of one. Aragorn, he looks healed already, but he is not waking up, said Jean as she pointed at Marco. He is just unconscious due to the shock. He should be up by the end of the day. I looked back at the shaken but recovered mass. I directed my attention to Eric and said, "Don't worry, Eric. This was not your fault. Mr. Kane Marco is the avatar of a dimensional lord. Said entity was influencing him into a fight." Eric looked as shaken and panic-stricken as the rest, but I felt how he was already accepting his fate after seeing the mess that was initiated by his subordinate. I also apologize for almost driving you into insanity. It was the first time I had to make use of conceptual speech. I apologize to all of them. Aragorn, I will tattle on you with my goddess, said Aurora. Can you not? It was an accident. I will fuck you up, Sidorak, all of this is your fault. Hey, Kitty Vader. Help me out here, I'll owe you one. I sent a telepathic message to my unfaltering ally. Sure, but when you take me to space I want to ride your dragon form. It's for my growing legend. And my ally delivered. If you get Nuna's permission I'm all for it. Hey. My shiny friend, I'm ahead of you. I already have her blessing. She sent me a memory confirming her claim. Damn. Kitty Vader, are you somehow actually connected to the Force? Otherwise this makes no sense. I'm connected to you if that counts. But I did receive some divine inspiration when Sister Gia told me a story about some dragons that she created some eras ago. After our telepathic chat, less than a second in real time, Kitty said, "Everybody, let's go inside. Aragorn has prepared a feast for you, you can order whatever you want. You can take this as our apology." Kitty skillfully diverted our guests' attention to the feast that I just asked Spark to prepare. My maids guided them to one of the mess halls and Ms. MacTaggart waited a little bit longer before getting closer to me when most of them were already ahead of us. "Yes, Ms. MacTaggart. How can I help you?" I asked when I saw that she was having trouble formulating her query. Mr. Aragorn, thank you. I know it was not on purpose, but what you did undid Xavier's mind wiping. So driving someone to insanity helps with that. You're welcome, Ms. MacTaggart. One question if you don't mind me. Yes, go ahead. Why, if you knew from your previous lives, did you get close to Xavier without taking precautions against his unsavory practices? She stopped and her heartbeat quickened. How did you know? Nobody knows about that and I was not thinking about it either. She said after forcing it out of her lips. I know of you from different timelines and different universes. Sadly for you, with my presence here, next time you will jump timelines instead of resetting this one. I continued walking while she processed what I told her in silence. Eventually, we reached the mess hall and I said, "Don't get too hung up on it, Miss MacTaggart. You can live this life like a normal human. Well, a normal councilwoman in a mutant nation. As normal as that can get." Everybody took their seats as my maids brought their food. I took my seat next to Fury. "There's no normalcy around you, is there? Ever?" said the normal master sorcerer spy after hearing my advice to Moira. "Well, this is just our version of normal." This was a first but, as one can see, my maids never lost their composure. "Well, this was more painful than when I thought it was a good idea to join the girls in their battle against you." Ha 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 ha. Why were you joining them? I thought you knew better. Tatiana promised me a lightsaber if I helped her land a hit on you. I think that was the time when I promised her an individual speed ship if she landed a hit on me, a type of spaceship for one pilot and no passengers, fully focused on speed. You got duped, Fury. I don't give them lightsabers until they are 8. You were never going to get one from her. Fury opened his eye in realization before acceptance settled in. *TSK motherfucker. Not like it mattered anyway. I got hit on the first meteor shower you shot. I got warped out before I even got the chance to practice my magic. Even with the protection suit on I had to visit the med bay for about 12 hours. In other terms he only survived with his life. Ha 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 ha. You are tremendously unlucky. Worst of all was the look of pity and disappointment Tatiana gave me at the end. Yeah, she didn't get her speed ship. Fury and I kept talking through the feast until it was time for our meeting. The meeting took place in a semicircular conference room that an awesome view of the Halo and Earth. Thankfully Spark had the presence of mind to include the fact that the meeting was taking place in space in the information package. Still, they took a few minutes to appreciate the view before going to their respective seats. My maids had them prepared during the feast. I was presiding over the meeting with my queen and Spark acting as my assistants. Emma decided to join because she told me that I could only be her and the girl's sugar daddy. For the mutants they would have to pay for my services. So, she is going to take care of the financial aspect of resources and labor force fees. Once more, I apologize for the rocky start. That being said, I gave each of you a file with the preliminary proposal for the nation's creation. Changes can be made over the meeting. Raise your hand when you have a question, no powers during the meeting, or I will whisper in conceptual speech. Everything can be negotiated for a reasonable price, but I'm not here for profit and the only thing that I want is stability for the planet. I carry my eyes over them to make sure that everyone understands. Lastly, you're not officiated to the position of councilman or councilwoman until the end when we make things official. Except for Seraph. Seraph, you can come in. When I gave her the name Seraph I had the idea of a guardian angel overseeing the troublemakers. But she chose a body that goes better with Big Brother Spark. So she doesn't look like a Seraph. Seraph warped to the room in all of her blue glory. Her body is probably on par with the strongest existences on Earth, but she doesn't like combat so she just internalizes and assimilates the info that Spark and I send her. In wuxia terms, she is a hidden cultivator. You fuck around with her and you get your cultivation crippled and your family vault desecrated. Seraph walked to my right and looked up at me expectantly. I patted her head and she blessed us with a bright smile. This is Seraph. She is the AI in charge of the country. Although she looks like this, she is a baby. She will grow with the nation so your citizens, your actions, and your decisions will teach her about you. Treat her well and she will grow to love you. She has the final word in case of disagreements or in case of decisions that collide with her moral values. Lastly, after me and Jean she's probably the strongest being on Earth, so don't get stupid. Seraph is cute but Spark and I have instructed her in ruthlessness. No, Master Chief, I'm the cutest. You would be if you had some fluff. But you are in my favorite top 5 if that makes my cute Seraph feel better. Cortana was also one of my teenage crushes. Like that, I started the foundational meeting. A/N. Hello readers. Like I told you, awful at measuring chapters. But here we have it. The next one is going to be about the meeting itself with different POVs. Hopefully, it won't be as long as this one and the previous one. If the chapter were shorter I could possibly be writing more regularly. Also, I have been busy with life so I will keep one chapter a week for at least the next 2 weeks. After that, I should be writing with a similar frequency to the first volume. I'll add some pictures in the comments. Chapter 20, The Meeting. Before we start playing kings and queens, Seraph is going to teach you about the history of mutants. This is because most of you don't understand your origins. I'm looking at you, Mr. Superior. Seraph took my position and created an immersive illusion. We were transported to a time on Earth when the Homo sapiens hadn't evolved yet. In the beginning, before the modern human came to be, the proto-human walked on Earth. Beings filled with potential for change, yet untapped at that time. Peaceful beings whose enemy, and forge, was nature itself. Whose existence was promoted by the past battles of our favorite goddess Gia. Seraph said while showing hairy hominids struggling to live another day. But everything changed when the Celestials' nation attacked. Maybe I should have dialed it down with the anime. We were pulled to outer space where a group of Celestial could be seen arriving on Earth. The Celestials discovered the potential for something more in the bloodstream of our peaceful proto-humans. The Celestials had visited Earth with a mission to plant a seed in the planet to birth another one of their numbers. My pain in the ass dear Tiamat. Aided by their supreme technology and vast knowledge they experimented on the proto-humans. The objective? To create a race strong enough to protect the planet from external threats, hence protecting the celestial seed, while also feeding it a special type of energy. After a round of experiments, a few twists and turns, some millennia here and there, and the birth of 3 races came about. Deviants, Eternals, and humans. The Deviants were the first to come out of the lab, they reproduced and took control of the planet. They enslaved the proto-humans left. Even though the Deviants were strong and prosperous as a species, the Deviants didn't generate thought energy, or life energy, a supplement needed for the growth of the celestial seed only generated by sapient life. So the cosmic mad scientists created the second batch fresh out of the oven. The humans. The humans produced vast amounts of life energy, multiplied fast enough, but were weak. The Deviants enslaved them and didn't let them reproduce in great numbers. The Celestial didn't like this. So the Eternals were born. Energy beings like themselves. A model that they had used before on other planets. The Eternals were strong and immortal, however, they didn't reproduce nor did they generate life energy. But that was enough, they just needed to balance out the Deviants in the equation. Our mad scientists ordered the Eternals to cull the deviants and enable the prosperity of the humans. These were their last directives before leaving to outer space to fulfill their cosmic duties. But too much time had gone by and the deviants were firmly rooted on Earth. The only human kingdom that was not conquered was Atlantis. The Eternals were stronger, yes. But they were less in numbers and didn't multiply like the deviants. The humans and Eternals banded together and fought against the deviants for ages. Yet, the Eternals knew the truth, they wouldn't be able to get rid of their enemies even if they were working together. Luckily the mad scientists returned. The Eternals implored for their help in their mission and the Celestials, being the overachievers that they were, initiated the Great Cataclysm. A massive flood. A civilization-crippling flood was their response. They even went as far as to sink the deviants' main continent, Lemuria. The Eternals were happy, their grueling mission was finally coming to an end. After this, they would have to only babysit the humans from time to time. But the humans? What about Atlantis? In their overachieving ways, the Celestials left Atlantis sunken at the bottom of the sea. But nobody cared, after all, now that the deviants were, for all intents and purposes, extinct, the remaining humans just needed to do as rabbits do and repopulate Earth. Time went by and as projected by our dear mad scientists, humans repopulate Earth. The Eternals offered humans a helping hand from time to time and things were looking forward for the celestial seed. The baby celestial was getting its metaphorical milk. A few millennia later, a celestial, after receiving crippling wounds, came to die on Earth. From the mixture of its blood, energy, human potential, previous experimentation, and Gia's permeating energy a miracle befell. The super miracle. That's what granted humans the ability to safely gain powers. What enabled the future activation of the X gene? What gave humans that special something that later on other advanced civilizations came to harvest? The spark that most Terrans share. This is the massively abbreviated story of the origin of some of the races inhabiting Earth. Mutants included. Seraph concluded with a graceful bow for the gaping masses. Clap 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 clap. Yeah. That's our girl. Of course, Spark and I celebrated her presentation. Clap 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 clap. My maids joined, and our guests, especially Fury, looked at us, clapping and Seraph blushing, wondering whether to cry, join, or do both. Thank you. Thank you, said our cute blushing Seraph. I joined Seraph in the front and rewarded her with a hug. After which I looked back at the public and asked, any questions so far? Hands were raised. Right. Let's start with Eric over there. You expect us to believe that our kind came from a series of accidents and a test tube? How would you even gather evidence of this? According to the girl, this happened millennia ago. I find it hard to believe. Especially since his paradigm of evolutionary superiority would be shattered if this was true. Yes, that's what we expect you to believe. We gathered this information from two sources. The first is our resident fox sorcerer teacher, she can see past, present, and future. The second one is Gia. For reasons you don't need to know, Gia lives here in Halo. That's another thing altogether. Gods. You talk as if they were real. Aniki Almighty. We have to start from there. Yes. The divines are real. Not all of them, but most of them. God is not real in this reality, but Nuna said that he is in a few others. Somehow his influence became a nexus event, that's why we have Christianity here even though there's no God. How can you prove that? I could bring Gia here, but that would be rude. Any ideas, Seraph? I won't bring my goddess here just to please this heretic. Can't you show him omnipotent city? Commented Seraph for all to hear. Won't he say that it is just an illusion? I answered. Shove him into it. What a crude way. Aside from the fact that he would die, he could say that I implanted the illusion with telepathy. Can't he say that about whatever we do? Then. Mr. Eric, what would you like as proof? Since you could say that whatever we do is mental manipulation, it's hard to convince you. Asked Seraph. Oh. I know. I interrupted. Ms. Adler, in some of your future visions you should have seen gods visiting Earth. Can you confirm our claims about divinity? I could pull the memory out of her, but that's just rude. Yes. Gods are real. We will probably see some in the future. Answered Destiny under everybody's gaze. Eric was frozen in place, just like a child who had just broken their favorite toy. Not so superior anymore. Aragorn, if that's what happened, why is it that mutants have only surfaced until recent times? Asked Hank. That notion is both correct and incorrect. Mutants had surfaced thousands of years ago. It is just that they have only been recognized as such in recent years. Also, the number of awakened mutants is escalating due to several factors, the environment, society, time, and lastly time its emergence is happening soon. A harsher environment due to pollution affects the body. A hostile society can spark the awakening of the X-Gen, as it did before during times of conflict. Tiamat. What's that? Hank. The name of the celestial inhabiting the planet. Is that, perhaps, what cracks the planet apart? Asked Destiny. Yes. That should be it. So that's what that was, huh? I never discovered what caused that future. Thank you, Mr. Aragorn. The emergence is one of the later apocalypses, and if you are not in space you wouldn't know what killed you. What? Cracking the planet? What are you talking about? Motherfucker. What are we going to do? Can we even do something? Can't we take control of its mind? We should kill it. Except for Destiny, Mystique, and my people, everybody else broke into panic. I guess that is the normal response. Shut up. Shouted our blue grown-up baby. Well done, Seraph, these children will be your responsibility. As their guardian, you'll need to reprimand them sometimes. I don't remember you reprimanding me before, Father. That's because you're perfect, my girl. I also feel a pang in the heart every time I think about scolding her, or my maids. The responsibility of the council doesn't extend to cosmic matters. Tiamat is way above your pay grade, my creator is already on the matter. All you need to know is that the planet is not going to end. At least not from Tiamat's birth. These people are plenty capable of killing themselves. Thank you, Seraph. As was said, I deal with those types of threats. For the foreseeable future, you'll just need to make sure that a mutant doesn't end the world. Sounds simple. It's not. Any other questions? I asked, ignoring their dissatisfaction about me disregarding their concerns. Does this mean that all humans are possible mutants? Asked Callisto. Yes. In about 50 to 180 years all humans will be mutants, or something different from normal humans. There's an inhuman gene as well, but that's another can of worms. The point is that no one will be normal, hence everyone will be. Thank you, Mr. Aragorn. I looked at the other guests, and Xavier took this opportunity to ask his question. The Celestials, what are they? Will they come back? The Celestials are one of the precursors of the universe. They play a part in its creation. They are not gods but simply something beyond the divine. They would come back under certain circumstances, but most likely they should be coming back after I fixed our Tiamat situation. What will happen then? Asked Mystique. Nothing much. Although they look like the villain of the story, they are not. Me and them can be considered allies, and in the future, we will fight side by side. They have a fundamental role in the universe, same as I have mine. Are you, like them? Asked Eric, who just recovered from his shock. Similar but different. Their purpose is creation, life, and protection among others. Mine is protection and destruction mainly. Though my existence is not defined by my purpose like theirs is. Hence I shine. Excuse me, Mr. Aragorn, but what are you? Asked Callisto. Well, this is not an interview, and defining myself is difficult. I'm paradoxical. I am, but also I am not. Unalive. Immortal. Void. I can be defined by different terms, but none would be entirely true. What you need to know is that I'm one of the parties interested in the continuance of this universe. I take action to ensure that the universe is not destroyed. At the moment, from an intergalactic standing, I'm the owner of Earth and Emma is its queen. I'm not humanity's nanny, but you're under my umbrella. After that, no further questions were necessary regarding this topic. All right. Since we are done with the history lesson, Seraph and Emma will proceed with the next part. The help the mutant nation will get from us, what you're expected to do in return, rights, and responsibilities, this will be addressed by the girls. I gave the stand to the girls and joined Spark's side. So far so good, well, better than expected. Master Chief, haven't we had a few missteps already? Yes, but this was never going to be as smooth as I would want. So I'm gratefully accepting our current situation. That's acceptable, Master Chief. My little sister has done great so far. Yes, she is awesome. Do you think she will ascend in the future? I don't know, insufficient data. What I do know is that she, the same as me, will get the choice in the future. Spark, God of Knowledge. Sound good, doesn't it? I would prefer to take the technology domain and leave knowledge for Seraph. If I were to ascend. Maybe you're right. But you don't have to choose for now. What you should be thinking about is your body. You have said so before, Master Chief. Is there a problem with my current body? Not really, it's just that I made it as a shell, for safekeeping yourself until you have grown enough to choose a body for yourself, and a gender. Hopefully, I will get an additional brother to help me in this sorority. I'll even take genderless at this point, but preferably not another female. I like my current shell. However, I do recognize the lack of combat power it presents. I think I will keep it for the moment, but I will be thinking about a body for the future, no rush, brother. We directed our attention to the girls after our quick interaction. Hello, future council members. My name is Emma Fulgebund Draconis. I rule over all territories of Aragorn along with Spark. I manage assets because otherwise Spark and Aragorn would be collapsing several economic systems across the universe. The fetish is strong in this one. She already changed her name. I had to stop her from adding a Roman numeral to her name. Why would we care about assets when we have an infinite amount? I think the same, Master Chief. Initial funding, infrastructure, and services will be covered by us. That is unless you have resources from another entry we were not aware of. Repayment can be in the form of resources or personnel. Local currency and mundane metals are of little use to us. Biological samples, knowledge, future assistance, and specialized personnel is what we want. I bet she wants to have a terraformer like Eric. Not that she'll need it for much longer once I complete my terraforming tech. Can't argue with that. We technically lack nothing, but giving help for free is not ideal. Master Chief, do you think they will generate knowledge that we don't have? Yes, Spark. Never underestimate what geniuses can do in this reality. For example, Reed Richards, I think that his brain just comes up with some random bullshit tech and then he unknowingly bends reality so that the world fits his bullshit. That doesn't compute, Master Chief. Exactly my point. I bet he could create a concept-negating bullshit gun, a void-generating bullshit device, an omnipotence-negating bullshit bomb, and an anti-omniscience bullshit shield generator. According to my knowledge, impossible things, but you never know with these broken characters. I will add it to my database, Master Chief. We do not have a specific time frame for debt repayment, but it would be appreciated if you could aim to pay it off within a reasonable time, say less than a century. Our predictions suggest that, with the shortcutting advantage that mutants will provide, it should not take longer than 5 years for you to reach the status of other developed countries. If we factor our tech in the equation, I would give it less than 2 years. Indeed, I think Seraph can do it within those 2 years. We can discuss how your repayments will be evaluated later, but know that we value any knowledge that Seraph doesn't have in her database, and reality warpers over most things. Seraph will explain your rights and responsibilities. Rights that you will have include but are not limited to self-governance, territorial expansion, military force creation, currency creation, assistance from the Fulgebund Draconis Imperium in case of conflict, and Level 2 access to the Grand Repository of Knowledge through me, among others. Are you sure about the access, Master Chief? Yeah, that should help their scientist expedite the knowledge generation. Besides, Level 2 is only planetary info. Responsibilities include but are not limited to providing basic rights, security, and quality of life for the citizens, creation of a specialized rescue force for mutants around the world, and lastly, in case of a third party trying to create a unified world government approved by me, you will support the said party. The task force should help us with our efforts against mutant experimentation. Have you found a qualified person for the position? No, Master Chief. More data is needed. I thought so. Doom is probably the best candidate, but he's not ready yet. It would be easier if Emma was not terraphobic. Master Chief, according to my prediction modules, it's surprising that after all the grievances and abuse that she experienced on Earth, she didn't outright burn the planet after you gave her access to our planetary weapons. What a gamble that was. I think that's one of the reasons why I overindulged them so much. Could also be because they are cute. So you knew. Yeah, I know. I'm aware of how much I pamper them. According to my self-analysis, I needed company and Nuna was the first to provide that. My surface mind subconsciously associated her gender with the warmth that I felt with her, and most of my subsequent interactions were with girls. So I kind of developed a soft spot for girls. I could remove it at any time, but it's not a problem for now. Master Chief, you would make a psychologist very famous. Either because they fell into insanity or they miraculously unriddled your head. Maybe I should look for my own Harleen Quinzel. I was always a fan of her type of crazy. Post-Joker, of course, not the Joker-dependent Harley Quinn. Now, that's just rude. Though technically my mind exhibits all psychological profiles and none. The trippiest is when I split my mind and develop multiple instances of me. You further validate my statement, Master Chief. We also own a gene stabilizer serum, GSS. It should fix about 80% of the adverse effects of mutations in humans. Other issues are treated on a case-by-case basis. For those with undesirable mutations, we have power-neutralizing tech. That was one heck of a windfall after my study of the X gene, was it not, Spark? Yes, Master Chief. It added further proof to my theory that hobbies and fetishism massively contribute to the advancement of human society. Lastly, my role is that of an overseer. I will only intervene if a decision can't be reached or if an unacceptable decision is reached. Outside of that, I would be spending most of my time answering queries and working with the future scientists of Krakoa. After a pause, Aurora raised her hand. What would you consider an unacceptable decision? To this, I apply morally approved guidelines. My first priority would be the citizens of Krakoa, second is the rest of the world. As long as the livelihood is not negatively impacted, without a reason, then it is acceptable. Can you give us an example, miss? Asked Xavier. If you wanted to declare war for no apparent reason, then I would oppose. If you wanted to start a retaliatory war, I would assist you. So. Common sense. Said Callisto. Exactly, but I got my common sense from my sibling, Spark, and my creator. According to my independent research, they don't have much of common in their common sense. Hence I prefer to use cautiousness a bit more before saying that I would be operating under common sense. Do you have any idea what she is talking about? Not in the slightest, Master Chief. Last I checked my data, we have common sense. Maybe she is trying to diss us. Will you be participating in physical conflicts? Asked Eric. If there's an anti-mutant weapon that disables our citizens and we had no way of counteracting or a similar situation, I would. Otherwise, I will strive to keep out of physical conflict. I would commonly act from the background. Ms. Seraph, what would be our policy for international trade? Asked Destiny. It is important that we focus on stabilizing our nation before engaging in any trading with other countries. Therefore, for at least 2 years, we will not be engaging in any trade activities. Our goal is to ensure that our nation is firmly established before we venture into the global market. In fact, we plan to remain hidden from the world for a considerable amount of time, with portals as the only way of access. The only trading partner we will have during this period will be the Fulgebund Draconis Imperium. It's better to operate as a hidden nation until I get rid of most of the mutant hate. Master Chief, have you finished the vaccine for the Sublime pandemic? Not yet, I also have to wait until I have taken over more than 40% of the global health market. Is it to promote the vaccination globally? Yes, I want to make sure that the bacteria dies. Since this is a doomed reality, I don't know if just killing its main body/mind would be enough. It may return if at least one of its bodies is left, so I plan to hinder his spread so much that if by chance it survives, by the time it comes back most of the humans would be mutants. So delaying him until it's too late to take over the humans, since they would be the new minority. Exactly. I might be over-preparing and it dies on the first encounter, but better be prepared than to regret. How long will it take for the infrastructure to be built? Asked Hank. It depends on the size of the city that you want. A small city of about 10,000 humans can be built in a day. TK and energy manipulation coupled with an evolved mind like mine can do wonders. Master Chief, don't you find it sad that most of the women here see you as the designated builder? You mean because it is a wasteful use of my abilities? Yes, Master Chief. If anything, I feel like Bob the Builder. Also, I like building secretly hidden spaces, routes, and others. Though you are always aware of their locations. So that's why you always build unplanned spaces on our buildings. Yeah, I find it funny. Maybe in the future, someone is going to discover these secret spaces and they will wonder why we built these passages and chambers. Maybe they will develop a whole study field out of it, like archaeology, and maybe they will start these complex conspirational theories, and the real answer would be that I did it for fun. As I kept enjoying the meeting along with Spark, I felt a speeding presence nearing. Whoosh. Hey, unruly speedster. Ack, old man, I hate it when you do that, he said while complaining about my telepathy. Crybaby. Said both me and Spark. What are you doing here? Tired of your sister's nagging. Why would a speedster like me need to learn magic? Before the spell is cast I would already be whooping asses. Heh. You just can't recognize how weak you are. You're like a young master but without the arrogant attitude, just the stupidity. Before you get to whooping asses you would be launched into another dimension, and that's the most harmless scenario. Yeah, I know. Ms. Harkness trapped me in the mirror dimension for an hour because I annoyed her. He. The witch is soft-hearted. Yeah, would have let you in there for at least a day, to teach you a lesson. Please don't remind me how everyone here is crazy, and crazy strong. Ha 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 ha. Well, come here, you can stay with us and enjoy the changing faces of the crowd. Your father has aged about 30 years more by this point, he sped to our side. I pity them, he said as if remembering something. Oh, that's right, Pietro. Your mind can study in the learning room the fastest. You must have already completed the basic courses. Ha 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 ha. You must have been flabbergasted after you learned about the truth. Yeah. Like I said, everybody is crazy here. These girls in particular. They gather at least once a week to plan the cosmic dragon, demise. Shouldn't they know by now that you won't be beaten by them? Well, you know the saying, aim for the stars and at least you'll land in the moon. These girls in a few years should be able to handle gods on their own. Mr. Maximoff, you should consider joining the girls in their extracurricular activities. Are you trying to play matchmaker, Spark? I don't approve. That's not my intention. Mr. Maximoff hasn't been cleared for the girls romancing. He doesn't match my standards. He's lacking. But he will learn and get stronger if he is part of your sparring matches. Hey. What could I be lacking in? I'm a great match. Intelligence. Wisdom. Strength. Maturity. Will. Determination. Character. Looks. Manners. Money. Influence. Housing. A job. Okay. Can you two stop with it? I will show you. In the future. I will have you two begging me to be your son-in-law. Whatever you say, unruly teen, honestly he is not so bad, but he is not at my girl's level yet. He needs to, at least, have access to a primordial force, like Wally West. According to my prediction modules, there's a 0.00000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 I can't even compute it. You guys are hilarious. Yes, we know. Compliments will get you nowhere, Mr. Maximoff. As Seraph answered more questions and Spark and I shared quality time with Pietro, time went by and the first stage of the meeting was concluded. It's my time to shine again. Bye boys. I said as I approached the stage once again. I'm glad that you got along with Seraph since you'll be seeing her more often. Now on to more pressing matters. Earning Krakoa's acknowledgement and permission for residency. You need to strike a deal with it. Krakoa will benefit from your presence since it will be able to siphon the mutant energy that you passively leak, also known as M-energy, and you will get a place to live and security. It's a straight easy deal. The problem lies in the fact that you need to get to the place where its mind resides, but you'll be recognized as invaders, and it has natural defenses, both passive and active, that will try to stop you. You'll also be hindered by the energy leeching. Meaning that energy projectors and manipulators will be essentially deadweight. Not entirely deadweight, but when your inner reserves of energy deplete you'll be left with just your body. There are a few exceptions to this, like Aurora, but you'll know more once you land on Krakoa's shores. I don't know how the mutants that pull energy from other dimensions will work, but if my understanding is correct they still need M-energy to use the connection to the other dimension. This is just for energy emitters and manipulators. All other physical type mutants will be fine, like Logan, Colossus, and Hank. Oh. Before I forget, Mr. Marco can't participate, he is not a mutant. If he is not a mutant then what is he? Eric. An avatar of Sidorak. A dimensional lord. Most mutants chose to ignore the new info. Aragorn, will you or someone from Halo be assisting us? Asked Aurora. No. Besides transport and planning, in no other way will we be supporting you. This is your task and I'm only helping you with this nation-building arc because otherwise one or more of you will cause an apocalypse. To this, I could see Moira, Mystique, and Destiny nodding in agreement. You have one shot and one shot only. We will assist you before and after but not during the assault. Don't mess this up. Or else I will unmutant the planet. You guys are a risk and one not needed anymore. I alone can protect the celestial baby. If you can't even put aside your differences to ensure the survival of your subrace then I will remove the X gene from humanity. This is specifically for both of you, Eric and Xavier. There will be no more conflict between you two. You both will get what the mutant kind needs, not what you want. Mess this up and I will kill you. I said while switching my eyes red and letting a sliver of my presence out. I'm a very patient dragon but you two along with another being not present here are the biggest benefactors of mutant hate. Work together, work for the betterment of mutants, work for your future nation and I will take care of the rest of the planet. Your only matter of focus after this will be how to make your nation better. I know you, all of you, know little to nothing about leading a nation, but that's what Seraph is there for. You're not activists or terrorists anymore after this. You're not to go around preaching about absurdly improbable human-mutant love and rainbows, or supremacy and natural selection and shit. Are we clear? I made it clear that the only answer was yes. Logically speaking, even Spark suggested we depower humanity. However, I think that if Aniki allowed them to get to this point, why should I undo his work? These humans are not my humans, they are Aniki's. I didn't create them, so I don't think I have the right to collectively remove their gifts. However, if they are an unnecessary hazard or downright carcinogenic, then I will either kill them or take away their gifts. I think I speak for everyone when I say that we understand. Answered Xavier. You should. Remember, one chance. You will get no more. I hid my presence once more. You have one more week. You should train as a group and get your teamwork on point. After saying my part, one went back to talk with Spark and Pietro. Seraph took command once more to coordinate their training and plan their future assault. Are you going to participate, Mr. Maximoff? Nah, I don't have to, nor do I want to. I'm not Team Mutants anymore, I'm Team Witches now. He isn't the real reason that Wanda doesn't want you to be near Eric. I commented with mirth. Please, everyone on Halo could make fun of me being on a leash except you old men. At least my leash's end is held by Wanda. *TSK**TSK TSK you don't understand Pietro. Take a look at that black pirate over there. He is the leader of one of the most powerful and far-reaching organizations on Earth. His only leash was his work. But now he is under the girl's leash as well. I said while pointing at Fury. How long do you think it will take for you to fall under their feet? The Master Chief is not wrong, Mr. Maximoff. In 1 week you not only regained your Wanda leash but you also got Ms. Harkness' leash. This brought a look of realization to Pietro's face. Oh God. Welcome to the club, Pietro. Why fight it when you'll end up joining anyway? That's why I need Spark to man the F up. He is the chosen one. He will bring balance to this sorority. The X-Force, the newly coined name for this group, was training in full force, pun intended. They were on the final lap of their training arc. Tomorrow will be their D-Day. With the help of the mirror dimension, we enabled them to scout their battlefield. After that, Yao and I recreated their opponents as realistically as possible based on the possible futures that Yao had seen before my presence. On the second day, Wanda decided to help her father train. Agatha had to supervise her after I asked her to stop her adoptive daughter from joining the statistics of the most notable patricides in history. With the amount of disgust she irradiates, the chance is high. Alas, she said, killing this insect is beneath me, donning her haughty young lady persona. I made sure to get a video of her for future blackmail. I bet in a few years she'll be embarrassed. Not as much as Rogue though. Those red cheeks will be left in our memories for ages to come. Sidorak, miraculously, behaved and I did not have to portal the Juggernaut to outer space, yet I felt his sight following my every action from behind his avatar's eyes. Normally I would be concerned, but Sidorak is one of the most benign dimensional lords. Which is weird considering that he is the Lord of Destruction. But I'm technically a Void Terror, so I'm not in any position to judge. Kitty decided to join her friends in the upcoming battle. She said something about the power of friendship, but I know that, just like my maids, she just wants to use her powers for slaughter. So with the Cat's addition, this campaign is in the bag. She can just spam elemental spells from the back. Sigh, all the planning and strategizing that these poor mutants did, just went to the trash. At least it worked as a team-building exercise. I told her to at least let them feel like they were part of it. Like when I used to let my younger sister play with me with the unplugged controller. She agreed after I promised her that we would get to her space arc as soon as this was done. I just need to deal with Emma's clone, Captain America, and set a few more plans in motion. If everything works out, we should be joining the space pirate crew that she picked, the Ravagers, in less than 4 weeks. But my plans tend to go awry in terms of scheduling, so we will see. Jean joined us today after she was done with her exams of the day. Honestly, she takes more time writing the answers than thinking about them. She is, after all, already a medical doctor, geneticist, chemist, biologist, and a bioengineer. Like most people here, she has at least 3 degrees. Jean is the one with the more subject-oriented occupations. For example, Natalia has managerial education, arts, and ballet. As one can see, only one of these has to do with her job and the rest are about her hobbies. Emma, as expected, has economic administration, ruling, psychology, politics, and a few others in the way that are either related to manipulating people or ruling over territories. So, again, professions that generally would not go with each other. Kitty has law, physics, and chemistry. When I asked about the combination, she said that you need to know about the rules in order to play with them. And by rules, she meant even the creational rules. According to her wish list, her next courses are about energy, matter, space, time, and divinity. Sometimes I want to go to the future and find out if these girls become the undoing of the universe or the glue that keeps it all together. However, I'm sure that the Aniki himself deliberately made sure that Kitty's mutation was not reality-bending. Leaving aside their questionable career choices, I asked the cheat code, Jean Grey, not to join the fight. One overpowered cat was enough, there's no need to add the supreme tier Firebird. Also, she confirmed my supposition that she should have enough control of her fire by now to heal Rogers. After this Krakoa business, we should be able to heal him and get him reacquainted with the world. The last part will probably take a few sessions in the learning room. Hopefully, there won't be any need for references to be randomly understood. On another note, I got the confirmation that the reality-warping brain of Reed Richards will try to breach the dimensional wall next year. Which presents me with a conundrum. On one side, I could take this opportunity to get rid of Annihilus, to quote the future J. Jonah Jameson, that insect is a menace. The smart thing is getting rid of him now before he starts making deals with Mephisto or getting greedy for the power cosmic. On the other side, it is better to prevent the accident since I don't even know if the breach is going to the negative zone. What if it opens to the dark force dimension? Or the dark dimension? That's a mess I don't want any part in. At least I still have time to procrastinate for a decision. However, I think that it's for the best if I get myself some front row seats in the demonstration. That way I can do damage control on site. Maybe I'll even get some extra benefits. Don't know which extra benefits since I won't mutate no matter how much radiation I bask in. But I like to dream and hope for the best. At the bare minimum, I should be able to get them on my debt. However, with Doom present, it is unlikely since Yao confirmed that this Doom is already learned in the mystic arts. He should know about dimensional threats and I doubt that he would allow this project, which he is partially funding, to go to waste because of the ignorance of Richards. The good news of the week is that I finally have visual confirmation of all Infinity Stones within my reach, reality, and mind not included. I felt their high-density presence long ago, but that was more like the general area which, in Cosmic Dragon terms, is about a galaxy-wide area. Power and soul are exactly where the MCU said they would be, Morag and Vormer. I should proceed as planned and get both stones during Kitty's space arc. Emma recently became interested in the stones. She said that they would make a nice addition to her crown. That gave me some Nemesis vibes, the creator of the stones. I chose to ignore her because I already had plans for the stones. Besides that, she needs to calm her heart on for ruling and power. I pamper her but not enough to give her the Infinity Stones. Not like she could hold them anyway. Krakoa's battle is almost here and I plan to observe from afar but not more than that. After their battle it shouldn't be long for the cities to be built. Subsequently, our Black Ops should begin and the crackdown on Hydra should follow. So many things to do just to get rid of a squid-worshipping cult. I have to take over the global market, destroy several black sites, create a country, unite two opposing groups, host a founding meeting, and this is just the beginning. Sigh-hi. A/N. Hello there. This chapter is shorter than the last two and the next one should be of around the same length. As you have read, after this Founding Nation segment comes Emma's clone, which will come attached with the Hellfire Club, Captain America, and some facility smashing. The point is that we have several things planned for the future but some will take more time than others. I have so many plans for the story but I have so much writing to do. But no complaints here, at least I'm sure that there's no writer's block. Possibly more like holding myself back from speeding through the story. 2 weeks from today I should be writing more often but for the next couple of weeks, I will be releasing one chapter a week. See you next chapter.